Chen Sansi thought, since the residual material extracted from a person's stomach after feeding them medicine pills had extraordinary medicinal effects, then wouldn't burning spiritual grain into plant ash at high temperatures be somewhat useful as well? Thinking this, he picked up a small handful of spiritual grain and stacked it together with some pine needles for kindling, then smeared a very small amount of lamp oil on top. Not daring to get too close, Chen Sansi held a lit stick far away and carefully approached the lamp oil. Boom. The red flames erupted loudly. In an instant, the spiritual grain and the pine needles were burned to ash. Chen Sansi waited until the flames died down and carefully collected the grass ashes. I need to conduct a live experiment. He cleaned up the house and then quietly climbed over the wall and headed straight for Second Layer Mountain. It took a great deal of effort not to harm the game before catching a rabbit. Come, eat. Chen Sansi pried open the rabbit's mouth and poured a little bit of grass ash into it. The next second, the rabbit started thrashing wildly as if injected with chicken blood, and its strength increased significantly. But it didn't last long before the rabbit, like a deflated ball, breathed its last. Chen Sansi carefully examined the body and saw no signs of darkening in the veins on the surface. But the skin beneath the fur was burning hot and red, as if blood was about to gush out from the inside, appearing as though an overly potent medicine had harmed the internal organs leading to bleeding. Was it too weak to withstand the medicinal effect? I need to try it on something bigger. He searched in the forest. It didn't take long to find a jungle inhabited by cheetahs. The cheetah charged straight at him, but was thwacked on the head by the long spear's shaft, leaving it dazed and seeing stars. With the strength from his bone-strengthening skill, Chen Sansi could easily subdue the fierce beast. He pried open the cheetah's mouth with the spear tip and poured in the grass ash. Eat, roar, the same reaction as the rabbit. After consuming the spiritual grain, the cheetah became extremely agitated. After about 5 minutes, its symptoms subsided. Although it did not die immediately, it lay on the ground bleeding profusely, obviously not going to live much longer. It indeed lasted longer than the rabbit. But internal bleeding occurred as well. If combined with cultivation practice, could the potency of the medicine be controlled? It seems animals won't do. I need to experiment with a live person. Chen Sansi's eyes flashed fiercely. You can capture villagers for experiments, so why can't I capture you? From eavesdropping on Liang Zhan's conversation, not one of the 4 great martial arts schools was innocent. From the reactions of the leopard and the rabbit, there wouldn't be uncontrollable drastic changes happening in an instant. Capturing a disciple with lower skills to test wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Second Layer Mountain had many medicine gardens. Even if they dared not capture more live humans, they would definitely still have disciples guarding the medicine gardens. Chen Sansi moved through the forest like a ghost. After staking out for 2 hours, he successfully captured a disciple from Zhao's martial arts academy skilled in blood refining technique and brought him to a secluded cave. No severe torture was needed. The martial arts academy disciple confessed everything. Eat. He forced the disciple to consume a small amount of grass ash and then practice his sex cultivation technique. Chen Sansi observed from a distance with a bow in hand, as expected. Not only did the martial arts academy disciple not die, but he also performed a set of boxing techniques vigorously, clearly showing the utility of the medicine. It seems my guess was correct. With his goal achieved, Chen Sansi ended the experiment by shooting the disciple dead with an arrow. If he could eat it and be fine, I definitely will be too. Adhering to a cautious principle, he picked up a very small amount of grass ash with his fingertip and sprinkled it into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, an indescribable sensation began spreading from the oral cavity, then swept through his entire body. This feeling was different from anything he had experienced with beast hearts or medicine. After ingesting it, it did not get digested and absorbed by organs, but turned automatically into a strange form of energy that integrated into his body, flowing not only in his blood but also being stored in another system. This was meridians. Meridians and tendons are 2 different concepts. Tendons are organs, visible human organs that can be seen when flesh and blood are cut open, but meridians are a mystical existence, neither blood vessels nor tendons but another system within the human body. Chen Sansi didn't know much about this. He only knew that traditional Chinese medicine studied it. Before refining organs, people practicing martial arts don't need to concern themselves with this concept. What's happening? After consuming the spiritual grain, it turned out to have a direct effect on the meridians. If one wasn't a martial artist, their body simply couldn't withstand it. No wonder small animals would die explosively. Even for martial artists, the capacity to endure was limited. They needed to expend it in time. Chen Sansi hurriedly began practicing his spear technique inside the cave. He then discovered that the spiritual grain was surprisingly helpful for cultivation. Practically every repetition of spear technique practice substantially increased his proficiency by much more than what a medicine bath could provide. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear upper entry level. Progress 88,500. Utility Dragon Elephant Blood, 9 Dragon Living Veins. An afternoon's improvement was equivalent to several days in the past. Moreover, the spiritual grain also had healing effects. That substance, like a gas, would repair injuries while circulating inside the body. No wonder the old master of Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy hadn't died. However, it still contained toxins. The gas mixed and tangled within the meridians, remaining there unless the energy was expended simultaneously flushing out the toxins. Yet the toxin in the meridians metabolized very slowly, unlike ordinary supplemental medicine, where vigorous cultivation could quickly expend it. Chen Sansi didn't know whether it was because his realm was still low or because his cultivation technique did not involve the meridians. Regardless, only practicing movements in the air made the absorption efficiency of the spiritual grain extremely low. If he consumed too much, leading to the energy lingering too long in the body, the meridian toxin would undeniably cause irreversible damage to his body. Perhaps it would be more effective if I had a sparring partner. Real combat would definitely be better. Chen Sansi recalled battling Old Song, blood surging with all his might. If he could maintain that state, surely it would increase the speed of absorbing the spiritual grain. Unfortunately, there aren't that many opportunities for real combat. Let's take it slow. The current effects are already astonishing. After mastering the use of spiritual grain, Chen Sansi was full of confidence. According to the original speed by March in spring, the fastest he could achieve was mastery of bone-strengthening skill, but now he had a high chance of refining internal organs. That is just 4 more months. Even he felt it was a bit exaggerated. 2 months for bone training, 4 months for refining internal, in total just 6 months. The height that took Xiang Tingchen half a lifetime to reach, he only needed 6 months, and what's more, he was practicing a superior breathing skill. Immortal treasure indeed was a treasure, but in reality I'm also a maverick. Chen Sansi guessed that a complete immortal treasure would likely be a set of alchemy equipment. It included formulas, a container capable of withstanding temperatures, and most importantly, the lamp oil that could produce a red flame. Then connecting to the Emperor's quest for immortality, once everything is assembled, wouldn't it be possible to concoct the legendary immortal pills? No wonder even the old Emperor had sent people over. He must have heard some rumors. Chen Sansi suddenly realized the significance of the matter. If people found out, no amount of lives would suffice to atone. But wait, what did it have to do with him? The immortal treasure was in Xiang Tingchen's hands. This guy had even declared it outright, afraid that the 4 great martial arts schools wouldn't believe him. All right then. It seems as long as he was careful, they couldn't trace it back to him. Chen Sansi disposed of the Martial Arts Academy disciple's body and headed home down the mountain. During this period, he hadn't stopped running up and down the mountain, continuously practicing his skills. Skill, concealment, small achievement. Progress 405, 1000. After dinner at night, Chen Sansi began perusing the medical books he had acquired from Medicine Valley. There were several volumes of medical books, from basic theories to treating various diseases to different medicine formulas, including those needed for martial arts practice. All were recorded. Just reading the books would only improve his reading proficiency. Skill, reading, small achievement. Progress 395, 800. It seems I need to learn a new skill. Although the effects of spiritual grain were good, the metabolism of the meridian toxins was slow, and the usage of various supplements and medicine baths couldn't be stopped. Fortunately, there was a medical officer in the military, merely requiring some time to learn. Speaking of time, the assessment period for new recruits ends tomorrow. I wonder how many among the 100 will prove truly useful. Military roll call. At the martial arts arena, Chen Sansi began to assess the progress. Those who have cultivated chi blood step forward. Silence. Chen Sansi changed his approach. Those who have mastered spear technique and pilework step forward. This time, 18 people stepped out of the ranks. Actually more than what Chen Sansi had anticipated. The rest were naturally array soldiers. Since most of them were very young, there was no one who hadn't learned pilework. Among these people, the one with the best talent turned out to be Wu De. Chen Sansi predicted he would be the first to cultivate chi blood. Zhuang Yi came next. As for Zhao Kaio, he was average, but his archery was good. His honesty and loyalty gave him an edge, and he could be put to other uses in the future. Besides them, logically, they would need to achieve a small accomplishment before they could be promoted to small flag. But Chen Sansi was seriously short on manpower, so he chose some who theoretically would reach that state the soonest and temporarily assigned them the responsibilities of a small flag, though without the actual position. Sir, what about me? Seeing others being appointed official positions, Su Wenk couldn't sit still and shamelessly edged closer. Old Su. Chen Sansi looked at him. I don't seem to have any positions to give you for now. I don't want a position. Su Wenkai said with a smile, just find me something to do. I can help sir with training the military formations, supervising their proper cultivation, and meanwhile, I can plan how to minimize losses next year. Agreed. Chen Sansi didn't stop him. Skill, commanding soldiers entry level. Progress 85,500. Utility, mainstay. Through experimentation, he found that when he let Zhu Tong and others help teach martial arts, his proficiency would also rise, possibly because they were under his command. But the increase wasn't as much as when he taught personally. Still, it was akin to gaining experience passively. Why not do it? You'll see, sir, Su Wenkai said. I will surely train their basic combat formations to first-rate standards. The new recruits assessment period ended. Next, Chen Sansi should also have a task, whether it's defense or farming. If it's farming, a lot of miscellaneous tasks would need to be done. Patrolling the city and the like would be best, to have more time for training. The bugle sounded. Lately, Xiang Tingchen had been giving speeches frequently, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Almost 1,000 soldiers quickly gathered in the martial arts arena. Jai Guangxian, with his personal guard, also stepped onto the high platform and started speaking in a loud voice. My warriors, you have worked hard. As a civil servant, I have no right to meddle in military affairs, so you don't need to be nervous. I'm only here to express my care for you all and also to bring a generous gift. Bring it up. Dozens of jars of liquor were carried onto the high platform. Do you know what this is? Jai Guangxian introduced. This is a medicinal wine brewed from the blood of the exotic beast, the toothed tiger. This is specifically for bone training martial artists. Whether taken internally or applied externally, it can be said to improve cultivation by leaps and bounds. Let alone in Ding Prefecture, even the entire Yunju does not have this kind of exotic beast to hunt, hence it is extremely precious and indeed priceless. These were sent over from the capital by Mr. Gao of the military department, all the way over thousands of miles. Mr. Gao said that the court is short on troops and cannot send more reinforcements, but they will never let the soldiers go unrewarded for their service. That is why he sent these medicinal wines over thousands of miles. In the future, all warriors will be able to exchange for it with military merits. Chen Sansi had never heard of this medicinal wine. However, he saw that the other householders were very excited. It indeed seemed to be of extraordinary value. No wonder it's not for sale. This military merit isn't something that can be obtained in a short while. Luckily, Chen Sansi had spiritual grain to consume, so he was not in a hurry, come to think of it. This magistrate Jai Guangxian must be rolling in wealth. Ever since the raid on Medicine Valley a few days ago, Chen Sansi suddenly felt that hunting was a bit unexciting. How much silver could one earn after all the effort of drilling through deep forests and mountains? How could that compare to the wealth of those lords? However, the guards that Jai Guangxian brought were not few, and it was unknown what their highest level was. After all, he was a magistrate. It was very possible that a refining organ martial artist was among his entourage. Old Chen, Householder Xing came over. Household's commander Xiang is calling for you. He was already being addressed as Old Chen, regardless of the fact that he was much younger than them. He arrived at the central army tent. Apart from Xiang Tingchen and Luo Dongquan, there were two unfamiliar civil servants present. Shanxi, you have completed the process for your promotion to householder. Xiang Tingchen spoke. These two are officials from the military selection department. I have seen the two officials. Chen Sansi cooperated with the officials for identity verification. Apart from the appointment letter, there was also a brand new set of official robes and armor. A householder is a 6th-rank military officer, wearing a blue official robe embellished with images of leopards. Chen Sansi couldn't help but reflect, I guess I've become a so-called dressed beast now. But in the military, opportunities to wear official robes were few, as armor was the more common attire. The armor was still cloth armor, but much more exquisite, including a new iron helmet and crucial parts reinforced with thick iron plates, considerably increasing its defensive power. It wasn't just Chen Sansi who had been promoted. Luo Dongquan had also been promoted to Deputy 1,000 Households, a position from the secondary 5th rank. From the conversation of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel, it could be determined that this person had achieved refining internal organs. That is to say, there were now 2 refining organ martial artists in the garrison. Shanxi, have the men under your command completed their assessment period yet? Xiang Tingchen said, in 2 days, you'll replace Zhao Kang, taking over the responsibility of lookout duty at the Great Wall with your troops. The duties of the soldiers stationed at the garrison involved farming and guard duty. Guard duty further included patrolling the city and border defense. Border defense naturally meant keeping watch on the Great Wall, which was relatively taxing as it often required standing guard at night. However, there hadn't been any incidents involving barbarian cavalry raids along the Po-Yang border in over a decade, so it would likely be rather leisurely. For Chen Sansi, it was just another place to practice martial arts. He clasped his fist and replied, your subordinate acknowledges the command. Shanxi, come with me. Xiang Tingchen took him to an empty space. Pick up your 15-stone bow and shoot an arrow at me. The sudden request caught Chen Sansi off guard. No worries. Xiang Tingchen laughed heartily. Shoot if I tell you to shoot. All right. Chen Sansi was also curious how his archery would fare against a refining organ martial artist. He didn't hesitate and drew the bow to shoot in one breath. An armor-piercing arrow flew through the air. Clang. A flash of blade light abruptly appeared. Suddenly, the he miao blade that hung at Xiang Tingchen's waist was in his hand, and the incoming arrow had been split in two. Chen Sansi was mentally prepared, but his expression still grew serious. The fact that the other man let him shoot meant he was sure there was no danger. He had thought the target would dodge, but unexpectedly. This was the first time that Chen Sansi had failed to hit the target since he began practicing archery. I am at refining organ's small success. Xiang Tingchen slowly slid the blade back into its sheath and explained solemnly, refining organ martial artists have greatly enhanced senses, reflexes, and explosive power. Your arrows will find it hard to hit them, unless you shoot fast enough that they can't possibly react in time. No need to be so formal with me. Xiang Tingchen folded his arms behind his back. I called you over mainly because I have something to say. The new magistrate Jai has a deep connection with the Song family and might hold some opinions about you. In a way, I've involved you in this matter. I've spoken on your behalf, but it would still be best if you visited him personally to offer your apologies, to prioritize peace. He currently resides in the largest residence on Ningfeng Road in the county town, very easy to find. Oh yes, and he has refining organ martial artist guards, though they are just at the initial stage of refining organs. He left leisurely after dropping these words. Chen Sansi quickly grasped the implications. This was not about asking him to apologize, it was information on how to kill Jai Guangxian. First, he was reminded that it's difficult to kill a refining organ martial artist with an arrow, then he was given the home address, and lastly, a considerate hint that the guard was a refining organ martial artist was given, suggesting he strike when the magistrate is alone. It was a complete set of assassination intelligence. It seemed that Xiang Tingchen and the one surnamed Jai weren't on the best of terms. This is quite interesting. We'll see how things go. Chen Sansi was to kill. He would take out the guard as well, leaving no loose ends. And Xiang Tingchen was definitely not a man to be trusted. It would be better to strike after his own power had been enhanced. It looked like he would need to devote more time to improving not just his cultivation but also his archery and his medical skills. He had hoarded a bunch of medicines without knowing how to use them. With that in mind, Chen Sansi headed to the pharmacy to find Medical Officer Jiang. Do you want to learn medical skills? Yes, Chen Sansi said. Medicinal materials are too expensive to buy, and I often go hunting in the mountains, so if I learn a bit, I can gather herbs and brew medicine myself, saving silver coins. Your thinking is quite idealistic. The medical officer teased. 99% of the medicinal materials are in the hands of the martial arts hall. Where are you going to find so many wild herbs for yourself? But since you want to learn, I have no objections. Just consider it taking on another apprentice to do some work. Liu Zai, you first teach Mr. Chen how to identify medicinal materials and explain their uses properly. No problem. Liu Zai was the medical officer's son, a successor to his father's profession and also a physician himself. Many of the positions in the garrison were hereditary. Mr. Chen, this herb is called horse blood grass, and it has a blood-nourishing effect, but... Liu Zai explained patiently. The herbs before him quickly matched up with the medical books Chen Sansi had seen. A panel appeared. Skill, medical skill. Mortal, not entry level. Progress 0-100. Utility none for now. Mortal, could there also be immortal? Chen Sansi was somewhat puzzled. All the signs now indicated. This world was definitely not a pure martial arts world. It was highly probable that immortals existed as well. That being the case, it made sense that great ancestor Cao Zai alone faced more than 2,000 troops. But new questions arose. Why had no such impressive person appeared since then? And when the old emperor claimed to have dreamed of an immortal who gave him the seeds of spiritual grain, didn't he give him the method to use them? There was still a need to send someone to investigate in Po Yang County City. Was there a connection between the immortal treasure in the hands of the barbarian tribes and the immortal the old emperor had dreamed of? It seems that the barbarians have become bolder in recent years because they have treasures in their possession. Having an immortal treasure could indeed create a large number of high-level martial artists. After all, spiritual grain was everywhere. As for lamp oil, only a little was needed to ignite. Then add a lot of kindling to maintain the flame without the need to continue using lamp oil. The box in his possession would last a long time. In the future, I can select some subordinates with good talent who are worth nurturing to secretly feed them spiritual grain. Together with commanding soldiers' skill, in a few years I will be able to build my own elite force. Unfortunately, the materials are incomplete. If I had the immortal formula and a container that could withstand the temperature, combined with my medical practice skills, could I perhaps seek the longevity that the emperor desires? The road is long and obstructed. Chen Sansi sighed deeply. All these were very distant matters right now. It was still more urgent to improve his cultivation and prepare for war. To be frank, the primary goal was to survive this war. Otherwise, whatever immortal treasure, whatever selected point, all would become meaningless. Helping in the pharmacy until evening, his proficiency increased significantly. Skill, medical skill. Mortal, not entry level. Progress 35-100. It was about time, so Chen Sansi packed up his things to go home. I'm out of money. He was utterly penniless. The toxin in the meridians from the spiritual grain and the residue from the supplemental medicines were two different things that could be handled simultaneously. Unfortunately, he really had no money. He met the Sun Li siblings just at the entrance to the barracks. They seemed to have just met with Xiang Tingchun, and neither looked in good spirits. Senior sister. Chen Sansi greeted, just in time to have dinner at my place. At the dinner table, Sun Li barely had the appetite to lift her chopsticks. Little junior brother, what do you think about the household's deployment of troops? I have no particular opinion. Even if Chen Sansi had an opinion, it wouldn't matter. The order was issued by the Ministry of War, and I can only obey. Junior apprentice brother has the right attitude, but, Sun Li said displeased, this battle is pointless. The main battlefield is clearly on the northwest border in the 3 states. The rest of the places just need to hold their cities. Why create unnecessary problems? With just a word from the Crown Prince, wouldn't everyone at the bottom scramble to seize the opportunity? As Sun Buki picked at his rice, his voice was muffled. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. It's not like we haven't fought battles before. Sun Li ignored him and looked towards the kitchen. Sister Xin Lan, stop being busy and come eat with us. In these days, she and Gu Xinlan had gotten along very well. Don't be fooled by Sun Li's fierce saber skills, her efficient and heroic demeanor, or the appearance of a strong woman on the surface. In fact, she was actually quite interested in embroidery and the like. In her spare time, she often did needlework with Sister Lan and chatted about household affairs. It's just that her skills were somewhat lacking. Chen Sansi had once seen her work, where she held up an embroidered duck but insisted it was a pair of mandarin ducks. Only Gu Xinlan was both clever and skilled with her hands, prompting Sun Li to seek her guidance even more. Plus, since Gu was a few years older, she had taken the initiative to address her as sister, without any air of being the daughter of the governor mansion. And Sun Buki never made others feel as if he was above them. From this it was clear the Sun family had excellent teaching and family values. Sister Xin Lan, Sun Li spoke with concern. What crime did your family commit in the capital city to be exiled to the border, and to have fallen into the hands of traffickers? The capital city. Chen Sansi had always known that Gu Xinlan was not a country girl, but her specific background was unclear. His father had taken a liking to her at first sight because of her attractive appearance and fair skin. Country children had to work in the fields from a young age. How could they maintain fair skin? He had not expected she was from the capital city. Out of respect, since she never mentioned it, he never asked. He guessed that Sun Li must have looked into his background and did a check on Sister Lan along the way. Little Sister Li, I was too young at that time to remember, replied Gu Xinlan, pursing her lips. Please let bygones be bygones. As a mere convicted's descendant, I was fortunate to be saved by your father and brought to his home to retain some dignity in living. It was presumptuous of me. Sun Li apologized. If Sister Xin Lan doesn't wish to talk about it, I definitely won't ask again. Sister, I should head back to the inn first. Now full from eating and drinking, Sun Buki put down his chopsticks. He and his sister had a clear division of labor. One was responsible for watching the city's martial arts hall, and the other was responsible for keeping an eye on the military officers' movements. After dinner, Chen Sansi dared not slack off at all. After drinking a bowl of replenishing essence soup, he prepared to practice with his spear. Junior apprentice brother is still drinking replenishing essence soup. Seeing that he was short on funds, Sun Li took out a silver note. I didn't bring much money with me when I left home, but here's 300 taels. You can use it for now, it should last you a while. Isn't this inappropriate? Chen Sansi said as he accepted the silver note. Cultivation levels relate directly to survival. He couldn't afford to be pretentious. With these 300 taels, he could continue to improve his cultivation seamlessly and rapidly. Go ahead and practice. Sun Li stood up, ready to join Sister Lan in the bedroom to study women's needlework. Wait, sister, tonight I still want to trouble you, he said. Clang, 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 clang. Loud metallic clashing sounds resonated in the courtyard, just as he had speculated. Sparring indeed helped absorb the spiritual grain in the meridians, but it was still not enough. Real combat was necessary. To put it plainly, it meant killing people, preferably in large numbers. Unfortunately, where could one find so many people to kill? Soon, it was the day to carry out the official duties. Chen Sansi arrived early at the barracks to report, and then, led by Zhao Kang, he took over 100 men and departed. From today forth, he would be responsible for guarding the Great Wall in Po Yang County. Great Wall, it was of utmost importance for any ancient regime. In the Central Plains, the greatest enemy was the ferocious nomadic tribes from the grasslands. Before the Great Wall was built, incursions by barbarian cavalry into the south to plunder were frequent every year. And since these were small-scale cavalry raids with high mobility, they would typically raid and kill and then leave, leaving the defenders powerless, until the Great Wall arose, blocking the trampling of horse hooves. The nomads would need to pay a huge cost if they wanted to raid. They either had to siege or cross mountains and ridges on foot. The former required a loss of lives, while the latter, even if loot was obtained, meant being pursued and killed without the boost of war horses. So, out of necessity, the originally scattered tribes of the grasslands also began to unite gradually, eventually forming several powerful alliances to collectively oppose the states of the Central Plains. Furthermore, contrary to what many people believe, the Great Wall was not a drain on resources, but rather a significant saving on defense spending. Chen Sansi once read in Dasheng records that during the Kaiyuan period, an official calculated an account for the emperor. The details were too complicated, but in the end, it turned out that compared to the cost of maintaining a large number of soldiers for defense, building the Great Wall was 10 times more cost-effective. The Poyang territory is surrounded by mountains and the terrain is rugged. The area where cavalry and large forces could advance is limited to around 200 li, and the Great Wall just covers this range. Not far north of the Thousand Households outpost, one could see a structure resembling a giant python. Households Commander Chen, you've worked hard. Zhao Kang explained the work content. In 10 days, the men from Households Commander Feng will come to switch duty, and only then can you go back to rest. From now on, the three of them, each a commander of 100 households, would take turns being responsible for the watch duties on the Great Wall. Over 100 people started to take over the changing of the guard. Just changing guard was a major operation, so it was done every 10 days to improve efficiency. Chen Sansi rode his white swan horse, patrolling along the Great Wall. When the handover finished, he too climbed up to the top of the wall via the staircase. The Great Wall was about 7 meters high, with a base width of 6 meters and a top width of 5 to 6 meters. Every 10 li, there would be a signal tower, and each signal tower would be manned by 5 soldiers. 200 li of the Great Wall was just enough for the manpower of 100 households. It might seem that a distance this long, manned by just 100 people, would be too few, but in reality, it was completely sufficient. The main purpose of the Great Wall was to stop war horses, slow down attacks, and transmit information. Once the enemy was spotted, a signal fire would be lit immediately. Upon the rise of the warning smoke, the entire force of Poyang 1,000 households would react at the fastest speed, and the entire process would not exceed the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Additionally, this place was not the main battlefield, and the barbarian tribes outside the city were not populous, so the situation was generally stable. Since it was the first day, Zhao Kang also left experienced soldiers at each signal tower to pass on their knowledge, explaining the lookout points to pay attention to and the various uses of signal fires. Signal fires were not just about lighting a beacon and being done with it. It was a complete intelligence system. With 4 types of signal equipment: beacon, beacon table, beacon gourd, and beacon wood, and 4 kinds of signals using fire, light, smoke, and flags, along with complex combinations, they were able to convey detailed intelligence. For example, how many enemy forces were attacking, from which position, and so on. Seeing it in books versus seeing it in real life was completely different. 10 days. For the next 10 days, we'll be here in one go. As a leader, Chen Sansi had to set an example and could not slack off, but he wouldn't waste time either. Inside a watchtower, the soldiers took turns resting. Therefore, Chen Sansi was on watch all night, and during the day, he took advantage of resting hours to ride back to camp and help out in the pharmacy. As for sleep, he only slept 3 to 4 hours a day, but fortunately, with the spirit provided by reading, he could withstand it. After 10 days, Chen Sansi had nearly spent the 300 silver coins given by his senior sister, and with the potent effects of spiritual grain, his proficiency approached mastery in the bone-strengthening skill, cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear entry level. Progress 410, 500. And that's under circumstances where I can't quickly neutralize the toxin of spiritual grain. If there were actual combat, progress could be even faster, and there's no need to worry about progress being too fast and noticeable to others. Chen Sansi specifically inquired about it. Just within the 8 camps, there were 2 he knew of who were advancing faster than him. The first was Supervisor Sun. Second was the 3rd son of Lord Governor Sun, who had passed away. The remaining ones certainly exist, needing some free time to ask Sun Li to find out. Besides the 8 camps, the capital city definitely has many, and so do the major powers. So to say, the pace at which one's cultivation increases was indeed astonishing, but still within the realm of genius, and coupled with being mistaken for the 9-dragon body, it was completely plausible. For now, there was no need to go to great lengths to conceal one's cultivation level. Feeling rapid progress was largely because the Po-Yang territory was too remote. Clang, Chen Sansi exhaled deeply and put down the long spear in his hand. Another night on watch, the east brightening with the white of dawn. He stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. These 10 days had passed very peacefully. Not a single figure had appeared on the grasslands. He actually hoped that small groups of cavalry would attack, so as to hone his spear technique in combat and aid the absorption of the energy from the spiritual grain. But such things could not be forced. Fortunately, with such long periods of strenuous effort, his medical skill was about to reach entry level. Eating more supplemental medicines would do just as well. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Household's Commander Feng arrived on time to change guard. Chen Sansi rode back to camp on the white swan horse along with the other soldiers. Lately, riding the horse back and forth and feeding it personally was also improving his proficiency. His horse control skill was quickly approaching the next stage. Skill, horse control entry level. Progress 150-200. He did wonder, after all, a horse was just transportation. How much further could it be improved? Upon returning to the military camp, Chen Sansi headed straight for the pharmacy, but at the entrance to the camp, he encountered a familiar figure. Wang Zhai had returned from visiting relatives in the prefecture city. Stony. Wang Zhai, grinning with his teeth bared, came over cheerfully. How have things been recently? I mean, which selection officer visited? The young master and daughter of Lord Governor's son. Chen Sansi dismounted. Right, Miss Sun was also looking for you. They. Wang Zhai tentatively asked, what did they say? Miss Sun said she doesn't know you. 100 households. Wang, have you changed your name? Chen Sansi said, you asked me to plead on your behalf, but you should at least tell me what you did in the past, right? Wang Zhai looked troubled and said with a bitter smile, Stony, I've changed my mind. You don't have to speak for me anymore. If you see Lord Governor's son later, don't mention me, just say the cultivation technique was found by you on the street. Having said this, he walked away as though fleeing. Chen Sansi found it all very bewildering, so afraid of the Sun Li siblings. If Wang Zhai truly had a serious crime, he wouldn't be alive to this day. It didn't make sense. Unable to figure it out, he stopped thinking about it and headed straight for the pharmacy. Household's Commander Chen really doesn't rest at all. The medical officer Jiang found it frightening. This young man didn't seem afraid of working himself to death. I dare not rest. Chen Sansi, already well acquainted with the pharmacy, started to help sort the medicinal herbs and assisted with adding water to decoct medicines for the military officers. He also possessed an eidetic memory. Any medicinal herb that had appeared in the pharmacy, its utility and medicinal properties were all engraved in his mind. Any supplemental medicine that had been decocted in the pharmacy, he had firmly memorized the formulas and secrets. Finally, the panel surfaced. Skill, medical skill, mortal entry level. Progress 0-500. Utility, mastery of medicinal principles. Recognize medicine upon sight. Recognize medicine upon sight. For ordinary medicines, seeing them would enable him to decipher the formula. Deciphering formulas, indeed a valuable skill. However, it seems temporarily unnecessary. At least within the boundaries of Po-Yang County, there isn't much talk of special formulas. Most pharmacies simply provide the prescribed doses of herbs, which people take home to boil with water. But since martial arts secret manuals are often jealously guarded, it's certain that truly advanced medicinal recipes are also treated as family treasures and hidden away. So just because they're not needed now doesn't mean they won't be useful in the future. It's still a useful skill to have. At this moment, as Chen Sansi watched the clay pots on the stove, he saw not merely dark liquids within them but detailed formulas. He knew exactly how much of each herb was needed, whether it be fresh or dried, and the required age of the plants, down to the smallest measurement. Fortunately, the silver that senior sister's son gave him has also been almost spent. Practicing martial arts is truly like a bottomless pit when it comes to resources. Going forward, procuring my own herbal materials and preparing them myself is the long-term plan. Huff, after running back and forth for 10 days, saying I'm not tired would be impossible. Finally achieving my phase goals, Chen Sansi let out a long sigh of relief and rode his white swan horse back home. Pushing open the door to his house, he saw no one around. He guessed she might be doing needlework in the bedroom. Indeed, and Sun Li was there as well. Having heard the noise in advance, she had already put everything away. Little junior brother, you don't even announce yourself when you enter. Chen Sansi said, please forgive me, senior sister son, I didn't know you were here. Sun Li suddenly realized that she was in someone else's home. Little junior brother, you've been working hard and dutiful recently. I won't disturb your rest. She picked up the blade that was placed by the table and took her leave with clasped hands. Brother Shi, look how dusty and dirty you've gotten. Gu Xinlin was packing up her needlework tools. I'll go and prepare something for you to eat first. Good. Chen Sansi curiously asked, what were you two embroidering? He opened the storage box and found it contained handkerchiefs, embroidered shoes, purse bags, and the like. There were also a few where the threads were a mess and the patterns distorted. Lee actually has a tough life too, Gu Zinlin said softly. She told me she never liked to practice martial arts, but with no brothers at home and a desire to relieve her father's worries, she had no choice but to take up the blade. Is that so? Chen Sansi was different. Practicing martial arts was tiring, but he genuinely enjoyed the feeling of improving himself. He stretched out his arms for Sister Lan to help him remove his armor. Then, without even bothering to take off his underclothes, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He slept straight through until the next day dawned. In the morning, after dealing with the military camp's affairs, Chen Sansi headed to the old house in Yambian village to gather all of his battle spoils, then shouldered them and went back up the mountain. Boiling medicines at home, even with the chimney covered, would let scents drift far. It was definitely not an option. A secluded spot was necessary. Luckily, Tiger Head Mountain was vast and boundless, with many secluded and desolate places. Chen Sansi soon found a deep cave on the cliffside of a barren mountain. With many stones and scant vegetation around, there was essentially no game or plants, so people rarely came by, and the cave was halfway up the cliff, making it quite concealed. After ensuring there were no issues, he began organizing his things. All these herbs together must be worth several thousands of silver. Aside from the main ingredients for blood-replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup, there are also plenty of materials for bone-nourishing soup and medicine bath, enough for a month's use. And even if they're used up, it doesn't matter. I can always quietly borrow some from the master's homes. After all, I won't be earning money through hard labor anymore. Unfortunately, blood-replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup have little utility for me now. I'll wait for the right moment to use them. Chen Sansi spread out his wares and began mixing the medicinal ingredients. He prepared 10 doses each of bone-nourishing soup and medicine bath first, and then commenced his solitary cultivation in the cave. It wasn't until evening approached that he descended the mountain and returned home, conveniently bringing back a goat and pigeon to prepare for dinner. What's that noise? From a distance, Chen Sansi could hear the sounds of commotion and fighting coming from the military settlement, and it sounded all too familiar. Wang Zhai, Sun Buki. He hurriedly dropped the game in front of his house and rushed over to check the situation. In front of a residence, Sun Buki was holding a long spear, blocking the entrance, refusing to let the portly armored military officer in front of him enter. He usually looked lazy and slack, but now his eyes were fierce, burning with anger, and even his voice was slightly trembling. Well done, Tang Ryushin. I thought you were dead. Turns out you're hiding here, clinging to life, this young master. Wang Zhai, also deviating from his usual sly, lazy, and greedy demeanor, said anxiously, could you have mistaken me for someone else? My name is Wang Zhai, not Tang Ryushin. Bullshit, Sun Buki said through gritted teeth. Don't think I couldn't recognize you just because you've put on some weight. Even if you were burned to ashes, I would still know you. Give back my brother's life. Before his words had even finished, his long spear had already thrust forward. The spear was incredibly swift and powerful, extraordinary. Wang Zhai dared not look directly at the opponent, only drawing out his slender blade and placing it horizontally in front of him, effortlessly blocking the bone-training martial artist's strike. Young master, you really have the wrong person. Die. Sun Buki's spear technique was as swift as the wind and fast as lightning, turning into a violent storm lunging at the other party. But each thrust was easily parried by Wang Zhai. Clearly, although both were bone-training martial artists, their strengths were not on the same level. Even though Wang Zhai never countered and only defended, Sun Buki's chi blood was gradually depleting and his speed was noticeably slowing. At that moment, he regretted not practicing his martial arts well, unable to kill the detestable person in front of him. Tang Ryushin, you coward. 15 years have passed, don't you even dare to admit your own name now. Hiding in a place like this, what's the point of living? Hearing these words, Wang Zhai's expression froze for a moment, then with a clang he dropped the blade from his hand. He finally admitted, junior brother, kill me if you must. Having said that, he closed his eyes, truly no longer defending himself. Good, I will kill you. Sun Buki raised his spear to thrust at the throat. Just as Chen Sansi was about to intervene, another figure in red, alerted by the commotion, arrived. Stop, sister. Sun Buki abruptly stopped the long spear that was already thrusting forward. Sister, look who this is. I know, Sun Li had already guessed it. Her cold gaze turned to Wang Zhai. Tang Ryushin, long time no see. Junior sister. Upon seeing her, Wang Zhai knelt down. You and junior brother, take this dog's life of mine. Sun Li's face was expressionless. Keep your life and die on the battlefield come spring. Buki, come with me. Sister, I told you to come. HMPH. Only then did Sun Buki retrieve his spear and leave with his sister. Meanwhile, Wang Zhai knelt on the ground, not getting up for a long time. There was no need to ask. Chen Sansi already had a rough idea about the cause of this farce. Sun Buki mentioned something that happened 15 years ago and the death of his third brother. 15 years ago was the 57th year of Longking. That year, a fierce battle broke out between the 8 camps in Nangsu country at Kangning Prefecture. The Black Tortoise camp was entirely wiped out during the battle. The main general at the time was Tang Ruoshan. The deputy general was Sun Buhui. "Are you all right?" After waiting for a while, Chen Sansi stepped forward and helped Fatty Wang to his feet. "Did you hear everything?" With a dazed expression, Wang Zhai responded, "Yes, it was I who caused the death of my junior and the soldiers." "Then how come you haven't lost your head?" Chen Sansi asked. If it was a major blunder in commanding that led to the annihilation of an entire elite camp, the main general would definitely be sentenced to death. Wang Zhai kept quiet for a long time before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. "I had no choice at the time, do you understand? I had no choice." He knelt back down to the ground and slumped sitting. In the 57th year of Longking, under the instigation of Yan Liang and others, the court summoned the Lord Governor back to the capital city under false charges and threw him into the imperial prison. That same year, Nangsu country launched a large-scale invasion. The 8 camps were deployed to defend and counterattack. My real name is Tang Ruoshan, and I was the Xunwu camp commander at the time. However, the defeat wasn't due to my miscommand. At that time, Nangsu country had already seized many strategic fortresses, including Lingchuan Prefecture. If we didn't find a way to swiftly take back Lingchuan Prefecture, once Nangsu country stabilized its footing, the south would be essentially lost. But Lingchuan Prefecture has treacherous terrain, easy to defend but hard to attack. The best strategy was to first breach through Kangning Prefecture on the eastern side, but such a breach was not easy to create. The ideal approach was to wait for the rest of the imperial army to arrive as reinforcements and launch a fierce attack with several times the manpower, but they didn't move. Wang Zhai became agitated. The emperor's imperial army was already assembled, yet they deliberately didn't set out towards Kangning Prefecture. Why do you think that was? They were waiting for you to be killed. Chen Sansi provided the answer. Exactly. Wang Zhai spoke angrily. The court wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the power of the 8 camps, and it would be better still if a few generals died, making it easier for others to take over in the future. The supervisor confined in the imperial prison was used as a hostage to threaten us. If we disobeyed and delayed until the imperial army had no choice but to intervene, it would only confirm the disloyalty of the 8 camps, and what end would our master meet? The 8 camps would surely be targeted for slow purge. Conversely, if the 8 camps stood up and showed loyalty at this time, willing to lead the charge for the imperial army, it would prove that we were still under the control of the court. Maybe then our master and the others could find a way to survive. I saw that very clearly. And it wasn't enough just to use flesh and blood to storm the city for the imperial army. There had to be one more person. Chen Sansi's brow furrowed slightly, third young master. Wang Zhai did not answer directly, but instead spoke in a lower tone. Do you know when the 8 camps were established? 72 years ago, from the first year of Longking, the year the current emperor ascended the throne. Our master knew the emperor since they were young, being a confidant within the hearts of the emperor. Otherwise, how could he have been granted the power to recruit troops independently? Even the fact that the common people called the 8 camps the Sun family army, the emperor tolerated it. Guess why, specifically in the 57th year of Longking, he could no longer tolerate it, because a genius emerged from the Sun family. Our master had a total of 5 children. The oldest and the second died early in battles, and even if they were alive, their talents were mediocre. They would not have made significant strides in the path of martial arts. But the third son, Buhui, was a genius. Practicing martial arts for less than 4 years, he experienced countless battles, undefeated in all, highly revered in the military. In the past, the emperor would tolerate the existence of a Sun family army because he knew this situation would eventually end. Once our master retired or passed away, the court would straightforwardly gain a corps of elite troops, a perfectly advantageous arrangement. Who wouldn't be pleased with that? However, the emergence of Sun Buhui changed everything. Buhui, exceptionally talented and highly ambitious, even declared that he would take over the 8 camps in the future. This touched the emperor's raw nerve. For the great Sheng dynasty, having a supervisor like Sun was an asset, a model of harmonious monarch-subject relations. But if the Sun family were to produce another governor, the nature of the matter would change completely. By then, the 8 camps would truly become the Sun family army, and the Sun family would no longer just be sealed border governors, but akin to princely state of a different surname. The court, how could it possibly allow such a thing to happen? And yet all the generals in the 8 camps are very supportive of him. How could the emperor allow this situation to occur? Thus, he took advantage of a major court case to incarcerate Lord Governor Sun in the imperial prison. So that was it. From Chen Sansi's perspective, there were only 2 solutions in this situation. First, Lord Governor Sun dies and the Sun family is stripped of military power, at least placed under house arrest. Second, Sun Buhui dies. Once again, Wang Zhai's voice came to his ears. But after all, I watched my junior brother grow up. How could I bear to see him die? I thought of many ways, even considered rebelling, but with the master detained in the imperial prison, if we acted, he would be the first to die. Moreover, at that time, there was no second martial saint in the 8 camps. It was simply not possible to win. In the end, I could only lead my junior brother son Buhui to attack the city, prepared to die with him, and use 1 camp's brothers to buy a retreat for the 8 camps. But I didn't die. I also don't know how I possibly didn't die. Wang Zhai's eyes were bloodshot, his face pained. I was the first to climb the city wall, not retreating a step, continuing to fight until I lost consciousness, but I just did not die. When I woke up, I was in a bed, and Nangsu country had already been repelled. At that time, Bu Qi and Sun Li, who were still mere children, stood by my bed, asking for their 3rd brother. The master also returned. He said that from then on, our fate as master and disciple was finished, and told me to take care of myself. Chen Sansi asked, because of the death of the 3rd son of the supervisor. No, Wang Zhai trembled all over. His old man did not blame me for that. He said it was his own incompetence, unable to protect his own son, and also blamed the younger brother for his youthful impulsiveness, that he should bear the corresponding consequences. The reason he sent me away was because at the time, only the younger brother needed to die, not to lead to the annihilation of the entire Chunwu camp, too rash, not fit to be a general anymore. What happened after? Chen Sansi asked, did it just end like that? No, it didn't end. Wang Zhai raised his head. Not long after, the master avenged us. He went back to the capital city alone, and outside the imperial palace, he stabbed to death the minister of war who had long delayed sending troops and then left the capital city openly. Killing someone in the imperial palace, wasn't that almost the same as doing it in front of the emperor's face? Why didn't he act before? Chen Sansi wondered. Could it be that after the incident, Lord Supervisor had made another breakthrough in martial arts? Rumors from the outside. Wang Zhai explained the master had broken through to a realm above Martial Saint. Above Martial Saint, the immortal path. Chen Sansi felt it was far off. He currently was still vague about the realm above refining internal, only knowing it was called Hua Jin. And with everything having turned out this way, with Lord Supervisor not rebelling, could the emperor still tolerate him? Unless the two of them couldn't kill each other. Chen Sansi recalled again the matter of the emperor's many years of spiritual cultivation. Upon reflection, the conflict between the 8 camps and the imperial family seemed significant, but he still had to go to the governor mansion. Because according to the court's nature, if one truly reached a certain level in martial arts, who knows how they might try to control him. Compared to that, the governor mansion was still the best place to go. I never expected Fatty Wang to have such a past. Now that we're on the subject, how did someone in the bone-forging perfection realm manage to become the commander of 10,000 men as the camp general? Did he drop in rank? Seeming to catch on to his thoughts, Wang Zhai mocked himself. Though I still cling to life, my body is practically ruined. My meridians and internal organs are damaged, and unless an immortal heals me, I'll be stuck at bone-forging perfection for the rest of my life, unable to advance even an inch, let alone return to my former state. So he really did drop in rank. Is that why he let himself go? Not necessarily. Truth be told, despite Wang Zhai amassing a fair amount of wealth, Chen Sansi had never seen him spend any money. The guy even liked to mooch meals off others. He exploited the martial arts hall the most. Nowadays, the young masters around the county avoid him like the plague. Possibly he was saving money to buy medicine for his injuries. As the two continued their conversation, Wang Zhai's mood gradually returned to normal. He gave a bitter smile. I taught you the cultivation technique out of a selfish desire to do something for our master, but now it seems like I won't get to see her again. However, as long as you are in Po Yang, you can call on me anytime if you need anything. Chen Sansi didn't need to offer comfort. They were both grown men. He patted the other man's shoulder and took his leave, learning the secrets of Longking's 57th year. Only made him more eager to improve his strength. Even Supervisor's son at one point wasn't strong enough to protect his own son. But once one surpasses Martial Saint, even if that person stabs an imperial officer in front of the emperor, no one would dare lay a finger on them. Everything is based on strength. Push harder. In no more than 10 or 15 days, Chen Sansi would be able to achieve bone strengthening. He returned home. The Sun Li siblings were both seated in the courtyard. Sister, why did you stop me from killing that surnamed Tang just now? Sun Buki was still cursing under his breath. He was certainly hateful for what he did back then, but if it had been you or me, what choice would we have made? Sun Li's eyes were complex. Instead of obsessing over the past, it's better to cultivate diligently. Learn from your junior brother. He's even responsible for the Great Wall's defense without slacking off. His cultivation has surely improved significantly. Shanxi has the 9-dragon body. How could I compare to that? Sun Buki spread his hands, but sister, you yourself at least have the Fire Lotus martial body. With a bit of effort, you might have a chance in the future. Fire Lotus martial body. Chen Sansi took the opportunity to inquire. my understanding of martial bodies is very limited. Could you please explain it in detail, sister? The 8 camps are renowned far and wide, and among them, those with extraordinary qualifications are surely not limited to the supervisor in Sansi. His channels of information were limited, the news he received might not be accurate. Sun Buki played coy. Guess how long my sister has been practicing martial arts. Typically, martial arts practitioners begin laying the foundation at the age of 12. Formal training starts around 15. The practice of martial arts in this world is extremely taxing on the body, and starting too young can backfire. He estimated Sun Li to be about 19 years old, but Sister Lan had mentioned that she disliked practicing martial arts, and since he was asking, it surely hadn't been for long. 1 year. Unable to hold it in, Sun Buki blurted out before her, the Fire Lotus martial body, also known as the congenital saber body, allows for astonishing speed in learning saber technique. A year ago, my sister picked up the saber to start practicing martial arts. In 1 year, she's reached bone training perfection, close to refining internal, but she still can't compare to you. Currently, there are few in the 8 camps who can match you, but there are some. For example, our eldest brother, with the mixed element dominator body, reached refining internal in half a year and Hua Jin in 1 year. Besides, the speed of cultivation isn't necessarily tied only to one's physique. Comprehension plays a huge role too. There's a senior brother with an excellent root bone, but he's not the brightest. Supposedly, he could have achieved refining internal in 7 months, but he couldn't understand the secret skill books, dragging it out to a year and a half. And there's another senior brother with a slightly lesser physique, expected to achieve refining internal in a year, but because of his sharp comprehension, he did it in 8 months. Comprehension and physique are different things, they're not one and the same. Chen Sansi nodded thoughtfully. It matched with what he thought. His own cultivation pace was good, making him what people call a genius, but he was far from being rarely seen in this world, and was only considered top tier in Po Yang territory. Perhaps it was related to his incomplete physique. Others have one complete physique, but not him. The blood of the dragon elephant and the 9 dragon living veins are obviously a mixed match. There's definitely a boost to cultivation, but until he gathers a complete set, he may not surpass those with a complete physique. And let's not forget, he has the spirited heart from his studies, and with the help of spiritual grain, he has achieved his current cultivation pace. At the end of the day, he was still a frog in the well, with a short-sighted vision. Leaving Po Yang County was where the real world began. Brother Bu Chi, Chen Sansi cupped his fists and said, "Just now, I saw that your spear technique was extraordinary. I wonder if you could give me some guidance. Finding someone to spar with, it's actually better to have a controlled gap in realms. Comparing with Sun Li was a bit too much." Sun Buki was proficient in bone training skill and was conveniently 1 realm higher than him. "Are you sure?" Sun Buki was full of confidence. "You may be better than me at archery, but you definitely can't beat my spear technique." Arriving at the martial arts arena, they found an open space. Sun Buki cupped his fists and said, "You practice the undying golden snake, and I practice the flying snake wind. Its specialty is speed, so you'd better be careful." The next moment, the long spear in his hand, truly like a flying serpent, reached him in the blink of an eye. What a spear! Chen Sansi had seen his exchange with Wang Zhai earlier and was on guard, yet it was still faster than he had anticipated. After all, this was the young master of the Sun family. Even if he was lazy on a daily basis, how bad could he really be? Fortunately, he had the blood of the dragon elephant and the 9 dragon living veins. He was in no way inferior in terms of strength. He could also barely keep up with the speed, but it's still the same saying. As long as he didn't lose at the start, there was a very high chance of winning for him. Whistling sounds from the martial arts arena continuously pierced the air, deterring anyone within dozens of meters from coming close. This is the undying golden snake. Sun Buki's confidence quickly dissipated into thin air. He originally thought that with the advantage of his cultivation technique and the suppression of his realm, he would win within 15 moves at worst. Yet after 20 moves, he still couldn't claim victory. The other party seemed a bit slower in speed, but in reality, he always managed to respond perfectly to incoming attacks without any flaws whatsoever. "I don't believe it." Sun Buki exerted all his might, and his spear technique became more dazzling than ever. Normally, at this point, Chen Sansi would have started looking for opportunities to counterattack, but today, he wasn't aiming to win. He just wanted to maintain the state of his surging chi blood to refine his spear technique and accelerate the improvement of his proficiency. During this process, he could feel it. The 9 dragon tendon absorbing the blood of the dragon elephant, then tempering the root bone through the bone membrane and meridians, the interplay of 2 different physical qualities. It was uncertain what the end result would be. "Junior brother, you truly can't win against me." Sun Buki initially got somewhat panicky, thinking he was going to be taken down across realms, but eventually he stabilized and fought more vigorously. This idiot. Only Sun Li could see that her brother was being led by the nose by Chen Sansi. How long has he been practicing martial arts, and yet he can fight toe-to-toe with the young master of the Sun family, not far away. As Jai Guangxian passed by, he stopped to watch. Being a scholar, he couldn't discern the intricacies and involuntarily looked towards his personal guard. Just how good is this kid? Did I underestimate him? It is said that he has the 9-dragon body. Danguard explained straightforwardly, if nothing unexpected happens, in the future he will at least be a camp general. The elite camp commander commands 10,000 soldiers. Oh, if you say so, serving under me might indeed be beneath his talents. Jai Guangxian stroked his beard, pondering, but if I can present him to Mr. Gao, to the crown prince, it would also count as a merit for me. I'm afraid that would be difficult. Danguard said it looks like he is dead set on joining the 8 camps. The lad is still young and too naive. Jai Guangxian drawled, elephant sect is old and his majesty is getting on in years. This world will eventually belong to the crown prince. If you explain the importance of this relationship clearly, any smart person would come around, wouldn't they? Yes, Danguard accepted the order, sir. Let me try. Time passes like this, without cessation, day and night. 10 days flew by in a flash. Every morning, Chen Sansi pretended to go hunting in the mountains, when in fact he was boiling concoctions and brewing medicine. Upon returning, he would ask Sun Buki to accompany him in spear training. Moreover, with the addition of spiritual grain as aid, the breakthrough was only one step away. This was even after he intentionally slowed down the progress for 2 days due to concerns about poisoning in the meridians. Otherwise, it would have been quicker. On the martial arts arena, Chen Sansi and Sun Buki were sparring for the countless time. But today, Sun Buki's complexion looked somewhat unpleasant. He sensed something was amiss. Every other day, Chen Sansi's spear technique would improve slightly from before. At first, he was barely able to hold his ground. Gradually, it turned into barely hanging on, and then it became impossible to resist. It wasn't just the power, even the unique swiftness of the flying snake spear technique no longer held any advantage, and he was even beginning to fall behind. How were you able to enhance the undying golden snake spear to such an extent? Sun Buki was astonished. It must be due to the 9-dragon body, but junior brother, your understanding must also be remarkably high. Another 10 rounds passed. Sun Buki was dizzy and weak, his chi blood declining, barely able to hold on. Bu Chi, hold on a little longer. Sun Li, who had been practicing with a blade beside them, stopped her movements and said to him, the junior brother is about to make a breakthrough. Breakthrough. Sun Buki paused for a moment, then clenched his teeth, exerting all his strength desperately. On the martial arts arena, 2 long spears clashed like 2 giant battling snakes, hissing and thundering continuously, causing no one to dare approach within 100 meters. Chen Sansi no longer maintained the balance. Unleashing all his skills, his reed leaf spear became increasingly heavier, faster, and the variations in his moves became more agile, even bordering on eerie. In the end, the long spear seemed to possess its own life. It didn't require him to think at all, and would automatically launch fierce attacks at the opponent until it found the right opportunity to knock down the other giant snake. At the same time, the bones nourished by the dragon elephant blood and 9 dragon living veins underwent a qualitative change. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear, upper mastery. Progress 0-1000. Utility dragon elephant blood, 9 dragon tendons, innate vajra. Innate vajra tempering the bones into iron, training the skin into copper. When reaching great success, one's body will be indestructible as vajra. Common bone training usually relies on abnormal bone and Xuan skin. The copper skin iron bone is probably something only those with the innate vajra body can possess. Did I really turn into such a hodgepodge? Dragon elephant blood, 9 dragon tendons, and now the vajra body. Chen Sansi felt the strength in his bones. Even though he hadn't achieved the iron bone level yet, they were definitely tough enough to withstand being chopped by a blade or pierced by an axe even if attacked from both front and rear. The error tolerance would be significantly high. Mastering bone training in 3 months. Sun Buki was knocked down by the suddenly surged terrifying force and naturally knew the opponent had succeeded in the breakthrough. He stood up. As long as your ability to lead troops is passable, you will definitely become a main general of a regiment in the future. Chen Sansi knew that it wasn't an easy task. Why be so polite? Sun Buki waved his hand, but I won't be able to keep up with you in the future. Then senior sister Sun will have to take over the hard work, Chen Sansi cheekily stated. Ha, you're not at all shy about asking for help. Sun Li, holding her blade, responded, let's talk when I'm free, I've got things to do. Chen Sansi knew they were still investigating the matter regarding the immortal treasure. Even the magistrate, the Lord Prefect, and Xiang Tingchen were looking into it. Lately, Poyang County seemed calm on the surface, but danger lurked underneath, ready to erupt at any moment. Every faction would not give up the search for the immortal treasure easily. Leaving aside whether it was truly possible to refine immortal pills, The mere fact that the abnormal fire could accelerate cultivation using spiritual grain was enough to drive people mad. Take the barbarians as an example. Why have they not been able to invade the Central Plains for 1,000 years? Isn't it because of the scarcity of resources, resulting in fewer high-level martial artists than in Dasheng? But the arrival of spiritual grain completely compensates for this. Spiritual grain matures twice a year and can be found everywhere. It's virtually cost-free. The barbarians would have no difficulty obtaining it. With the immortal treasure, they would be able to mass-produce high-level martial artists given enough time. They will inevitably surpass the Central Plains in terms of martial force one day. In other words, whoever possesses an immortal treasure can create a formidable, ferocious army. That includes Chen Sansi himself. Of course, he is currently not qualified to use it. Both Emperor Dasheng and the barbarians possess the greatest combat power of this age. A common man is not guilty, possessing a jade makes him guilty. To legitimately own a treasure, what's most needed is strength that matches it. Otherwise, you're courting death. Sister, I really don't know where to start my investigation, Sun Buki said gloomily. Although lately the martial arts hall has been in frequent contact with the magistrate, it's quite normal for the local powers to pay tribute to the new official. The martial arts hall and the magistrate, are these two colluding? It's also possible that the magistrate is investigating the martial arts hall. It has nothing to do with me. Even though Chen Sansi wasn't included in the conversation, he didn't interject. After the siblings had left, a man in black clothing who had been watching from a distance finally found an opportunity and approached with a smile. Congratulations to Officer Chen on another breakthrough in your martial arts realm. With such talent, your future is boundlessly promising. The guard of Jai Guangxian, Chen Sansi recognized him. The man in black introduced himself. I am Dan Yuanji. We should have met before. What does Dan Guard want with me? Chen Sansi spoke calmly. The last time Magistrate Jai had some things he did not clarify. Dan Yuanji argued, Lord Prefect's intent was not for you to follow him for life, but to be your patron. After your refining internal organs, he directly recommends you to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince. Before Chen Sansi could reply, why must Officer Chen insist on clinging solely to Governor Mansion? Dan Yuanji continued, we practice martial arts for a splendid future, right? But do you know that Sun Dushi is getting old? If something unexpected happens to Lord Governor and he has made many enemies at court, how will you, being closely associated with him, cope? It would be better to switch allegiances early and find a reliable backer. Clearly, this was a change in Jai Guangxian's attitude towards him. When the hard approach didn't work, he was ready to try a softer one. Dan Guard's words are not proper. Chen Sansi casually thought of an official sounding response to fend him off. I joined Governor Mansion not to seek a backer, but to serve the court. Serve the court, well said. Dan Yuanji questioned, who sits above the court? Naturally, it's the Holy Emperor, Chen Sansi said. Correct, it's the Holy Emperor. Dan Yuanji lowered his voice, but the Holy Emperor is of advanced age. If he passes away, who then will sit above the court? Therefore, only by pledging allegiance to His Highness early can one rapidly ascend to high positions. Pass away. Chen Sansi deliberately raised his voice. How can Dan Guard speak such nonsense? The Emperor is Emperor Wan Shu, an immortal by nature. How can there be talk of his demise? Emperor Wan Shu, an immortal by nature. These are titles the old emperor gave to himself. He said this partly to scare Dan Yuanji, and partly because it's hard to say. The immortal treasure proves the existence of immortal trace. The old emperor has been striving for so many years he must have gained something, right? This supervisor of 4 decades, the Crown Prince, probably has to endure a few more years. Dan Yuanji was startled, his heart trembling, thankful that there was no one nearby. He was somewhat annoyed. If that is the case, there's no need for further discussion. In fact, Lord Prefect was prepared to present you with a secret medicine, but it seems there is no need for that now. Secret medicine. Chen Sansi's eyes lit up. What kind of secret medicine? Indeed, what truly attracts martial artists are things that improve their cultivation. Dan Yuanji felt hopeful, hastily said, Magistrate Jai's ancestors made a fortune from the medicinal herb business, and he possesses an exclusive secret medicine recipe. It was by offering this recipe that he caught the attention of Mr. Gao from the cabinet. He will be transferred to the capital city in a couple of years, which shows how precious this recipe is. But Lord Prefect said, as long as you agree, you'll have enough of it. Empty promises prove nothing. Chen Sansi said, how about this? You brew a dose first and let me try it. If this medicine is really as powerful as Dan Guard says, there's no harm in considering a change of allegiance later. Fine. Dan Yuanji agreed at once. Chen Sansi watched Dan Yuanji leave with contentment and felt a bit of stealthy joy in his heart. It was like someone offering a pillow as soon as he felt sleepy. The medical books had mentioned this. For every martial arts realm, there is a corresponding supplemental medicine that works best. The one targeting the mastery of bone training, the households also had it. But since Jai Guangxian's prescription caught even the Lord of the Capital's eye, it must be extraordinary. Since it was for free, why not take it? Even if he didn't want to take it, Jai Guangxian wouldn't easily let it go. To take something for free and to buy time to enhance his cultivation were both beneficial. It was a win-win. This Dan Yuanji is an entry-level in refining organs skill. To deal with him, at the very least, one needs to have reached bone-forging perfection and also have achieved great arrow skill to have a significant chance of winning. Chen Sansi felt immense pressure. He had just broken through and planned to first check the training state of his subordinates before continuing to cultivate. Recently, Wu De entered the blood cultivation introduction. His talent was mediocre, but he was extremely impulsive. Zhuangyi was also close to entering blood cultivation. Overall, the progress was still too slow. At least a few people needed to reach the bone training realm to really be effective. When passing by the horse field, it was unusually lively inside. In the spacious field, about 200 people were training in cavalry formations. To attack the grassland tribes, it was indispensable to have horses. For this purpose, Xiang Tingchen had not spared any efforts recently. However, the war horses were assigned to the old veterans in confidence in the households, Luo Dongquan, Feng Yang, Zhao Kang. Their subordinates were all transformed into cavalry. Past the horse field, there was another large martial arts arena for collective training. Skill Commanding Soldiers Introduction. Progress 133 500. Utility Mainstay. After half a month on autopilot, the progress had only increased this much. Chen Sansi deliberately didn't go near, watching their training from afar. He saw Su Wenkai so angry that his face turned thoroughly red. Many people teased him jokingly. "Old man, you can't even perform pile work and you want to command us. Get lost." Wu De led the laughter, and a group of them burst out laughing. "I already heard about you. You studied all your life and never passed the scholar examination. Really don't know what use householder Chen keeps you for. You. Su Wenkai didn't argue but merely held a scroll book, pointing to his scar-faced face. "This is the military order. Mr. Chen personally said that I should train your formations. Dare you defy the military order?" Wu De, stop making trouble. Zhao Kaio added, "Whatever Mr. Chen asks us to do, we must follow." After spending time in the military camp, they gradually became more disciplined, all naturally referring to Chen Sansi as the Lord or Householder Chen. No one called him by his name directly anymore. "Don't scare me." With a light shove, Wu De pushed the old scholar to the ground. "A bootlicker, you must have deceived Mr. Chen." Bang. A long stick swept across and crashed down on his legs hard. Wu De's legs were in severe pain and he knelt down with a thud. "Who?" He looked up angrily, only to see a glaive like long spear, and immediately hung his head. "Lord, why are you here?" "Wu De." Chen Sansi was expressionless. "Do you think you're very impressive because you were the first one here to enter blood cultivation?" "Lord, why would you say that?" Wu De showed a look of fear. "I don't have such thoughts." Chen Sansi narrowed his eyes. "If you don't have such thoughts, then what were you just doing?" No wonder the proficiency was growing so slowly. It turns out that as long as he wasn't around, this group would each train on their own. They really listened to his words, but the person he appointed to manage them might not necessarily want to listen. This is not acceptable. The army is an institution. Without anyone to help manage, how could he handle it all? Last time Zhao Jin's issue taught them military discipline. Today they must be told that military orders are absolute. "Sir." Wu De swallowed his saliva and pointed at the old scholar. "He knows nothing. How can you let him instruct us in formations? Is it up to me to decide whether he understands military formations, or is it up to you?" Chen Sansi spoke deliberately. "Wu De, I give you two choices. 1. Apologize and accept punishment. 2. Go home and hunt. Sir, don't drive me away." Wu De was truly panicked and hastily admitted his fault. "I apologize and accept punishment. Apologize and accept punishment." "Zhu Tong, drag him away. 20 military lashes," Chen Sansi ordered. Among all people, Zhu Tong listened to him the most. Zhu Tong was not convinced by Su Wenkai either, but if he said to let Su Wenkai train the troops in formations, Zhu Tong would do as told. All right. Zhu Tong, without a word, summoned 2 men to drag Wu De away for punishment. Those who followed and jeered just now, "The same applies to you. Either accept punishment or get lost." Chen Sansi said sternly, "Listen clearly. From now on, whoever I appoint to do whatever, those who disagree or have objections can come to me, but anyone who causes trouble behind the scenes will be severely punished without exception." Yes, the crowd nodded repeatedly. All had the same thought in their minds. They knew well that Wu De had initially followed Chen and had gone hunting in the mountains, knowing him from those early days, and seeing that even he was not exempt from punishment, they respected Chen even more. "Su Wenkai, Zhao Kaio, you two come with me." Chen Sansi led them to a secluded place and pulled out a silver ingot to hand to Zhao Kaio. "Uncle Zhao, buy some golden sore medicine for Wu De later. Don't say it's money for me. He must learn his lesson." "All right." Zhao Kaio took the silver and left. "He indeed deserves it. He's been too arrogant these days. Sir, if this happens again, just come to me." Chen Sansi patted his shoulder. "But let me also make it clear, if they all listen and follow orders but you fail to train properly, you'll only be fit for menial tasks in the future." Don't worry, sir. Su Wenkai swore as long as they listen to me, there definitely won't be a problem. Go on. Chen Sansi allowed him to leave. He was not usually a harsh man, but he understood the principles that the kindly do not manage soldiers, the righteous do not manage wealth. An army without iron discipline will never mature. Originally, Zio he pursued Han Xin by the light of the moon. For Liu Bang to suddenly entrust the still obscure Han Xin with a major responsibility was indeed a challenge. Therefore, Chen Sansi needed to cultivate respect and obedience towards his personnel appointments early on. Of course, he also needed to make the right judgment. Whether Su Wenkai was a mule or a horse, one test would reveal the truth. Old Chen, householder Xing came looking. Come on, Lord Thousand Households has a mission to assign to us. Central Army Camp. On the central table there was a sand table made not long ago, and behind the main seat a map was hung. Apart from Feng Yang, who was patrolling the Great Wall, the other 8 householders had been summoned together. Everyone is here. Xiang Tingchen was in a great mood, addressing everyone. The official and the Ministry of War have decided that troops will be deployed at the end of March after April. Then Inding Prefecture Guard will send 1,000 people to strengthen the border defenses, not to mention an additional promise of 500 more troops, including 200 disciples from the Martial Arts Hall. By that time, the usable people at our 1,000 household office will number up to 1,600. The Zai River tribe has 2,000 people, but their bone-training martial artists are far inferior to ours. The scattered tribes do not know military formations, and having not invaded the border for 6 years, they are certainly lax in combat. Therefore, our chances of victory are great. But warfare is no child's play. The above intelligence is from 2 years ago. Before officially formulating a campaign strategy, I need 3 small teams to form Night Watch and verify the enemy intelligence. Night Watch, it can be understood as scout. However, due to the lone army penetrating enemy territory, it often poses more danger than the usual scouts. Basically, it can be said that once exposed, there's a great likelihood of sacrifice. This task will be arranged by Luo Kainhu. Xiang Tingchen pointed to the Zai River on the sand table. A month from now, I need the intelligence. Since the higher-up has spoken, I must select the soldiers. Luo Dongquan's gaze swept across the several hundred households inside the tent. Xing, Liu, and others didn't dare to raise their heads. No one wanted to undertake this grueling task. Guess why it's called the Night Watch? Soon, Luo Dongquan spoke. Liu Jingqui, Chen Sansi. Each of us will pick 10 men from our subordinates. In a month, we must head to the grassland and ascertain the true state of the Zai River tribe. Xiang Tingchen had just sat down and picked up a teacup when he heard this plan, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, but he didn't speak out against it. This subordinate accepts the order. Liu Jingqui reluctantly accepted the order. Chen Sansi was not a hypocrite. Military orders were as heavy as mountains he naturally would obey. It's just that having Luo come along as well couldn't help but seem like he harbored ill intentions. I should be the one to go. Wang Zhai suddenly stood up. I have reached bone-forging perfection. Am I not stronger than him? 100 households, Wang. Luo Dongquan said coldly, it's not your place to speak, is it? I didn't ask you. Wang Zhai shouted towards the main seat. Households Commander Xiang. Luo harbors no good intentions. Fatty Wang, what do you mean by that? Luo Dongquan glared angrily. Do you actually think that I would harm 100 households Chen in secret? Only you know what you're thinking, Wang Zhai insisted. Households Commander Xiang, I'm definitely not being overprotective. Chen Sansi can go, but Luo Dongquan cannot. Only one of them can go. Wang Zhai, you dare defy a military order. To hell with you, being Deputy 1,000 Households is so important, huh? Do you believe I'll report you to the Department of Soldiers? Go ahead and report, see if I'm scared. Enough. Xiang Tingchen's fist thunderously slammed on the desk. Wang Zhai. You will go along with Chen Sansi. A wise decision. Wang Zhai immediately changed to a sycophantic expression. This subordinate guarantees to complete the mission. Once the assignment was given, the group dispersed. Old Luo, Xiang Tingchen, with eyes closed, inquired, you were supposed to include Feng Yang, Zhao Kang, and Liu Jingqui. Why did you change it without authorization? I said after spring, do what you will with him, but right now I need this man. This subordinate deserves to die. Luo Dongquan kneeled on one knee, but sir, the Sun siblings are present, and Magistrate Zhai is also courting him. If I wait till then, where will I get the chance? Wait a bit longer. Xiang Tingchen's cheeks creased and then smoothed as he finally said, at the very least, he must die on the main battlefield. Sir, I understand. Luo Dongquan bowed his head low. That damned Luo Dongquan. As soon as he walked out of the tent, Liu Jingqui burst into curses. I used to treat him to meals all the time. Now that he's been promoted, he assigns me this deadly task. Entry-level refining internal dares to be arrogant. Wang Zhai spat. If it were the past, I would have split him in two right there. Zhao Kang and the rest pretended not to hear and quickly left. Shen Qiyuan followed with curses. I've always seen he's no good. She don't panic. Wang Zhai sneered. I'll go with you. Luo wouldn't dare to do anything. Chen Sansi expressed his gratitude. With him accompanying, there was at least no need to worry about being directly assassinated. Still, I'm too weak otherwise, who would dare harbor evil thoughts. Complaining was useless. All he could do was devote himself to his cultivation. He must also prepare for the trip to the grassland. Chen Sansi returned to the martial arts arena to pick those for the night watch. Zhutong zhuangyi zhaokaio li dazhai zia erniu. He picked 5, Wang Zhai picked 5. Sir, what about me? Wang Li was surprised. Let me go with you. You stay behind in my absence. You're responsible for helping Su Wenkai with the military drills. Chen Sansi said. This Wang Li usually keeps quiet, yet his cultivation speed is not slow at all, tightly following Zhutong. Most importantly, he has a stable personality, follows orders, and doesn't cause any trouble. Yes. Wang Li accepted the orders. You 5, go to the horse field later. Someone will specifically train you in horse control skill. Going to the grassland without a horse is not possible. The matter was settled. Several days passed in a flash. Chen Sansi routinely practiced cultivation and made medicine. After bone strengthening, it was time for skin training. To practice skin training, one couldn't rely solely on training. It required enduring painful tempering as well. There were 2 kinds of tempering tools. One was sandstone rough salt, the other was iron sand. Depending on the tool used, the tempering effects varied. Naturally, Chen Sansi chose iron sand. A wooden barrel was filled with specially made iron sand. He entered the barrel naked. It was as if he plunged into a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. Even though Chen Sansi was mentally prepared, he was still tortured until his facial features twisted. He forced himself to endure for 10 minutes before jumping out, his body bloody and not a single patch of good flesh remained. He quickly took out his ointment. This black jade protective body ointment was extremely expensive, costing 500 taels per box and only lasting for 20 days. Even at the bone training realm, the consumption of resources was astronomically expensive. No wonder many talented martial artists were willing to serve major families or martial arts halls like dogs. Soldiers in the military fought desperately with the hope of exchanging military merits, but how could Jianghu wanderers afford it? The black ointment, like mud, coated his entire body, bringing a wave of coolness. Threads and strands of medicinal power continuously repaired the surface wounds on his body. Training the skin in this way would not only avoid damaging the skin, but also make it smoother and more delicate. No wonder it was so expensive. After all, the medicinal herbs used inside were very precious. After deciphering the formula, Chen Sansi managed to mix about a box of it. Any more than that, and there wouldn't be any left. After all, the medicinal herbs obtained from Medicine Valley were just one of the many medicinal gardens, most of which were ingredients for replenishing essence soup and medicine baths. When it was used up, he would borrow some from Brother Liang's place. Chen Sansi made up his mind. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear advanced mastered. Progress 105, 1000. Too slow, the greatest increase in his cultivation speed was through spiritual grain, but the absorption efficiency was just too slow. Originally planned, he had 4 more months to refine his internals, provided he continuously consumed spiritual grain. But the more he practiced, the more Chen Sansi dared not consume too much. The poison in the meridians was no joke. Forget it. Rushing is useless. Chen Sansi could only keep comforting himself, packing up his belongings and leaving the cave to go down the mountain and return home. It was dusk. The remaining sunlight of the setting sun reflected off the twilight sky. The military settlement was peaceful and serene. Every household was making fire for cooking, the wafting smoke rising up through the chimneys into the sky like long white dragons soaring. Brother, she is back. Gu Xinlin came out to meet him. Su Bin's pregnant wife, Sister Tong, was also there. She slightly bowed in greetings to 100 household Chen. Brother, she Sister Tong said to have dinner at her place tonight. The wine and dishes are all ready. Brother, she what are you looking at, Mr. Chen? What's so interesting about the chimney? Chen Sansi had not heard a word from them. His eyes were fixed on the sky, his expression serious. Among the white dragons, a black dragon had mingled. That was not smoke from cooking. It was a beacon fire. It had been many years since Po Yang 1,000 households had dealt with warfare. Now a beacon fire was lit, and even the families living in the military settlement had not noticed the anomaly in time. But enemy attack, all soldiers assemble, assemble. The order officer's loud voice, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves, rang through the military settlement. Assemble. Buzzing. Over 900 officers and soldiers assembled at the great martial arts arena with the fastest speed, amidst the chaos in the barracks, yet without losing the most basic order. Report. The border has lit 2 beacon fires. 1 signal tower indicates 1, and 1 pile of firewood has been burnt, indicating that a raid of more than 10 but less than 100 cavalry is imminent. Xiang Tingchen made a swift decision. Zhao Kang, heed my command. You are to lead 100 light cavalry and rush to the aid of the Great Wall immediately. If the number of raiders is 100 cavalry, hold the fort and do not venture out. If it's around 50 cavalry, pursue for 30 li outside the city regardless of whether the pursuit is successful or not. You must not exceed 30 li. Liu Jingqiu, Shenqiu, and Wang Zhai, the three of you are to lead your men to the Great Wall to reinforce our defenses and report any situation promptly. Your subordinate obeys. Several hundred households immediately set about their tasks. Especially when Zhao Kang's 100 light cavalry burst out of the barracks, they kicked up dust that filled the sky, a sight that was nothing short of spectacular. Lord Thousand Households. Chen Sansi clasped his fist. Allow me to accompany 100 households, Zhao. Yu Xiang Tingchen hesitated for a moment go, but you must follow orders and must not act on your own initiative. I obey. Chen Sansi mounted his white swan horse. Within 2 minutes, he had caught up with the main force and came alongside Zhao Kang. What a fine horse, Zhao Kang said with envy. Your white horse must be even faster than that of Lord Thousand Households. Chen Sansi could clearly feel that the speed of the white swan horse was increasing as his mastery of horse control improved. But he was not the commander of this operation and did not dare outpace the main force, so he stayed close by Zhao Kang's side. This is really something. Zhao Kang pulled on the reins. It's been so many years since we've had cavalry raiders in the Poyang territory. 100 households, Zhao, have you fought in wars before? Chen Sansi asked. 3 or 4 times, Zhao Kang said with a deep voice. The first time was 9 years ago when 80 barbarian cavalry launched a surprise attack, breached the city wall, and slaughtered a village. At that time, Households Commander Xiang was a deputy 1,000 households, and the discipline of the 1,000 households troops was even looser than when you arrived, with virtually no combat capability. After the raiders had killed and looted, they left, and we couldn't keep them. That afternoon, Households Commander Xiang's mother and siblings, his entire family, happened to be returning from the county town after making purchases and encountered the barbarians halfway. Not one survived. The next year, the then Lord Thousand Households was promoted and transferred, and after Mr. Xiang took over as the household's commander, the military discipline began to improve. Later, when the barbarian cavalry came again, most of the time they suffered heavy losses and eventually ceased their raids. Today's attack was indeed sudden. Chen Sansi understood. So Xiang Tingchen's insistence on campaigning against the Zai River tribes was not just about getting a promotion, it seemed there were also personal vendettas involved. Haya. 1,000 households was naturally located close to the Great Wall, as it was meant to defend it. They arrived at their destination while they were talking. Since every peace negotiation between the Central Plains and the barbarian tribes often led to trade, the Great Wall was not completely sealed off and normally had gates left open. The location where the signal fires had been lit was right next to one of the gates. Looking up, they could see 2 officers' bodies hanging from the battlements, pierced by arrows. Old Zhao, you guys arrived. Feng Yang leaned out and called out loudly, the enemy doesn't have many troops, just a bone-training 100 households leading over 50 elite cavalrymen. The barbarian tribes emulated Dasheng, also implementing a system of military households. Moreover, all adult males on the grasslands were expected to serve in the military, embodying a system where every man was a soldier ready for battle and a herdsman when off duty, combining military and pastoral duties. Open the city gate. Zhao Kang did not waste words. I am acting under the orders of Lord Thousand Households to sally forth and slay the enemy. Quickly open the gate. Creak. The heavy and solid gate opened. 100 light cavalry swarmed out. Chase, Zhao Kang brandished his sword. However, as they were opening the city gate, the barbarian cavalry began to retreat. By the time the Sheng dynasty soldiers chased out, the enemy had already fled a considerable distance. At this point, it became a contest of whose horses were faster. The war horses Xiang Tingchen painstakingly acquired were not bad, but they were not necessarily better than the horses from the grassland. As the chase prolonged, the distance between them and the barbarians grew further and further. It seemed chasing any longer would only result in a fruitless return. A white horse surpassed all other Sheng officials like a shooting star, closing the gap to the barbarian cavalry to about 120 paces within a few breaths. The tiger bone big bow was quietly drawn, and a willow leaf arrow shot forth, piercing through the back of a light barbarian cavalry, who fell stiffly from his horse. Zhao Kang was shocked beyond measure. You see, shooting an arrow from the ground and from horseback are completely different things. Unfortunately, this arrow did not close the distance between the two sides, and the Sheng officials were still far behind. Giddy up. Chen Sansi put away the tiger bone big bow and switched to a reed leaf long spear. He spurred the horse's belly, and the white swan horse beneath him picked up speed again, charging straight at the barbarian cavalry. Dangerous. Ahead was a slope, and Zhao Kang was too late to stop him as the long spear and white horse vanished from their sight. He couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Although there was only one barbarian 100 households, there were still over 50 cavalrymen. Charging in alone like this was bound to meet with encirclement. This kid's talent is good, but his actions are too rash. He can't die. If he dies, Wang Zhai will likely think that I colluded with Luo Dongqun to deliberately kill him. Chase, chase for me. The barbarian officer clad in armor spurred his horse to gallop at the front of the troop. He looked back and asked, have we shaken them off? Lord 100 Households, one man on a white horse is incredibly fast and has actually caught up. How many? Just one. Such audacity. Could it be Xiang Tingchen himself? No, judging by the armor it seems to be 100 households. 100 households dares to chase after our 50 men. He's seeking death. Judging the speed at which the rest of the pursuers might catch up, the barbarian 100 households felt he had enough time and ordered, clear the way, I'll personally sever his head. Haya. He reined in his horse, turning to look back. He saw a white horse military officer approaching with a long spear, who with a raise of his hand plunged the spear directly into a blood-refining officer, killing him instantly. What ruthless spear technique! The barbarian 100 households immediately changed his mind. Surround and kill him. You swine, surround him until he's dead. Cavalry is different from infantry. With the boost of warhorses, their strength and speed far exceed that of infantry. Ordinarily, to exhaust a bone-training great success martial artist, it would take 20 light infantrymen, but if you switch to cavalry, then merely over 10 riders would suffice. With charge after charge, a mere martial artist could hardly withstand several rounds. Furthermore, among the more than 50 riders, there were not only array soldiers, but also blood-refining great success martial artists and military soldiers. Even a bone-training martial artist would likely be exhausted to death. After the barbarian 100 households gave the command, the barbarian cavalry immediately turned around, spread out to a suitable distance, and then charged from all directions, encircling the white horse. Then they all pressed on to attack. Puche. Chen Sansi thrust his spear, killing the enemy who approached face to face. He had just withdrawn the spear when he heard the whistling of a sharp weapon tearing through the air behind him. He immediately bent low on the horse's back to dodge a slash, then his waist twisted like a water snake, rotating 360 degrees as he swept his long spear in all directions, forcing back the enemies trying to ambush him from various angles. The white swan horse neighed and continued to charge forward. Seizing the brief opportunity, he thrust his spear through another enemy cavalry, blocking the way, and broke out of the encirclement. No matter how strong a martial artist is, they still only have 2 arms and 2 legs. This is the reason for the existence of an army with enough people and sufficient time, combined with special combat skills. They can always find an opportunity to kill the enemy leader. This kind of life and death struggle, this critical and stimulating moment, made Chen Sansi's blood surge throughout his body. His chi blood, meridians, and even the meridians themselves were operating over their limits under the instinct to survive. The residual toxins in his meridians began to rapidly deplete, and his proficiency in spear technique improved significantly. Meanwhile, the barbarian cavalry adjusted their formation and launched a second round of encirclement and attack. Bring it on. This time, 3 spears were thrusted towards him simultaneously. Chen Sansi moved like a ghostly apparition. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer atop the horse. Instead, he clutched the saddle with one hand, his body fully suspended at the flank, narrowly evading the strike without harm. Before the opponent could retract their spears, Chen Sansi harnessed the strength of his waist and, like a spring, vaulted back onto the horse, trapping the wooden shafts of the incoming spears under his arm muscles coiled like dragons. The blood of the dragon elephant, paired with the 9 dragon living veins, erupted with astonishing power. He easily snapped the wooden shafts. Huff. The sound of a sharp weapon drawing near came from behind. Relying on his hearing, Chen Sansi surmised that this assailant was clever, realizing that his agile body was difficult to hit, so they aimed directly for the white swan horse instead. Go! He leapt into the air, thrusting his long spear and impaling a spearman who had lost his weapon, claiming his horse, and using the corpse as a weapon to crash into those behind him. With the white swan horse unburdened, its speed surged forward rapidly, successfully dodging a slash from behind, heart and mind as one. Not until actually battling on the field did Chen Sansi truly understand how important this was. He jumped back onto the white swan horse, stabbing to death 3 cavalrymen in succession and once again breaking through the encirclement. No more than a few seconds had elapsed. 6 or 7 cavalrymen lay dead. My lord. The barbarian cavalry hesitated for a moment, and did not immediately launch a third charge, but simultaneously looked towards their 100 households leader for instructions. But before they could receive any commands, it was the white horse military officer who took the initiative and charged forth. In the chaos, Chen Sansi's vision was filled to the brim with bladed weapons of all sorts. The air was thick with killing intent from all directions, and enemies were everywhere. He had no time to distinguish between military officers and rank soldiers as he continuously swung the reed-leaf-long spear, spearing one barbarian after another, whilst also fending off attacks from all sides. The air was thick with blood, akin to a macabre rain. In such a state, with all guns blazing, it was an incredibly rapid expenditure of chi blood for any martial artist. Martial artists, aside from their physical bodies, rely on chi blood to enhance their attacks. This was equivalent to constantly using skills, draining the mana bar. Once the mana runs dry, one can only rely on the strength of their physical body. Fortunately, his mana bar was a little bit larger than average. With the blood of the dragon elephant coursing ceaselessly, Chen Sansi's body was ablaze with heat, but he felt no fatigue. His lunging spear grew ever more stable, accurate, and ruthless. In front of him, one after another, the cavalrymen fell, with cries of agony rising in succession. Keep going. The barbarian 100 households held his curved blade tightly, closely observing the situation, ready to further deplete the opponent's chi blood before personally taking action. After a martial artist breaks through to the Bone Forger realm, the main enhancements are to defensive power, physical strength, and speed, not much to chi blood. Therefore, theoretically speaking, trying to kill a bone-training martial artist with just cavalry would be incredibly costly. But the lives of 20 or more cavalrymen could roughly deplete about half of the opponent's chi blood. At that point, if he made his move, he would have the upper hand, and with someone assisting in a sneak attack, decapitating the enemy would be easy. Trading 20 or so lives for that of a bone-training general's was quite the deal. However, very soon, the barbarian 100 households realized something was amiss, for this young Dasheng military officer seemed to show no difference from his initial state, having slain more than 20 cavalrymen without any sign of diminished chi blood, not even making use of the unique defensive abilities possessed by bone-training martial artists. To put it bluntly, not even the skin was scratched. It was impossible to tell at which stage of the bone-training realm he was. Impossible. The information the spies sent back 2 months ago only mentioned a young 100 households who had just started with the bone-strengthening skill. Where did this kind of combat power come from? A breakthrough in just 2 months, and this looks to be the strength of small achievement, or even great success. The barbarian 100 households was rendered speechless. It was because of this report that he decided to quickly surround and kill the enemy, but now it seemed the information was faulty. No time left. In the time they hesitated, the Dasheng cavalry were about to catch up. Retreat, the barbarian 100 households bellowed, leading the retreat. The remaining 30 or so barbarians, having long lost the will to fight, turned their horses one after another, fleeing to the north. My lord, he's still pursuing. What? The barbarian 100 households glanced back as he turned slightly, and indeed, he saw the white horse rushing forward at a ferocious speed. Any cavalryman that dared to block his path was screaming as they toppled to the grassland, unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, he was less than 30 feet away from him. Are you courting death? Furious, the barbarian 100 households, after all, was a bone forger with some achievement he had refrained from acting, simply seeking stability. There was no need to retreat any further. While Chen Sansi was still retracting his spear after killing another cavalryman, the 100 households took the opportunity to charge, his curved sword casting a black moonlight in the sky, swinging down from above straight toward the throat. Whoosh. The reed-leaf-long spear stabbed out at an extremely tricky and unreasonable angle, managing to arrive at the enemy general's heart before anything else could, in an instant. The barbarian 100 household's face turned pale with shock. There was no time to dodge, so he could only block with his arm that was wrapped in a bracer. Crack. The bracer shattered as if it were made of paper, and the sturdy arm bone was effortlessly pierced through. The barbarian 100 households endured the severe pain, trying to grab the spear shaft with his hand to limit the opponent's movement and exchange wound for wound. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. A weapon over 3 meters long should be very cumbersome, yet in the enemy's hands, it was as flexible as a dagger. Before he could even see it clearly, the spear blade disappeared from his arm's flesh and bone, and when it reappeared, it had pierced his chest cavity. Crack, crack, Chen Sansi released the chi blood coursing through his body, which explosively erupted, his strength converging in his sinewy arms and then transferring to the reed-leaf-long spear. The spear tip, like a drill, stirred and ground the bones to pieces before pounding into the heart. He hoisted the dying body of the barbarian 100 households high into the air, swinging it around in the sky like a flag, then threw it out, toppling a cavalryman trying to escape, horse and all. In one move, the many barbarian cavalrymen were dumbstruck. Their 100 households, not the match for this man in a single move. Retreat, retreat quickly. With the main general dead, morale collapsed. The barbarian cavalry panicked, their formation in disorder, fleeing on their horses. But the white swan horse blocked them ahead, and any who dared come close were stabbed to death. Additionally, more than 100 Dasheng cavalry were in hot pursuit from behind, with no way to go forward and enemies chasing from behind. It was clearly a road to death. We surrender. Mercy, my lord, we are willing to surrender. One of the barbarian flag officers took the lead, and the others followed suit, dismounting one after another. Surrender. Chen Sansi frowned. Who allowed you to surrender? What do you mean? Before the barbarian cavalry could react, They saw the white swan horse charging at them again, compelling them to fight like trapped beasts. What's going on? Finally arriving at the battlefield, Zhao Kang looked at the white swan horse charging back and forth and the bodies strewn everywhere, taking a long time to come back to his senses. One man, one horse. They had made more than 50 cavalry flee in disarray. More than 50 cavalry. Even a martial artist in the bone forger realm would be drained of chi blood, having to rely solely on their physical prowess to fight brutally. But that was not even the main issue. The key was that the enemy also had a bone forger 100 households. If Chen Sansi showed even the slightest flaw, he would have been beyond redemption. It was a critical situation, not a time for shock. Zhao Kang led his men into the fray. Brothers, kill them all, don't let a single one escape. The chase ended within half an incense stick's burning time. The 50-plus barbarian cavalrymen that came did not return, most of them slain on spot, leaving only 2 alive for interrogation. They also captured more than 20 warhorses and a number of spears and long knives. 100 households. Chen, this is a bit too exaggerated, Zhao Kang said, feeling ashamed. If it were me, I definitely would have been worn down by the cavalry. Then the enemy general would have taken advantage of my weakness and killed me with chaotic slashes. You alone killed more than 30 cavalry, plus you crossed realms to kill the enemy general. After we return, not to mention the standard rewards, a promotion is definitely in order. You flatter me, 100 households. Zhao. Chen Sansi was covered in blood, feeling exhilarated. His exhilaration wasn't because of the merit he had achieved, but because the fight had been so effective. His body's meridians were nearly purged of poison, and his spear technique had improved tremendously. It appeared that bloody combat, especially when triggered by being surrounded, unleashed potential that was many times more effective than regular martial arts sparring. To put it simply, fighting was exhilarating. Skill, Undying Golden Snake Spear Upper Adept. Progress 205, 1000. The spiritual grain within his body fully absorbed, directly leaping forward in proficiency, equivalent to several days of hard practice. Zhao Kang directed his men to clear the battlefield, then quickly returned triumphant. But what greeted them was not celebration and elation, but a solemn and stern atmosphere, an urgent war report over 800 miles. The Grasslands' 4 clans secretly formed an alliance, and 5 days ago, suddenly declared war on all 3 states of the northwest border. Additionally, Prince Chuoba, leading 50,000 iron cavalry, is marching straight for Nding Prefecture. Yunju is in peril. Central Army Camp, urgent war report from Nding Prefecture, 800 li away. Xiang Tingchen dropped the letter unexpectedly. The 4 barbarian tribes of the Grassland, after years of overt and covert struggles, managed to form an alliance overnight. Not only that, instead of attacking Liangzhu, they specifically dispatched 50,000 troops to attack Yunju. The letter says they have already set up camp outside the Great Wall and may begin their assault at any time. Command Office of Yunju has ordered us to strengthen our border defenses and hold our positions without advancing, and to report any developments immediately. What are your thoughts? All the 100 households stood within the tent. 100 household by the surname Kayan spoke up. Could today's cavalry raid be related to this? It's possible. Feng Yang took over. That group of cavalrymen didn't seem to be here to loot. It felt more like they were testing the reality of the Great Wall's defenses. Xiang Tingchen spoke seriously. Are you suggesting that the Zai River tribes are preparing to actively attack Poyang? I wouldn't dare to speculate rashly. Feng Yang said, with the military strength of the Zai River tribes, they should not have the courage, but we can't rule out their secretly reinforcing their troops. Attacking and defending a city are completely different concepts in terms of difficulty. To attack a city, one often needs several times the number of troops to surround it. This possibility is not great. Luo Dongquan spoke solemnly. The northwest 3 states combined with Nding Prefecture are all strategic points. It would take at least an army of over 300,000 to match up. Even if the 4 barbarian tribes unite, their military and material resources are still limited. Where would they have the capacity to reinforce the Zai River tribes? That said, it's still best to be cautious. Xiang Tingchen ordered the night patrol team to start scouting missions ahead of time, set off after the 15th day, and be sure to clarify the recent situation of the Zai River tribes. Yes, after discussing the military issues, they moved on to the rewards for killing the enemy. 100 household Chen alone broke through 30 light cavalry and directly took the life of an enemy general, bravely invincible. Xiang Tingchen sincerely expressed, even I was not nearly as good as you when I started. I will make a report to the court, promoting you to the rank of Captain Chengsen. As for the medicinal materials in the camp, from today onwards, you may use the medicine baths as you wish. All costs will be charged to me. However, starting from the Black Jade Protective Ointment, we have a limited quantity in the camp. All the 100 households need it, so I can't just give it to you alone. 6th rank 100 households, initially promoted to Jiaxin Captain. After performing well or completing the term, they are promoted to Captain Chengsen. This can be understood as a promotion in military rank. After reaching a certain rank, you can then continue to be promoted. If there are no military achievements or significant breakthroughs in level, this process can be very slow. Even Xiang Ting-chun, after he succeeded in refining internal, spent several years as a deputy 1,000 households before he managed to become the household's commander. Besides that, whatever reward you wish for, just speak up. My lord, I want horses. Chen Sansi was forthright. The 20 horses captured, can I have them? Okay. Xiang Ting-chun agreed very readily. Not only will you have the 20 horses you captured, but I will also find a way to get you 30 more horses. Chen Sansi bowed with his fists clasped. His request for horses was both practically useful, and on the other hand, it was because the 1,000 households were too poor, clearly unable to afford any other rewards. Po-yang territory, it really was no longer a place to stay. Resources were too scarce. Leaving the tent, Dan Yuanji had been waiting for a while. Congratulations to 100 household Chen for your military success. A single man on horseback nearly annihilated the invading cavalry with such achievements. Even the crown prince would probably take a second look. In his words, he hinted at a limitless future if they followed them. What about the medicine? Chen Sansi didn't beat around the bush. Guard Dan, didn't you say that the Lord Prefect wants to gift me a secret medicine? Magistrate Jai was very pleased to hear that you were considering surrendering, and he wants to invite you to his residence as a guest. After the banquet, he will personally prepare the medicine for you. Dan Yuanji gestured invitingly. 100 household Chen, this way please. How thoughtful. Wang Zhai, someone's buying us a meal. Chen Sansi shouted loudly. Who? From 100 meters away, Fatty Wang swiftly approached like a whirlwind. Are you a guard for the Lord Prefect? So it's Magistrate Jai who is inviting us. Very good, very good. Dan Yuanji didn't anticipate this turn of events. Dan guard. Chen Sansi smiled and said, add a pair of chopsticks. Magistrate Jai surely wouldn't mind, right? This trip, Jai Guangxian most likely intended to show goodwill without any hidden agenda, but it's good to be prepared for anything, just in case. Cough, cough, of course I don't mind. Dan Guard led the way ahead. Outside the military camp, a carriage was already prepared. It was Chen Sansi's first time sitting in a carriage. It must be said that those with money and status really know how to enjoy life. Ha Chen, you're really something. Wang Zhai rubbed his hands excitedly. Jai Guangxian is a substantial household. This capture is a real scoop. The carriage jolted and swayed until it reached the county town. The sky also grew dim, finally stopping in front of a grand mansion. Jai Guangxian, dressed in casual clothes, came out to greet them himself. Households Officer Chen, your bravery has spread throughout Po-yang in less than 2 hours. Jai Guangxian praised, I truly didn't misjudge you, eh? And who is this? Wang Zhai bowed with a fist and chuckled. My surname is Wang, 100 households in the military, here to ask for a meal from your excellency. Guests are always welcome, please come in. Jai Guangxian was exceedingly approachable and very generous. He even specifically had all the chefs from 8 Treasures building come to his home, and the dishes were also made from top-quality ingredients, including beast meat and even a nourishing treasure fish, paired with premium deer blood wine. This table of dishes would cost hundreds of pieces of silver, no poison. After acquiring recognized medicine, Chen Sansi could identify any medicine-related ingredients, naturally including poisons. If anyone dared to poison the food, he could spot it at a glance. He didn't hesitate and started eating the treasure fish with his chopsticks. Wang Zhai, not to be outdone, ate greasily. The two were so engrossed in eating and drinking that Jai Guangxian tried to speak several times but couldn't find the right moment. He waited until they had eaten their fill before finally speaking up. Households Officer Chen, have you considered my offer to leave Po-yang with me? Lord Prefect, didn't you promise me a secret medicine? Chen Sansi said bluntly. Bring the items here. Jai Guangxian clapped his hands. 2 beautiful maids brought 2 wooden barrels, one containing iron sand, the other a prepared medicine bath. Truth be told, my ancestors were in the business of medicinal materials, so I also know a bit about medical skills. Jai Guangxian said with pride, hearing that Households Officer Chen has made breakthroughs in bone strengthening and is currently undergoing skin training. This medicine is an excellent secret medicine for aiding skin training, called Condensed Dew Body Forging Soup. Its greatest feature is that it not only has the protective effects of black jade ointment, but also has a body strengthening and healing effect far superior to ordinary medicine baths, and it can be used until great success in bone training. You'll know once you try. Dan Yuanji added, this is personally brewed by Lord Prefect himself. It took an entire afternoon. Good. Chen Sansi immediately stripped off his clothes, first using the iron sand to grind his skin, then jumped into the medicine bath. Unlike ordinary medicine baths, which are intensely hot, this medicine bath, once immersed, had a synergy with black jade protective ointment. The medicine seeped into the flesh through the wounds made by the iron sand, not only repairing the skin but also nourishing the muscles and bones. No wonder with this, one could cling to the high echelons in court. Households Officer Chen. Jai Guangxian asked confidently, how is the effect? Average, Chen Sansi responded indifferently. Ordinary, Jai Guangxian was taken aback. Chen households, you mustn't joke. Dan Yuanji said, this bucket of medicine bath alone is worth 300 taels of patterned silver. How could it be ordinary? It really is ordinary, just that so. Chen Shanqi, without attachment, jumped out of the wooden tub. This left Jai Guangxian somewhat lacking in confidence. He rushed to the side of the tub, stretched out his hand to feel the medicinal water, confirming there was no issue. He immediately understood the other's point and said with a smile, perhaps the effect of one medicinal bath isn't apparent. How about this instead? To express my sincerity, households Chen can come to my place 3 more times for a medicinal bath. Decide after the 3 times. As long as you agree, the medicinal baths are on the house. Moreover, especially for blood-refining great success, the Red Tiger blood wine, this official still has 1 jar left and it's yours. Good, then I thank Magistrate Jai. Chen Shanqi clasped his hands. He then jumped back into the tub without wasting a moment. While riding in the carriage, the long spear was also placed such that he could reach it from outside the carriage, and he began practicing martial arts at Magistrate Jai's house. Wang Zhai ate and drank. Magistrate Jai, this small one toasts to you again. The two stayed until midnight before leaving the Jai mansion. Magistrate Jai also sent a carriage to take them back, with transportation to and from. Very thoughtful, my lord. Dan Yuanji watched as the carriage disappeared at the end of the street. This youngster hasn't agreed to your conditions, my lord. Why still provide him the medicinal bath? Yuan Jai, you don't understand. As Jai Guangxian touched his beard, he said in an experienced tone, there's a saying, easy to go from frugality to luxury, hard to go from luxury to frugality. Once he's enjoyed the condensing dew body forging soup, how could he settle for the remedies at the household's office? He'll naturally come asking me for it. The lord is brilliant, Dan Yuanji suddenly realized. White tribulus blood orchid, tiger head fruit. In the carriage, Chen Shanqi was silently calculating the ingredients needed for the condensing dew body forging soup in his mind. He had most of them, only missing one item, 100-year-old black ginseng. This rare medicinal ingredient, generally hoarded in the various medical stores as a treasured asset. No wonder the condensing dew body forging soup was so outstanding. He planned to gather some when he had time to search around. In a few days, he would go to the grassland to become Night Watch. Night Watch, as the name suggests, is a spy sent out at night to scout military intelligence. In important border areas like Liangzhu and Inding Prefecture, the Night Watch would be specially trained instead of being assembled ad hoc. The next day, the news of the war at the border was causing an uproar. In and outside the military camps, people were in a state of anxiety, worrying whether the flames of war could reach Poyang County. Father has sent a letter. Sun Li took out a letter just retrieved from the postal station and said softly, the letter says that Poyang might face unexpected incidents and advises us to stay and help. Unexpected incidents. Chen Shanqi asked, are you referring to the Zai River tribe or, I don't know. Sun Li shook her head, it wasn't specified. Sun Buki was very anxious, snatching the letter while his mouth didn't stop moving. How is father? What exactly is the situation in the Northwest 3 states? With the combined forces of the 8 camps and the 29 garrisons from the Northwest 3 regions, nearly 200,000 soldiers, plus father personally going into battle, there shouldn't be any mishap. Sun Li remained calm, not just the siblings. The entire household's office and even Poyang County had become anxious. If the border conflict turned into a defeat, the influx of alien cavalry into the Central Plains meant catastrophe for the civilians, as history clearly stated. As a result, the soldiers' training became much more diligent. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Chen Shanqi had just arrived at the encampment when the men below had already begun training. Skill, commanding soldiers entry level. Progress 233 500. Utility mainstay. After the last lesson, everyone obediently followed Su Wenkai's commands. The proficiency of the board rapidly improved, and the basic formation was practiced professionally, comparable to well-trained veterans. Su Wenkai. Chen Shanqi called the old scholar, summon all the night watch who will accompany me this trip. Train in the small car suspension array we discussed last time to avoid being helpless in case of an emergency on the grassland. The car suspension formation belongs to cavalry formation. Compared to simple and brute assault charges, it emphasizes more on the spacing between cavalry and the coordination of weapons, appearing like rotating wheels in the enemy's eyes. Previously on the grassland, Chen Sansi encountered a group of people who merely surrounded and attacked rashly, without fully utilizing their numerical advantage. Otherwise, they would have been more troublesome. He also personally joined the training, integrating into the formation. Among the 5 people brought over by Wang Zhai, Su Bin and Fang Buping were also present. It is worth mentioning that Su Bin had reached minor success in blood refining for many years and had finally achieved great success. Unfortunately, there was no flag leader position available for him. Chen Sansi was also short of people, so he conveniently took him under his command. "You kid, you're starting to take advantage of me." Wang Zhai remembered when he first met him, he was a very honest young man. Now he dared to freeload off the Lord Prefect and didn't spare him either. "That sounds rather distant," Chen Sansi said indifferently. "I'll trade 2 military soldiers for him. You won't be at a loss." "Nice try, but I'll give him to you anyway." Wang Zhai grinned with a smile. "Next time we go to Magistrate Zhai's house, remember to call me along, of course." After a few days of training in the small car suspension array, it was Chen Sansi's turn to guard the Great Wall again. He began to ride back and forth on his horse again, training formations, practicing martial arts, decocting medicine. In the meantime, he took another medicinal bath at Magistrate Jai's house. Paired with spiritual grain, his cultivation speed continued to climb. 10 days later, when he was relieved of duty, his cultivation technique had made significant progression. Cultivation technique, Undying Golden Snake Spear Advanced Master. Progress 655, 1000. Skill, Medical Skill, Ordinary Entry Level. Progress 204, 500. He didn't neglect his medical skill either. Last of all was the white swan horse. Whoa, Chen Sansi returned to the Great Wall, pulled the reins to stop, and took out the fodder he had prepared in advance. Though it's called fodder, it was actually high-quality feed, containing not just licorice and alfalfa, but also corn, beans, and assorted grains. Much better than what he had eaten when he was destitute. That aside, the horse's appetite was huge, practically needing to eat all the time. A warhorse's diet is equivalent to that of 6 robust soldiers. Maintaining a cavalry, the daily consumption of just grain is enormous. For this reason, warhorses were an extremely precious strategic resource for the Central Plains dynasty. "We've been together for a while now. I should give you a name. What should it be?" Chen Sansi struggled with naming. As he was troubled, the panel floated up. Skill, Horse Control, Advanced Master. Progress 0500. Utility, Travel 500 miles a day. The precious horse seeks the master. Travel 500 miles a day. Traveling 500 miles a day is already a top-grade warhorse. 1,000 miles would surely surpass the limit of ordinary horses. But since people in this world could cultivate, and there were alien races and animals, there must be extraordinary horses too, just none in Po Yang. No wonder you eat so much. Chen Sansi was more intrigued by the Seek's master ability. Precious horse seeks master. Within 1,000 miles, the horse can autonomously find its master, come when called and leave when dismissed. With Seek's master, the convenience of using the horse would increase manifold. "All right, for now, I'll call you Little Zun." Chen Sansi carelessly picked a name. More hoofbeats sounded. Luo Dongquan, Liu Jingqui, and Wang Zhai, leading their respective night patrol teams, arrived below the city walls. "The hour has come, understood." Chen Sansi bowed with his fists. It was early winter, and the cold wind was bleak. At midnight, the city gate opened wide. The 3 night patrol teams silently left the city, disappearing into the vast, boundless grassland. Po Yang Tribal Encampment. As a branch of the Yuan lineage, they were stationed around 400 li away in the region of Zai River, relatively scattered. "Wang Zhai, you don't need to keep staring at me." Luo Dongquan sneered coldly. "I've said it before, I have no grudges with Officer Chen. It's you who's petty. Cut the crap." Wang Zhai cursed. 7 years ago, there was a recruit with good talent. Did you or Zhao Kang not compete with him? Then the man mysteriously died. Did he just evaporate from the world? I've disliked you for a long time. Wang, you need evidence to make accusations. Luo Dongquan narrowed his eyes and put your position in perspective. "I don't care what your status was in the 8 camps before, but now you're just a bone-training 100 households, while I am Deputy 1,000 households, a secondary 5th-ranked general of military strategy conferred by the court. Enough with the arguing." Liu Jingqui came out to mediate. "We're brothers who depend on each other in life and death. What's there to argue about? Whatever disagreements we have can be resolved over drinks when we return. Luo Qianhu, you should quickly assign the task and not delay any further. Northeast, northwest, due north." Luo Dongquan pointed in 3 directions. "Our 3 night watch units will each be responsible for scouting one of these directions. 2 days later, we must regroup here before midnight. Do not be late. Our missions cover different areas, so Wang, this should ease your worries, right? HMPH, who knows what you're really planning?" The 3 teams dispersed. A distance of 400 li is neither too far nor too close. With the speed of the white swan horse, they can reach their destination in less than half a day. But they were scouts, and speed wasn't the top priority. The most important thing was to gather intelligence and return alive. Advancing rashly could very likely lead to discovery by the barbarian cavalry. If they were discovered and surrounded by a large number of cavalry, not even their bodies would be found. The night watch's duty to not return isn't just about spending the whole night outside, it also implies the possibility of leaving no trace behind, not even bones. That's why Liu Jingqui cursed and swore when he learned that they were sent out to scout. Sadly, such a task must be carried out by the elite. Where to next? Soon they encountered their first task, determining the route. It was essential not only to successfully locate the barbarian tribe's exact living areas, but also to do so undetected, far from an easy feat. Chen Sansi still remembered. In his previous life, when reading history out of boredom, there was a saying from the Han Dynasty, "It's hard for Li Guang to become a marquis." This general was brave and skilled in combat, distinguished in merit, and just short of sufficient military achievements to be bestowed a marquis. Every time he went on an expedition, he would either encounter the main enemy forces or return without merit. One very significant reason for this was the difficulty in discerning directions in the Great Desert, which relied heavily on luck, yet this was not an issue for him. Hunters traversing the forest daily rely crucially on their sense of direction. Not to mention that Chen Sansi had an eagle eye even in pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their own hand. He could still clearly discern every detail around, such as the horse hoof prints trampled on the ground right now. We have to detour. If we continue straight this way, we might run straight into the barbarians. Really, while somewhat skeptical, Wang Zhai could only lead his men to follow along. They pushed forward 200 li overnight. During that time, Chen Sansi discovered traces of human activity several times, which became increasingly dense. After dawn, they found a secluded place to rest. Such training, the proficiency in tracking and concealing was rapidly improving. Tracking and concealing, small achievement. Progress 605, 1000. Chen Sansi had not expected that his hunting skills could also be applied to warfare. He munched on the jerky he carried. In this direction, there's an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that it's the main settlement of the barbarian tribes. Old Wang, what do you think is the likelihood of the Po Yang tribal encampment sending reinforcements? Very small. Wang Zhai leaned against a rock, drinking his liquor because there's no need. Even if the 4 grassland clans unite, their forces are still limited. Concentrating their troops to attack the open and flat terrain of the northwest 3 states might not be enough. Diverting troops to attack Yunzhu is already peculiar, let alone Po Yang County. I'm saying all this, you understand, right? I understand. Chen Sansi had studied maps and sand tables. The true stronghold of Yunzhu is in Ding Prefecture. Even if they take down Po Yang, without capturing in Ding Prefecture, they can't hold the strategic pass, and the follow-up supply of troops and provisions would be a huge problem. Indeed, as Wang Zhai had said, attacking in Ding Prefecture was strange enough. The difficulty of attacking the northwest 3 states in Yunzhu were not even on the same level. The cost-effectiveness was extremely low, so Chen Sansi also felt something was off, which prompted his question. Immortal treasure. It was leaked from the Chuoba tribe. If such great efforts were made, they could be related to the immortal treasure. Of course, these were just speculations for now. If the Po Yang encampment also sent reinforcements, they could confirm this speculation. Whether it is related or not, a great battle is approaching. Chen Sansi's current realm was still too weak. He didn't dare to waste a moment and continued to cultivate while resting, consuming dry food. Spiritual grain and remaining medicinal strength inside him did not slow down his progress. After nearly midday had passed, the group continued onward. In the next 200 li, even Wang Zhai and his men could discern the traces of human life. They often saw flocks of cattle, sheep, and herdsmen from afar. Finally, as darkness fell, tent after tent of felt canvas appeared at the edge of their vision. From a distance, it was evident that the settlement was not just comprised of herdsmen. There were also armored soldiers and bright torches, with rigorous guard. We can't approach on horseback any closer. Chen Sansi noticed that another 100 meters forward, there were patrolling cavalry. Once discovered, there would be no escape. He observed the patrol patterns of the cavalry and the surrounding terrain and soon made a judgment. You all keep watch around here. I'll try to sneak in and take a look. Without completing the mission, they wouldn't be able to report back. Giddy up. Chen Sansi quietly urged his horse forward, taking a detour until he reached the outermost perimeter of the settlement. Hanging the reed leaf long spear on the back of the horse, "Little Zun, I will call for you when I need you." The white swan horse seemed to understand and nodded its head. All right. Chen Sansi, with his bow and arrows on his back, perfectly blended into the darkness, skillfully avoiding patrolling cavalry. He lay in ambush at the edge, seized the opportunity to shoot and kill a barbarian soldier who came out to relieve himself, and changed into the barbarian's attire, slinging a curved blade over his shoulder. This was just a cover. He didn't really plan to pretend to be a barbarian. In fact, as he infiltrated the felt tents, no one noticed him at all. Even so, not having a long spear in hand really undermines my sense of security. The reed leaf long spear was too large and conspicuous to bring inside. Chen Sansi gripped the standard-issue curved blade of the barbarians. Even though his level was high here, and it wouldn't matter much that the weapon was not his preferred type, his combat effectiveness would inevitably be greatly reduced. It seems that in the future, to cope with special environments, I should train with a short weapon as well. On the battlefield, it could also prevent enemies from getting close. Martial arts practice is for advancing levels, But I already have a high level, so if I train in other cultivation techniques, I should progress faster, right? All of that was for later. Chen Sansi focused on his current mission, wandering like a ghost through the barbarian camps, collecting all useful information. The armaments were complete, the grain stores were full, the troops' strength was more than 2,000. In just one camp alone, a rough estimate put the number at 3,000 people. Moreover, the Zai River tribe wasn't all gathered together. The directions Luo Dongquan and Liu Jingqui headed to would likely encounter camps too, although possibly with fewer numbers than the main camp. Greetings, Prince. Prince Chen Sansi hid in the darkness, moving closer in the direction the voice came from. He saw on the open ground in front of the central army tent all the barbarian soldiers kneeling en masse. A lavishly dressed young barbarian, covered with gold decorations, strode forward with a jeweled sword at his waist. Greetings to the ninth prince. The tribal chief in 1,000 households, with one hand across his chest, knelt on the ground to salute. Your Highness, why have you come? Your servant has not received any notice. That does not matter. The ninth prince's face changed as he rebuked sternly. It's one thing for Liangzhu to stop me, but are you telling me that I can't even use the small Po Yang County as a practice ground? Of course, your Highness can. The chief spoke carefully. It's just that your servant is merely a refining organs general, and I fear I may not be able to ensure your complete safety. Please return promptly, your Highness. Insolence. The ninth prince bellowed in anger. I have been practicing swordsmanship for 3 years and have yet to kill a person from Sheng. If I don't practice warfare, wouldn't all my training be in vain? If you, 1,000 households, dare to stop me as well, I will have your head. The tribal chief fell silent, and after a long while he sighed. Since your Highness insists on staying, your servant dares not object. That's more like it. The ninth prince was immediately in high spirits. Clang. He suddenly drew his treasured sword from his waist, its blade shining with golden light in the flicker of the flames, and displayed it before the people. Do you recognize this, Zhen Yu sword? This sword was taken from the emperor of the Central Plains by my Yuan clan 500 years ago. When the great Khan reached adulthood, he bestowed it upon me. I will use it to slay generals of the Sheng and restore the glory of the young warriors of the grasslands. From this moment on, I will take immediate command of the Zai River tribe. I will personally lead the attack on Po Yang County. At your command. Watching the gleam of the sword's edge, the tribal chief felt intimidated and dared not speak further, hurriedly escorting the prince into the central army tent to rest. At the same time, he quietly instructed his subordinate, send a fast horse at full speed, notify the great Khan immediately, and say that the prince has come to us. Yes. The barbarian took the order and went off. Not far away, Chen Sansi heard everything loud and clear. This prince, he felt a certain familiar air about him, resembling someone he knew, someone not quite bright. And that sword. Even though the light was dim, he saw it clearly. Indeed, it was an unmatched treasured sword. Even Chen Sansi, who practiced with a spear, couldn't help but be tempted. Never mind, a refining organs martial artist is guarding it, I can't get it. The mission is accomplished, and the Zai River tribe indeed has reinforced. He quietly retreated, preparing to leave the place, when suddenly the hum of an alarm resonated in his ears. Hum. Sound of horns, the whirring of arrows, and cries of alarm mingled together. The once tranquil barbarian army camp was suddenly abuzz. Enemy raid. 5 miles outside the main camp. Spies from the Sheng dynasty spotted. Pursue them, don't let a single one escape. With a loud cry breaking the silence of the grassland, numerous torches were suddenly lit inside and outside the barbarian camp, forming a sea of fire that made the area for miles around as bright as day. Chen Sansi was startled. He was puzzled, for he was certain he had gone unnoticed. It was not until he saw the barbarian soldiers converging in another direction and heard the content of the shout that he realized it was not he who had been exposed. It was Wang Zhai and the others. How could they be discovered from so far away? Chen Sansi dared not linger and took advantage of the chaos to leave the camp. But tracking and hiding was not the same as an invisibility technique. The camp wasn't a lush jungle filled with hiding places everywhere. The barbarians had relaxed their vigilance earlier and the dim light had helped. But as he moved against the flow, eventually someone noticed him. Over there, everyone is chasing the enemy out of the city. What are you doing? S.H. Wu. Chen Sansi didn't bother with words and shot the man dead with an arrow. There's a man from Dasheng. Over here, S.H. Wu. Chen Sansi kept shooting the barbarians that came at him, while blowing a loud whistle. His white swan horse had been waiting for a while, neighing as it charged over. Good horse. He mounted the horse, and in a few seconds he had left the pursuers far behind. About 3 miles out, Chen Sansi encountered Wang Zhai and his group. They were retreating towards the right direction, with dozens of barbarian cavalry in pursuit. How were you discovered? Why didn't you go back, but this way? Chen Sansi shouted from atop his horse. Damn it, no idea. Wang Zhai cursed. We didn't even dare to breathe heavily. We definitely weren't exposed. Su Bin took over not long after you left. A squad of barbarian cavalry, as if they knew someone was hiding nearby, blocked our retreat in advance and started a carpet search. Knew in advance. Chen Sansi thought of something. Luo Dongquan, I curse your ancestors. Wang Zhai was the first to say, it must be that bastard who leaked information in some way. He had thought by following Brother Shi there wouldn't be any mishaps. Unexpectedly, that surnamed Luo dared to pull such a stunt. Does such pettiness really exist in this world? Chen Sansi found it incomprehensible. Initially, he was clearly the oppressed, yet it was made out as if he was stealing something from someone else's home. It was the strong bullying the weak, with no logic at all. To their side front, a group of barbarian cavalry on patrol nearby, hearing the noise, rushed over to block the path. Putsche. Chen Sansi took the lead on his horse, stabbing to death the small flag leading them, and yelled, form up, form up. For half a month they had been drilling daily. The formation was practiced until it was second nature. 11 warhorses effortlessly formed a circular array, charging into the ranks of the blocking cavalry. The small car suspension array. Rather than like a wheel, it was more like a circular saw. Each horse and rider was a blade on the gear. Among them, Chen Sansi and Wang Zhai were the sharpest two. Su Bin and Fang Buping came next, with the rest following. With vigilant protection from all sides, there was no worry of sneak attacks. Moreover, the 12 men shifted and alternated their positions. Those with lower cultivation were mainly acting as rear guards against surprise attacks. Chen Sansi could focus all his attention on the enemies ahead, and with each thrust of his long spear, he claimed the life of an enemy. The group of 20 barbarian cavalry gathered were, not a few rounds later, all slain to the last man. Zhuangyi, Zhao Kaio, and the others experienced killing for the first time, but seeing Chen Sansi's back, they felt supported with no panic at all. The small car suspension array was maintained near perfect. Mainstay, with the main general present, all were calm in the face of danger, however. Impressive combat skills notwithstanding, the time delayed was enough for the rest of the pursuers to surround them. Whirring. From all around came darkness like a pressing wave. The number of people was unknown, the number of weapons, too only a vast, boundless throng was visible. Hold the formation, don't panic. Chen Sansi utilized the ability of night as bright as day to look for weak links in the encirclement and led the breakout. Unfortunately, this was enemy territory. More so, the heartland of the enemy. Escape was not so easily achieved. Hundreds of barbarian cavalry launched an attack on them. As the car suspension formation revolved and attempted to break through, the reaping speed was ultimately getting slower and slower. The fallen bodies in front were nearly enough to trip the warhorses. Go. The enemy generals followed one after another, speeding on horse from 100 yards away. Households, refining organ martial artists, Chen Sansi recognized at a glance. There were hundreds more pursuers behind the tribe leader. Even if Chen Sansi's chi blood were extensive and his small car suspension array combat skill formidable, he couldn't possibly be a match for a refining organ general, let alone the oncoming cavalry. It seems today is really the day I meet my downfall. Wang Zhai beheaded an enemy flag-bearer with a single blow, his voice tinged with madness. My death is insignificant. Brother Shi, you cannot die. Your horse is fast. We'll tear an opening for you. You might still have a chance to escape. Once you get back, devote yourself to your cultivation and avenge us. Mr. Chen, Brother Shi, you go. Zhuangyi and Zhao Kaio nearly said in unison. Damn your sentimentality. Nobody needs to die. As Chen Sansi fought, he asked, Fatty Wang, what stage were you at before? What are you asking this for? Confused, Wang Zhai replied, whatever my previous prowess was, it's useless now. What I mean is, Chen Sansi thrust his gun butt backward, impaling an enemy soldier. That refining organ, how long can you hold him off? After all, you've fallen from a higher realm. You should be much stronger than an average bone forging perfection, right? Naturally, my realm may have fallen, but my saber technique remains. The usual bone forging perfection is nowhere near my match. This barbarian leader is not as good as Xiang Tingchen. I can hold him off for a while. Wang Zhai, puzzled, what are you planning to do? Hold them off. Keep the formation intact at all costs. I have a way to get you all home. Before anyone could react, they saw Chen Sansi swiftly turn his horse around and gallop in the opposite direction. That was the barbarian base camp. Have you gone mad? Wang Zhai wanted to stop him but was unable to. Stop right there. Upon seeing the white horse general change direction, the barbarian tribe leader quickly understood and immediately spurred his horse to chase after him, to your death. Clang! A loud metallic clashing noise erupted, shooting sparks into the darkness. Under the terrifying strength of the refining organ martial artist, Wang Zhai along with his horse were forced to lean back, his arms trembling endlessly, but at least he blocked his opponent. You barbarian scum, where do you think you're going? A mere bone forger dares to stop me. You're seeking death. Stop him, stop him. Not long ago, he had figured out the layout of the camp. This position was manned by infantry. Infantry meant they couldn't catch up with or stop him. The cavalry were on their way. It would take about a minute. Once surrounded, Chen Sansi would surely die. But within 1 minute, reaching the destination before the encirclement was complete was a chance for survival. Chart. Chen Sansi killed 7 or 8 infantrymen in succession, breaking into the central army tent in just over 50 seconds. Most of the soldiers along the way only saw a white shadow flash by, stirring up a cold gust of wind, having no idea what had just happened. Who? Inside the tent. The barbarian prince had just drawn his sword upon hearing the commotion when he saw a white warhorse, knocking aside the soldiers guarding the tent and breaking in. He drew his sword and stood up. Who goes there? Protect his highness. The bone forger, who was left by the tribal leader to provide close protection to the prince, immediately seized the weapon in his hand. Bang. But before he could react, arrows shot out fiercely. The bone forger had no time to dodge and thought to block with his arm, but was undoubtedly shot through the heart and died on the spot, with no chance even to exchange blows, to this prince's death. The barbarian prince was no pushover. He quickly reacted to the sudden situation, took a big step forward, seizing the opening, and his Zhenyu sword, glittering with cold light, slashed towards the Dasheng military officer on horseback. Reed leaf-long spear and Zhenyu sword made contact, emitting a clear ringing sound. The prince took several steps back, his treasure sword trembling and buzzing in his hand, nearly slipping from his grasp under the terrible force. What a mighty sword. The opponent was probably a small achievement in bone training, not as strong as Chen Sansi, but this strike actually notched his reed leaf gun blade. Protect his highness. At the same time, the central army tent was completely surrounded. Countless archers and crossbowmen, 3 layers inside and 3 outside, but due to the close distance between the 2 men inside, they dared not shoot. A bone-forging perfection general staying behind with a long-handled broadsword rushed in, thinking to ambush from behind. He had just approached within 7 steps when a silver flash appeared before his eyes. His body hair stood on end, and he instinctively swung his sword to chop it down, barely managing to split the silver flash before it could bite his cheek. Such a swift spear. After just one exchange, the barbarian officer was drenched in cold sweat. He braced himself, ready for the next move, but the other side didn't bother with him. The target was still the prince. Clang, 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 clang. Chen Sansi's long spear in his hand rained down like a torrential downpour on his opponent, the sound of striking metal akin to forging iron. He could hear more and more people entering the tent, closing in from behind, their killing intent vast like an ocean, overwhelming. The blood of the dragon elephant surged wildly within him, his long spear transforming into a silver phantom, the blood vessels and meridians in his arm resembling an overloaded machine, so hot they seemed ready to ignite at any moment. The prince could no longer withstand such a fierce assault, his right hand's palm bleeding profusely, his entire arm nearly numb, unable to hold the sword hilt, allowing the Zhenyu sword to be flipped into the air. At the same time, the reed leaf long spear tore through the flesh, chipping bone, piercing right through his shoulder. The Zhenyu sword in the air was firmly caught by another hand. Chen Sansi reached the prince from behind an instant before the barbarian officers could launch their attack, placing the sharp blade of the Zhenyu sword against the prince's neck, a thread of fresh blood trickling out. His eyes, red with fury, looked at the dense barbarian soldiers. All of you, back off. The barbarian 1,000 households found an opportunity, slashing his blade across the corpulent body of the Sheng dynasty military officer. The blade tore through the armor, skinned the flesh, sliced through muscle, and finally was halted by the tough bones, leaving a deep gash. The opponent found the right moment and also swung his blade. The saber technique was so flexible that even though he was a refining organ martial artist, he barely dodged it, leaving a shallow cut on his face. Get lost. The barbarian 1,000 households swung his blade again, forcing the opponent back before he grabbed the reins and rode off, not willing to linger in battle. This chubby 100 households was rather formidable, having achieved bone-forging perfection and being able to exchange so many moves with his refining organ skill. His saber technique was masterful, not at all like someone from the bone training realm. Killing him would likely take much effort. He was out of time. The young officer on the white horse charged toward the main camp. Although it was uncertain how someone just at the bone training level could be so audacious likely to be surrounded and kill it was still essential to hurry back. The prince was the great Khan's most beloved youngest son. If something truly went wrong, all the heads of the Zai River tribe wouldn't be enough to make amends. Just as he turned, the sound of a slashing blade echoed again. Do you so wish to die? The barbarian 1,000 households, thunderously furious, blocked the attack with his blade, then quickly turned it into a slash, ripping another gash on his opponent's body. His left fist, like a siege giant hammer, smashed thunderously into the chest. Wang Zhai flew backward and fell off his horse, causing the frightened horse to flee. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly oblivious to the pain as he immediately scrambled up, hurling his Mo blade, severing the hooves of the 1,000 households horse that was attempting to return to the camp. Hiss. The horse screamed in agony. The barbarian 1,000 households stepped on the horse's back and leapt off, landing smoothly. His irritation unabated, he knew he had to kill this man. At the main camp, there were at least others who had achieved bone-forging perfection, and 2,000 left to guard it. Dealing with a young 100 households shouldn't be a problem. Even if one-on-one combat didn't work, they could surround and kill him within a short time. Prior to this, he might have been overly concerned. I'm really done for. Wang Zhai wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, picked up a curved saber from the ground, and chopped down a barbarian cavalry trying to sneak attack from behind. He then faced a refining organ general with a welding blade, estimating he could last about 10 more rounds before likely dying. On the other side, the small car suspension array had lost its 2 sharpest blades, reducing its combat effectiveness significantly. Out of 10 men, only 6 remained. Zhuangyi had already been struck by 3 blades, though no vital points had been hit. He was near exhaustion. Fang Buping and Zhao Kaio were also severely wounded. Su Bin and Zhu Tong were fine for the moment, but were depleting rapidly and would soon be easy prey. Uncle Zhao dying this way is worth it. Zhuangyi strained to keep the formation intact. It's better than being bullied to death. It's just a pity for she. Zhao Kaio, the weakest in cultivation, had survived this long only because of being looked after. Amid the battlefield of flashing blades, they didn't even have time for last words. Essentially, they were in a no-win situation. At that very moment, a voice full of deadly energy shouted, "Everyone stop." From the distant rear, a white horse slowly advanced. On its back, Chen Sansi held a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, with a half-dead 9th Prince Yuwen clutched in his arms. The dense barbarian cavalry automatically parted to open a path for him, none daring to make a reckless move. The pupils of the barbarian 1,000 households trembled continuously, as if doubting what he was seeing. Several bone forgers had stayed in the military camp. Are they all useless? It's not that he had been negligent, it was just a bone forger. How could it be possible? Everyone stop. The barbarian 1,000 households had to yell, "Everyone stop." The chaotic battlefield suddenly fell silent. Who is this person? Wang Zhai leaned on his single-bladed saber, somewhat unclear about the situation. Had Chen Sansi rushed back to the main camp just to capture this person? Your Highness, hearing the barbarian's address for the hostage. Where did Wang Zhai not understand? This damn seems like a prince. That's really bizarre. Zai River tribe on par with Po Yang also belonged to a barbarian's god-forsaken place. How could there be a prince? Well done, we've caught the great Khan's bastard. Zhu Tong laughed heartily. Everyone except him felt not the slightest bit of tension from start to finish, merely wielding his hammer, and while fighting, he even faintly touched the threshold of a breakthrough. As for dying, by the time he realized he might die, Chen Sansi had already returned with the prince to rescue them. For him, everything was very peaceful. What a big heart. Su Bin envied, still feeling anxious. Just one step away. These people were about to die under the chaotic blades. Let us go, Chen Sansi said sternly. They were merely a squad formed by 200 households called Night Watch. Compared to the life of a prince, they were too worthless. Save me, save me. 9th Prince Yuwen, his face pale and trembling, said, 1,000 households, save me. All right, you can go. The barbarian 1,000 households restrained himself, but the rest must stay. Don't negotiate with me. Chen Sansi glanced. There are 7 of us, not one less. If anyone is missing, I'll chop off his finger first. Don't chop off my fingers. I still need to practice my sword. The prince's eyes brimmed with tears, regretting his demand to go to war. Why are all those in Dasheng such fierce figures? The military officers around his age were able to penetrate the enemy camp and capture the main general. It was simply terrifying. That Sun Xiangzong, he must be some kind of 3-headed and 6-armed monster. Why aren't you giving the orders yet? Chen Sansi tightened his grip on the sword's edge. Ah. The prince screamed in fright. That 1,000 households. I don't know what you're called, just listen to him, let them go. If I am missing a finger, my father will slaughter your Zai River tribe. All retreat. The barbarian 1,000 households issued an order. Chen Sansi and several others gathered. Bring the bodies of our fallen brothers. From his decision to his aim of capturing the prince alive, it only took a few minutes back and forth. A few minutes. 4 men had died in the process. Among them were his subordinates Li Dazhai and Xia Erniu. In the battlefield, sacrifices are inevitable. There's nothing to be sentimental about. If there was no opportunity, then be it, but since there was one, it was best to bring the bodies back. Okay, Zhu Tong and Fang Buping immediately did as told, bringing 2 horses to carry the bodies. You still have the leisure to move bodies. The barbarian 1,000 households clenched his fists till they turned white. Back off. The 9th prince himself gave the order without Chen Sansi's instruction. Everyone, do not follow. Back off 2 miles, 2 miles. Damn, Chen Sansi cursed in his heart, suspecting that this coward would probably help shout to open the gates if he were brought to the Yuan family's great capital. Of course, having such an opponent spared him a lot of worries. Back off, the barbarian 1,000 households commanded. Chen Sansi and his 6 men rode their horses back the way they came. The journey of 400 miles could not be traversed at full speed like before. From midnight to dawn, and from dawn to night, they missed the appointed rendezvous time with Night Watch. Po Yang, the Great Wall, my lord, Night Watch has returned. Zhao Kang ascended the watchtower and spent a significant amount of time verifying identities before allowing the others to come under the wall for further inspection. He sharply noticed something amiss. Why are there fewer people? Aren't 100 households Chen and 100 households Wang back? Not sure. In the darkness, one could not see Luo Dongquan's expression. The appointed midnight rendezvous passed without a sign of them. We can't just keep waiting, right? Zhao Kang, swiftly open the gates. We have urgent intelligence to report to the Lord 1,000 households. Got it. Zhao Kang ordered, open the city gates. Wang Long. The heavy city gates opened. More than 20 riders returned to the territory, heading straight towards the military camp. Only Liu Jinqui stayed behind, calling out to the city walls, 100 households Zhao, keep a sharp lookout. Perhaps old Wang and old Chen will return shortly. Okay, rest assured. Zhao Kang agreed outwardly but sighed inwardly. The matter of the rendezvous, unless there was a major mishap, wouldn't usually be delayed. And this mishap implied they were discovered by barbarian cavalry. The chances of their return were very slim. Uncle, Song Yan rode close to Deputy 1,000 households, whispering, did something happen to Mr. Chen and the others? How would I know? Luo Dongquan scoffed coldly. A mishap isn't so bad, it's just right for you to take over the position at selected point. Uncle, I'm not capable. Song Yan lacked any fighting spirit. I'm far behind Mr. Chen. He has mastered the bone-strengthening skill, while I have just barely achieved minor success in blood refining. Minor success in blood refining in 4 months is that slow? Luo Dongquan spoke resentfully. You're not worse than most people, it's just that you encountered a freak. After he dies, your joining the 8 camps is certain. The less naturally gifted someone is, the more they need to struggle. Take his nephew, for example. If he remained in Poyang County, his highest achievement might be refining internal. But if he went to the governor mansion, even as an outer sect disciple, he could achieve Hua Jin at the very least, perhaps even higher. How could he not struggle? As for what Xiang Tingchen said, he believed it only halfway, something about His Majesty targeting the governor mansion. Was it even significant? Even if not for the selected point, it was necessary for thorough eradication. In dealing with issues, one must be resolute. Yanner, do you think I'm going overboard? Do you feel it's entirely unnecessary to escalate to a life or death conflict? Luo Dongquan gave a bitter smile. Let me tell you a story. Many years ago, when Elder Yan was still young and going to the capital for an exam, he accidentally bumped into a then current third-rank official. That official didn't do much to him, just scolded Elder Yan as a country bumpkin. 15 years later, when Elder Yan came into power, he found an excuse to involve the official in a major case. Not only was his family exiled and their property confiscated, but his daughters were also deliberately sold to the cheapest brothels. Perhaps Chen Sansi might forget the past unpleasantness, or perhaps not, but I cannot gamble, I cannot leave it to fate. Do you understand now? Song Yan seemed thoughtful. I understand. Luo Dongquan nodded, satisfied. Months ago, from when he tried to deceive Chen Sansi into giving up the selected point position, they were enemies, and even if there was just a 1 in 10,000 chance of retaliation, it needed to be nipped in the bud. That was much better than having one day to hear that someone from the 8 camps had become a great general and spending days in fear. Luckily, it all ended. Po Yang will soon see a large army's assault. You must perform well then, Luo Dongquan instructed. Military cantonment, residence. In the cold, dark courtyard hung 2 lanterns and a basin of charcoal fire blazed. Gu Xinlin and the pregnant Mrs. Tong sat around the charcoal fire, quietly waiting for news. Sun Li was practicing saber techniques in the courtyard. How come there's been no news for several days? Before, no matter what he did, he would at least leave some dependable information. Mrs. Tong spoke nervously. My man hasn't actually fought in any battles. But he should be okay following your brother, she right? Yes. Gu Xinlin's delicate fingers tightly clutched together. Definitely, there won't be any issues. Night watch operations were confidential, naturally not informing family members. Sun Li knew, but she couldn't say. She just reassured, don't worry. My junior brother's level in Po Yang's domain, there aren't many who could harm him. Bang, the words had just ended. The courtyard gate was kicked open. Sun Buki came in, flustered. Sis, something's wrong. I was guarding inside the military camp and saw with my own eyes. The other 2 teams returned from outside the city, but Chen Sansi was nowhere to be seen. What? Sun Li sheathed her sword. They haven't returned. Right, Sun Buki nodded heavily. I asked that Liu household's commander, and he said they waited at the rendezvous for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, but then they returned ahead of time. Sister Tong, listening to the conversation, Tong family collapsed on the spot in the yard, nearly fainting away. Gu Xinlin supported her, asking Li, has something happened? Don't panic just yet. Sun Li soothed, they might have lost their way or something delayed them. If we wait a little longer, they might return. Lost their way. Gu Zinlin seized on the key point. Did Brother Shi and the others leave the Great Wall? How could she not understand her man? Roaming around Tiger Head Mountain day and night, how could they possibly lose their way? If they were said to be lost, it could only be on the unfamiliar grasslands. Sun Li acknowledged. Let's wait some more. The atmosphere of the residence suddenly seemed to freeze over. Until dawn, there was not the slightest noise. Toward the latter part of the night, even Su Wenkai led Wang Li and the others to inquire about the situation. With women at home, it wasn't convenient to approach, so they just stood far outside the gate. Could Mr. Chen have met with some mishap? Wang Li's face was grave as he touched the sword at his waist. Old Su, say something. Both Vice Thousand Households Luo and Households Commander Liu have returned, but the only one who hasn't is the Lord. Su Wenkai paced back and forth. Don't panic, don't panic. The Lord has good fortune, nothing will happen to him. Though that was said, an entire night passed. Until the sky began to brighten, the encampment remained ominously quiet. I've always known Tang Ryoshin is useless. Sun Buki cursed aloud. He caused the death of third brother back then, and now he can't even protect Sansi. That Zai River tribe only has one refining organ martial artist. Zai River. Gu Zinlin's heart went cold. The people of Po Yang County knew all too well. The barbarians who came years ago to slaughter their villages were from the Zai River tribe. Were they sent to the enemy's main camp and have yet to return? Could it be? Sun Buki anxiously said, Sister, what do we do? Shall we borrow some troops and go look for them? Nonsense. Sun Li scolded, can you resist 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses? Wait longer, and if they don't return today. She paused, then I can only say, we were fated to meet this junior brother but not destined to keep him. The words were cruel, but such was the reality. Soldiers, who amongst them doesn't die, let alone Chen Sansi. Even in the 8 camps of the past, there were countless talented individuals who died before they could grow up. Sigh, Sun Buki stamped his foot. But that was the fact he had to accept. Wu, Tong family wept bitterly, always insisting on going to war, always ranting about earning merits at home without considering if he possesses the ability. The child isn't even born yet. Gu Zinlin's eyes reddened, but she did not cry or make a fuss. She simply returned to the room to fetch her needlework and sat on a stone stool, meticulously sewing stitch by stitch. The east began to light up softly. In people's hearts, hope was extinguished. Let's go, finally. Sun Li couldn't bear it. Buki, you come with me out of the city to look for him. Okay. Sun Buki had been restless. The siblings left the residence, preparing to fetch their horses. Buzz. It was at that moment, a deafening horn sounded, and rolling black smoke rose up, darkening the sky. Raise 3 beacon fires, indicate with 2 on the watchtower, burn 3 stacks of firewood. It signals an attack by an enemy army of more than 2,000. Sun Buki recognized the signal, the Great Wall. Zhao Kang, responsible for the watch, had stayed awake all night, yet the other night patrol team still hadn't returned. All dead. He shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself, what's the use of talent, said to have so much potential, but died before even leaving Po Yang County, with Fatty Wang also gone. This will please many lords back in the city. Zhao Kang went back inside the tower, leaned against the wall, and prepared to rest for a bit. Just as he closed his eyes, the lookout on the tower shouted loudly, enemy attack, a large army is invading, a large army is invading. What large army? Zhao Kang immediately became wide awake, scrambling up the lookout platform using the rope ladder. He saw, 10 miles out on the vast and boundless land, a dense mass of iron cavalry emerging, numbering at least 2,000. The Zai River tribe indeed had 2,000 people, but they weren't all cavalry. Had they really reinforced their numbers? Zhao Kang was even more baffled. Who wages war like this? To conquer a city is not the work of a day. Even if the Zai River tribe intended to attack Po Yang, they should have chosen a place to set up camp first, then slowly strategize. Who rides straight toward us on horses? Isn't that akin to courting death? Wait a minute, they're chasing someone. Zhao Kang squinted hard, trying to make his vision clearer. He spotted 8 riders ahead of the barbarian horde. The barbarian cavalry were chasing these 8 riders, and they seemed wary of getting too close, only following from a distance as if they were fearful of something. Char. The households ordered a full army assault. The cavalry arrived at the Great Wall first. Xiang Tingchen led the charge onto the city wall, rushing up like the wind, followed closely by Luo Dongquan. Then came Sun Buki and Sun Li, and finally Wang Li, Wu De, and others also arrived on their warhorses. What's happening? Xiang Tingchen climbed up to the lookout tower. It was all too sudden. He had heard about the Zai River tribe's reinforcements through Luo Dongquan, but it was too soon. They absolutely couldn't have launched an attack right away. Sir, it's Household's Commander Chen and the others. Zhao Kang finally made out the 8 riders ahead. The junior brother, Sun Li, and others also followed up to the lookout tower. Among the leading 8 riders, one white horse was particularly conspicuous. If not Chen Sansi seated on the horse, who else could it be? In front of him, he also held hostage a barbarian-dressed noble youth. A hostage. How could everyone not understand even this much? Clearly, Chen Sansi and his group had been surrounded by barbarians but had captured a hostage, threatening the enemy with it to obtain a chance at survival. How precious must the hostage be to make 2,000 barbarian cavalry hesitate to act recklessly? How could such a precious person appear in the Zai River tribe? How could this? Luo Dongquan subconsciously leaned forward, his arms resting on the crenellation, stretching his neck to look ahead. Fall back after several days and nights of continuous exertion, everyone was already exhausted. Even Chen Sansi's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. Fall back 5 miles. This young brother. The barbarian 1,000 households rode his horse at a distance, following them. You have reached the border. Isn't it time to return his highness to us? Cut the crap. We'll talk after we enter the city. Chen Sansi indicated for the prince to speak. The prince understood and complied. Do as he says. Fall back 5 miles. Give them enough safe distance to enter the city. Under the watch of 1,000 pairs of eyes, the barbarian cavalry kept retreating and didn't dare to step forward. Chen Sansi led the people, prudently arriving at the city walls. Little junior brother, Sun Li called out to the wall below. What happened? How did you attract so many cavalrymen? Chen Sansi answered, we were surrounded by Zai River tribal cavalry during our reconnaissance. Fortunately, we had him, which is why we were able to escape by sheer luck. Actually confronted by cavalry. In such a situation, yet they were still alive, truly a rare feat in a decade. Not only that, the people also saw 2 separate horses carrying bodies. They even brought back the bodies of their dead comrades. A remarkable feat. Xiang Tingchen hurriedly inquired, who is this person? Probably a prince, I suppose. Chen Sansi commanded, introduce yourself to everyone. All right, you all of you listen, the prince said. I am the 9th prince from the Yuan clan. If you dare to kill me, my father the great Khan will certainly blood wash Po Yang County. A prince, the 9th prince, Sun Buki muttered. I have heard that the great Khan of the Yuan clan has 10 sons, but adores only the 9th prince, said to be grooming him as the next great Khan. He should be staying in the great capital. How did he end up in the Zai River tribe and get captured alive by Sansi? Capturing a prince alive. Xiang Tingchen's expression became excited. A remarkable feat, who would have thought, sending out a few night patrol teams, could actually bring back a Yuan clan future great Khan alive. What a tremendous feat it was, subordinates achieving great success. The superiors would also bask in the glory. Good. Xiang Tingchen repeated the word good 3 times. Open the city gate, quickly bring Chen household commander and his men inside. Over 100 cavalry rode out to meet them. The moment they returned to their own territory, 5 out of 6 men had fallen. Only Chen Sansi was still able to hold on. He casually threw the prince off the horse and was immediately restrained by the officials. Luo Dongquan, I want your damn life. Clang! Wang Zhai, having caught his breath, got up from the ground, drew a long knife from the waist of a soldier beside him, and charged straight at Luo Dongquan. But with bones merely trained and already heavily injured, he was no match for his opponent. Luo Dongquan blocked the attack with his sword effortlessly, repelling Wang Zhai, and exclaimed, have you gone mad? Household's commander Xiang. Wang Zhai screamed hoarsely. We were surrounded by barbarian cavalry out of nowhere on the grassland. I suspect someone intentionally startled the barbarians to put us in a death trap. That person is Luo Dongquan. Slanderous accusations. Why would I scheme against my own people? Luo Dongquan angrily responded, your own carelessness exposed you. What does that have to do with me? 30 pairs of eyes saw for themselves I wasn't even heading in the same direction as you. You defame me, but where is your evidence? Liu Jingqui. Xiang Tingchen demanded, tell the truth, speak. Luo Kain, who speaks the truth. Liu Jingqui reported honestly. He was at the very northwest. I was in between him and Chen household commander at a great distance. Xiang Tingchen nodded. Wang Zhai, this must be a misunderstanding. Leaking secrets and plotting against comrades is a capital offense. Besides, didn't you all return alive, safe and sound, and even achieved a remarkable feat? Wang Zhai was at a loss for words. Indeed, it was just a suspicion. There was no concrete evidence. Returned alive. Chen Sansi sneered inwardly. He returned alive, but what about Li Dazhai, Xia Erniu, and the others? Evidence. If it's so hard to find, then just fucking forget about it. Is refining internal that far-fetched? Xiang Tingchen also obviously didn't want to blow things out of proportion, because Luo Dongquan was a confidant among his trusted men. If procedural justice isn't possible, then it has to be outcome justice. Chen Sansi maintained a placid demeanor but simply stated, please, Lord Thousand Households, provide compensation for the families of the fallen brothers. Not just that, Xiang Tingchen was exceedingly pleased. After this matter is reported to the court, it will surely shock both the government and the people. Each and every one of you on this mission will be rewarded. Listen up, soldiers of Dasheng. Outside the city walls, there came a lone messenger on horseback to the foot of the wall, loudly proclaiming, if you do not hand over His Highness, we will definitely massacre Po Yang. Then you are welcome to try. Xiang Tingchen stated deliberately and slowly, I will be right here waiting for you to attack. Good, you just wait. The barbarian cavalry gradually retreated and disappeared beyond the line of sight. Laying siege was not something one could simply do at a moment's notice. It required extensive preparation. Today, a challenge was issued. 7 days later, a war report from a remote small county on the frontier was delivered by the Ministry of War to the cabinet, then transferred to the ritual supervision, and finally presented in the Longevity Palace by the chamberlain of the ritual supervision himself. On the second day of the 11th month, 6th-ranked Captain Chen Sansi from Po Yang County led a 10-member night patrol team deep into enemy territory. Amidst a siege of 2,000 cavalry, they captured 9th Prince Yuan alive and returned in one piece. Interesting, came a voice from behind the curtain, flat and emotionless. Pity, he was born in the wrong place. Never mind, I have 3 treasures and one of them is mercy. Give this young captain a chance. The day after returning to the city, Chen Sansi's capture of the prince spread throughout Po Yang. His reputation almost entirely overshadowed Xiang Tingchen. Another 200 people came to Po Yang County to join the army. Xiang Tingchen accepted all comers and reported to the commanding department, requesting a temporary expansion of the military garrison. Since the battle was nearing, the higher-ups would certainly not refuse. Apart from that, Xiang Tingchen also requested the deployment of additional troops to strengthen Po Yang's defenses. The Great War was coming. The situation Chen Sansi's party investigated indicated that the Zai River tribe conservatively increased its forces to 5,000 men. It's uncertain. It really might have something to do with the immortal treasure. Next, there might be members of the witch god church infiltrating Po Yang. There was no chance of escape. He had no choice from the beginning. If he had joined the martial arts hall, chances are he would still be fawning over Brother Liang at the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, without even an entry-level bone-strengthening skill. Joining the military, he got the technique, but it required risking his life. With any choice, there were corresponding prices to pay. All Chen Sansi could do was to continue growing stronger. This trip to the grasslands, the gains were not small either. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear, advanced proficiency. Progress 885 1000. Fighting for life and death, the blood courses fiercely. The spiritual grain he consumed before leaving was almost completely digested, and the proficiency of his technique increased dramatically, the speed incredibly fast. In a few days, he would be able to break through to skin training, but there was no need to announce it to the world. It was better to quietly make the breakthrough. Previously, it was to show off his talent. That's more than enough. Next, he would have to deal with refining organ martial artists like Dan Yuanji and Luo Dongquan, so there was no need to make them wary. The most crucial thing was, before refining organs, there was no way to get promoted. Why bother with the unnecessary, tracking and evading small achievement? Progress 705 1000. Skill, commanding soldiers entry level. Progress 233 500. Utility mainstay, skill, horse control proficient. Progress 109 500. Speaking of which, without the White Swan horse's exceptional speed, Chen Sansi wouldn't have been able to capture the 9th prince in such a short time. Aside from the increases in various proficiency levels, the greatest gain should be this sword, Clang. Chen Sansi drew the sword blade startling Sister Lan in his arms. The two of them had been through life and death together. After reuniting, they cherished each other deeply all night long. This sword, its scabbard was mainly made of ebony wood, additionally adorned with gold vines on the surface, and a red gem was embedded in the middle, sparkling under candlelight. The sword was 3 feet and 6 inches long, in line with the 360 circulations, and 1 inch and 8 points wide, matching half the number of heavens pried flawless throughout. The cold gleam was striking, the edge sharp, with a weight that felt just right. Zhenyu sword, Chen Sansi had read about it in books. Before the grandeur of Dasheng, there was a unifying dynasty called Dayan. This Zhenyu sword was created by the emperor who revitalized Dayan, who would have imagined it would fall into the hands of the Yuan family 100 years later. After the fall of the Great Yan Kingdom, the Central Plains region entered a state of fragmented rule lasting over 100 years. The alien races began assimilating into the Central Plains, reading the books of the Central Plains people, wearing their clothes, speaking their language. Latter chased back to the grassland by grand ancestor Cao Zai of Sheng, the assimilation of the barbarians into Central Plains reversed quite a bit over 300 years, but the language remained the same. What a fine sword. Chen Sansi couldn't put it down. This sword had nearly ruined his reed leaf gun, which he had sent to the forge for repairs. After returning to Po Yang, no one mentioned the sword to him, so it naturally became his. After advancing to skin training, he'll make time to practice the sword too. As for the 9th prince, it seemed he was escorted to the prefecture city overnight before being sent off to the capital city. With his royal status, they were not qualified to decide his fate. This counts as a great achievement. I wonder if the old emperor will give me anything nice, Chen Sansi pondered to himself. But with wars prevalent and the distance from the northern territory to the capital city, who knows how long the round trip would take? What's most important at the moment is to enhance his strength. The following day, Chen Sansi went to the military camp. Zhu Tong, Su Bin, and others were there and unharmed. That they could survive as six, the car suspension formation combined with commanding soldiers' skill, bringing calm in crisis, was indispensable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for minutes. They would have been crushed instantly. Wang Li, you should know people like Li Dazhai. Chen Sansi took out 20 taels of silver, find a time to take the silver to their families, and check if the funeral compensation and supplements promised by the 1,000 households have been given fully. Let me know if there's an issue. Even though they were only military soldiers, they were human lives after all. He wouldn't treat casualties as mere numbers like Xiang Tingchen. He would help within his capacity. He didn't trust the officials to handle matters properly either. God knows whether the promised compensation will actually be given without skimming off the top. Zhu Tong, there's no doubt that the healing garrison will pay. I will cover all the resources needed for your subsequent cultivation and the realm of blood refining. Drink blood replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup as you wish. Chen Sansi said generously. Xiang Tingchen couldn't afford to reward them with good things, but blood replenishing soup and replenishing essence soup had to be rewarded nonetheless. Otherwise, who would be willing to follow him? Zhu Tong and the others clasped their fists in gratitude. For these poor fellows, what they lacked most was supplemental medicine. Otherwise, their cultivation pace would be much faster than now. Fatty Wang, how are your injuries? Chen Sansi inquired. Well, having attained bone forging perfection, a couple of cuts won't kill me, said Wang Zhai, who viewed those who died as if they were disciples he personally taught. It's just infuriating that Luo Dongquan couldn't be killed. Do you know what realm he's in? He just got promoted to Deputy 1,000 Households. Isn't he just at the entry level of refining internal organs? Chen Sansi was somewhat surprised. Not just that, absolutely more than that. Wang Zhai took him to a secluded spot and spoke in a lower voice, though I have regressed, I couldn't be clearer about the strength one should have at each realm. Besides, having spent over a decade in Poyang, I even know which cultivation technique he practices. He's definitely not simply at the entry level of refining internal organs at the very least. He's mastered the refining organ skill. He's hiding his true cultivation level. Chen Sansi nodded, committing it to memory. He had just begun to think about concealing his own cultivation level. He hadn't expected Luo Dongquan to be doing the same. His own preparations to conceal his cultivation level were meant to face refining organ martial artists. But for whom was Luo doing it? Don't worry about it, Wang Zhai said. Once you're back, with Bu Qi and his brother there, Luo Dongquan wouldn't dare act against you. Just focus on your training, and it won't take long for you to catch up to him. And what about Dan Yuanji? Chen Sansi followed up. Does he also have a concealed cultivation level? He does not, Wang Zhai replied. During the last visit to Zhai Mansion, when you were training in martial arts, I probed him under the pretense of being drunk. He is indeed in the initial stage of refining internal organs, but his foundations are solid, not bad at all. Chen Sansi understood. Cultivation levels. In most cases, it's easier to overestimate than to see through an underestimated one. Only in Fatty Wang's case was it somewhat peculiar. After a brief chat, Chen Sansi, who hadn't rested throughout the day, immediately dived back into his training, aiming to break through the final barrier of skin training in one go. At the family estate, Xiang Tingchen was practicing with his sword in the courtyard. Luo Dongquan, led by a maid, came in. Lord 1,000 Households, did you have any instructions for me? Xiang Tingchen didn't speak and continued practicing with his sword, leaving him standing there. Not until 2 hours later did he finally put away his sword and stop. He took the hot towel handed over by the maid to wipe off his sweat. Still in no hurry to speak, he then sat leisurely on the rattan chair and began sipping tea. Luo Dongquan thus stood in silence, not uttering a word, like a wooden stake. Go on, old Luo. Xiang Tingchen set down his teacup. Why must you do that? This lowly official doesn't know. Luo Dongquan kept his head lowered. Leaking comrades' whereabouts, what's the difference between that and conspiring with the enemy to betray the country? Xiang Tingchen stood up and approached the other man, suppressing his anger. You just had to, you're so eager to see Chen Sansi die, not even willing to give me face. My lord, I did it for self-preservation. Luo Dongquan stopped pretending. In the future, with his power and influence in the Northern Territory, it would only take a word from him to not only threaten my life but also end my career and the future prospects of my entire Luo family. Slap. Xiang Tingchen's hand struck like an iron fan, fiercely slapped across his face, producing a crisp sound. Luo Dongquan, don't forget who it was that took pity on you back in the day, brought you into the barracks and taught you martial arts personally. And who was it that transferred resources to you so that you could have the cultivation you have today? This lowly official dares not forget. A purple-red handprint appeared on Luo Dongquan's face, and he didn't dare to resist Lord Thousand Household's favor. This official will surely repay with my life. It's fortunate that there's no evidence. This matter, I will help you suppress it. Xiang Tingchen exhaled turbid breath, but if there is ever a next time, you're on your own. Get out. Luo Dongquan bowed respectfully, retreated a few steps, and then turned to leave. After stepping out of the gate, he spat a mouthful of bloody saliva toward the front door, expressionless. Huala lala. Inside the cave, Chen Sansi poured the condensed dew body forging soup into a wooden tub. In recent days, he hadn't gone to the Jai mansion at all. Instead, he ordered their people to deliver the prepared medicinal soup to his home. Today was the last portion. Once used up, it should be just right for him to break through, and there would be no more condensed dew body forging soup. First, he exercised his skin in the iron sand. After his entire body was bloodied, he would jump into the medicine bath. The icy medicinal liquid seeped into his body, constantly repairing wounds and nourishing his physique. After soaking for a while, Chen Sansi got out, picked up the repaired reed leaf spear, and began to practice. The cultivation technique was displayed. The medicinal force of the medicine bath, previously absorbed through the wounds into the flesh, was now completely assimilated and then oozed out through the pores, hanging on his body like droplets of transparent dew, thus the name condensed dew body forging soup. Various supplemental medicines, beast meat, and most crucially spiritual grain. Chen Sansi reached the threshold of a breakthrough once again. He could feel it. Qi blood no longer affected only the meridians and bones. When using Qi blood to strengthen his spear technique, his skin was strengthened along with it, as if his whole body from head to toe gained a thick armor of skin. A single thrust of his spear carved a huge hole in the wall of the cave. Chen Sansi's overall qualities rose once more. His skin became thicker and more resilient, far surpassing cowhide, and much stronger than that of Xuan's skin. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear small achievement. Progress 0-2000. Utility blood of the dragon elephant, 9 dragon living veins, innate vajra, skin as tough as bone. Skin as tough as bone. When Qi blood is abundant, the skin becomes extremely tough, its defensive power akin to an external layer of abnormal bone, difficult to pierce with sword or blade. Bang bang bang. Chen Sansi clenched his fists and slammed them against the wall, punching multiple holes into it. He didn't feel the slightest pain, as his skin's level of defense turned into an invulnerable bone armor. And not just any ordinary bones, these were abnormal bones that could only be cultivated with a superior cultivation technique. Chen Sansi drew his treasure sword and lightly brushed it across his arm. A sting followed, leaving behind a white mark, but no substantial harm was done. This was still the Zhenyu sword. If it were a regular blade, it would be even harder to break through the defense. It's not always this hard. It needs to be engorged with blood to work. Chen Sansi kept trying. In a normal state, his skin was tougher than an average person's, but not inhuman. Once I achieve great success, it will be a Vajra body. Out of medicine, Chen Sansi sighed. The tiger blood wine, sent by the Ministry of War as a reward, had already been rewarded to him twice by Xiang Tingchen, but it was meant specifically for those with bone training great success. The medical books stated that drinking it prematurely was not only useless but harmful, so it was not yet needed. Let's borrow some from the martial arts hall, 100-year-old black ginseng. In Poyang County, it was generally harvested and kept at home as a treasured possession. By the time Chen Sansi descended the mountain, it was already night. He headed straight to the Liang family's large estate outside the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, starting here first. If there was nothing to find, he would then go to the Yun Pan family and the Zhao family. Though the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy's pharmacy didn't do much business, it didn't mean they didn't have treasures stored at home. He didn't even bother to conceal his long spear, carrying it openly on his back. Long spear, bow, and arrows, Zhenyu Sworden was not missing. It wasn't that he wasn't concerned about being discovered at all. It was just, the Liang family better pray that no one discovers him. Otherwise, Poyang County would have another family extermination tragedy. Times had changed. In the beginning, when he first practiced martial arts, he had to swallow his pride in the face of the martial arts hall's people. Now he didn't even need to lift a finger against them. A flick of the finger to the bowstring would do the job. It was just borrowing some medicinal materials. He hoped they would not be foolish. Chen Sansi quickly found the storeroom for the medicinal materials. The person in charge was asleep on the table, essentially saving the lives of dozens of the Liang household. He climbed through the window into the pharmacy, grabbing a sack and stuffing it. Soon, it was bulging with items. Indeed, there's black ginseng, and quite an amount of it too, enough for me to use for a while. In a corner, Chen Sansi found some exquisitely stored boxes and opened them. They contained either ginseng or treasured Ganoderma and many other rare treasures capable of neutralizing various odd poisons. Whether needed or not, he packed everything and took it all. Inside the quiet Liang family's large estate, only a study was lit by the light of candles. Chen Sansi thought about it, then still tiptoed to the eaves to peek through a sliver of an opening into the room. Inside the room at the desk, a middle-aged man with graying hair sat there, facing a messy pile of scrolls, holding a folding fan in his hands and idly fingering it with a vacant look in his eyes. Is that Liang Zhan's fan? Heh, old man, missing your son are you? Chen Sansi hesitated on whether to send them all to be reunited as a family. Waste. A sharp scolding came through. A haggard woman burst out of the bedroom and rushed toward the study, rudely kicking open the door. Old man, what's the use of pretending here every day? If you really care for Zhanner, why don't you go take revenge? I do want revenge. Liang Shengjai gritted his teeth and said, but Xiang Tingchen has achieved small success in refining internal, and how could I be his match? Plus, without evidence, he would certainly deny it. Xiang Tingchen. Chen Sansi was surprised. Turns out Lord Thousand Households had been carrying the pot for him all along. So what? The woman shouted shrilly. You could ask others for help, couldn't you? Could that Xiang Tingchen be invincible in this world? Aren't there refining internal experts around the county magistrate, around the magistrate? Beg them for help. No one can help me. Liang Shengjai's voice was choked with sobs. Jai Guangxian and Xiang Tingchen are birds of a feather. How could they possibly help me kill Xiang Tingchen? Even if I were to spend all I have, I couldn't afford the price. And the magistrate, the woman lowered her voice, isn't the magistrate repeatedly calling you over lately? Can't you ask him to help? Even less likely. Liang Shengjai said, the new magistrate Zhu is said to be from the court and barely accepts our tributes. He is too proud and lofty. How could he become our assassin? Moreover, his frequent summoning of us lately is for questioning about the immortal treasure. If I wanted his help unless, he suddenly understood the woman's implication. You're insane. Hiding the immortal treasure is a great crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. By doing so, we could avenge Zhanner, but it would also mean the end of the Liang family's 100-year foundation. Foundation. The woman burst into hysterical laughter. Liang Shengjai, your son is dead. Who are you keeping your foundation for? And with the barbarians about to attack the city, do you think you can stay hidden at home? Wouldn't the surname Xiang conscript you? Liang Shengjai stood up anxiously. What are you doing? The woman put a hairpin to her own throat. If you're really a coward, then I'll just go to Zhanner myself. Ah. Liang Shengjai roared, overturning the desk. You're all forcing me, so let's die together. Xiang Tingchen, I will take you down with me. What a touching scene of deep father-son affection, of white-haired people sending off those with black hair. Touching, is it? Chen Sansi sneered. When these beasts were testing drugs on the villagers, they never considered that others had families too. Even if he slaughtered their entire household, sparing not a man, woman, or child, they didn't deserve half a bit of pity. Instead, it would be ridding people of harm. However, since they pinned the blame on Xiang Tingchen and there was involvement with the immortal treasure, he couldn't just kill recklessly, or it might lead to unforeseen complications. The magistrate is indeed here for the immortal treasure, and he has refining internal experts by his side. It seems that the Liang family intends to report to the magistrate. Mr. Xiang, you'd better pray for good fortune. Chen Sansi didn't stay any longer with a leap. He vanished into the night after leaving the Liang family compound, disappearing without a trace. You want to learn swordsmanship? Wang Zhai, who was sitting on the stone stool drinking, lifted his head in confusion at the boy's sudden request. Are you sure? Sure. Chen Sansi nodded firmly. He had sought out the Sun Li siblings, but since they didn't know, he had no option but to approach Tang Ryushin. Wang Zhai recalled carefully, I do have some, come with me. The first time entering Fatty Wang's house was unexpectedly shabby. The yard was unattended, and there was no furniture in the rooms except for a bed and a locked chest in the bedroom. Wang Zhai opened the chest and pulled out a pile of secret skill books, then selected a few swordsmanship volumes and tossed them over, as if they were worthless. Take a look at which one you want to practice. I don't have anything else, just plenty of techniques. When I was kicked out with my belongings, they only took the techniques above refining internal. I kept all the ones below it. Among these volumes, the best should be the Dianking Swordsmanship. It's the same one the master used, Supervisor Sun. Chen Sansi asked, wasn't he a spear user? He also practiced swordsmanship. If I remember correctly, before he broke through the martial saint level, he had practiced a variety of messy techniques. Wang Zhai stroked his chin. This Dianking Swordsmanship is a unique technique from Kang Mountain sect, one of the major sects from over 100 years ago. After the sect plotted a rebellion and was annihilated, the technique fell into the hands of the court. Even the master practiced it, so it must be good, but definitely hard to learn. Aren't you worried it will affect your spear training? More than that, Chen Sansi voiced his perplexity. What I'm more curious about is, what are the benefits of practicing multiple weapon techniques? One major utility of a cultivation technique is to push the limits of the physical body. But as one's realm increases and they start training in a new weapon, what can that bring? It's definitely not going to be a significant improvement in physical strength. Otherwise, it would be common knowledge by now. Before Hua Jin, practicing an additional weapon technique can make your chi blood more robust. After Hua Jin, it gives you a deeper foundation in your strength. Besides that, there are no other benefits, Wang Zhai explained patiently while changing the dressing on his wound. So generally, it's the people in high realms with no hope of further breakthroughs who collect and practice various techniques to enhance their combat power. After all, among peers in the same realm, the battle often comes down to whose true chi and chi blood can prevail. You are still at a low realm, it's not very meaningful to train now. Even if you master it, you won't be able to use two techniques simultaneously in real combat. People only have one brain, how can you split your focus? At most, you can have a long weapon and a short weapon to turn to when an enemy gets close so you aren't helpless. That's your plan, right, sort of. Chen Sansi did not deny it, but he quickly linked this information in his mind. People in high realms with no hope of further breakthroughs. This described the former Supervisor Sun as well. It wasn't until after the 15th year of Longking that Supervisor Sun suddenly broke through to a level above Martial Saint. Was there a connection to his practice with the sword? Of course, this is only speculation right now. Martial Saint is still too far off. Let's just try practicing the swordsmanship for now. I'll take this one. Chen Sansi accepted the Dianking swordsmanship, whatever you want. Wang Zhai added, with a base level of cultivation, you'll learn other techniques much faster, but how fast depends on your qualifications and comprehension. Chen Sansi didn't waste any time. He began practicing the swordsmanship that very day. The universal breathing skill was the foundation. He only needed to learn pilework and sword moves. He vividly remembered how, when first learning martial arts, it took nearly 10 days just to perform the pilework and move smoothly. Now learning the sword, it took him only half a day. Cultivation technique, Dianking swordsmanship entry level. Progress 050. Utility none. Only 50 to reach entry-level mastery. Chen Sansi tried to officially practice. The results were quicker than he anticipated. Each time he completed a set of sword moves, the proficiency would noticeably rise. At this rate, just 1 day was needed. After 1 day, his swordsmanship could be at entry level. This really is a great sword. Chen Sansi held the Zhenyu sword, somewhat unable to put it down. This legendary treasure sword simply couldn't be measured in monetary terms. It was truly priceless. What a waste of resources. I heard that Prince was taken straight to the capital city. This was good news. If the prince had stayed in Poyang, the barbarian tribes would undoubtedly continue to send reinforcements, and higher-ranked generals would be essential. Mr. Xiang alone wouldn't be able to hold out. Now that the prince was taken away, the Yuan family would have to request reinforcements directly from the old emperor. Of course, this didn't mean that Poyang was safe. On the contrary, its fate was still uncertain. The Zai River tribe had at least 5,000 troops, perhaps even more. Against the 1,000 households, 1,000 men, even as defenders, there was significant pressure. Defense preparations began to be fortified inside and outside the Great Wall. The great battle was about to be. All around Poyang, everyone had entered a state of war preparation. Not only were the soldiers bustling about, the ordinary people couldn't escape conscription either. The Great Wall's construction had been ongoing for nearly 200 years, requiring annual maintenance. With the great battle impending, reinforcing the weaker segments had become more critical. The 200-mile Great Wall. The workforce from the 1,000 households was wholly inadequate. They had no choice but to rely on civilians. Uncle Lizai have something to eat. Chen Sansi had been sent to supervise the labor and was distributing food to the villagers with Wang Lei. This temporary conscription didn't even provide meals. The common folk had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, if the barbarians breached the city, not a single living person would be spared. The cornbread smells delicious. She, becoming a high official, recently must have lined your pockets well. How dare you? Wang Li angrily said, you ingrate. The Lord kindly asked the Lord 1,000 households for food for you, and you don't appreciate it. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The rest of the villagers immediately began cursing. Just go die, Uncle Lizai. Right, die at the barbarians' hands outside the city. That would be a fitting end for you. Chen Sansi paid them no mind and left Wang Li to watch over them while he attended to his own duties. The food he had requested from the stores through Xiang Tingchen. In a defensive battle like this, without civilian cooperation, the difficulty would increase significantly. Neither does it make sense to expect the horse to run without feeding it grass. The food reserves at the 1,000 households were enough for 6 months. Giving a small portion to the civilians was not a problem. Furthermore, various village gentry and martial arts hall lords had amassed plenty in their granaries, waiting to sell at higher prices in winter. If truly necessary, they would seize food from the martial arts halls. Back at the military camp, empowered by the medicine of spiritual grain, Chen Sansi practiced spear techniques for 2 hours before starting on swordsmanship. Dianking swordsmanship. Divided into 3 parts, the part he held could directly cultivate refining organs, comprising 13 sword techniques, each with 72 variations. If there had to be a distinct characteristic, it was focused on slaughter, with every move designed to kill. The Zhenyu sword in Chen Sanxi's hands hummed and trembled, at times swift as a fierce torrential downpour, and at others slow as drifting clouds, each strike embodying a weather-changing momentum, grand and powerful, splitting the wind and tearing through clouds. Cultivation technique, Dianking swordsmanship entry level. Progress 050. Utility ambidextrous, swift mastery of the sword path. Ambidextrous dual wielding, complementing strengths and compensating weaknesses. Swift mastery of the sword path. Below the physical realm, sword techniques are incredibly fast, unimpeded. Swift mastery of the sword path. Once past entry level, proficiency was still only 50. This meant, as long as it wasn't beyond his own realm, breakthroughs were as simple as eating and drinking. In this way, the concerns Wang Zhai had about it interfering with his spear technique cultivation were completely unfounded. More importantly, it was being ambidextrous. Normally, it's impossible to multitask. Chen Sanxi trained with a shorter weapon as well, not just to handle special situations where enemies got close, but to have better options than being completely unarmed, which was certainly an improvement. However, if two sets of techniques could be used at the same time, it would be transformative. Sometimes the sum of 1 plus 1 far exceeds 2. The long spear, as the king of weapons, had only one flaw: its length. Although his spear techniques were impeccable, and no one had ever come close enough to challenge him, it didn't mean that they would never be able to. Being able to use both sword and spear techniques simultaneously would completely compensate for this. Chen Sanxi tried it out on the spot. In his hands, the Zhenyu sword and the reed leaf spear operated as if controlled by two perfectly coordinated individuals, especially with the Zhenyu sword. Holding the sword in his left hand, it felt not the least bit awkward, but rather like a natural extension of his own limbs. Swift mastery. Chen Sanxi with spear in right hand and sword in left. Just 2 days and nights. He pushed the Zhenyu sword to great success in the blood-refining technique. His internal qi blood thickened without affecting the progress of his spear technique. Mr. Chen. Zhao Kang found him. Go to the main tent. Commander Xiang has important things to discuss with everyone. Central Army Camp. All the lieutenants were present. In addition, Magistrate Zhu, Magistrate Jai, as well as Sun Li and Sun Buki were all there. Xiang Tingchen looked at Feng Yang, signaling him to begin. Yes. Feng Yang pointed to a location 20 miles outside the Great Wall on the sand table, and said, 2 days ago, under orders to carry out a new round of reconnaissance, I discovered that the barbarian tribes had begun to set up camps there, and obtained accurate intelligence that they would attack Po Yang within 5 days at the latest. Among them, total military strength is about 6,000, with 2,000 light cavalry and 500 heavy cavalry. Refining organ increased to 2 people, bone training commanders increased to 10, several with blood refining great success. Additionally, complete with heavy machinery such as catapults and siege carriages. On our side, we have 1,056 combat-ready troops, plus 200 martial arts academy disciples, 3 refining organ martial artists, and 12 bone-training martial artists participating in the battle. Lord Thousand Households, I have finished my report. Xiang Tingchen nodded slightly overall. While we have more high-realm warriors, the Zai River tribe's forces are several times larger than ours, and even just holding out will be difficult. So, Magistrate Jai, could you help by requesting the Nding Prefecture Commanding Department to send an additional 1,500 troops? That's not within my jurisdiction. Jai Guangxian said sheepishly, moreover, Nding Prefecture is facing 50,000 iron cavalry. Where would they find extra forces to deploy? At most, I can call for one more refining organ from my family to assist. His mission was not completed. He could not return. Staying in Po Yang meant sharing life and death with Po Yang. Miss Sun, Xiang Tingchen shifted his gaze. Can't the governor mansion send some people over? I have already written a letter and had it urgently sent to Liangzhu. My father should have arrangements in place. Sun Li's voice was cold. Before that, my brother and I will stay in Po Yang to assist. We will absolutely not flee once the battle commences. Good. Everyone knows of the iron-blooded reputation of the 8 camps. It seems the reputation is well deserved. Xiang Tingchen looked at everyone, exhorting, gentlemen, even the daughter and young master of the supervisor himself are prepared to fight to the death. How can we retreat? Pass my command, starting tomorrow, all soldiers of Po Yang 1,000 households will be stationed at the Great Wall, on standby for 12 hours a day, ready to face the enemy at any moment. Understood. The crowd accepted the command. Mr. Chen Sanxi, who was initially planning to go home, was stopped. He paused. Magistrate Jai, what can I do for you? Heh heh. Jai Guangxian laughed. Mr. Chen ventured deep into enemy territory alone for hundreds of miles, capturing a prince amidst heavily surrounded troops, establishing an astonishing feat. Soon even the capital will hear of your great name. Elder Gao is the most perceptive in recognizing talents and will surely entrust you with a significant task. I am flattered by Magistrate Jai's high regard. Chen Sansi replied perfunctorily, sadly, even if I wanted to leave Poyang, I can't leave now. Major matters will have to wait until after the war is over. One word, delay. As long as he could delay, once his realm improved, all problems would be easily solved. Mr. Chen speaks wisely. Jai Guangxian stroked his beard. I too will not leave and will stay to share life and death with the soldiers of Poyang. Indeed, this matter should be discussed after the battle concludes. Such integrity, Magistrate Jai. Chen Sansi changed the subject. I just don't know. No. Jai Guangxian interrupted. Mr. Chen, when I travel far, why would I carry so many medicinal materials with me? Of course, if Mr. Chen can give me a guarantee, I am not against sending someone from Anding Prefecture to rush more medicinal materials here. Magistrate Jai misunderstands. Chen Sansi said, I understand the principle of not taking rewards without merit. Do fortifying soup is exceptionally valuable even if Magistrate Jai is generous. I would feel ashamed to continue receiving it without due cause. I wanted to ask if Magistrate Jai has any other secret medicine, perhaps something for treating injuries or restoring chi blood. I dare not ask for much, just enough for a single use. Well. Magistrate Jai pondered for a moment. Naturally, there are more. My Jai family started in the medicinal trade. How could we have only one secret formula? Whether it's golden sore medicine for treating external injuries or blood-replenishing pills to quickly restore chi blood, my Jai family's medicines are many times better than what's available outside. Since Mr. Chen has asked, how could I refuse? I will have someone send some to you later. Chen Sansi bowed with his fists and took his leave. Sir. Dan Yuanji smiled. He has started asking for medicine. Naturally, the formulas used by my Jai family for bone training were taken by His Highness to cultivate his confidence. Anyone who has used them wouldn't want to switch medicines. Jai Guangxian confidently said, you send him the medicine later, but remember, only give him enough for a single use. He has asked me once, he will ask again. Why worry about not being able to keep him in check? Done. Chen Sansi successfully concocted dew fortifying soup, 6 elements blood replenishing pills, and a secretly made medicine for treating external injuries. The dew fortifying soup was still useful even for someone with a small achievement in bone training. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear, upper small achievement. Progress 108, 2000. The other 2 secret medicines weren't very effective, but they were free of charge. They would also make the magistrate think that his family's secret medicines were attractive to him, ensuring he wouldn't be bothered by him until the end of the battle. Skill, medical skill, ordinary entry level. Progress 403, 500. The medical skill will soon break through. Chen Sansi returned home. Gu Xinlin had prepared dinner as usual. That night, she took out a dark blue robe she had finally finished sewing after 2 months and personally dressed her man in it, checking for any ill-fitting areas so she could make the best adjustments overnight. It fits perfectly, brother. She looks very handsome in it, under the candlelight, in front of the bronze mirror. Gu Xinlin quietly watched her man, her almond-shaped eyes initially dreamy and blurry, gradually reddening with tears as she unconsciously hugged him tightly, whispering, Sister Tong's child is due in a couple of days. I know. Since Chen Sansi had come to this world, it was his first time wearing such fitting and comfortable clothes. He adjusted his sleeves, replying, Subin will join me in guarding the city. You help take care of things here. That's not what I meant. Gu Xinlin hugged him tighter, her voice becoming very soft. I meant when you return, we should have won too. Towards the end, her voice was more choked than shy. The emphasis of her words was on return. Don't worry, I'm quite capable. Chen Sansi suddenly lifted her by the waist, and this matter doesn't need to wait until I return. We can start now. Tonight, countless similar scenes would unfold in the military settlements. Fathers silent, mothers advising, wives and children crying. Because no one knew if tonight would be their last reunion. Starting tomorrow, all soldiers would be stationed at the Great Wall, defending against the barbarian invasion. Before the battle is over, no one may return home. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., the sound of the bugle echoed through the camp. The soldiers headed to the barracks, bidding farewell to their families. The Sun Li siblings, too, donned their armor and took up their weapons to join the battle. Shanxi. Sun Buki caught up quickly. I've looked into the matter on the grassland for you. That 1,000 household surnamed Luo, his subordinate said he hasn't left alone. Is it possible that it's because Tang Ruoshan is too incompetent, causing the exposure? Perhaps. Chen Sansi didn't refute, nor did he bother to. To the people of the governor mansion, it was all about evidence, but he didn't need to provide any. Sun Li said, little brother, don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him. Once arriving at the barracks after Xiang Tingchen's lengthy speech, all the soldiers then garrisoned the Great Wall. In the days that followed, they would have to eat, drink, and deal with all matters within the Great Wall, with any departures requiring permission. Each household was responsible for 2 signal towers, covering a distance of 20 miles. the other 200 martial arts academy disciples, and over 200 new recruits who had just joined the army were scattered among them. The common folk were in charge of boiling the golden liquid, moving rolling logs, boulders, arrows, and other tools. Xiang Tingchun, Luo Dongquan, and Dan Yuanji, 3 refining organ martial artists, personally conducted day and night patrols. Additionally, a night watch team would leave the city every night to scout. This task no longer fell upon Chen Sansi. All that was left was to wait. After 3 days, Chen Sansi's swordsmanship shot straight up to entry-level bone training, no longer holding him back when used. Mr. Chen, it's doomed. Su Wenkai, busy for several days, created a makeshift sand table with an accuracy comparable to that within the Central Army's tent. Holding a stick, he looked troubled. It's doomed. It was mealtime. Everyone was gathered inside the signal tower, eating the beast meat brought by Chen Sansi, and thus heard everything clearly. Doomed my ass. Zhu Tong stepped forward and kicked him. When the barbarians come, I'll push you off the city wall first to meet your doom. It really is doomed. Su Wenkai's expression was sincere. Su Bin leaned over, craning his neck. Old Su, I've read military books too. We may not have many people, but we are defending the city. We're not lacking in food and we have the townspeople to help. There's still a good chance we can hold. I wasn't talking about that. Su Wenkai turned to Chen Sansi. You guys don't understand, but Mr. Chen certainly can see it. The troop reinforcement by the barbarian 1,000 households from Zai River is very strange, and in Ding Prefecture remains silent. Too weird. Unfortunately, there isn't enough intelligence. I can't see the specifics elsewhere, and can't figure out what the barbarians exactly want to do. But from what we see now, the posture they are assuming signifies that they are hell-bent on taking Po Yang, defying the heavens in their pursuit. Chen Sansi nodded, indicating he agreed with that view to everyone. Indeed strange. Even bringing up the immortal treasure wouldn't make sense. Shouldn't such matters be dealt with stealthily? For instance, sending several more experts of the Witch God sect, plenty of refining organ and Hua Jin practitioners. What does it mean to send a large army closing in? Searching carpet style is not done like this, right? Of course, if it's just 6,000 men, the problem isn't too big. At most, we implement scorched earth tactics, retreat everyone back to the county seat, and concentrate strength on guard hire and more solid city walls. But what might follow next? Nobody can be sure. He, like Su Wenkai, had a very bad feeling. Nobody is an immortal, they could only take one step at a time. Mr. Chen, why don't we head to the mountains? Zhuangyi proposed this idea for the second time. Take about 100 people and just flee straight into the deep mountains and dense forests, where you could be a king and set up a stronghold recruiting soldiers to start anew. Zhu Tong agreed with both hands. Exactly. We could establish our own small court. Are you too brainless? How can you joke about something like this? Su Bin hurried to stop them. Su Wenkai seriously discussed the idea with them, concluding in the end that lacking advanced cultivation methods and resources, becoming prominent would only lead to a dead end. Of course, everyone was just joking around, because defending the city was too monotonous. Chen Sansi didn't join in the fun. After replenishing his energy, he continued to practice his spear and swordsmanship. In a flash, another 2 days passed. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear small achievement. Progress 308, 2000. His swordsmanship also caught up with his own realm. Cultivation technique, Dianking swordsmanship, bone forger small achievement. Progress 0, 2000. The limit for proficiency increased many times over. As expected, once reaching the realm of the physical body, rapid progress was no longer possible. He still needed to focus primarily on spear technique. On a side note, it has been over 10 days since the grassland journey concluded. Shouldn't the capital city have received news of me capturing the 9th Prince Yu Wen? I wonder if they'll give me anything in return. He didn't seek rank or peerage, only a resource for cultivation. The condensed dew body refinement soup was still useful for bone forger's small achievement, but it wasn't enough. He wanted to achieve bone forging perfection as soon as possible, so when facing a refining organ martial artist again, he would not be utterly helpless. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Atop the Great Wall, the signal fires were lit. Along the 200-mile Great Wall, the soldiers, whose nerves had been strained for days on end, each took up their weapons and moved to their pre-assigned posts. Chen Sansi also took his spear and sword and went to the top of the wall. Boom, 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 boom. Hum. Along with the sound of war drums as loud as thunder and the majestic bugle, a dark mass of figures gradually appeared on the slope 10 miles away. It was the barbarian army. They arranged their battle formation, erected their observation towers, and stood off against the great Sheng officials and soldiers from afar. Leading a dark horse cavalry unit, one came to a halt about 200 steps from the Great Wall and began riding around and shouting, "Hear this, Sheng dynasty's officers and soldiers within the city. Surrender early and avoid death. We give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, if you don't voluntarily open the city gates, our heavenly clan Iron Cavalry will surely flatten Po Yang." The best strategy in warfare is to outthink the enemy. Attacking the spirit is supreme, attacking the city is inferior. Even though they were of different races and bloodshed was inevitable, they could still create an atmosphere that boosted the morale of their own troops. Morale was, after all, the key to victory. Soldiers defending the Great Wall, listen up, I offer you. Whoosh. Thump, an arrow suddenly pierced through the helmet of a fast-charging cavalryman, toppling him and his horse to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chen Sansi slowly lowered his bow. 200 steps, 1 kill with a single shot. Good shot, Mr. Chen is valiant, valiant. Hundreds of soldiers cried out in unison. Good, Xiang Tingchen, who sat atop the fortress gate, cheered loudly, excellent archery, upholding the might of our great Dasheng, although only one barbarian cavalryman had died. Everyone felt as if they had gained a huge advantage as they looked at the dense group of people becoming insignificant, their hearts invigorated and hands itching for a fight. This was morale, 10 miles away. Wu Mar, a barbarian household leader on the observation tower, had an unpleasant expression on his face. His original plan was to intimidate the Sheng people before attacking, but the result was the opposite of what he had intended. How could we, the Heavenly Clan, who rely on our skills with the bow and horse, lose to the Sheng people? He asked solemnly, who has outstanding archery skills. I have Admiral Muji. Jai Rentai, another household leader at his side, spoke up. This man uses a 5-stone bow and can hit a target 100 steps away with one of his 3 arrows. Good. Umar issued an order. Send up Muji and tell him that shooting down that archer just now will be rewarded with 20 taels of gold, 500 taels of silver, and 300 heads of cattle and sheep. Here they come again. Su Wenkai lay on the ground, cautiously looking ahead as another menacing barbarian approached. Sheng people, if you're brave, don't use numbers to overwhelm me or shoot chaotic arrows at me. Muji came unarmed except for the longbow in his hand, his voice booming. Call out that archer from just now. I'll compete with him in archery, staking our lives on the outcome. I am right here. Chen Sansi stood atop the wall, letting the enemy come within about 100 steps. So arrogant, Muji gritted his teeth and shot an arrow from his bow. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chen Sansi neither dodged nor flinched, but instead drew his own bow and loosed a thundering arrow. Ding. A light, crisp sound rang out. The 2 arrows collided precisely in midair, veering off and falling to the ground. What? Muji was shocked. From atop the wall, Chen Sansi looked down. Come again. Fine, let's do this. Muji adjusted his breathing, calmed himself, and shot 3 arrows in quick succession. Ding, 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 yet each arrow was effortlessly shot down with unerring accuracy. Bacharu. Muji was struck dumb, standing still in shock for a long while before awakening from the nightmare and calling out in terror, the number 1 Bacharu, the number 1 Bacharu. Using an arrow to block an arrow. Such a divine skill could only be achieved by the grassland's number 1 Bacharu. How could there be such a formidable person in the insignificant Poyang County? Muji no longer dared to continue the competition. He turned to flee, but it was too late. Whoosh. A spade-shaped cheap-high arrow struck his horse. Muji fell hard. Before he could rise, a willow leaf arrow pierced his thigh. Then another hit his other leg, right hand and left and right. Ah, unable to die and unable to live, Muji writhed and howled beneath the city wall. Divine Archer. Mr. Chen is likely one of the rarest divine archers in the world. Brothers, with Mr. Chen here, how could the barbarians possibly breach our Great Wall, the 200-mile Great Wall? What they saw and heard was passed on and deliberately exaggerated, and in a short time the morale of the officials and soldiers reached its peak. Useless. Umar cursed Jai Rentai. Is this the divine archer you told me about? Jai Rentai remained silent. Muji was at least a bone forger with a small achievement, and yet he was defeated so effortlessly. Let's rest. Umar said solemnly, in 2 days we'll discuss the siege again. They had suffered defeats twice in a row. Attacking now would only make things more difficult. They had to wait out the period when the enemy's morale was high. What else could they do? It's not like the 2 main generals could personally challenge the enemy. Facing such a challenge meant facing a barrage of arrows. If there was a chance to kill a main general, the concept of martial virtue would be irrelevant. My lord, what a strategy. Su Wenkai exclaimed in admiration. After such an event, the barbarians' morale has plummeted to rock bottom, and they will not dare to attack again for a short time. The inside and outside of the Great Wall suddenly fell silent. It wasn't until the 3rd day at dawn that the sound of war drums rang out again. A dense mass of black dots advanced toward the Great Wall as the barbarians officially began their siege. Liven up, the household heads responsible for defending the Great Wall at various stages began to encourage their subordinates to give their all. Archery, relishing its triumph, was already a past affair from 3 days ago. Although the awe-inspired lingered, the excitement had long since faded. This was also why the barbarians were finally launching their siege. Within the fortress gate, Xiang Tingchen ordered, release arrows. An order officer immediately relayed the command. Each signal tower was purposefully equipped with archers and crossbowmen. As soon as the barbarian soldiers approached within about 200 steps, everyone aimed slightly above and in front of them and unleashed a barrage of arrows, creating a parabolic rain of projectiles. The siege, unlike what's portrayed on television, it was absolutely not a matter of wielding a shield and sword, yelling battle cries, and charging forward. If it were so, there would be countless deaths no matter how many came. Laying siege required the use of many pieces of machinery. Take, for instance, the barbarians in the frontmost ranks. All were shielded by wooden curtain carts and fenwin cars. Wooden curtain carts. These are siege engines covered with wooden planks for protection. In front of the vehicle, thick wooden planks shielded from the arrow rain, while soldiers hid behind them and pushed the cart forward without showing themselves. Fenwin cars. Similar pieces of equipment, all made of iron, essentially a group of soldiers rushing forward carrying an iron shed on their back. Moreover, the barbarians also set up an arrow formation, shooting wildly at the city walls. Relying solely on a barrage of arrows to stop them was impossible. At most, it would kill only a few of their soldiers. In the end, they had to wait until the enemy attempted to climb the walls before they could significantly reduce the enemy's numbers. Chen Sansi's 15-stone bow could easily penetrate the common bamboo armor shields, cowhide shields, and thinner iron shields, virtually counting each flex of the fingers as a life claimed. Skill, archery, small achievement. Progress 508, 1000. With continued training like this, it wouldn't be long before his archery reached great success. But in the end, he was just one person, unable to withstand the 1,000-strong army. Soon, the barbarian soldiers reached the base of the city wall and successfully set up the scaling ladders. Scaling ladders. They weren't just any ladders but ladder carriages, extremely heavy pieces of engineering, weighing up to thousands of caddies. They could adjust their angle flexibly, had iron hooks to secure to the wall, and the base could form a triangle with the wall, making them incredibly sturdy. One after another, the barbarians began to climb up the ladders. Log rams and boulders proved their worth, smashing down onto those below with the force of collapsing mountains. As soon as a brave warrior climbed halfway, they were doused from above with scalding golden juice. I've saved this for you for days. Have a taste, all of you try it. Zhu Tong roared, pouring down bucket after bucket. The boiling temperature, once it injured the skin, would lead to bacterial and viral infections. Without effective treatment, it was practically a death sentence. Chen Sansi stood guard beside them. Whoever dared to show their head would be stabbed with a thrust of his 3-meter-long spear. On the defensive side, one man could indeed hold the pass against 10,000. Shortly, he had stabbed over 20 people to death, not allowing a single enemy soldier to climb over the wall. Gradually, the area he was responsible for quieted down. Over 200 li of the Great Wall. The barbarians couldn't possibly attack along the entire line. They mainly chose to attack weaker points. Even so, the first round of the siege didn't last too long. 2 hours later, the barbarians sounded the retreat. A siege was inherently a prolonged affair. Today's assault was likely just a probe. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield and assess the situation. In this round, the barbarians lost over 400 men, while the Po Yang 1,000 households lost just over 50, most of whom died from random arrows during the defense. The ratio of losses looked quite favorable, but what the barbarians sent today were the so-called old, weak, sick, and disabled. This could be seen from the tattered leather armors on their bodies, and moreover, not a single bone-training martial artist had yet appeared. It was clear they intended to use these 400 weakened troops to gauge the true combat strength of the Great Wall. Skill, commanding soldiers entry level. Progress 388, 500. In live combat, the skill of commanding soldiers rapidly improved. The soldiers under Chen Sansi's command, despite feeling mentally tense, did not panic and always coordinated well. Coupled with him standing at the forefront, only 2 men died in battle and 3 were wounded. Lazy bones. The stinking Zhu Tong dragged Su Wenkai, who had been cowering in a corner, out into the open. Didn't you say it was the end for us? The barbarians look like nothing but wine sacks and rice bags to me. It hasn't even started yet, Su Wenkai informed. They haven't even brought out the bone-training warriors. They haven't used digging tunnels or earth bags and such tactics yet. Chen Sansi let the old scholar enlighten his men while he himself wasted no time in practicing martial arts. He also took the opportunity to ask Xiang Tingchen for leave to go hunting in the mountains, claiming he wanted to reward his subordinates. Having just earned a significant merit, he couldn't afford to grant rewards, so he was entitled to some privileges. Riding the white swan horse, he went up to the mountains to soak in medicinal baths and practice martial arts, also improving his medical skills. When he returned, he brought a couple of hunted animals to the Great Wall for everyone to share. This continued for 10 days, during which the barbarians didn't seem eager to launch another full-scale assault. Instead, they beat drums every midnight and sent small groups of soldiers to shoot arrows and harass during the day. Siege exhaustion tactics, Chen Sansi was well aware. as long as they didn't lack food and fodder. Such wear-down strategies would advantage the barbarians. On one hand, their numbers were vast, creating increasing pressure for the soldiers of the Great Wall. Plus, with the cold weather, it was a torture to huddle on the ground every day. Speaking of which, it was almost the 12th lunar month, and the Northern Territory had yet to see snow. If a blizzard did set in, that could press the barbarians as well. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear, upper small achievement. Progress 899, 2000. The cultivation speed had slowed down. The efficacy of the dew condensation body forging soup was much less than before. At this rate, it would take at least 20 more days to achieve bone forging perfection. However, medical skill was on the verge of a breakthrough. Medical officer Jiang also came to the Great Wall with the army. Chen Sansi used the excuse of helping, but in reality, he was improving his proficiency. After pushing the medicine mill, he began practicing acupuncture on a wooden man covered with drawn acupoints. Medical skill included more than just herbs. Acupuncture was also one of its types. He had memorized all the acupoints and acupuncture techniques. They were etched in his memory, and now all that was left was to familiarize himself with the hand feel. In the course of an afternoon, he had basically learned it all. Finally, the panel floated up. Skill, medical skill, mortal proficient. Progress 0-1000. Utility, recognize medicine, cure all poison. Cure all poison medical skill is unparalleled, knowing all there is to know, such that all poisons of the mortal world can be cured upon sight. Cure poison. Chen Sansi had the ability to recognize medicine, which allowed him to prevent others from poisoning his food, but he lacked the skill to cure poison. Whether in the Jianghu or on the battlefield, there were always those who favored using poison, the cunning and treacherous ones. With this skill at his disposal, he was essentially immune to poison. Dong dong dong. After many days, the familiar sound of war drums echoed in his ears once again. Medical officer Jiang, I must go. Chen Sansi's heart tightened as he dropped the silver needles and left, arriving at the city wall only to see hordes of barbarians surging forward like a tide. This time, it was not the old, weak, sick, or disabled. It was a full-on assault. The number and quality were far greater than before. Siege engines were placed at the very front, followed by shield gunners and crossbowmen. At the back were 2,000 uniformly arranged cavalry. Moreover, there were an additional 500 heavy cavalry bringing up the rear. These heavy cavalry were not just fully armored from head to toe, but even the vital parts of the horses beneath them were fully armored as well, truly the elite of the elite. Last time, on the grasslands, if they had encountered this group of people, Zhu Tong and his men probably wouldn't have had a single survivor. The cavalry stopped at a distance of 2 miles, forming the rear guard. The remaining 4,000 infantry spread out, some feigning attacks while others launched the main assault, blurring the line between the real and the fake to such an extent that the Great Wall's defenses couldn't adjust in time. We are here for a feint attack. At the section Chen Sansi was responsible for, some people initially came over to set up ladders, but those who climbed up were few, and soon everyone withdrew, leaving only the empty ladders behind. The order officer's command was delivered with a delay. By the time Chen Sansi and his men arrived at the designated spot, he saw that 4 ladders had already been mounted on the wall. Zhao Kang was entangled in a fight with a barbarian 100 households, and his men were guarding around the ladders, obviously unable to attend to other matters. Not far behind the ladders, several large siege carriages were also taking advantage of the situation to advance. Siege carriage. This carriage was the largest type of war carriage of the age. The one in front of them was not the biggest, but nevertheless stood 2 fathoms high and many fathoms wide. The interior was divided into 3 layers, and aside from being able to accommodate nearly 100 soldiers, it was also equipped with heavy crossbow poison arrows and heavy hammers. The soldiers at the top of the carriage could directly leap into the city wall, while those at the bottom were responsible for chiseling and digging, damaging the city itself. If they allowed them to arrive smoothly in front, coupled with an influx of barbarians, the Great Wall would be thrown into complete chaos, and then it wouldn't be impossible for it to fall. Set fire, Chen Sansi ordered calmly. The torch basins had long been prepared. The archers, including Chen Sansi himself, began using fire arrows equipped with iron cages. They first lit the oily cloth with torches, then pulled their bows and shot arrows, targeting the siege carriage. But since the enemy dared to bring the war carriage over, how could they not be prepared at all? The water dragon car followed right behind the war carriage, dousing any flaming arrows before they could ignite the vehicle. Fortunately, the water carriage had a limited capacity. Under the deluge of fiery arrow rain that was like an engulfing sea of flames, they ultimately managed to set 2 carriages ablaze. At the same time, the distant catapults started to hurl stones en masse. Huge boulders like meteors from the sky crashed thunderously onto the city wall, and within just a few rounds, they had smashed a giant gap in the century-old wall. Unless they were martial artists with a minor achievement in blood refining or above, anyone who didn't dodge would be smashed into a pulp on the spot. Amidst various distractions, eventually one carriage managed to stop right in front of the wall. Barbarian soldiers came pouring out one after another, but the vast majority were killed by a long spear before they could even jump out. Charge, all of you charge. He's just one man. He who climbs the wall first shall gain the greatest honor. The barbarians burst forth with incredible drive, wanting to achieve the great feat of being the first to mount the wall, surging forward like beasts freed from their cages. Chen Sansi showed no fear and stood alone in front of the siege carriage. His long spear danced in the air like countless flying snakes, leaving no gaps unguarded. Any barbarian brazen enough to poke their head out would soon find a transparent hole in their body, and after a relentless attack lasting 5 minutes, the bodies piled up in the carriage exit, with not a single person managing to stand on the wall for more than 2 seconds. All of you, get out of my way. A deafening roar came from inside the carriage. A burly man used his own soldiers as human shields, seizing the chance to break out of the carriage, and close in with a wolf fang club raised overhead to strike. Clang. The Zhenyu sword at Chen Sansi's waist suddenly unsheathed. All everyone saw was a flash of cold light, and the head of the burly man, who had only minor success in bone training, rolled on the ground. He was no match for Chen Sansi. The barbarians inside the carriage were as if drenched with a bucket of cold water. Their desire for valor completely extinguished, and their will to survive surged forward. Over 100 pairs of eyes stared, shuffling in place, with no one daring to rush forward again. On the contrary, Chen Sansi proactively charged into the crowd. His right hand Li's spear swept all around while his left hand Zhenyu's sword reaped those who slipped through the net, cutting down heads in a flurry of slashes. Not knowing who started it, someone shouted retreat and they all scrambled to jump down from the carriage. Those who jumped a bit slow gained a bloody hole, and inside the carriage, they trampled over each other, innumerable dead or injured blood sprayed everywhere, staining the war carriage red. And just at this moment, horns sounded beyond the great wall, and the barbarians beat gongs to signal retreat. After the sounding of the retreat, the barbarian soldiers beneath the city walls began their disorganized withdrawal. They're retreating. Chen Sansi plunged his long spear into the ground, wiped the sticky blood from his face, and stood on high ground overlooking the battlefield. Just now was actually the most dangerous time. Why the sudden retreat? There must have been an unexpected turn of events. Indeed, it wasn't long before news arrived. While the barbarians were focusing on the main attack at the city gates, one of their main generals led 300 elites in a fierce assault on a weak point on the west side, successfully breaching the wall and killing a commander with the surname Kayan on the spot. Fortunately, Xiang Tingchen and Dan Yuanji arrived just in time and killed that main general. With the loss of a main general, it meant that the barbarians had only one refining organ martial artist left, and they had no choice but to temporarily retreat and regroup. In fact, this moment was often the best opportunity to pursue the enemy outside the city. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Chen Sansi sat down to rest. Only at dusk was the counting finished. In this round, they killed 1,000 enemies but lost 200 soldiers, most of whom were newly recruited, and 100 martial arts academy disciples died. It was said that the remaining disciples had dispersed like birds and beasts, and a search was already underway to capture them. That is to say, what was left of Po Yang's fighting strength was only about 900. Mr. Chen, Household's Commander Xiang, has called everyone over, within the camp. Everyone, having fought half the day, was exhausted, and most had sustained minor injuries. Sun Li's pale complexion was likewise smeared with blood. Sun Buki's arm had been cut. Shanxi, Xiang Tingchen inquired, "What do you think we should do next?" "Retreat." Chen Sansi gave his answer. "The defensive line is stretched too thin, and Po Yang has too few troops. Continuing to defend this way, today's close call will happen again soon. It's better to fall back and clear the fields, retreat to within the county city, and concentrate our forces to defend the high walls. There's still a chance of victory." Your thoughts align with mine. Xiang Tingchen didn't even consult others before immediately issuing an order. "Feng Yang, Zhao Keng, the two of you are responsible for bringing all the civilians from outside the city inside by dawn tomorrow. Be sure to leave the fields bare, not leaving a single grain of food behind. The rest of you continue to defend the Great Wall tonight. Nobody is to leave their post without permission." Yes, Feng Yang and the others accepted the order and left. Magistrate Jai. Xiang Tingchen continued, "How is the situation in Inding Prefecture?" Jai Guangxi inside, "The fighting there is fierce. It's impossible to send reinforcements over. Household's Commander Xiang, you can put that hope to rest. But tonight an old slave with a small success in refining organs from my family will arrive, which might be of some help." Xiang Tingchen breathed a sigh of relief. With this, they would have 4 refining organ martial artists against the barbarians' one. Along with the advantage of defending the high walls, there was a very good chance of holding out until Ding Prefecture could spare troops for reinforcement. Defending Poyang with 1,000 men would also be considered a great achievement. Mr. Xiang needn't thank me. Jai Guangxian spoke indifferently. The current His Highness has always been concerned for the country and its people. He definitely doesn't wish to see the great Sheng dynasty lose any city. By helping you, I am also serving the court. The two stayed behind to talk. The others dispersed one by one. Sir, Su Bin had been waiting outside for a long time. Could I possibly? You can't go back, and I can't either. Chen Sansi knew what he was about to say. Su Bin's child was probably just born, and now with the call to clear the fields, it meant that all the civilians from outside the city would have to sleep on the streets for a long time, and he was certainly worried about their safety. Chen Sansi was also concerned about Sister Lan. He found Sun Lei, who understood without being told, I'm not under anyone's command. Temporarily leaving does not count as desertion. Don't worry, I will ensure Sister Lan and the family of your subordinate are well taken care of. Chen Sansi bowed with fist in palm. He returned to his post on the city wall and counted the number of his troops. 20 had been sacrificed. Most of them died defending the cloud ladders while he was reinforcing Zhao Kang. Having an excellent memory wasn't always entirely good. After a true battle of blood, the atmosphere grew more solemn. Even Zhu Tong no longer acted carefree as before, but sat quietly on the wall-top meditating. Chen Sansi rested briefly, then continued to practice martial arts. The silver lining was that the Zai River tribes didn't attack again overnight, and by daylight, they were all able to retreat safely into the city. The walls of Poyang City were 3 zhang high and 2 zhang thick, extremely sturdy. Plus, with one refining organ martial artist stationed at each of the east, south, west, and north sides of the city walls, it was nearly impossible for the barbarians to break through easily. It was a pity that many villages outside the city would be burnt to the ground, but that was unavoidable. Mr. Chen, a well-built middle-aged man with a short beard, climbed onto the city wall. And you are? Chen Sansi became alert. The man before him breathed deeply and had a steady step. He was very similar to Xiang Tingchen and was very likely another refining organ martial artist. Mr. Chen, there's no need for alarm. The middle-aged man introduced himself. My surname is Han and my name is Cheng. I'm a guard under Magistrate Zhu, but you can call me Guard Han. Pleased to meet you. Chen Sansi greeted him with a bow. He had previously overheard at the Liang family residence that even a petty county magistrate like Zhu had a refining organ martial artist by his side, and it turned out to be true. Moreover, during the previous fierce battle at the Great Wall, this person did not make a move. He asked Guard Han, what brings you here? There is an imperial decree. Han Cheng made a gesture of invitation. An imperial decree. Chen Sansi speculated that it was something about 9th Prince Yu Wen, and the authorities in the capital city must have responded. He then followed the other party and walked to the residence of the magistrate, Mr. Chen. All of a sudden, Han Cheng stopped. In a moment, Magistrate Zhu will read the imperial decree. Whatever is asked of you, just agree, and if anything happens, Supervisor Sun will have your back. Remember, you must agree to everything. Chen Sansi was taken aback. He quickly realized that the person before him, Han Cheng, seemed actually to be Supervisor Sun's man. The Sun Li siblings had mentioned in private that Magistrate Zhu was the Emperor's man, yet he had Supervisor Sun's person hidden by his side and also wanted him to follow the imperial decree. How complicated. Only by going in would he be able to find out what exactly was going on. All right, I will remember that, he said. Chen Sansi nodded in agreement. Only then did Han Cheng continue to lead the way. Inside the hall, Magistrate Zhu was dressed in official garments, sitting upright on a taishi chair. By his side, there stood another guard. Could it be another refining organ martial artist? 2 refining organ martial artists accompanying a single magistrate, Mr. Chen. Seeing them, Magistrate Zhu cautiously got up. It is remiss of me not to have met you at a distance. Please forgive me. Magistrate Zhu is too polite. Chen Sansi gave a formal bow. Just speaking in terms of rank, he was 1 level higher than a 7th rank magistrate. Then I will get straight to the point, said Magistrate Zhu as he cleared his throat, took out the golden silk decree that was already prepared, slowly unfolded it, and read aloud, by the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees Captain Chengsen, Chen Sansi, with a body of youth in the realm of bone training, penetrated deep into enemy territory for 400 lei, and captured the 9th Prince Yuan alive. His loyalty and courage are commendable. He is hereby appointed as a 5th rank cavalry captain, bestowed with a box of bone training treasure medicine, and a pot of imperial wine. This I decree. Your servant accepts the decree with gratitude. Chen Sansi received the imperial order with both hands. A 5th rank cavalry captain is a military officer's honorary rank and does not entail an actual position. In this world, military achievements are tied to one's cultivation realm. His 6th rank official title with a 5th rank honorary rank was already exceptional, but that wasn't key, and he didn't care about it. What interested Chen Sansi was the bone training treasure medicine. The items given by the emperor were bound not to be of poor quality. It would be good to seize the chance to break through to bone-forging perfection in order to cope with the upcoming battles. Additionally, there didn't seem to be any special content in the imperial edict. What did Supervisor Sun's man mean about having his back, and what exactly was there to cover? Mr. Chen, Magistrate Zhu showed a smile. At such a young age, you have gained the Emperor's favor. The prospects for your future are limitless. You flatter me, Magistrate Zhu, Chen Sansi replied politely, eager to get the treasure medicine quickly. Magistrate Zhu, however, was unhurried. He took a jade pot from the tray held by a servant, poured a cup of wine, and handed it over. Mr. Chen, the Emperor's imperial wine must be consumed on the spot according to tradition. I hope you will not disappoint His Majesty's will. Green blood poison dew, colorless and tasteless once ingested, it blends into the flesh. It will not act for 3 months, but after 3 months, without an antidote, one will suffer pierced intestines, belly rupture, bleed from 7 orifices, and die a violent death. Poison wine. The old emperor rewards me with poison wine for my merits. Is the agree to everything Guard Han mentioned referring to this? Chen Sansi's thoughts raced, though his face remained expressionless. The poison wine takes 3 months to take effect. This means the emperor doesn't want to kill me. Instead, he wants to control me. Chen Sansi suddenly saw the light. The emperor had no reason to kill him. If he really wanted to kill a small bone trainer like him, there would be no need for such secretive poisoning with a 3-month delay. If the purpose was to control him discreetly, then it made sense. But what for? If he does well within 3 months, he would be quietly given the antidote, and everything would be as if nothing had happened. If he does poorly, would he then die from poisoning? To drink or not to drink? It seemed like having his back meant that Supervisor Sun would provide the antidote, allowing him to feign compliance for now. Of course, Chen Sansi would not fully trust either side. After all, he was, for the moment, merely a selected point in name only and had no actual connection with Supervisor Sun. But given the circumstances, he had no choice but to drink. After all, he could detoxify himself. With that thought in mind, Chen Sansi lifted the cup and drained it in one gulp. The county magistrate Zhu watched him drink the wine, his mouth corners imperceptibly curling. Good wine. Chen Sansi inverted his wine cup to indicate he had finished drinking and suggested, Magistrate Zhu, with such good wine, won't you also have a taste? That simply won't do. Magistrate Zhu stepped back half a step. An imperial gift is not for outsiders to enjoy. Such a pity that I must enjoy this fine wine alone. Chen Sansi drank another cup and asked, I am a simple man, following the rules, must I drink it all up? That's not necessary. Magistrate Zhu shook his head. Mr. Chen, you can take the rest to save as a treasure. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Chen Sansi prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Chen, Magistrate Zhu stated, I still have something to say. He didn't speak before, preferring to wait until after the poisoned wine was drunk. It seemed his guess was correct. Drinking poisoned wine meant obedience and worth using. Refusing to drink meant defiance, guaranteeing not immediate execution but an uncertain fate. Chen Sansi, however, was eager to see what secret the old emperor was so desperate to keep hidden. Mr. Chen, Zhu Yuping said in a low voice, do you know why we have come? Chen Sansi feigned confusion. Naturally, you came to serve as magistrates. That of course, but apart from that, I also bear another imperial mission. Zhu Yuping looked worried. During your time in the households, did you ever hear of something called immortal treasure? Chen Sansi shook his head blankly. It's quite normal for you not to know, given that you haven't been practicing martial arts for long, Zhu Yuping explained. My task is to find a treasure left by an immortal before the war's end. You must be joking, Magistrate Zhu, Chen Sansi said in surprise. How could there be immortals in this world? There certainly are. Isn't our current emperor the Emperor Wan Shu himself? Zhu Yuping looked towards another guard and ordered in a stern voice, Tang Ming, how is the investigation going? Speak freely, Household Officer Chen is one of us. All right. Tang Ming nodded. The martial arts hall is definitely suspicious, especially the one surnamed Liang. He's been loitering outside the county government these past few days, looking sneaky and indecisive. Liang Shengzhai, Chen Sansi knew what he was trying to do. It seemed the fire of the immortal treasure would soon reach Xiang Tingchen, and it can't be concealed forever, it'll come to light eventually. Use both kindness and severity, don't just force things, and make sure to interrogate thoroughly. Any crimes can be discussed later. Zhu Yuping changed the subject. Any news on the witch god sect? Intelligence says. Tang Ming's expression hardened. A large group of experts beyond the Hua Jin stage is expected to arrive. Beyond the Hua Jin stage, Chen Sansi's guess was spot on. He had always felt if they were really after the immortal treasure, why not send powerful masters? What special merit does humble Po Yang have, with the enemy army pressing their borders and masters infiltrating? Even so, it still didn't make sense why the enemy army was at their doorstep. It was understandable for the witch god sect to seek the immortal treasure, but the encroaching army was baffling. We really don't have much time. We must get the item before the witch god sect arrives. Zhu Yupping stood, Mr. Chen. You must keep today's matters to yourself and leak nothing. You also need to keep an eye out for the immortal treasure to see if there's any connection with the army. If any discovery is made, it will constitute a real act of heavenly merit. Chen Sansi nodded. I will remember. We don't have much time. The magistrate Zhu must know some secrets but wouldn't reveal them easily. This poisoned wine, it really was right to drink it, for in it perhaps there was a sliver of life. Because he drank the poisoned wine, it meant that he was now the old emperor's man. The conversation ended. Zhu Yupping had Han Cheng see the guest out. Once outside the prefect residence, Han Cheng whispered, Mr. Chen, do whatever Magistrate Zhu tells you next. Avoid withholding any information and do not defy. The emperor's command is divine imperative. Chen Sansi understood the implicit message. A mere 6th-rank official in the bone training realm would find defiance to be a dead end. Not just him, even Supervisor Sun's third son paid a heavy price for his youthful arrogance, didn't he? Ultimately, it came down to insufficient personal strength. Chen Sansi gave a fist salute. It was clear that Han Cheng was giving him a warning. No matter the reason, pleasantries needed to be exchanged. He probed, Guard Han, is something significant about to happen? I do not know. Han Cheng shook his head. I'm merely following Supervisor's orders to look after you for a bit. The rest is still uncertain. I shall take my leave. Chen Sansi didn't press further. He mounted his white swan horse, and along with Wang Zhai he set out on a scouting mission. Unlike the previous journey to the grasslands, they moved mostly solo to keep a low profile. Midway, he turned directly towards Tiger Head Mountain, in the cave. With the aid of the cure-all poison, Chen Sansi quickly concocted an antidote. He also did not lack the necessary materials. When he previously obtained medicine from the Liang family, he had taken away all the medicinal ingredients from the storeroom, among which included several specific treasure medicines used for detoxification. Accompanied by abdominal cramps, he violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, signifying the poison had been neutralized. The green blood poison dew wasn't considered a world-class rare poison. Its advantage lay in its colorless and odorless nature, making it difficult to detect. Had it not been for Chen Sansi's ability to recognize medicine, he might have truly believed it was the emperor's kind gesture of rewarding a meritorious official with fine wine, especially since no abnormalities would appear in the body shortly after ingestion. 3 months later, if he indeed became a confidant of the emperor, someone would secretly administer the antidote. In this way, without anyone being any wiser, the relationship between monarch and subject would not suffer from any rift over this incident. On the contrary, if he failed to become a confidant of the emperor, he would naturally succumb to the poison in an inexplicable manner, perhaps never knowing how he met his end. What a cunning scheme. Very well, I'll be your damn confidant. Chen Sansi took out the wooden box that had been awarded to him, and upon opening it, there lay 5 red medicine pills, which were presumably the so-called bone-forging treasure medicine, and this time they were not poisoned. These pills were known as mysterious primordial bone-tempering pills, each worth over 500 taels of silver. The entire box added up to several thousand taels of silver. Even if Chen Sansi could decipher how to make it, it would be difficult for him to gather all the necessary materials. With them, he would quickly reach bone-forging perfection. Without wasting any time, he packed up his belongings and descended the mountain, riding Little Zun around outside the city. He discovered that the barbarians had indeed breached the wall. That very evening, the barbarians launched a new round of assaults. It was still the same combination of catapults, volleys of arrows, and various other siege engines lavishly pummeling the walls. Thankfully, the 4 refining internal experts each defended a side of the wall. Despite substantial losses, the situation was temporarily kept under control, albeit barely. But this led to an even more dire situation. 3 days later, the Night Watch brought back intelligence. The barbarian tribes were going to complete their second reinforcement in 7 days. By then, their military strength would increase to 10,000, and the number of refining internal experts would rise to 3. Has the Yuan clan gone mad? A civilian house near the North City Gate had been requisitioned and turned into the Central Army's headquarters. Xiang Tingchen paced back and forth anxiously in the hall, his body and face covered in bloodstains. He too had not returned home once since the beginning of the battle, and was basically on wall duty around the clock. Tell me, what exactly are they plotting? Even if they capture Poyang County, what then? Could it be that they planned to bypass the Hudu mountain range and lay siege to Nding Prefecture? That was absolutely impossible. Looking at the sand table, Nding Prefecture was located southeast of Poyang County, with the Hudu mountain range in between. Even if Poyang County was captured, it was not possible to cross the mountains and go directly to Nding Prefecture, as it would be impossible to transport supplies and horses through there. To reach Nding Prefecture, one would have to take a detour to Hankeng Prefecture in the southwest of Poyang and then capture Hankeng Prefecture to get to Nding Prefecture. Such a roundabout route was utterly pointless and unnecessary, unless Nding Prefecture's Great Wall had already fallen. The barbarian army maneuvering around the city could then move to the rear of Hankeng Prefecture. Attacking Hankeng Prefecture from both front and rear in conjunction with the tribe at Zai River, they could capture Hankeng Prefecture in one fell swoop, thereby cutting off the surrounding prefectures and towns and isolating Nding Prefecture. Once that was achieved, they could proceed with the siege. The risk was great, but this was the only logic that made sense, and all of this depended on a prerequisite. The breaching of Nding Prefecture's Great Wall, connecting this to what County Magistrate Zhu had implied about time being short. Household's Commander Xiang, having understood the situation, Chen Sansi quickly spoke. Please send someone immediately to Nding Prefecture to find out the state of the battle. You mean to say Nding Prefecture is in danger? If that's the case, won't Poyang County City become like a turtle caught in a jar? Xiang Tingchen's expression was stern as he immediately ordered, Zhao Kang, carry out Mr. Chen's instructions swiftly. Yes, another 3 days passed. The Zai River tribe did not attack again, standing still, obviously waiting for reinforcements. As a result, Poyang County remained eerily quiet for several days. Chen Sansi consumed the third mysterious primordial bone tempering pill and cultivated using the efficacy of spiritual grain. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear upper small achievement. Progress 1559-2000. It was only in the past few days. Once he finished the pills, he would be able to reach bone forging perfection. Apart from that, he also continually practiced archery day and night. Skill, archery small achievement. Progress 808-1000. If another siege were to take place, he could even break through to great success. On the 4th day, Zhao Kang, the scout sent out to gather intelligence, finally returned. Sir, Zhao Kang rushed in, covered in dust and dirt from his haste and fatigue, tripping and falling to the ground. He struggled to rise, sir. What Chen Sansi predicted is true. From the postal station, we've lost contact with Nding Prefecture since 6 days ago. I traveled day and night non-stop. Halfway there, I encountered fleeing refugees. After questioning them, I learned that 7 days prior, Nding Prefecture's Great Wall had been breached, and 50,000 of the barbarian iron cavalry had invaded. Currently, Nding Prefecture has fallen back to defend the city walls of the prefecture city, refusing to venture out. The barbarian forces have surrounded the city for a prolonged siege. Without success, it's very likely they'll divide their troops and make a stealth attack on the rear of Hankeng Prefecture. Once they capture Hankeng Prefecture, they could cut off Nding Prefecture's food supply routes, and the entire Yunju might fall. Boom, this information struck everyone's hearts like thunder. It meant that Poyang County was hardly likely to receive any reinforcements or supplies, leaving 900 men to face a siege by tens of thousands of enemy forces. Are you certain? Jai Guangxian found it hard to believe, and Nding Prefecture is easy to defend and hard to attack. How could it fall so quickly? Mr. Chen, you speak. Xiang Tingchen habitually cast a glance. Send a message to Hankeng Prefecture at top speed. Chen Sansi gazed at the sand table and said in a deep voice, the current situation has Nding Prefecture, where most of Yunju's forces are stationed, under siege. Only Hankeng Prefecture might still be able to send reinforcements. It's no use. Xiang Tingchen shook his head. Well, before the Zai River tribe sent troops to attack Poyang, I had already written to Hankeng Prefecture. They said they are the last line of defense in Yunju. Unless there's an order, they won't send a single soldier or scout elsewhere. Under these circumstances, by the time the battle report reaches the capital city, Ministry of War and orders are issued from there. Who knows how long it will take? How could it possibly be in time? That was then, this is now. Chen Sansi spoke. Now that Nding Prefecture is besieged, once Poyang County falls, Hankeng Prefecture will be facing enemies on both sides. If we explain the gravity of the situation to them, how could they not help at all? We can only try. Xiang Tingchen nodded. Who among you will go? I'll go. Wang Zhai stepped forward. I'm acquainted with the commander of the Hankeng Prefectural Guards. If I talked to him, I could at least muster 1,000 men, no, 2,000. Chen Sansi remembered this incident. Fatty Wang had twice gone to the prefecture city to visit relatives, each time staying for 10 days to half a month. Unexpectedly, he wasn't visiting Nding Prefecture, but Hankeng Prefecture. Good. Xiang Tingchen patted his shoulder hard. 100 households, Wang. The safety of tens of thousands of people in Poyang is now relying on you. Wang Zhai didn't waste words and grabbed his Mo blade, turning to leave. Senior sister's son. Chen Sansi looked at Sun Li. Is there any news from the governor mansion? Sun Li shook her head. That shouldn't be. Chen Sansi muttered to himself. The existence of Han Cheng showed that Sun Dushi at least knew most of Po Yang's situation. How could there be no action at all? It looked like the situation in the northwest 3 states was even more critical. Brothers, don't be disheartened. Xiang Tingchun's voice was loud and clear. During Grand Ancestors' Wars of Unification, General Yin Wei defended Pu City with merely 7,000 men, while the enemy forces numbered 130,000. Do you think he held out for 7 days or 70 days? Neither. He defended for a full 7 months, annihilated 120,000 of the enemy, and successfully bought enough time for the Grand Ancestor to unify the Central Plains, leading to today's Great Dasheng. We have plenty of food and resources, including the fresh recruits. We still have over 1,000 people, and with the help of the civilians, what is there to fear from a mere 10,000 enemy soldiers? Chen Sansi had read about this battle. The Battle of Pu City was one of the 3 most important battles during the establishment of the Shang dynasty. In his memory, there was a similar battle in history referred to as Zhang Zun's defense of Suyang. Hoyang County, although it was just a county, had very well built city walls because it was a border town. If they could mobilize all the civilians in the city, it might not be impossible to hold out for 2 to 3 months. And with the reinforcements that Wang Zhai was bringing, there was still much hope. What Chen Sansi was truly worried about was not knowing what County Magistrate Zhu, or rather, the old emperor, was planning to do. The Witch God sect would also send experts above the Hua Jin level. Chaos was likely to arise from within. After everything was arranged, everyone dispersed to their respective posts to stand guard. Little junior brother, Sun Li, climbed up on the rampart and sat beside him. Don't you want to take a look at Sister Lan? With senior sister taking care of her, there's no need. Chen Sansi had 70 or 80 men under his command, none of whom had gone home. If he didn't set a good example, how could he have the audacity to lead them into risking their lives? Don't worry, I've rented a house specially. Sister Lan is very safe. Sun Li glanced at Su Bin nearby and informed, also your family is safe, mother and daughter alike. Upon hearing this, Su Bin's expression brightened, and he became even more energetic in standing guard. The next day, Feng Yang and others were rushing around, mobilizing the civilians throughout the city to help strengthen the defenses. It goes without saying that the refugees from the countryside were very diligent. The ordinary civilians in the city who could fend for themselves also did not shy away, earnestly doing anything they were asked. In the end, just from the gathered civilians, there were over 5,000. Various local gentry and elders, however, refused to exert any effort, offering only donations of money and food, and still said that defending the city was their duty, and dying on the city walls was only natural. As for the disciples of the martial arts hall, they avoided it whenever they could, and only begrudgingly took to the task when they had no other choice. Some even went so far as to think that with the city's fall being an inevitable event, they attempted to kill the gatekeepers in order to flee the city at night, but all were immediately executed on the spot. These people had been practicing martial arts for many years. Normally, they were good at oppressing civilians, but asking them to lay down their lives was utterly out of the question. After several days of high tension among the city's people, the Zai River tribe completed their reinforcements and launched another fierce attack. On the city walls, Lai Zai clung tightly to Chen Sansi's side, holding the arrow bag for him. Little Shanchi, if you run out, just tell Uncle. Uncle will get more for you. You just make sure to keep Uncle safe. Chen Sansi had no time to pay him any attention, continuously drawing the bowstring, killing one after another who were climbing up the siege ladders. When he couldn't kill them fast enough, he used his right hand to wield a spear and his left hand a sword. An entire morning passed. He had no idea how many arrows he had fired or how many people he had killed. Finally, the long silent archery panel floated into view. Skill, archery, great success. Progress 0-2000. Utility, instantaneous firing of arrows. Within 300 steps, no arrow will miss. From shooting 3 arrows in a flash to firing arrows in an instant is 0.36 seconds. That is to say, he could now fire about 3 arrows in 1 second. He had already surpassed the limit of an ordinary person. Moreover, after reaching great success, his archery could still be improved, but that wasn't something to consider on the battlefield. Chen Sansi lifted his 15-stone bow, positioning it blocking the scaling ladders. His arm, pulling the bowstring, became a blur, and the arrows nearly formed a continuous black line. Unless the enemies carried thick iron shields, as many as came would die. How can you use them up so fast? Uncle Lai Zai lay prostrate on the ground, dodging flying arrows and stones, incessantly crawling back and forth to fetch arrow bags. Uncle Lai Zai, hurry up. Chen Sansi pierced 2 men with 1 spear, only continuing after the arrow bag was delivered to him. Thud. An assault chariot even larger than before successfully reached the city wall under the cover of a mass of troops. A barbarian general wielding a huge axe chopped down 5 defending soldiers with a wave of his hand. From the exquisite full-body armor he wore, he must have been a general, and with his striking moves being exceptionally swift and fierce, he was likely one of the 3 at the refining internal stage. clang. Before Chen Sansi could draw his bow and shoot an arrow, a blade flashed and clashed against the giant axe in a struggle. Chen 100 households. Xiang Tingchen roared, "Leave him to me. Watch my back." Two at the refining internal stage were fighting desperately, each requiring full effort amidst such chaos. There was a chance of being sneak attacked by a martial artist above the bone-forging realm. Chen Sansi turned the direction of his bow and arrow, aiming at the assault chariot, a one-man barrier impenetrable by thousands. After dozens of exchanges, Xiang Tingchen managed to decapitate the refining internal barbarian general at the cost of light wounds. He then joined Chen Sansi to defend the same spot, and together they killed innumerable enemies. This round of the siege lasted from morning until afternoon. The barbarians, realizing they couldn't take the wall, had no choice but to sound the retreat. Both sides suffered heavy losses. After a brief tally, the barbarians lost at least 2,000 soldiers, including one at the refining internal stage. Po Yang had over 600 dead, 500 of whom were civilians who came to help. The civilians, truly frail, had no choice but to fight to the death and rush forward. Because they understood the principle that if the city falls, the people perish. Oh my heavens! Lai Zai lay in a pile of corpses. Usually it's we who suffer the hardships. Now in war we're still used as cannon fodder. In my next life I'd rather be a rich man's dog than a poor man again. At night, Chen San left the blood-drenched city wall and found a secluded and quiet place nearby. He took the last Xuan Yuan body tempering pill, ready to make a breakthrough. Bone training had 4 stages: tendons, bones, skin, and marrow. Reaching bone-forging perfection was to refine marrow. Marrow is the core of human blood. All blood is derived from marrow. Only by refining the blood into the marrow and creating new blood with the marrow to completely transform the body's blood could one proceed to refine the internal organs. The medicine pills given by the old emperor weren't specifically for marrow refining, but were for the entire bone training realm. Moreover, the medicine's power was vast and boundless, and it didn't harm the body. The speed at which it enhanced cultivation was second only to spiritual grain, truly a first-rate treasure medicine. As Chen Sansi moved the long spear in his hands, the dragon elephant blood within him changed from its initially burning turbulence to becoming more and more calm, its temperature dropping lower and lower until it was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. The essence within seeped through his bones, sinews, bone membrane, infusing layer by layer into his bones, and finally seeping into his bone marrow, like a raging fire touching combustible material. Hiss, an excruciating heat ignited from within the bone marrow. Chen Sansi was in so much pain that veins bulged over his body, and even the long spear nearly slipped from his hands multiple times. His eyes turned red, and he ground his teeth nearly to the point of breaking, moving his spear technique at an excruciatingly slow pace. All the essence of his chi blood was absorbed. At this point, his chi blood was entirely like that of an ordinary person. Practicing his cultivation technique was an extremely painful ordeal. Nearing the end of the practice, Chen Sansi's vision darkened, and he lost all sense of where he was, what time it was, relying purely on muscle memory to continue the drill. After an unknown duration, the pain from his bone marrow finally stopped, and the old blood in his body was quickly overtaken and replaced by new blood, which ultimately coursed through his entire body. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear upper great success. Progress 00. Utility dragon elephant blood, 9 dragon living veins, Vajra body. Vajra body copper skin iron bone, impervious to sword and spear, unaffected by water and fire. Copper skin iron bone. Even Chen Sansi felt a momentary weakness, collapsing onto the ground with spear in hand. But as the new dragon elephant blood circulated, he recovered to peak condition within a few breaths, and even the fatigue from the battlefield was swept away. He circulated his chi blood, and every inch of his body, from head to toe, became terrifyingly hard. Running the Zhenyu sword lightly across his skin, it emitted a grating sound of metal scraping against metal. Yet under these conditions, his body's movements weren't hindered at all, which was simply inconceivable. He was confident that, if he were to stand here now and let a martial artist at the blood refining great success lash out wildly, his skin wouldn't even break for a short time. As long as his chi blood was sufficient, he would be an utterly terrifying killing machine on the battlefield. After 2 days of brutal siege battles, the combined efforts of the city's soldiers and civilians managed to stubbornly hold the fort. Instead, it was the barbarians who suffered the loss of another 2,000 troops and a refining organ general. Additionally, with countless siege weapons destroyed, they had no choice but to cease their drumbeats of war and dared not attack for several days. Surveying the overall situation, the barbarians now had only 6,000 soldiers left, while Po Yang held 600 troops and 3,000 commoners willing to risk their lives. These commoners were just ordinary people. If it had been an open battle between two armies, they would certainly have been cannon fodder. But in a siege, all they needed to do was handle logistics, repair the city walls, or even serve as human shields. If they could just slow the barbarians' ascent, giving the soldiers time to react, it would be enough. The barbarians didn't dare launch another assault for the time being. Of the 6,000 they had left, half were cavalry. As long as the city walls stood, the cavalry was just for show. Next, barring any unforeseen incidents, holding out until Wang Zhai's return would mean the siege of Poyang could be broken easily. Chen Sansi could scarcely imagine it. Open the granaries and distribute grains. There was plenty of food in the military stores. After seeing the role the civilians played, Xiang Tingchen grew fond of the idea of exchanging the cheapest lives for the greatest benefit and continued to forcibly conscript anyone who could hold a weapon, sending them all to the city walls. He was in high spirits and gathered the military officers of households rank and above on the wall, pouring drinks for each. My brothers, this time in lifting the siege of Poyang, everyone has performed a great service. Once this battle is over, a hefty reward is assured, not to mention promotions and honors. He, quite right. Ha, Magistrate Jai, though a civil servant, you have shared life and death with our city walls. That too is a great service, Xiang Tingchen said as he filled his cup too. Clearly, the standoff had dissolved whatever misgivings the two men had held. Atop the city wall, while the officials laughed and drank, congratulating each other in advance on their promotions, the ragged civilians were either busily moving bodies back and forth, repairing walls, or sitting numbly on the ground, eating the hard-earned rice. The battle wasn't even over, yet they were already popping the champagne. Chen Sansi had no mood to partake in such premature celebrations. After perfunctorily drinking a bowl of wine, he turned to help move the bodies. That night, for the first time since the battle began, Xiang Tingchen found a moment to return home and see his wife. He removed his heavy armor, hugged his young son, and said, "You don't have to be afraid anymore. The fighting is almost over." Really? His wife, Madame Liu, said anxiously, "Why does my heart keep pounding nonstop? Won't the barbarians send more men over?" "Do you think the barbarians can just mold their soldiers out of mud?" Xiang Tingchen snorted. 10,000 troops were already exceedingly strange. There's absolutely no chance they can reinforce in the short term. Even if they forced an extra 2,000 men, it would do no good unless they gave up the main battlefield in Liangzhu, which would result in immediate counterattack and can only be equated to seeking death. I'm just a housewife, how can I understand these things? Madame Liu patted her chest. It's good if the master says there's nothing to worry about. Once the battle is over, I'm likely to be transferred. That would be wonderful, Madame Liu exclaimed joyfully. We can finally leave this forsaken place where we've been living in constant fear. Not to mention, our child doesn't even have a decent private tutor here. How could he possibly succeed in the imperial exams? Xiang Tingchen picked up his bowl and chopsticks, ready to have a meal before leaving. It was at this moment that a maid came in to report. Master Luo would like to see you. What does he want? While holding his still young son, Xiang Tingchen said without even looking up, "What's the matter? They're not attacking again, are they?" "Master, it's about the martial arts hall." Luo Dongquan spoke in a fluster. That old fox Liang Shengzhai, who was originally in charge of guarding the southern gate, took advantage of the moment when the barbarians were temporarily repelled to open the city gate and flee with his family. It seems he's heading to Henkang Prefecture. Flee. Xiang Tingchen slammed down his chopsticks, the old bastard, sick of living. Once there's one leader of desertion, there will be a second. Such a situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. Xiang Tingchen immediately donned his armor, grabbed his saber, mounted his warhorse, and rushed to the city gate with Luo Dongquan. How many of them? Only 7 or 8 people, with a cart full of gold, silver, and jewels. They're also pulling a carriage, so they shouldn't have gotten far. I've already sent men to chase after them. Maybe they've already been intercepted. Good, hang their dog heads on the city wall. Let's see who else dares to run. Xiang Tingchen's killing intent surged. The two of them, one after the other, chased wildly for 5 miles after opening the city gate. Sure enough, a carriage was seen ahead. Liang Shengzhai, deserting in battle is a capital offense. Xiang Tingchen quickly overtook the carriage and blocked the road ahead. Mr. Xiang. Liang Shengzhai lifted the carriage curtain and coldly said, "Privately hoarding the immortal treasure is the real capital offense." "What did you say?" Xiang Tingchen's expression turned stern. The sound of horse hooves arose from all around. 3 riders emerged from the darkness, blocking the way back. Magistrate Zhu. Xiang Tingchen narrowed his eyes. What is this supposed to mean? Xiang Tingchen. Zhu Yuping called out in a cold voice, "Hand over the immortal treasure and you may keep your corpse intact." The immortal treasure. Xiang Tingchen took a deep breath, looking towards the carriage. "Liang Shengzhai, have you gone mad, seeking mutual destruction with me?" Liang Shengzhai shouted, "Cut the crap. Even if you used the immortal treasure to blackmail us, killing my son and monopolizing the secret of the immortal treasure, I will not share the sky with you. Your son." Xiang Tingchen didn't bother to explain, but instead said with a bitter smile, "I say the immortal treasure is not in my hands. Do you believe me, Magistrate Zhu? What do you think?" Zhu Yuping looked towards Han Cheng and Tang Ming by his side. Since Mr. Xiang refuses to save face, let's help him save face. Xiang Tingchen slowly drew out his He Miao long sword. Household's Commander Xiang, Luo Dongquan urgently said, it might be better to just hand over the item. They are sent by the court. Even if we kill them, we probably can't keep the immortal treasure a secret anymore. Hand it over, our families might still have a way to survive. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Tingchen let out a strange laugh. Luo Dongquan, I would have never expected, after 20 years of nurturing you, it's you who sold me out in the end. Mr. Xiang, Luo Dongquan responded in confusion. What do you mean by that? That's enough, old Luo. Xiang Tingchen's voice turned icy as he ran the He Miao longsword slowly over his wrist guard. Stop pretending. Take action. Before leaving the city, Luo Dongquan had said he had already sent people to intercept. Where are they? Not a single soldier in sight. What does this imply if it still needs to be said? Nurturing. Luo Dongquan no longer disguised his intentions and said with a forced smile, Mr. Xiang, you once asked me a question after the start of spring how many of us would still be alive. That includes me, doesn't it? In Mr. Xiang's eyes, everyone is just a stepping stone for you to climb higher, even I'm no exception. Given that, why maintain any pretense of kindness or justice? Take action. The next day, the Zai River tribe outside the city didn't attack again. Instead, they dispersed their troops and set up camps in the 4 directions east, west, south, and north around Poyang County, forming a siege. If the city could not be taken by storm, a siege would also be useless. To encircle an enemy must be done with a gap, leaving them a survival path. Forcing them to abandon the city and flee was a classic tactic in siege warfare. The barbarians' relentless pressure would only force the people within the city into a cornered beasts fight. But at this critical moment, Poyang City Commander Xiang Tingchen disappeared. Mr. Chen Yu, what do you think happened? Jai Guangxian paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Out of the blue, how could a grown man just vanish? At his side, an old slave practicing the refining organ's skill quietly waited. I do not know, Chen Sansi speculated in his heart. The immortal treasure matter must have come to light, most likely. Mr. Xiang, more likely than not, is in grave danger. However, someone like him, who never cared for others' lives, doesn't warrant any pity. My lord, we've found out. Dan Yuanji hurriedly ascended the city wall. Last night at midnight, as the darkness fell, someone opened the south gate and fled. Xiang Tingchen rode out alone in pursuit, encountered an ambush by the barbarian tribes outside the city, and Mr. Xiang died in battle. Only Luo Qianhu and a few surviving riders managed to escape back shortly before now. Luo Dongquan, this man also took part and managed to come back alive. A backstabbing. Well, this person is not only treacherous but also a turncoat. Chen Sansi sneered in his heart. He clenched his iron fist, beginning to plan how to dispose of them next. With Xiang Tingchen gone, Luo Dongquan would automatically rise to the position of main general. How could he sleep at night if the man didn't die? Mastered in archery and blessed with a Vajra body, he might stand a chance in a real fight. And if by chance something were to go wrong, Chen Sansi lowered his head, looking at the fire arrows in the arrow bag at his waist. There was also the abnormal fire as a trump card, but that move absolutely must not be used lightly. Especially not in the city, where there are too many prying eyes. Timing is everything. Chen Sansi momentarily suppressed his killing intent and went below the city wall to perform a routine headcount of his men. 280 men. Wang Zhai was absent, having left all his subordinates in Chen's charge before leaving. Furthermore, every time a household died in battle, Xiang Tingchen would redistribute the soldiers evenly among the remaining households, so Chen's numbers only grew. They had been hardened by battle, with bloodshot eyes, each one as brave as tigers and wolves. Even if some had lower realms, not a single one was a coward. There was more. Over 500 strong and able-bodied civilians also wanted to join the military. Knowing that whether the city fell or not, they would have to enter the battlefield. Why not practice martial arts directly, receive some military provisions, and have a formal role, and not just that? This group of people also all wanted to follow Chen Sansi. Gentlemen, as a 6th-rank official, I really can't take in so many of you. My lord, we will be useful, we won't just eat for free, please take us in. The crowd shouted in unison, with Mr. Chen, we feel secure. Indeed, the civilians said, following Mr. Chen, at least there will be someone who remembers our names. Even if we die in the future, it won't be in vain. With the enemy at the gates, it is not a time to strictly adhere to rules. Chen Sansi commanded, Wang Li, you are in charge of teaching them cultivation techniques. As long as their talent is good, provide enough medicine for their blood-refining realm. Yes, Wang Li accepted the command. Indeed, ever since the beginning of the siege. During downtime, they had started teaching civilians pile work, some of whom even barely qualified as martial artists. With not much time required, they could train a group of array soldiers. During peaceful times, households might hide this knowledge, not sharing the breathing skill without pay for at least 2 or 3 years of hard labor. But war changed everything. Chen Sansi continued, Su Wenkai Su Bin, you must train the cavalry formation well to be prepared for any emergency. Recently, the original cavalry of the households had to guard the city walls and suffered heavy casualties. The leaderless warhorses they left behind had all been taken by Chen Sansi for his men's training, uniformly following the same small car suspension array used on the grassland, with 10 men in each team. The small car suspension array was the simplest and most basic version of the big car suspension formation. The true big car suspension formation could simultaneously control thousands of cavalry. Even when scaled down, at least 200 men were required to form it up, an amount of men and horses they could just barely muster now. But any formation needs time for practice, especially something as complicated as the car suspension formation, which includes several types of troops such as spearmen, sword soldiers, and archers. It required not only flexible movement, but also precise coordination among all participants. Given the dire current circumstances, naturally, the simpler the training of the formation, the better to ensure its swift deployment. Having made arrangements, Su Wenkai immediately began to implement them. It wasn't long before a panel appeared before Chen Sansi, who was on top of the wall. Due to frequent real combat, his proficiency in commanding soldiers had rapidly improved. Engrossed in breaking through his own realm and defending the city against enemies, he had nearly forgotten that his martial skill in commanding soldiers was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Skill, commanding soldiers proficient. Progress 0-1000. Utility mainstay, training soldiers skillfully. Training soldiers skillfully, any military array can be quickly mastered. Quick mastery. To train an elite troop not only requires funds, provisions, and medicine, but also extensive time and effort, especially for large or complex formations. If they are not practiced day and night with every detail finely tuned, they can't be used effectively in combat. But with the ability for quick mastery, the nature of training changes completely. There's no need to practice the small arrays anymore. Chen Sansi immediately went to the base of the city walls, which had been temporarily transformed into a martial arts arena, switched to training the big car suspension formation. If there aren't enough people, scale it down proportionally. The big formation. Su Wenkai was slightly puzzled. Are you sure, Mr. Chen? I'll do it myself. Chen Sansi mounted his white swan horse and took personal command of the training. Under his direction, in just 6 days, the car suspension formation was trained to operate smoothly, and in another 5 days or so, taking it to the battlefield would be no problem at all. From among the several hundred civilians, 200 array soldiers and 10 military soldiers were reselected. The rest who did not master the technique still benefited from the training in terms of fitness, gaining the strength in their arms. As a result, the defensive force inside Po Yang City grew more robust amidst the barbarian siege. Facing 6,000 barbarians, holding the city was entirely feasible. Greetings, Mr. Chen. Arriving at the space that served as a temporary martial arts arena, hundreds of people shouted in unison. Chen Sansi nodded. Looking over the neatly organized ranks, he felt what it meant to have united wills as strong as fortified walls. Just then his skill in commanding soldiers surged once more. Sinking formation Death Will, having fought in bloody battles for more than a month, always leading the soldiers from the front and being the first to shed blood in every encounter, you have inspired your subordinates to the extent that they are all willing to follow you to the death. Follow to the death. Chen Sansi was involuntarily taken aback. As he looked again at the steadfast gaze of the hundreds before him, for a moment he didn't quite know how to describe his feelings. These people were willing to follow him unto death, and the sinking formation Death Will entry clearly wasn't just due to proficiency levels on his panel, but rather it was the result of his own lead by example approach, coupled with the life and death experiences they shared over time. It was effective only with this group of people. That meant from this moment on, Chen Sansi had his first batch of fiercely loyal subordinates, but in his heart there wasn't much excitement, more a sense of responsibility. These were all human lives. They were willing to die following him therefore. As their general, each command he gave had to be the utmost within his abilities, in order to be worthy of the trust placed in him and to have a clear conscience. Su Wenkai continued to train them. After laying the groundwork, Chen Sansi continued to delegate the command to Su Wenkai. The formation's progress wasn't delayed at all, proving that the old scholar indeed had some skills. He approached Sun Lei, senior sister Sun. Could I borrow your red lotus saber technique to study? Now he had reached bone-forging perfection, but lacked a refining organ skill. Sun Buki was still far from refining internal, not even knowing the follow-up content of his own flying snake wind gun technique, let alone the undying golden snake spear. Trapped within the city, there was no telling when he would be able to leave and acquire a new technique. Better to practice the saber technique for now. It's better than doing nothing. Saber technique. I don't have the technique with me, but I can teach you, however. Sun Li didn't refuse. She looked at the bow on Chen Sansi's back, the spear in his hand, and the sword at his waist, teasingly asked, "Are you sure you can handle it all? Do I have anything else to practice?" Chen Sansi said helplessly. Sun Li reminisced, "There was a time when my father was like you, practicing all kinds of cultivation techniques every day." Chen Sansi asked, "Did Supervisor Sun ever mention what the use was in practicing different cultivation techniques?" "No, Sun Buki took over back then. My sister and I were very young. We just followed him around everywhere, saw a lot, so it left a deep impression, if I remember correctly." Sun Li pondered. That period was just before father was imprisoned in the imperial prison, before imprisonment in the imperial prison. That was also before the breakthrough to Martial Saint. Chen Sansi's interest was piqued. "Did you guys ever ask him later what was the point of practicing so many techniques?" we asked. Sun Buki spread his hands. He said he was bored. Chen Sansi knew further inquiry was a waste of time, but he felt even more that there was a connection between reaching above Martial Saint and cultivating various techniques. His enthusiasm thus increased. He immediately sought Sun Li's instruction, memorizing all the pile work and moves, and then began practicing. Another exhilarating quick training session followed. 5 days later, the saber technique also rapidly progressed to bone-forging perfection. His chi blood was still slightly stronger. Other than that, if forced to say, it was getting to understand another type of weapon, which would allow him to handle enemies proficient in saber use more effortlessly in the future. It was on this day that Wang Zhai returned. He was covered in blood. Of the 8 people he led out, only 2 remained. Clearly, they had encountered small barbarian cavalry forces on their way back to the city. How did it go? At the city gate, everyone gathered around him. The barbarians have circled around to Hengking Prefecture and started laying siege. Wang Zhai, looking much thinner, took a large gulp from the water bag handed to him, but Commander Ma has still sent 1,000 horsemen. I took a shortcut back. They will need another 5 days to arrive. In 5 days, the siege of Poyang will be lifted. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. 5 days. Chen Sansi looked out at the barbarians in all directions outside the city, feeling increasingly that something was amiss. Surrounded but not attacking, it felt like they were waiting for something. "Mr. Chen," Han Cheng approached. "County Magistrate Zhu requests your presence." Distinctly different from the chaos and ruin elsewhere in the city, the county magistrate's residence was a haven of tranquility and harmony. In a side room, not only was a table full of food and drinks prepared, but 2 singers from Spring Pavilion had been invited, one to play music and the other to dance. Zhu Yupping stood at the door waiting. "Mr. Chen, please." County Magistrate Zhu does enjoy his leisure and elegance. Chen Sansi sat down. "Do you have any orders for me?" "Try the food first." Zhu Yupping spoke slowly. "There's no rush to discuss matters until Household's Commander Tang returns." Deliberately, Chen Sansi used his filthy hands to grab food from every dish on the table. Zhu Yupping put down his chopsticks, his appetite gone. "Having been in the military for so long, I've grown increasingly unrefined. Surely you don't mind, right?" Chen Sansi spoke with his mouth dripping with oil. Zhu Yupping said calmly, "Of course not. Mr. Chen has worked hard defending the city. Please help yourself." About half an hour later, Tang Ming rushed in. "County Magistrate Zhu, the entire family of Xiang Tingchen, old and young alike, have been tortured to death, and still the whereabouts of the immortal treasure remain unknown." "Mr. Xiang," Chen Sansi feigned ignorance. "County Magistrate Zhu, what is this about?" "No need to panic, Mr. Chen. We have discussed the matter of the immortal treasure before." Zhu Yupping continued calmly. "The investigation concluded that Xiang Tingchen was secretly concealing the whereabouts of the immortal treasure. It's a crime that traditionally results in the execution of the entire family, and he deserved more than death." Household's Commander Tang, please continue. Household's Commander, is this person from the military? No, that's not right. Chen Sansi thought of another organization that used such a title. Genie Guard. In the Genie Guard, could someone who has achieved great success of refining only hold the rank of 100 households? Tang Ming frowned. "There's also Golden Bell Temple. We've dug 3 feet into the ground and found nothing. It's time for us to leave. The Witch God sect will arrive in 2 days, and the city massacre and blood sacrifice will begin soon. Not a single soul will be spared." A city massacre and blood sacrifice. It seems there are not just immortals here, but demons as well. Chen Sansi finally understood why in recent days the Zai River tribe had surrounded but not attacked. They were waiting for the Witch God sect, and possibly more armies were coming with them. "Sir." He spoke from the perspective of a military officer defending the city, saying what someone of his position should. "The Witch God sect intends to slaughter the city. Is the court not sending reinforcements? Or the court wishes to send rescue?" Zhu Yupping said regretfully, "But the key to Yunzhu lies in the 3 prefectures of stability, tranquility, and Lingfeng. As long as these 3 do not fall, we can win back the land sooner or later. If necessary, even Hengking Prefecture can be abandoned. Mr. Chen, you should pack your belongings. Tonight at the hour of the rat, you will leave with us." "Leave." Chen Sansi asked. County Magistrate Zhu, do you mean to abandon the city? No, 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 no. Zhu Yuping said 5 consecutive no-s. They will continue to defend, Mr. Chen. You will depart silently with us by yourself. What I mean is just you alone. Alone? Chen Sansi asked gravely. County Magistrate Zhu, I still have my wife and subordinates in the city. How could I possibly leave alone, Mr. Chen? Zhu Yuping said solemnly. His Majesty has only ordered you to leave, not anyone else. As for your wife, surely you've heard the saying, a wife is like clothing. Is your mother like clothing? Chen Sansi was furious, but he didn't voice it. By this point, how could he not see that the court was planning to abandon the entirety of Po Yang? Mr. Chen, I have spoken all there is to say. Zhu Yuping continued. At the hour of midnight tomorrow, we will leave this place at full speed. If you insist on bringing a burden, then you may as well stay and continue defending the city. Remember, alone. Household's hand, please see our guest out. Stepping out of the residence, Chen Sansi's thoughts were heavy, replaying the conversation in his mind, grasping the key information. So the court intends to only defend the 3 prefectures of Stability, Tranquility, and Lingfeng and abandon the rest. From the map, these 3 form a strategic triangle. As long as the 3 prefectures hold, the foundation of Yunzhu remains, and once the northwest 3 states are free, they can retake the lost territory. But during this period, what about the rest of Yunzhu, including 12 other prefectures? Are they to be left for the barbarians to slaughter and fulfill their so-called blood sacrifice? Moreover, how could they be so certain that the northwest 3 states will be available and that those 3 will not be conquered? It seems as if the barbarians in the court are in suspiciously perfect harmony. A terrifying thought suddenly took root in Chen Sansi's mind. He looked at Han Cheng, who followed him out. Guard Han, are you with Supervisor Sun? Han Cheng affirmed. Then I will ask you, Chen Sansi continued, what exactly are they planning? I don't have full understanding either, Han Cheng said, frowning. I only know that this has been planned for a long time, and to avoid drawing Supervisor Sun's attention, they deliberately did not send high-level martial artists to Po Yang, including the Emperor. For the search of the Immortal treasure, only 2 Jinni Guard 100 households were brought with County Magistrate Zhu for undercover investigation. They are quite afraid of Supervisor Sun, Chen Sansi nodded. This would explain why, for something as important as the Immortal treasure, they dared not send real experts, but just enough military force that a county should have, presumably to prevent Supervisor Sun from intervening and ruining their plans. It seems now. They might have succeeded. Guard Han, Chen Sansi inquired, what actions are we to take? Has Supervisor Sun said anything? He hasn't. Han Cheng gently shook his head. My connection with the Governor Mansion is delayed. The last time was when you made contributions on the grassland. According to the supervisor's original words, you should just ensure your own safety. Everything else is none of your concern. Ensure my own safety. Chen Sansi paused. You mean, you want me to obediently follow orders and leave alone? Have you ever thought about Sun Li and Sun Buki, who are also in this city? If what Magistrate Zhu said just now is true, wouldn't they also die here? The supervisor didn't instruct on that matter. Han Cheng scratched his head, starting to stutter. I don't know what to do in any case. If you want to live, then just do as told. To live. Chen Sansi fully understood the purpose of the poisoned wine. If he obediently followed orders and left alone, even if he was involved in a secret mission, he might later have the opportunity to be nurtured as a trusted confidant. Otherwise, there were only 2 outcomes. 1, die under the so-called blood sacrifice of the barbarians. 2, die from the poison 3 months later. No, there was no need for that long. Having learned so many secrets, if he didn't obediently follow through tomorrow night, he was 90% sure he would be executed on the spot. The poison wine was just the last resort. Kill. Chen Sansi offered a straightforward suggestion. Can't we just kill them? Han Cheng still shook his head. Tang Ming has reached great success of refining internal, and I am completely no match for him. And Magistrate Zhu also has another refining internal under his command. You're referring to Luo Dongquan, aren't you? Chen Sansi guessed. I can handle him, but are you really unable to defeat Tang Ming? He's capable of fighting 2 of me. Han Cheng held up his fingers. Don't look at me like that. The selection of people for this mission was extremely harsh. It's already good that someone could mix in, let alone being picky about higher realms, so it was indeed a dead end, not to mention not being able to beat them. Even if he could win, if he killed the magistrate, the Emperor would definitely find a way to kill him afterwards. Could Supervisor Sun really protect him then? Chen Sansi didn't want to entrust his fate into someone else's hands, unless there was another force that took action to kill the magistrate. In that case, he could completely extricate himself. He could take people away and not be resented by the Emperor. If you can't bear to leave your wife behind, I can say a few words for you, Han Cheng said. As long as you can assure Magistrate Zhu you won't drag your feet, he might agree to let you take her away. All right. I can't stay with you for too long or they will become suspicious. If you have anything else to say, meet me in the horse stable on the east side of the city wall after midnight tonight. With those words, he disappeared. Chen Sansi, with a heavy heart, returned to his post on the city wall. Tonight, during the last watch, he had to make a decision on his future in such a short time. sir. Su Wenkai cheerfully came over. I've considered over a dozen strategies to deal with the different changes in Po Yang. Would you like to take a look, sir? Good day, sir. Sir, this is an amulet my mother asked me to give you. She said as long as you're here, we have a way to live. Upon arriving at the city wall, one soldier after another began to speak, their tones full of respect. Sir. Su Bin held a piece of paper. This is a name that Su Wenkai came up with for my daughter. Which one do you think is good? Little junior brother. Sun Li came over with a long saber. How is your saber technique coming along? If you need my help, just say the word. Sansi, when you're free, teach me archery. Sun Buki said with a playful smile. Once I learn it, I can go home and let my old man say, one should always take a fresh look at others, even if only 3 days have passed, and save him the trouble of scolding me for being useless. Countless words drilled into his mind. Chen Sansi ignored them all as he walked past them, approaching the refugees squatting at the foot of the city wall. They had been working hard to defend the city. Even Shunzi's lame father was straining himself to move rocks. Last of all were the new recruits from the martial arts arena, who had joined the ranks not long ago after a fierce battle and were still sparring with each other. We've seen the sir. As Chen Sansi scanned them, names corresponding to the faces began to emerge one after another. Sinking formation, death will. Even these people were willing to follow him to death. So even if Magistrate Zhu agreed to let him take Sister Lan away, was he really going to just run away like that? Maybe. After leaving, perhaps he would be reused by the old emperor, climbing ranks and amassing wealth, reaching the pinnacle of life. The downside might be having restless sleep for the latter half of his life, often dreaming of some familiar faces. Sometimes having too good a memory really isn't a good thing. I hate insomnia. Haven't I been studying martial arts all this time just to sleep peacefully? Chen Sansi's left hand unconsciously gripped the Zhenyu sword tightly. If I go now, I really won't be able to sleep. And even if he really defected to the dog emperor, would he be safe? If the emperor gave him poison wine once, wouldn't he possibly do it a second time? Was he supposed to spend his life cowering and living miserably under others? Must they force me into this? But what else could he do? He was too weak. At best he could deal with Luo Dongqun. But there was also another at the great success of refining who would kill him. And if they were killed, how would he clear the connections without the old emperor holding him accountable afterward? Chen Sansi's gaze fell on the crimson official robe, and an idea suddenly struck him. Su Wenkai, Chen Sansi grabbed the old scholar tightly. I have a mission concerning the lives of everyone in the city that I entrust to you. Can you handle it? Su Wenkai was startled, but quickly nodded. Rest assured, sir, I Wo Long can handle it. Good, Chen Sansi whispered in his ear. Sir, Su Wenkai, with tears brimming in his eyes, said, I will not fail the trust placed in me. Even at the risk of my life, I will not let any mistakes occur. Secrets not closely held are easily revealed. Chen Sansi did not tell a second person, and taking advantage of the heavy night, hurried to meet Han Cheng at the horse grounds east of the city before midnight, the hour of the ox. The small south gate of the city wall silently opened. 3 riders came and waited on a forest path outside the city. The barbarian siege was not directly under the city walls, but was set up in the open terrain. Due to limited numbers, it was not possible to completely seal off the area. There were still a few paths that a handful of people could use to break through and escape. Not to mention, among the 3 people, there were 2 refining organ martial artists. How much longer until the hour of the ox? Magistrate Zhu sat on horseback. Tang Ming answered, half an incense stick's time. Ah, every one of you has such righteousness and loyalty, Zhu Yuping said with a sneer. One wants to bring his wife, another wants to bring his nephew. With such burdens, how can you achieve anything great? Mr. Chen can be spared, as he has been ennobled and rewarded by imperial decree. But what is Luo Dongqun? Initially, Liang Shengzhai had taken the initiative to inform. Afterward, Zhu Yuping sent people to covertly find Luo Dongqun and commanded him to lure Xiang Tingchen out of the city with the promise of sparing his life in return. As for the Liang family, everyone, top to bottom, had been silenced. The rest of the martial arts halls involved in this matter had not yet been dealt with. But in 2 days' time, the barbarians would divert 30,000 troops from the main battlefield in Liangzhu, on top of which, experts from the Witch God sect would secretly arrive by then. Not a single soul in Poyang County would be spared. Household's Han, Zhu Yuping coldly commanded, once we're safe, dispose of that Luo as well. What a pity we still haven't found the immortal treasure. Otherwise, within 3 to 5 years, I could have joined the cabinet. This time, Elder Yan will be disappointed. Good, it really was Yan Liang's doing. In the darkness, a harsh voice rang out. Another 3 riders appeared silently. The person leading wore a crimson official robe, flanked by 1 person on each side. It was naturally Dan Yuanji and the old servant of the Jai family. They both wore armor and held weapons in hand. Jai Guangxian, Zhu Yuping was surprised and said through clenched teeth, What are you doing here? I've come to settle accounts with you. Jai Guangxian, pointing at his nose with trembling voice, said, "The city is under siege, yet you dare to kill household's commander Xiang, damaging our main general's family. This is tantamount to treason and colluding with the enemy. It's outrageous. Don't spout lies." Zhu Yuping retorted. "Xiang Tingchen himself went out of the city and was ambushed. What does that have to do with us? Bullshit." Jai Guangxian angrily said, "I've just been there and seen that the entire family of 8 from household's commander Xiang, including a 5-year-old child, died at home. What have the barbarians infiltrated the city and specifically targeted to kill only the main general's families? Your Yan party really has no conscience. Do you think you are any better?" Zhu Yuping no longer pretended and cursed, pretending to be pure, but what really are you? Aren't you just trying to grasp power and control the government? Enough nonsense. Jai Guangxian said, "Today the evidence is irrefutable. Taking you down marks the downfall of the traitorous official Yan Liang. You dare." Zhu Yuping, fearing nothing, cupped his hands toward the direction of the capital city. "Xiang Tingchen hoarded the immortal treasure, a crime deserving of death. What fault is there of ours? Immortal treasure." Jai Guangxian narrowed his eyes. "Does that mean Magistrate Zhu has already obtained the immortal treasure?" "Not yet. Bullshit. What exactly does your Yan party want to do?" Jai Guangxian shouted loudly. "The layout of the battle is so peculiar, I knew there was a problem. The Great Wall of Anding Prefecture, how could it possibly be breached so easily? Is it your Yan party's doing? Are you trying to collapse the great Sheng dynasty?" Zhu Yuping, losing patience, said, "Let's do this. Take them all down." "You have 2 refining organ martial artists, so do I." Jai Guangxian pulled back on his horse as 2 bodyguards stepped forward to engage. "2." Zhu Yuping chuckled coldly, looking toward the direction of the city walls. Let alone the fact that no one present was a match for Tang Ming with great success of refining. He also had another one rushing over soon. Onward. Luo Dongquan spurred his horse frantically, with Song Yan closely following behind. "Uncle, where are we going?" "To escape." Luo Dongquan sighed deeply and muttered, "Xiang Tingchen was a fool. He was bewitched at the beginning, insisting on collaborating with the martial arts halls and concealing the matter of the immortal treasure. Now he has dragged me into this mess too. Take good care of the jade pendant I gave you. From here we part ways." Song Yan asked in confusion, "Uncle, am I not going with you?" "No, I've changed my mind." Luo Dongquan said, "I find this matter very strange. They're sneaking around as if they're hiding something major. The remaining 2 are Jinni Guardseye, an outsider. I'm likely to be silenced if I get involved. After leaving the city, I'll follow them and say that I've given up on you. Head west overnight to distant relatives in Linjiang. If you don't receive a letter from me within 6 months, assume I'm dead. From then on, change your name and don't think about avenging me. Uncle, let me go with you." Scram. Luo Dongquan drove the other person away. After leaving the city, he was about to head to the agreed location when suddenly, the sound of something sharp piercing the air rang beside his ear. The reaction speed of a refining organ martial artist made him instantly alert, and he leaped straight up from the back of his horse. Hiss. An armor-piercing arrow struck the battle horse, which tumbled and fell to the ground. Luo Dongquan was about to see who had launched the sneak attack when the sound of arrows rang out beside his ear again. Not just one, but a volley. Luo Dongquan swung his battle saber, creating afterimages as he chopped down the relentless arrows. Who the hell can draw a bow so fast? Anyone unaware would think they had encountered an entire squad of crossbowmen. Is it you? Following the direction of the incoming arrows, he saw a figure hidden in a tree afar. Good, I'll kill you. Luo Dongquan's eyes were bloodshot as he cut through the arrows, swiftly closing in until everything seemed to blur before him, feeling as if arrows filled the sky. He roared furiously, bursting forward with astonishing speed, almost becoming a blur. In the blink of an eye, he covered dozens of yards. Just when he was about to get close, a chill struck his thigh, and he almost lost his balance and fell. He had to burst forward a second time to regain his stability. Bang, bang, bang. In that brief pause, 3 more arrows struck him. Luckily, his saber block spared him from fatal wounds. 2 arrows passed through his shoulder, leaving behind translucent holes, and another arrow was lodged in his arm. At the cost of severe injuries, he finally closed the distance. His He-Miao long sword slashed furiously, aiming straight for his opponent's face. Clang, a long spear collided with the saber blade, sparking a dazzling fire in the darkness. Both retreated several steps, widening the gap between them. Before Luo Dongquan could steady himself, the sound of the bowstring, like a nightmare, attacked once more. He had to swing his saber again to block. This terrifying rate of arrow release made it difficult for him, as a refining organ martial artist, to get close. In the world, could there actually be a special cultivation technique for archery? In an instant, he could release 3 arrows with a 15-stone bow, each arrow precisely devilish. What a concept. Under such archery, the cost of forcing proximity was exposing flaws and becoming pierced by a multitude of arrows. I'll see how many arrows you have. Luo Dongquan dared not charge blindly anymore, swinging his He-Miao long sword, hoping to wait until the opponent ran out of arrows. However, By the time blood from his wounds soaked through his clothes, the rain of arrows had not ceased. The shovel-shaped arrowheads inside his body, due to the intense movements, nearly shredded his arm muscles. Even with a martial artist's robust physique, his speed was bound to slow down. Once slowed, he lost the advantage of a common refining organ martial artist. More arrows lodged in his body until he could no longer hold himself up and crashed to the ground. Damn, emptied 3 arrow bags. Chen Sansi had brought out 5 arrow bags and used up a whole 3. Luckily. Luo Dongquan now lay on the ground looking like a porcupine, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, only exhaling without inhaling, his life clearly ebbing away. Chen Sansi aimed at the head and heart, shooting 2 more arrows each, and after ensuring death he went over and decapitated him with a sword. Had he not been so hasty, he could have held out against me for quite a while. Of course, he would most likely still be worn down to death by me. Sure enough, a refining organ martial artist. Luckily, it's not refining internal organs perfection otherwise, he would have been really difficult to deal with. It's said that refining internal organs perfection martial artists can enter a berserk-like state in a short time, running their bodies into overdrive while temporarily forgetting pain, fully capable of taking arrow wounds head-on. Li Dajai Zia Erniu, Chen Sansi holding Luo Dongquan's head, this counts as avenging both you and myself. He had prepared thoroughly. The Vajra body was not needed in the end. The final card, Immortal Treasure Strange Fire, was also ready for use. Of course it was good not to use it, for every use carried the risk of exposure. Uncle, a few yards away, Song Yan, worried about Luo Dongquan, came back and witnessed the entire scene. Chen Sansi also heard him approaching. In fact, Song Yan wouldn't have been able to escape even if he hadn't returned. Mounting the white swan horse, it would have taken less than 20 minutes to catch up and kill him. When dealing with matters, one must completely uproot the problem. Do you know what your uncle did? I know he deserved to die. Song Yan cried inconsolably, but he was my uncle and I still have to avenge him. Bring it on, Pache, blood-refining warrior. Nowhere near a match for Chen Sansi. The moment he rushed forward with his saber, his heart was pierced, and he fell into a pool of blood, breathless. Great, now I look like the bad guy again. This young man with the surname Song actually has a decent nature. It's a pity he followed the wrong person. I wonder how things are going on Han Cheng's side. After disposing of the body, Chen Sansi, maintaining a conceal and move without trace state, rushed to their designated meeting place. In the woods, Dan Yuanji and the old servant, both with limbs severed, lay on the ground, using their last breath to experience a lifetime's flash before their eyes, then breathed their last. Han Cheng, Yu. Tang Ming looked down, his expression a mix of anger and confusion as he stared at the blade suddenly piercing his chest. Traitor, go to hell. Even with a knife embedded in his heart, he did not die immediately. Instead, he burst forth with a terrifying, brutal force, repelled his opponent with a palm strike to the chest, then drew Zhu Chun's blade, which had been sheathed again, to fight once more. In the distance, Jai Guangxian and Zhu Yuping sat on their horses, watching the scene with surprise. Jai is Han Cheng your man, isn't he yours? Jai Guangxian frowned. Could it be? The information was given to this officer by him, not long ago. Someone had slipped a secret letter into his residence. Now it seems it must have been Han Cheng. He's not your man. Zhu Yuping quickly figured it out then. He must be one of Sun Xiangzong's people. He's involved too. Jai Guangxian urged Zhu, you better confess everything now. What exactly are you up to in Yunju? Stop your nonsense. I'm here only for the immortal treasure. I know nothing of the other matters. Zhu Yuping said, moving to ride off first. Go, stop right there. Jai Guangxian stood firmly in front. Zhu, hand over the immortal treasure, then explain everything from start to finish and I might spare your life. Jai Guangxian, you count for nothing. Vulgar. Fine, a gentleman uses his fists, not his words. How about we have a go at each other? Bring it on. A red-robed official and a blue-robed official both dismounted, took off their official hats, removed their belts, and stripped down to their undershirts, rolling up their sleeves to wrestle and tussle. You punch me, I punch you. You grab my hair, I pull your beard. Despicable, crude, idiot, devious scoundrel. Soon the 2 imperial officers had beaten each other black and blue. Gentlemen, quite skilled you are. Chen Sansi suddenly appeared. Mr. Chen, kill him. Jai Guangxian, having the upper hand and sitting atop Zhu Yuping, firmly grasped his opponent's hair. Then come with me, Mr. Gao of the cabinet will protect you. Zai, Zhen Yue unsheathed. Jai Guangxian's head hit the ground. Good Zhu Yuping hadn't even caught his breath when he saw the gleaming blade approaching him. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Are you mad? Zai, with a swing of the sword, a life was taken. They all deserved to die, all thinking of manipulating him by whatever means. Chen Sansi sheathed his sword. Tang Ming, too, is dead. After finishing the battle, Han Cheng, covered in blood and pale-faced, remarked, Mr. Chen, what a brilliant strategy, what a move to borrow the knife to kill. If not for this, Zhu Yuping would have noticed your lack of escape and surely commanded Tang Ming to turn back and kill you first. Are you all right? Chen Sansi noticed the other was injured. I won't die, but I probably don't have much fighting strength left. Han Cheng coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and said weakly, after simply handling the bodies, "Leave them here, the barbarian spies will soon discover them." Later, when the capital city investigates, they will deduce that the severe and high factions killed each other to death. As for me, I'll also encounter trouble on my way back. In any case, even if there are suspicions, they will only suspect me and then the governor mansion. Don't worry, if you can truly save the young lady and the young master, taking the blame is nothing. The governor mansion has been a dead pig not fearing boiling water. Have you arranged what comes next? Leading the lady and young master through a small path, the intelligence says in 2 days, the barbarians will withdraw 20,000 troops from the main battlefield to Poyang, among which there may very well be hidden high masters of the witch god sect. So if we're going, it's best we leave tonight. Take your wife along with the young lady and young master, travel light, and breaking out from the small south gate should be no problem. Household's Han. Chen Sanxi's gaze was fixed on the direction of the city. When did I ever say I would only take them? Han Cheng, startled, what do you mean, Mr. Chen? Everyone, let's go. Chen Sanxi's voice rang out firm, Poyang County City, as long as they are willing to exert effort in defending the city, be they soldiers or civilians, let's all leave together. That's impossible. Han Cheng was astonished, Mr. Chen, with barbarians surrounding us on all sides. How could so many people possibly leave together? Chen Sanxi knew taking the civilians with them would be a burden, but those soldiers willing to follow him to the death, which one of them did not have families. If they stayed behind, not one would survive. If they left, sure, many might die along the way, but even having one more person live is worth it. Again, that saying. Within the limits of his ability, he aimed to do what would leave him with no regrets. There was another equally important point. No matter the use of the blood sacrifice, whatever the Dog Emperor and the barbarians aimed to achieve, he just had to stir things up. Time to pay up, west of the city. In the large mansion of Zhao's martial arts academy and Zhao family, nearly all the town's gentry and lords were gathered, each dressed in fine silk, fat-bodied, but with faces full of horror and unease, evidencing the recent troubled times. Wang Zhai stood at the highest point, his voice booming, time to pay up, only silver notes accepted, no silver. Mr. Wang, master of Zhao's martial arts academy, Zhao Shanming, his face somewhat pale, said, 1,000 taels of silver per family, isn't that too expensive? Exactly, Wang Zhai, you're taking advantage of a crisis. A gentry who had been an official but had retired to his hometown accused, I know the superior officer of Nding Prefecture's commanding department. Be careful, I might just report you. Damn it, go ahead. Wang Zhai cursed loudly. Nding Prefecture is still under siege, just try. A bunch of ingrates, too expensive. If it's too expensive, then none of you leave. If it weren't for the good relationships I maintained with you on normal days, would I still be thinking of you at such a critical time? Last chance, pay 1,000 taels of silver notes, and I'll lead you to safety in Henkeng Prefecture, otherwise just stay here. 1,000 taels. The crowd murmured among themselves, it doesn't limit the number of people per household, it's actually a good deal. Right, let's go, we can't stay in Poyang anymore. Mr. Wang, you better not be deceiving us. Rest assured. Wang Zhai then smiled. Wang Zhai, take money to get things done, always reliable. As long as you pay, I guarantee you can leave Poyang. Hurry up, those who want to live. We depart from the West City Gate in 2 hours. Don't be late. We'll pay the money. A group of people started lining up to pay. Then, within the allotted time, they hastily packed their belongings and assembled their personnel. Inside Poyang City, there were still 2 major martial arts halls left, 8 smaller ones, and several dozen large families. In the end, a total of about 2,000 people gathered. Among them, over 1,200 were adult males, with more than 300 who had martial training, and dozens were blood-refining warriors. But they had been defending the city for over a month. Aside from those initially forced into conscription, none of these people had been on the battlefield. Pan Quan, what the hell are you dawdling for? Wang Zhai urged him on. Pan Quan, Zhao Shanming, and others not only brought their families, but also carts filled with gold, silver, and precious medicines, unwilling to abandon anything. For over a century, their families had passed down who knows how much wealth. All right, hurry up, Wang Zhai ordered. With them were also Zhao Kang, Shen Qiyuan, and 200 soldiers, who began distributing weapons to those who didn't have any. Since the defense began, they had seized numerous weapons, enough in quantity. Liu, a gentleman now in his 60s, was handed a standard long sword. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? We're supposed to be escaping the city. Why are you distributing weapons? It's a breakout, what else? Wang Zhai explained, the city is surrounded on all sides. Although the defense on the west side of the city is weaker, we still need to break through. But don't worry, I'll take the lead, you just need to use the weapons to defend yourselves. Let's go, no more waiting, hum. The west city gate opened in the darkness of the night. Wang Zhai led the way at the front, with Zhao Kang and Shen Qiyuan on either side. About 2 hours out, campsites came into view. Inside and outside the camp, the guard was rigorous, with squads of cavalry patrolling back and forth. Judging from the deployment of forces, there were at least 2,000 troops. This was clearly not a weak spot, but rather the main general's camp. Wang Zhai, are you sure this is right? Zhao Shanming caught up and said nervously, we should retreat and find another way out before they notice us. Wrong way. Wang Zhai looked at him and smirked. I'm heading straight for their main camp. What do you mean? Before Zhao Shanming could figure it out, sudden, earth-shaking shouts erupted nearby. Kill. Kill. Boom, boom, booms. Zhao Kang, Shen Qiyuan, and others, numbering over 200, started shouting without warning, not forgetting to raise their torches. Kill, directly charge the main camp, capture Wu Mar alive. What? The lords, who thought they were breaking out to escape, were so shocked by the sudden change that they were at a loss. Wang Zhai, what exactly are you trying to do? Zhao Shanming's words became incoherent. What am I doing, didn't you hear? Wang Zhai shouted, charge the enemy camp, capture Wu Mar alive. If you want to die, go ahead by yourself. Zhao Shanming turned and ran. Run fast. Over 1,000 people turned around, ready to head back to the city. At that moment, Feng Yang, leading a squad of troops, rushed out and blocked their escape route, stabbing to death the one at the front. Anyone who retreats another step dies. Enemy attack, enemy attack. With such commotion, how could the barbarian main camp fail to notice? They dispatched a large number of troops to form up and charge. Zhao Shanming Pan Quan. Wang Zhai pointed with his Mo blade at the rapidly approaching barbarian army. You can't run now, either fight with me or wait to be chopped up by random swords. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, the Lord truly has a great strategy, even I have to admire it. Su Wen, holding a feather fan picked up from who knows where, waved his hand grandly, ignite it. All right, Su Bin followed the order. He lit the huge torches that had been prepared in advance on the city wall. A blaze of fire shot up into the sky. Having completed the task, Su Bin asked in confusion, Old Su, are you sure this was ordered by Mr. Chen? It certainly was ordered by him. Su Wenkai, holding a feather fan and speaking in a measured tone, said, you must follow the instructions precisely. Any mistakes and you'll face military law. Putting on airs, where did you get that fan? Zhu Tong snatched the fan away and demanded, speak, what did Shanxi tell you? Now, he was the only one in the entire army who still called him Shanxi. No matter how many times he was corrected, it had become a unique trait. The scholar from a large household left the city. I picked it up from the ground, give it back. Su Wenkai reached out but couldn't grab it. Old Zhu, do you want to face military law? HMPH. Zhu Tong eventually returned the fan. Why did Shanxi give you so much power? Mr. Su, the cool voice of Sun Li arose. Are you sure the feigned might of your younger brothers is effective? I still need to lead 50 cavalry out. There are at least 6,000 barbarians outside. Our manpower is barely sufficient for defense. Isn't it too risky to initiate an attack? The day had passed strangely. First, Xiang Tingchen died inexplicably outside the city. Then the magistrate and even Chen Sansi disappeared and hadn't returned till now, giving everyone the impression that something significant was about to happen, yet they were all kept in the dark. Only Su Wenkai came forward, waving his junior brother's banner, organizing tasks so methodically that he called out one name after another, as smoothly as if he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind, finally having the chance to execute them. Miss Sun, I trust the official, and I ask you to trust him too. Su Wenkai was utterly composed. You just follow my instructions. With the official backing us, tonight will be the biggest and sole victorious battle since the start of the war in Poyang. The lives and properties of tens of thousands of citizens depend on this. Barbarian army camp. Wu Mer, reading the secret letter handed to him, looked stern. The deputy general asked, Sir, has something unexpected happened? The witch god sect was attacked. Many died, but no matter, there will still be Huajin experts joining the big army heading to Poyang in about 2 or 3 days. Wu Mer put down the letter. The fall of Poyang City is imminent. Sir, do you know what the witch god sect intends to do? The deputy general curiously asked. I heard that wherever a city is breached, the witch god sect enters to collect the heart blood of the living, also secretive. What use is heart blood? If it's not your concern, don't ask. Wu Mer spoke gravely. Our mission is simply to take down Poyang. Speaking of which, the willpower of the Sheng people is indeed terrifying. After fighting for over a month, the number of city defenders was actually increasing. They suffered heavy losses and as a result hesitated to continue the assault, being forced to wait for the arrival of reinforcements. What's laughable is, they had internal strife. Wu Mer looked at several bodies within the tent, his gaze mocking. These bodies, found not long ago by the city gate. From their identities, each was a refining organ martial artist. Moreover, with the news from spies that the main general Xiang Tingchen had disappeared, it seems there might be no refining organ fighters left within Poyang City. Everyone says the Sheng people have severe internal conflicts, with parties within the court often fighting bitterly. I used to not believe it, but it seems now it might be even worse than described. The deputy general agreed, Sir, you are right. I think the Sheng dynasty is running out of its fate. We, the people of the Sky Clan, will own the fertile grounds of the Central Plains sooner or later. As the two talked, noise erupted outside. Report. A soldier burst into the tent. The defenders in Poyang City are attacking our camp. Attacking the camp. With so many refining organ fighters dead, what do they have left to attack with? Wumar picked up his curved sword and hurried out of the tent. Looking towards the direction of the West City Gate and the chaotic scene, he quickly evaluated the reality. This isn't regular soldiers, just a mob from the city. Where do they get the guts? Tired of living, are they? Pass my order, move all the cavalry from the east here, crush them. After the command was delivered, the cavalry quickly arrived. Wumar planned to join the battle himself, but at that moment a fire started in the east and shouts thundered through the air. Report. Another rider came, sir. It's bad news. The reinforcements from Henkeng Prefecture have arrived. What? Wumar frowned. Are you sure you saw it clearly? A few days ago, someone had broken through and headed towards Henkeng Prefecture. At that time, he guessed they were seeking reinforcements. But based on the distance, the forces from Henkeng Prefecture shouldn't have arrived for another 4 days, nearly a step behind the barbarian army. How could they arrive so quickly? All cavalry. I saw it clearly. The soldier said nervously. Dust fills the sky, shouts shatter one's lungs, and there are mountains full of military flags and torches, conservatively estimating there were over 2,000. It's indeed possible for Henkeng Prefecture to dispatch this many troops. Wumar told the deputy general, you stay here and keep order, don't panic, I'll personally check what's going on. In this situation, clarity was crucial. Once the army's morale is disturbed, collapse is imminent. Kill. East of the city, following Su Wenkai's commands, Sun Buki and others stealthily exited the city in batches, gathering 200 new recruits in the east. They used rags to disguise as military flags and lit torches all over the hills, and finally they beat the war drums and shouted their war cries. He was puzzled, this old scholar, using Shanxi to pressure us. What's the point in doing all these displays of might? Since it's the official's order, we just need to follow it. While speaking, Wang Li energetically scattered ashes everywhere, shouting at the top of his lungs, kill, kill, kill. They're coming. Sun Buki, holding his long spear, said, somebody's coming. All cavalry, the one in the middle seems like Wumar. What did Su Wenkai tell us to do next? Run up the mountain, hide, and when the signal arrow sounds, set fires simultaneously, then attack again. Wang Li grabbed his things and ran off. Go, Sun Buki hurriedly followed. What is this? Finally catching up, Wumar stopped his horse staring at the empty space before him. Is this what you call the reinforcements from Henkeng Prefecture? Sir, it's too dark, we couldn't see clearly either. The soldier who had reported earlier, fearing punishment, suggested, shall we check the mountain? Cavalry go up the mountain. Does anyone with a brain say such a thing? Wumar thought for a moment, retreat. It's most likely a bluff, not worth our attention. Whoosh. Just as they were about to head back to camp, a sudden arrow sound near Wumar made him shudder, and he slashed his curved sword in the direction of the sound, successfully cutting down one arrow, then a second, and a third. Is that you? In the darkness in the distance, a familiar figure on a white horse appeared. Wumar could not fail to recognize him. Over a month ago, it was this young man who had captured the 9th prince right before him. If the war had not just commenced, when manpower was crucial, he would have probably been beheaded long ago. Even now, he might still face serious consequences after autumn. Such quick arrows. Wumar focused on defending against the relentless arrows and calmly ordered, surround him. No matter how fast this person shot arrows, he was still just one man. By diverting the attention of the remaining men, he could quickly close in. Senior sister Sun, Chen Sansi shouted loudly. Sun Li arrived in time, and 50 riders formed 10 small car suspension formations, charging into the barbarian cavalry, clashing fiercely, trying their best to prevent them from surrounding Chen Sansi, each facing multiple enemies, with her alone confronting 2 Liangu 100 households. Watching the target of her junior brother's arrows, she finally figured out what this series of connected plans intended to do. Chen Sansi intended to lure Wumar from the heavily guarded central army camp to recreate the feat on the grassland. However, it wasn't to capture a useless prince this time, but to kill the refining organ general, thereby throwing the enemy into disarray. Junior brother, be careful. Sun Li was already surrounded by many cavalrymen. I will buy you time. Not only did she understand, Wumar understood as well. This youngster wanted to kill him, the last main general of the Zai River tribe. By this means, to cause his army to collapse. But as the main general, how could he not know his own importance? The reason he dared lead 500 cavalry to inspect was because all the known refining organ martial artists within Po Yang City had killed each other, and this youngster, merely 100 households officer. If he truly had the capability to kill him, during the previous encounter on the grassland, he wouldn't have just left a fat man to face the blade while going to find the 9th prince himself. Clang, clang, clang. The men at the West City Gate were sent by you as well, weren't they? Wumar sneered as he blocked the arrows while speaking, I won't chase after you. Your bow alone won't kill me. I'll just drag this out with you. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the rabble at the West City Gate will be crushed and wiped out. and the pretty little lady leading over 50 cavalry behind me will be captured alive. Once her cultivation is crippled, she'll make a fine slave for me. Lastly, when you run out of arrows, I'll kill you." For now, the only threat to him was the big bow in this youngster's hands. All he needed was to be cautious, and if he just dragged it out, he would win. Smarter than Luo Dongquan. He knows to be wary of archery, not actively pursuing me. If it were a one-on-one, dragging this out wouldn't be a problem, but there are 500 cavalry behind him. Wang Zhai Sunli they can't hold on much longer. So, Chen Sansi unexpectedly tucked away his bow and grabbed his spear. "I didn't plan on dragging this out with you. You dare come at me." Umar gripped his curved sword. "I want to see just what progress you've made in just over a month." Clang. The two warhorses crossed paths, and the curved sword and long spear collided for the first time. Chen Sansi felt the trembling of the long spear. His chi blood surged within him, stabilizing his form. On any other day, he could have dragged it out, but today he had to kill quickly. He changed his usual fighting style, the undying golden snake spear technique, forcibly conjuring the aura of the breaking formation spear, attacking ferociously. Even though there was a difference in pure strength compared to the refining organ, he still did not retreat to defend. But being anxious and attacking recklessly would expose flaws. Full of openings, Umar seized the moment, his curved blade like a black moon descending, tearing through the air, aiming directly at the opponent's face. He had thought that faced with such a deadly strike, the opponent would inevitably defend, but quite the contrary, there was no attempt to dodge, still determined to thrust his flawed spear. "Does this guy think his head is harder than my blade?" Die. The curved sword neatly sliced through Chen Sansi's iron helmet, striking squarely on the head. Crack. However, the expected gore did not materialize. Instead, upon contact with flesh, the blade emitted a sound as if scraping against metal, sparking faintly. Vajrabadi, Umar was shocked. After the incident with the Ninth Prince, he had investigated Chen Sansi, a genius youth with the 9-dragon body, selected officer of the Governor Mansion. Where did the Vajrabadi come from? His blood velocity surged, and he forcibly retracted the curved sword, just in time blocking the long spear stabbing at him. Clang. In the close encounter, another glint flashed at the young man's waist, a sword light tearing through the heavens, gone in a flash. The Ninth Prince's sword. Umar recognized the weapon, then felt the ground getting closer, even though his body was still on horseback. Before he could understand, the world plunged into darkness. Grass. Chen Sansi's iron helmet was chopped in half, his forehead throbbed with pain, leaving a trail of blood. Copper skin, iron bone. Whether it's copper or iron, it can eventually be destroyed, if bone training can't break through his skin. But after all, it is refining organs, a leap across a major realm. Fortunately, it was ultimately blocked. Chen Sansi wasn't reckless. When he was killing Luo Dongquan earlier, he deliberately exchanged a blow to understand the immense power wielded by someone proficient in the refining organ skill, and he was confident that his Vajra body could withstand it. Then he could take advantage of the surprise and deliver a deadly slash. Vajra body, swordsmanship, perfection. Lacking either one would not do. Sun Lei, with her own strength, killed 2 bone-training martial artists of the same realm. However, she was also sneak-attacked several times, and she found it difficult to divert attention to the situation dozens of steps away. She was about to face an assault from bone-training generals as well as dozens of cavalry. If this continued, she would soon be weakened from loss of chi blood and killed by the disorderly blades. The 50 cavalry she brought were already reduced by half in such a short time. Just then the sound of an armor-piercing arrow tore through the night sky, followed by a loud shout, "Umar is dead. Reinforcements from Henkeng Prefecture have arrived. You barbarian thieves better surrender quickly." Chen Sansi used his long spear to lift ahead, showing it to them. "Lord Thousand Households is dead." The barbarian cavalry were all greatly shocked. Kill, kill, kill. After the signal of the armor-piercing arrow, those who had previously hidden on the mountain, like Sun Buki and others, began to wave their torches again and screamed shrilly. The war drums were pounded so vigorously that they shook the earth, and in the shadows of the trees and woods it was unclear how many people there were. Reinforcements. Henkeng Prefecture really sent help. "There's an ambush. Retreat quickly. Retreat, retreat." The 500 cavalry trembled with fear. "Where are you running?" Chen Sansi, with a spear lifting ahead in one hand and the Zhenyu sword in the other, entered the crowd to kill. In this way, the barbarian cavalry were even more convinced of the ambush, and their desire to fight was completely lost. They only cared for their lives. It's over, Chen Sansi knew. Once this cavalry returned to their main camp, it would be their moment of collapse. On top of the city walls, "Lazy bones, get up. Wang Zhai and his men are about to bite the dust." Zhu Tong was so anxious that he paced back and forth. "My lord, how come the lord hasn't returned?" Su Bin also began to grow agitated. "The lord must be fine." Amidst the utter chaos, Su Wenkai turned out to be the calmest of all, gripping his feather fan tightly. "Just wait for one more tea time. After one tea time, the barbarian army of 6,000 can be crushed at the snap of the fingers." Finally, on Eastern Mountain, fire lit up for the second time. Good, good, good. Barbarian army is broken. Su Wenkai waved his feather fan without hesitation. Liu Jinqiu, Zhutong, Wu De Su Bin, relay my command. Fling open the west city gate and strike with all our might. The cavalry will form the car suspension formation at the forefront, advancing with everyone else following behind. Just kill anyone you see, and remember, we must be loud and have plenty of torches. Su Wenkai. Liu Jinqiu was half doubtful. We're putting our lives in your and Chen Beihu's hands. Yesterday evening, under the arrangement of Su Wenkai, Sun Li siblings and Wang Zhai suddenly began to take over the command of the army inside the city, claiming that they were preparing for a breakout during the night. At first, they didn't understand what was happening and they didn't take orders from just anyone. But now, half of the people inside the city belonged to Chen Sanxi's faction. Among them, the Sun Li siblings had high status and were not to be offended lightly. What's most crucial was that, overnight, Xiang Tingchen, Luo Dongqun and others all went missing without a trace of life or death, obviously indicating some major event was about to unfold, a matter of life or death which they couldn't ignore. As a result of this series of actions, it felt as if doom was imminent. Go out of the city gates opened wide. The remaining fighting force inside the city poured out, with less than 1,000 people, and took the offensive against a barbarian army of 6,000. West City Gate. Pan Quan had already died amidst the chaotic army. Zhao Shangming had been chopped to lose an arm, hanging onto life by a thread. The disciples from the martial arts hall and local gentry were mostly dead. Little remained. Wang Zhai and his men had fought until this point, also suffering severe casualties. Is Su Wenkai deceiving me? Is this really how Stoney arranged it? He looked at the seemingly endless barbarians. To hell with it, if all else fails, just die. 15 years ago, he climbed the city walls and didn't die. If he were to die on the battlefield today, it would be a fitting end. Good, in the next life, I'll be a fellow traveler with you again. Shen Qiyuan's bones were exposed, and he too was preparing to embrace death. Kill. Behind them, the city gates flung open. The flames soared into the sky, and the sounds of killing roared like thunder. The barbarian soldiers were intimidated by the energy, but not yet disordered, for their numbers were many. They were just perplexed why Po Yang City was going crazy tonight. From where did they get such confidence? Were they really courting death? Until the cavalry unit that had left earlier returned to report, explaining their question. Lord Wu Mar is dead. 3,000 Henkang Prefecture cavalry have come to our aid. No, 5,000 cavalry. What? The deputy general stood dumbfounded but still clung to the last bit of rationality. Don't panic. Where did so many reinforcements come from? Wu Mar's head is here. A white horse burst onto the battlefield, and a familiar head was lifted high under the frosty moonlight. Surrender quickly, my lord. Was. An armor-piercing arrow flew swiftly, directly shooting the bone-training martial artist of perfection off his horse, becoming the final straw that crushed their psychological defenses. The news of both the main general and deputy general dying spread with inconceivable speed, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. By the end, it had become a story that the 8 camps had won the main battlefield of Liangzhu, and Sun Xiangzong himself had come to encircle and kill them. At that moment, 6,000 barbarians. Their defeat was as swift as a landslide. The soldiers from Po Yang County chased and slaughtered them from behind, while the barbarians did not even fight back, casting away their armor and weapons, their lines breaking into a complete rout. It was not until this moment. Liu Jinqiu, Shen Qiyuan, Zhao Kang, and others, watching Chen Sanxi move unobstructed through the chaotic army, his Lu leaf-long spear holding the head of a refining organs general, looked upon him as if he was a deity. In a single night, Po Yang City went from being deeply encircled to achieving a grand victory. Years later, with the change of dynasties, this battle was recorded in history in the 72nd year of the Longqing era of the Old Dynasty. On the 6th day of the 12th lunar month, the Grand Emperor Chen Lei, faced with desperation, cut down enemy generals and led over 1,000 remnants to a great victory over 6,000 barbarians. This battle is known in history as the Battle of Po Yang, also called the Dragon Emerges from the Abyss. Only at daybreak did the 6,000 barbarian soldiers, abandoning countless baggage and provisions, retreat beyond the Great Wall, not one daring to look back. Warfare hinges on coordinating the heavens, the earth, and the people. The number of soldiers alone cannot decide the outcome 100% of the time. If one can harness the general trend to their advantage, victory against a larger force is not impossible. The barbarian army had besieged the city for a long time without success. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, they lost a total of 3 refining organ generals, severely lowering their morale. When the last refining organ general fell, they were bound to crumble like sand. By contrast, Po Yang. After a long siege, aside from the local gentry and elites, the soldiers and civilians had an unprecedented fighting spirit, united as one. Among them, hundreds developed a sinking formation death will. Given these increasing advantages and disadvantages, the gap was too vast. Additionally, there indeed was someone who knew that Henkeng Prefecture was very likely to send reinforcements soon. With the heavens, the earth, and the people aligned, how could the barbarian army not be defeated? However, just when everyone was excited about this miracle, Chen Sansi suddenly announced another command. Abandon the city. Abandon the city. Why? Questions arose among people like Xiao Kang. Over half the barbarians died or were injured overnight, with hundreds trampled to death by their own. They've already retreated beyond the Great Wall, and they might even return to the grasslands. Inside Poyang City, we have ample food and supplies. We should take this opportunity to strengthen our defenses and continue the siege. The barbarians have besieged us without attacking for a long time. What do you think they're doing? They're waiting for reinforcements. And the next time there might be even higher realm generals. Chen Sansi announced the harsh reality before the eyes of everyone. On the other hand, the bodies of several dignitaries have been discovered in the barbarian camp, and we don't even have a single person who has undergone refining of organs. How can we continue to defend? My lord is right. Su Wenkai added, last night, we captured a close aide to the barbarians who was 100 households, and he confessed that at least 30,000 more troops will march towards Poyang soon. The defeated barbarians will also quickly regroup and come back for another attack. The only plan for now is to flee the city. That is the only way to live. But what about us? The numerous civilians responsible for repairing the city walls, hearing that the defenders planned to abandon the city, dropped their tools in despair. Abandon the city. That meant abandoning them, didn't it? This sort of thing wasn't unheard of. The defenders flee and the civilians are left behind to be slaughtered. So what was the point of their desperate defense for this past month? Unexpectedly, the civilians did not riot. They dispersed and continued to pick up their tools to reinforce the fortifications. Although their expressions were numb, their movements stiff, as if they were soulless zombies. Most of the soldiers, new recruits, and laborers did the same. To abandon the city is to focus on a rapid escape. Those who couldn't ride horses were likely to be left behind. Not to mention, most of their family members were still here. How could they bear to leave? Wives, children, fathers, mothers all left behind to await death. Wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking. Chen Sansi gathered his chi blood and spoke loudly, ensuring most of those present could hear him. We will indeed abandon the city, but I never said we would abandon the people. Pass my order. The civilians within Poyang City, all who wish to leave may follow the army. We, the military, will cover the rear. Upon these words, not only did the civilians, even Su Wenkai and many subordinates were shocked. Escape with the civilians and cover for them. In thousands of years, when had this ever happened? Aren't they worried about being slowed down? Of course, I'm not forcing anyone. Chen Sansi continued, we will depart from the West City Gate before noon today, heading westward with a temporary destination of Henkeng Prefecture. Whether to go or stay is completely voluntary. You must think carefully. If you leave, you may never be able to return, and it's very possible to die on the road. My lord, we are willing to go. We will follow you in life and death. After a brief silence, the civilians inside the city knelt down in unison. Staying here is also to be slaughtered by the barbarians. The barbarians, known for their ruthless looting and ravaging, would definitely not leave any survivors. Therefore, escaping is the only way to live. My lord, Su Wenkai, you take care of the arrangements. After leaving these words, Chen Sansi went to the horse stable in the eastern part of the city to find the gravely injured and weak Han Cheng. Has there been any word from the governor mansion? It will be a few more days. Han Cheng replied, we should be receiving a message soon. Good. Chen Sansi recalled the words of Magistrate Zhu, feeling that even going to Henkeng Prefecture might not be safe. He had said it. Henkeng Prefecture could be abandoned if necessary. But heading westward, leaving Yu State would take them to Yu State, one of the northwest 3 states. The more they feared the governor mansion, the more they knew they had to head there to be safe. Mr. Chen, today's feat was truly once in a millennium. Household's Han remarked, do you really plan to lead the thousands next? I said what I said, I can't go back on it now. Chen Sansi estimated, the Zai River tribe just escaped the Great Wall. It will take at least a day for them to react and wait for the main army to arrive. By then, we would have been gone for 3 days and nights. Not enough. Han Cheng shook his head. The cavalry can cover hundreds of miles in a single day, but how far can a group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled travel? They will catch up soon enough. That's why I hope Mr. Han contacts the governor mansion as soon as possible, preferably to have some troops sent over. Chen Sansi even doubted whether the 2,000 troops from Henkeng Prefecture could still come, and if so, how many. I still suggest. Han Cheng said somewhat uneasily that the young master and miss along with your family leave first. All right, I'll ask Sun Li if she's willing. They can leave quickly on horseback. Chen Sansi did not refute. Good sir, I will take my leave now. Han Cheng, coughing, said, officially, I am already a dead man. If I'm seen with you somewhere and complications arise, I will signal you with the call of a cuckoo, and you can find me by following the sound. Also, take this. While saying this, he pulled out a cultivation technique, refining organ spear technique. Chen Sansi held the book, named Unity Spear Technique. Where did this come from and can I practice it? Before coming to Po Yang, the supervisor sent this to me. It seems to be a fusion of 3 military spear techniques that he created. It wasn't meant for you initially. Han Cheng looked in the direction of the city. It was planned to be handed over to the young master when the time was right, but now it seems better to give it to you. Sun Buki. Chen Sansi understood the deep meaning behind it. Supervisor Sun sending the Sun Li siblings here was not just an experience for them, but a preparation to temper brother Bu Chi's disposition, and then to give him a superior method. Now it appeared. Until now he had never seen Sun Buki practice the spear, not even achieving a small achievement in bone training. He had practiced archery quite frequently, but without any progress. Take the cultivation technique and intensively practice refining organs. Han Cheng spoke exhaustedly. From here on, you'll have to manage on your own. Remember, when you hear the cuckoo calling, come and find me. After finishing, he bowed with his fists and left. I finally have something to train with. Chen Sansi was accustomed to daily martial arts practice suddenly stopping. It felt very unnatural. He returned to the city, and in an abandoned civilian house, he found Sun Li and Sister Lan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He stood outside the bedroom and didn't enter. Sun Li was injured while buying him time, sustaining damage to her bones. Gu Xinlan was helping her apply medicine and bandage the wounds. Not until it was finished inside did he open the door. Brother, she. Gu Xinlan threw herself into his arms. She checked him over here and there, finally noticing the scar on his forehead that nearly split his head in two. It was just a scrape, I'm fine. Sun Li's pale face, due to her injuries, became even whiter. But you must be at bone forging perfection by now, right? No wonder you've been practicing with both sabers and swords. It seems you've had nothing else to train. It hadn't been long. Reflecting upon her arrival in Po Yang, he was only just starting bone training. Now he had single-handedly slain a refining organs expert and led them to rout the enemy army. His growth rate was undeniably astounding. Senior sister Sun. Chen Sansi asked, do you and Brother Buchi want to leave first? Leave first? Sun Li leaned on the bedpost, tilting her head. Junior brother, are you looking down on me? Why would you say that, senior sister? Sun Li was slightly displeased, but her weak voice made her sound feeble. You all stay to protect the civilians, yet you want me to leave first. Do you think it's because I'm a woman, or is it because I'm the daughter of the supervisor that I'm more valuable? That's not what I meant. Chen Sansi was just fulfilling Han Cheng's request to ask her. He knew she wouldn't leave early, but seeing her so injured, it seemed she really couldn't stay to cover the rear. He pondered for a moment and then said, Senior sister, you are seriously injured. Staying would just slow us down. Are you repulsed by me? Sun Li, angered, moved slightly, but the pain from her wounds made her lay back down. Why would I, senior sister? Chen Sansi explained, how about this? You don't need to leave early. Just walk with the civilians. That way you can help take care of Sister Lan and also protect the civilians to prevent any accidents. If you don't agree, how can I rest assured letting Sister Lan walk alone in the chaos? Not just Sister Lan, there's also Mrs. Su from the Su family and Zhu Tong's mother, among many others. Surely there needs to be someone to look after them. I wouldn't trust anyone else. A whole lot of talking later. Finally, Sun Li agreed. Chen Sansi cupped his fists. Brother Shi, come with me for a moment. Gu Xinlan pulled him outside and after walking a considerable distance, cautiously asked, do you have any medicine that can remove scars? Remove scars. It's not for mates for Li, she cried. Gu Xinlan said with evident distress. She suffered several deep cuts across her body. The wounds are so deep that you can see the bones. We don't lack medicine for healing, but she keeps shedding tears. I guess she didn't bring any scar removal medicine. After all, as a woman, if her body is scarred, how will she cope in the future? I understand. Chen Sansi nodded. I'll give it to you before we leave. He was proficient in medical arts, not only skilled in concocting cultivation enhancing medicine, but also adept at treating all kinds of difficult diseases in the mortal world. Removing scars was a trivial matter for him, as ingredients with similar properties could be found in black jade protective ointment and condensed dew body refining soup. Without wasting any time, Chen Sansi went to Yun Medicine Store and acquired a batch of medicinal materials for free. He then concocted the scar removal medicine on the spot, along with a large quantity of the Jai family's secret golden sore medicine and other emergency hemostatic drugs, distributing them to his subordinates. Lastly, there was the tiger blood wine. Initially, Jai Guangxian had transported the wine from the capital city as a reward, but they couldn't carry it all due to too many burdens. Only 6 jars were hung on Qian Zun's body, which was temporarily sufficient. In order not to waste it, taking advantage of the remaining time, Chen Sansi gulped half a jar of wine and then started practicing the cultivation techniques he had memorized from photographic memory. Unity Spear Technique, Flying Snake Wind, Python Breaking Formation, Undying Golden Snake. The pile work and techniques of the 3 spear methods were perfectly integrated. Even the vast breathing skill had some minor variations. They complemented each other, combining strengths and defenses, flawless and complete. Moreover, the name seemed casually chosen, sounding like some mild and steady spear technique, but in reality, Chen Sansi could vaguely sense a hint of frenzy from the text and diagrams. Instead of calling it Unity Spear Technique, it might as well be called Frenzy Blood Spear Technique. Correspondingly, the difficulty of the practice also increased exponentially. The complexity of the pile work and techniques was more than several times, 10 times even. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely find it hard just to memorize it. No wonder it had to wait until Sun Buki changed his temperament to give it to him, otherwise, it would be a waste. Refining internal organs from entry level to great success corresponds to blood movement, quenching internal organs, heart burning, blood explosion. Blood movement is different from blood refining. Blood refining alters the blood, whereas blood movement involves further utilization of qi blood. Only after attaining great success in refining internal organs can one advance to Hua Jin. Chen Sansi personally experienced why the word used is refining and not practicing, forcibly altering the speed of blood flow within the body to increase explosive power while tempering the internal organs in an excruciatingly painful process, comparable to being refined by fire. The potent effects of the exotic tiger blood wine combined with the complex pilework spear technique made him feel as though he had jumped into a furnace. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat as his internal organs, blood vessels, bones, and meridians seemed to melt. Fortunately, with his blended physique, he was able to fluidly execute the technique by the end of the morning. Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique not entered. Progress 5-100. Utility Blood of the Dragon Elephant, 9 Dragon Living Veins, Vajra Body. What spear technique is this? I've never seen it before. Sun Buki, who had been secretly watching for a while, widened his eyes. I want to learn it too. Go ahead and learn. Chen Sansi had noticed him long before, and after all, this originally belonged to someone else. Refining organs skill, forget it, I won't learn that. Sun Buki flipped through a few pages and then gave up, soon realizing something was amiss. Where did this come from? Could it be that you created it yourself? No, wait, did my father come? No. Chen Sansi didn't continue the conversation with him but instead went to the West City Gate. Sir, Liu Jingqui, Zhao Kang, and others, although technically of the same rank as him, involuntarily addressed him this way, not even realizing it themselves. Among those who can handle weapons and are willing to stay behind to cover our retreat, there are 1,500 people, including 1,200 array soldier infantry and 300 cavalry, capable of forming the car suspension formation that you personally drill. Besides, there are 500 strong and young civilians, a total of 2,000. From the civilian side, a rough count shows over 40,000 are willing to accompany us. Additionally, from last night's battle, countless weapons, supplies, and nearly 1,000 horses have been seized should we take as many as we can, as much as possible, especially the horses. Chen Sansi instructed, drilling the battle formation is definitely out of the question, but it's beneficial if they can all learn to ride horses. Pass my order, we leave in an hour. Yes, everyone promptly acknowledged the command and departed. Outside the West City Gate, led by soldiers specifically responsible for guiding the way, an endless stream of civilians followed, entering the boundless expanse of the world. The most dangerous aspect of this journey was being pursued. Food was less of a concern. In Po Yang City and the barbarian army camps alone, the military rations were sufficient for a long time, ironically enough. This winter, many who would have died of hunger or cold, on the day the city was abandoned, wore warm clothes and had full bellies. Depart. Chen Sansi, mounted on his horse, commanded loudly. The 2,000 covering the retreat moved forward. He took one last look at Po Yang County before kicking his horse's sides to catch up with the troop. 2 days later, outside the Great Wall, the scattered barbarian soldiers finally regrouped, numbering around 1,000, but no one dared to approach the Great Wall again. They headed straight back to the grasslands dozens of miles away to station themselves. During this period, the 2 spies they had sent out also vanished without a trace, deterring anyone else from going. Boom, 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 the sound of horse hooves shook the earth. It was on this day. The large army forcibly transferred from the main battlefield in Liangzhu finally arrived, with more troops than reported 40,000 strong. Damn it. The main general of the Meridian Passage realm, Wu Liangha, lashed his whip onto a soldier. You were supposed to be besieging the city. Why are you here? The whip split the soldier's body right in half. To those with good eyesight, it was clear. In fact, the whip hadn't touched the barbarian's body at all. Instead, an invisible force attached to the whip was what tore the soldier apart. Mercy, my lord. The barbarian soldiers knelt down one after another, recounting the events of 2 days prior. Nonsense. Sun Xiangzong is still at the main Liangzhu battlefield. It would take at least half a month to come to you state. How could he possibly run to Po Yang and kill an insignificant refining organ general? Wu Liangha raged, army, march with me. Direct assault on Po Yang. I want to see who scared you like this. When the army of 40,000 arrived beneath the city walls, what emerged before them was an empty city. Not only were there no defending troops, but even the civilians were gone. Idiots, idiots. Wu Liangha was hopping mad. Tens of thousands of people from a city, and you let them escape. If you're not up for taking the city, can't you even encircle it? Search the city. The barbarian army flooded into the city. Wu Liangha on his own went to an uninhabited place and waited in silence. Before long, one after another, members of the witch god sect cloaked in black robes arrived. Leading them was also a master of the meridian passage. In his hand he held a long spike. General Wu Liangha, why have you given me an empty city? Wu Mar is completely useless. One after another, the refining organ troops sent are no fewer than the Shang dynasties, yet they're beaten down to just 2,000 men. Wu Liangha suppressed his rage. What's next? Should we give up on Po Yang? No, the witch god sect leader Amugu with a solemn expression. We originally counted on the 600,000 from you state, and one county should have at least 30,000. If they escape, what if we can't meet the numbers? Then we shall pursue. Wu Liangha said firmly, these city defenders are not thinking straight, dragging civilians with them, their pace must be extremely slow. Leading the army by the main road, the cavalry should catch up in a few days. Send 3,000 light cavalry to pursue. A few refining organ leaders will suffice. I'll take another troop to Henkeng Prefecture first. There are more people there. After dealing with that, I'll personally go after them. Amugu methodically arranged. As for the rest, you lead them to Hidden Ding Prefecture. Above refining organ is Hua Jin. Above Hua Jin is Meridian Passage and Ding Prefecture. Wu Liangha did not immediately reply, are you sure? Wasn't it agreed that we would surround Ding Prefecture but not attack, and immediately retreat after our main mission? This is the sect hierarch's command. Amugu stated, Henkeng Prefecture is about to fall. If we can also take Ding Prefecture, even if we can't occupy you state, we'll be able to demand more benefits. Fine, Wu Liangha accepted, that is enough. The defenders in this city, the highest realm is merely at refining organ, and they might not even have that. Leave it to you. Orders were dispatched. The barbarian cavalry quickly followed the trail left by the abandoned city garrison and gave chase. Phew. Having finally assimilated the potency of the tiger blood wine, Chen Sansi planted his long spear into the ground and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Cultivation technique, unity spear technique, not yet entry level. Progress 45-100. Utility power of the dragon elephant, 9 dragon living veins, Vajra body. After starting the refining internal process, his efficiency in utilizing spiritual grain improved. Coupled with the valuable tiger blood wine, his cultivation speed was not slow. It had been 2.5 days since they left Po Yang. In another 2 days, he could almost enter the refining internal realm. By then, should he encounter refining organ generals, unless they are at the perfect level, he would not have to face life and death situations as before. However, the barbarian pursuers were likely to catch up soon. My lord, Wang Li raced over on his horse. Mr. Wang's reinforcement troops have come to assist, numbering 2,000. Chen Sansi picked up his spear and mounted his horse, riding Qian Zun to the fork in the road ahead. It had felt incomplete to only call it Little Zun before. Since it could find its master from 1,000 miles away, it was fittingly named Qian Zun, a complete name, arriving at the designated location. He saw a troop with fairly commendable marching discipline. At the very front was a refining organ deputy general on a red-maned horse, holding a long spear. This must be Officer Chen, who led 1,000 remnants to crush 6,000 barbarian bandits. Truly a young hero Du has nothing but admiration. Wang Zhai introduced, this is Vice 1,000 Households Durong, sent specially by Commander Ma to assist us, Mr. Chen. Durong sat upright on his horse. Henkeng Prefecture is in dire need. I implore you to make haste and return with me to assist. We can't go back directly. Su Wenkai, bring the map. Chen Sansi pointed with his spear at the map. Vice 1,000 Households Do. I must ask you to lead your troops through this minor road with me. Additionally, dispatch a small number of troops to take the major road back to Henkeng Prefecture to assess the situation. After confirming everything is in order, we can then cut back from the border of this mountain. Why make such an unnecessary move? This back and forth will delay us by at least 1.5 days, Mr. Chen. You can't possibly suspect that Henkeng Prefecture has been taken in the past few days, can you? Durong speculated with a start. Chen Sansi tacitly agreed. Impossible. Durong asserted confidently, Henkeng Prefecture is built against the mountains, easy to defend but hard to attack. Even facing a large army, it should hold for at least 5 months. How could it possibly fall in just a few days? I kindly ask Mr. Du to allow my suggestion. Chen Sansi cupped his fists. With tens of thousands of civilians ahead, I dare not gamble with their lives. This way is the safest. Easy to defend but hard to attack. Wasn't Po Yang County just a small city that held out? But if there's internal trouble, who could foresee it? The strongest fortresses are often breached from within. The words of Zhu yupping before had left him uneasy. Du Rong furrowed his brows in thought, half believing and half doubting. If that's true, then I can't afford to waste time with you. I must rush back immediately. Mr. Du, caution is paramount. Chen Sansi gave his final piece of advice. Let the army take the small path first. We should hear news within 2 days at most. There's no harm in deciding then. No way. Du Rong had made up his mind. Wang Zhai, I'll leave those few kinsmen of yours behind to follow Mr. Chen's route. The rest must come back to the prefecture city with me immediately. After speaking, he hastily led his troops back the way they came. The once mighty procession, after just a short time, was reduced to little more than 200 people remained. Chen Sansi sighed softly. He couldn't persuade him, and there was nothing he could do. It was natural for someone to be anxious when their home was in danger. He too hoped that Hanking Prefecture was all right, but if things had gone wrong, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that Du Rong wouldn't be coming back. However, at least there were 200 more people at his disposal. Uncle Tang, we've seen General Tang. The 3 Bone Training Realm military officers leading the group saluted Fatty Wang. All right, rise. Wang Zhai stepped forward and helped each of them up. You have so many kinsmen in Hanking Prefecture. Chen Sansi was somewhat curious, guessing old acquaintances of yours. To answer Mr. Chen, a young man spoke up before anyone else. Our fathers were all generals in the Black Tortoise camp. After the incident, General Tang settled us in Hanking Prefecture, and all the resources for practicing martial arts were provided by General Tang. Without General Tang, our cultivation would have been greatly diminished. Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm the one who owes them, Wang Zhai admitted guiltily. Back then, I rashly attacked the city without reporting it to the Heavenly Strategy Camp, which constituted unauthorized troop deployment, causing the total annihilation of our forces. Not only I, but also all the generals above the Bone Forger realm were removed from their positions to serve as a warning to others. Chen Sansi finally understood where all of Fatty Wang's money had gone. Report. Wu De, responsible for scouting at the rear, came galloping in on his warhorse. Sir, this is bad news. 50 li away, we found 3,000 elite barbarian cavalry. Wu De, you and Zhuangyi, along with a separate group of men, stay behind. 10 li after we leave, set the mountain on fire. Chen Sansi ordered decisively. The sides of the small road were flanked by forests. In the dry autumn and winter seasons, the forest caught fire easily, which could greatly slow down the cavalry. Boom. Blaze roared into the sky, the flames spreading quickly and soon joining together into a vast sea of fire. Black smoke billowed into the sky, turning 100 li into scorched earth. The barbarian cavalry that had come in pursuit had no choice but to take a detour. It's only a temporary measure. Chen Sansi sighed. The road ahead was long and hindered, and he could only hope his worries were unfounded, and that after passing through this small road, they could find a way to Hanking Prefecture to settle. Unfortunately, the bad news still came. Hanking Prefecture has fallen, 1 day later. Of the 2,000 Hanking Prefecture soldiers they had just seen, only a dozen or so cavalry arrived at the rendezvous point. 3 days ago, the vice commander-in-chief of the vanguard of Hanking Prefecture committed treason. He launched a surprise attack and killed Commander Ma, then opened the city gates wide. Now inside and out, Hanking Prefecture is enduring a massacre by the barbarians. The brothers who escaped death are scattered and gone, their whereabouts unknown. Traitorous, how could this happen? Wang Zhai yanked the man off his horse. Commander Ma is dead. Dead, his head is hanging over the city gates. Mr. Wang, Yunju is finished. A heavy weight sank in Chen Sansi's heart. The fall of Hanking Prefecture, with Ding Prefecture and the other 2 closing their gates, meant that the rest of Yunju would be trampled underhoof. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of citizens' lives were likely to be used for the so-called blood sacrifice. What was even more frightening was that their own situation was even less optimistic. Yu State was not far from their current location, but it would take at least half a month to reach. That time was definitely enough for the barbarian pursuers to catch up. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Suddenly, the call of a cuckoo bird echoed in the nearby woods. Was there news from the governor mansion? Chen Sansi immediately dismounted and squeezed into the forest from whence the sound originated. He happened to see Han Cheng releasing and high donking behind a pile of disorderly stones, which seemed to have shed the appearance of an ordinary bird and could be considered an exotic beast. Mr. Chen, the supervisor has sent a letter. We have hope. Leaning against a rock, Han Cheng said. The supervisor wrote that the main battlefield of the Northwest 3 states is at a critical moment of determining the outcome, and in the short term, it's impossible to divert the elite of the 8 camps or the garrison soldiers, but they have still managed to gather 50,000 garrison soldiers, including reserve generals from the selected point of the Northwest 3 states, all of whom are hastening to Yunju night and day. Selected point. Chen Sansi took note of the emphasis. You mean the kind I am? Yes. Han Cheng nodded. The selected points begin in February after the spring has commenced, but many arrive in Liangzhu early. It's just that the selections officially start once everyone has assembled. In about 7 days, they should arrive at Huanwen County of Yunju on the northwest border. Using this county as a base, they will then dispatch troops according to the real-time war situation to all parts of Yunju to lift the siege. The distance between us and Huanwen County is not far. It will also take roughly 7 days to get there. But if we continue on this road, to reach Huanwen County, we'll need to cross a river. Hong's River is the biggest river in the entire north. I don't know how much time it will waste to get 40,000 civilians across the river. Mr. Chen, my suggestion remains the same. Forget those civilians and ordinary subordinates. Just lead the cavalry and gallop ahead. Once you cross the river, you'll be safe. Moreover, gathering the reserve generals this time, it's likely the supervisor is using this battle as a test for everyone. Real combat, it's always been an important part of the selected point. The selected point selects military officers if a general cannot command soldiers in battle. What use is a higher realm? Participating in the battle in Yunju is definitely crucial. So Mr. Chen, it's best that you hurry to Huanwen County as soon as possible. You'll be assigned troops based on your realm and cultivation when you arrive. If you miss it, it's like missing a chance to make a good impression on the supervisor. Think carefully about it. No need for more words, Mr. Han. At this point, Chen Sansi felt no regret. If he had fled and abandoned the city from the very start, that would be simply cowardice. But to run halfway through, really couldn't sleep with such a choice. He wasn't worried about the selected point. His cultivation progress wasn't slow, and with the skill of commanding soldiers beside him, even if he didn't start out ahead, he would definitely gradually emerge on the battlefield. Unless the governor mansion was just like the garrisons, all show and no substance. But that probability was slim. If an army was truly wrought to the core, it absolutely wouldn't have the combat power to terrify the world. Even if it were so, looking across the great Sheng dynasty, where else could he go? Good. Han Cheng didn't urge further, as long as Mr. Chen has thought it through. Also, please find an excuse to send the young master to the very front of the troop. Don't leave him at the back. I understand, Chen Sansi replied, parting ways with him. Chen Sansi located his position on the map, planned a new route, and informed everyone that their destination had shifted from Henkeng Prefecture to Huanwen County, passing the orders to the front of the column. 7 days. Even with the civilians, we can roughly make it. It was far better than the half a month previously expected. Nevertheless, it would be impossible to avoid encountering pursuits next. 3,000 cavalrymen, as long as none of them had exceeded the stage of refining internal organs, they could possibly tackle them. Swiftly advancing and refining internal herpkins, ascertain the true state of the enemy, and then make a decision. Chen Sansi made up his mind for the next 3 days. He purposefully slowed down, trailing at the end of the large troop by himself, using the time saved to cultivate and then catch up to the troop at breakneck speed with Qian Zun's divine haste, repeating this process in cycles. It must be said that the utility of the white swan horse was truly immense. Deep in the night, Chen Sansi drank the last jar of tiger blood wine and crammed a small handful of spiritual grain into his mouth, starting to wield the long spear in his hands, under the moonlight. His Phragmites spear stirred the chilly wind, possessing the stability of the golden snake, the swiftness of the flying snake, and the ferocity of the breaking formation spear techniqueel integrated into one. White snake spits, iron bull plowing, swallows snatching the nest, yellow dragon lying road. One move after another, all blended into one. The long spear in his hands no longer resembled a snake, but rather a python, an untamed python, a python that would one day become a dragon. Empowered by the unity spear technique, Chen Sansi's blood seemed to lose control, wildly turbulent, causing indescribable pain from the chaos inside his body. Several times he nearly fainted, until gradually grasping the pattern, perfectly syncing his spear technique with it, finally bringing his raging draconic elephant's blood under control, making it come and go at his will. At this moment, with the enhancement of his blood, his reaction speed, burst strength, and the 5 senses all improved dramatically. Under the state of blood movement, he could easily perceive dangers from all around and react swiftly. Furthermore, combined with the terrifying burst power. No wonder, whether it was Xiang Tingchun, Luo Dongqun, or Wu Mar, they could all easily block the arrows he shot. He had the most close-quarters combat with Wu Mar. This guy could also quickly identify the weaknesses in his spear technique. To sum up, the advantage of entry-level martial artists before refining internal is that they can rely on the comprehensive quality improvement brought by blood movement to resolve most crises and then counterattack with astonishing explosive power. Defense counterattack, and amalgamated with physique like Vajra bloodline and 9 dragon living veins, wouldn't the speed of blood movement far surpass that of ordinary martial artists of the same realm by more than just a little? Cultivation technique, unity spear technique entry level. Progress 0500. Utility Vajra bloodline, 9 dragon living veins, Vajra body, frenzy blood dance. Frenzy blood dance, blood movement to the extreme, and unstoppable frenzy, Perhaps because of the Unity Spear technique, which integrates the features of various spear techniques, there's an added element of frenzy. Fierce, ferocious, and enduring when fused together. Doesn't that spell out frenzy, a fearlessness in the face of death? After refining internal, Chen Sansi's advantage in endurance still exists and even becomes better with the advancement in realm, but now, to experience his endurance, one would probably have to withstand the ferocious initial onslaught of his spear. Before reaching the great success of refining internal, none of his opponents were a match for his three unions technique. I've finally achieved refining internal. Chen Sansi let out a sigh of relief. He didn't follow the group, but temporarily separated from the white swan horse, telling it to hide first. He sneaked into the woods, quietly waiting for the pursuit to come, then followed them in secret. Whether retreating or pursuing, a rest was needed. Not all horses can travel 2,000 li a day like the white swan horse. Running too hard can exhaust them to death. They need to stop frequently for maintenance and eat quality feed. Each time the pursuers rested on the spot. Chen Sansi would take advantage of the night to find opportunities to catch isolated individuals and force them to divulge information. He finally concluded. The highest rank among the cavalry generals coming for him was only at the small achievement level of refining internal. Chen Sansi no longer had any reservations. For him, the only worry was being crushed by a high-realm martial artist otherwise. With his spear technique, archery, and the divine speed of the white swan horse, he was essentially a guerrilla warfare god who could not be held by anyone as long as he didn't charge into the enemy's heavy encirclement. Enemy attack. The barbarian cavalry had just stopped to rest when suddenly arrows rained down on them, instantly killing several soldiers. Everyone looked sharply, but all they saw was a single white horse military officer in front. A Sheng spy. Chase him down, kill him. The barbarian cavalry truly thought he was just a spy. However, as soon as they chased out, the white horse disappeared. You're lucky you run fast. Whoosh. The moment the barbarian cavalry thought he had escaped, several more arrows came flying. Chase. The white horse disappeared again. This repeated over a dozen times, always the same. This is too much. The cavalry main general could no longer contain himself. When the white horse military officer reappeared, he charged forward with over a dozen cavalry closely behind him. However, this time the white horse's speed mysteriously slowed down, until they were within 300 paces. Chen Sansi suddenly turned his horse around, charging at them while drawing his bow. The main general's followers fell one after another until they were within 10 paces, at which point the big bow in his hands had unknowingly been replaced with a long spear. The barbarian main general was also holding a long weapon, a large-bladed long axe, well prepared for combat. But when it actually came time to clash, he found himself at a loss on how to receive the attack, fear unexpectedly growing in his heart, even having the impulse to turn and flee. Pache. In that moment of hesitation, the long spear had already pierced through his heart. The 3,000 cavalry behind finally caught up. The white horse general had already vanished again like a specter, a ferocious ghost reaping lives. He took the head of an enemy general amid thousands of troops. After the beheading, no trace to be found. Do we still pursue? The deputy general swallowed hard, remaining motionless for a long time. This spear technique actually has the effect of intimidating the enemy. Chen Sansi noticed that the enemy general was clearly frightened and confused before he died. Who would have thought that Sun Dushi's self-created spear technique would have such an effect? What level could be above a martial saint? In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the record of Grand Ancestor Cao Zai breaking through 2,300 armored soldiers. What realm was Cao Zai in? What level of troops were those 2,300? Were they guerrilla fighters or were they surrounded? If it were Sun Dushi, how many could he have killed? Now was not the time to think about these things. After rushing up a few miles, Chen Sansi pulled his horse to a stop, waiting for the enemy to catch up before he fiercely drew his bow and released arrows, instantly shooting one after another, and in a short time, he had shot dead more than a dozen cavalrymen. The barbarian cavalry was extremely frustrated. They couldn't catch up, nor could they escape. In the end, they didn't dare advance even half a step and simply formed an arrow formation on the spot, while sending others to secretly detour around, planning to encircle him from the flank. Chen Sansi, with his insight shocking, left on Qian Zun 200 paces before the sound of the enemy's horses' hooves reached him, leaving only 2 arrows behind for the enemy. 3,000 cavalrymen, there was no way there was only one refining-level general, and even though he was enduring, he couldn't face so many people without his chi blood depleting, but indeed, he didn't know what his own limit was. This kind of life-risking thing, naturally, no one would willingly want to test. One man, one horse, blocking 3,000 cavalry. Until dawn broke, it was still the same. So much so that the speed of the cavalry's advance slowed to such a degree that even tens of thousands of civilians could outpace them. Chen Sansi did not dare be too arrogant. After holding them back for a while, he would spur his horse forward to rush back to his troops, keeping an eye on the situation ahead, especially the movements from the southwest direction of Hanking Prefecture. This time there were Hua Jin masters. Zhu Yuping had said so, and he hadn't forgotten. Through interrogating the captured barbarian cavalry, he analyzed that it was highly likely they had gone to Hanking Prefecture and could turn around at any moment to pursue and kill them. That was the real trouble. His guerrilla tactics were only viable as long as there were not many high-realm martial artists on the other side, and none who could overwhelm him. Once there were those above Hua Jin, the situation would become a life-and-death matter. Just in case he had prepared torches attached to his horse for igniting fires, it was best not to have to use them. Where did this fast horse come from? It must be an exotic beast disguised as a horse. Of course, the 3,000 cavalry didn't just have one refining organ general. The vanguard, the center, and the rear each had one refining organ general. The generals of the center and rear were drawn to the front. What shall we do? Are we 3,000 men to be stopped in our tracks by a single man? No need to hurry, another general said. The message has already been rapidly sent to Hanking Prefecture, which god sect Master Amugu has probably already dispatched troops to encircle them. The Sheng people are too slow. Once they pass the mountain ridge ahead, they'll be trapped with no escape. By then, it will be an encirclement from front and rear, and not a single soldier or civilian will get away. So we just need to keep following slowly from behind. Don't make stupid mistakes like Wu Mar. What has Mr. Chen been doing these past few days? Yeah, he's been appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Zhao Kang, Feng Yang, and a few others discussed. Even weirder, according to the speed the barbarian cavalry should have caught up by now, so why haven't they appeared yet? Could it be that he alone has stopped the 3,000 cavalry? As this thought crossed their minds, they exchanged glances, almost simultaneously gasping in shock. This sounded like an impossible thing. But apart from that, there was no way to explain why the pursuers hadn't caught up yet. Scary, recalling the Battle of Po Yang, who knows what was happening behind them. Unknowingly, this youngest military officer of the households had already become their commander. Even though he hadn't officially been promoted, they were more than willing to follow his lead. In a way, their lives to this point had been given to them by Chen Sansi, otherwise they would have died long ago. Damn, lucky I never offended Mr. Chen before. Zhao Kang felt a chill. You few are dead men. Feng Yang pointed at Liu Jinqiu and the others, recalling, if I remember correctly, when recruiting back then, didn't you take some benefits from the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall and refuse to teach them the breathing skill? Right, it was you guys. Zhao Kang said gleefully, just wait for the reckoning come autumn. That matter wasn't targeted at him alone, it was a rule left by the previous Li Qianhu, a tradition for decades. Previously, anyone who dared to teach privately without taking money would be punished by Li Qianhu. Liu Jinqiu was panicked. That's right, if anyone is going to die, it should be Wang Zhai. Shen Qiyuan cursed, we just didn't teach. That fat guy took 8 taels of silver and still didn't teach. And later when he saw someone had talent, he came sniffing around like a dog. What a disgrace, deserving of death. Go to hell, what are you cursing for? Just as they were talking, Wang Zhai returned with a team of scouts who's looking to kill me. Mr. Chen wants to kill you. A few said nearly in unison. I'm the dog, a mangy dog, how about that? With incredibly thick skin, Wang Zhai said, whether I'm killed or not is not for you lot to decide. My life is entrusted to him, damn it. Vice 1,000 households, somebody called you General Tang. You wouldn't happen to be someone resurrected from the dead from the year 57 of Longqing, would you? What realm must the Xunwu camp commander be in? A main general, who commands over 10,000, at the very least has to be in the Meridian Passage. As for the elites from the 8 camps, 8 or 9 out of 10 are above Meridian Passage, below Martial Saint. Is that not the profound image realm? What's the use? Isn't he still practicing bone training just like us? Roll, you know jack shit. Wang Zhai fell silent. His organs were damaged, his meridians destroyed. If these could be healed, he wouldn't need many years to return to his peak. Unfortunately, only immortals could heal such wounds. Mr. Chen has returned. A group of riders reined in their horses, waiting for the white horse approaching rapidly. Whoa. What's the situation now? Chen Sansi asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Every day, he would send out several groups of spies to collect intelligence from all directions, ensuring that they could respond in time in case of any emergencies. Commanding tens of thousands of people was truly not an easy task. Zhao Kang and others had gathered here to report the situation. I found Du Rong's corpse. Hanking Prefecture has already freed up nearly 20,000 men to encircle us from the shorter route up ahead. Wang Zhai's expression turned solemn. It seems they don't plan to let a single one of us escape. The map. Chen Sansi looked at the map and quickly made a decision. There's a gorge here where we can make our last stand. Delay them for another 2 days. After 2 days, only heaven will know. Any of you want to leave early, Mr. Chen? What's the point of saying these things now? Not just the others, we're willing to stick with you until the end. Yes, our families, our women and children are up ahead. Isn't joining the army and practicing martial arts all for the sake of our own families? Good. Chen Sansi began to issue commands. Wang Zhai, you take 400 men and encounter the troops from Henkeng Prefecture. You are only allowed to feign defeat and must not slay the enemy. Lead them to this gorge. Feng Yang, Zhao Kang, you must hurry to the gorge with the fastest speed. Once the enemy in large numbers follows, first release arrows and then roll down the rocks and logs. Finally, set fire to the mountain. Don't engage in close combat. After doing all this, get out of there. His plans were entirely reliant on geographical advantages, small tricks. After another 80 li ahead, there would be no more natural defenses to rely on, no more mountains to burn, and they would enter a flat wasteland that stretched for 1,000 li. At that time, there would be no stopping the iron hooves of the barbarian cavalry. All he could do now was do his humanly best and leave the rest to fate. Your humble servant obeys the command. Obeying the command. One by one, the men dispatched their troops and left. It's an ambush, retreat quickly. When the barbarian bandits chased into a gorge, a sudden shout from above shook the sky, and arrows fell like rain. Then rocks and logs came tumbling down from a height of over a dozen zhang, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting, with no place to hide. The lower realm barbarian cavalry were instantly smashed into pulp, and their sturdy steeds also suffered, creating an incessant stream of screams and howls. A bunch of trash. Master Amugu of the witch god sect, finally arriving, looked at the scene unfolding before him with an extremely ugly expression. So many elite cavalry, chasing a remnant of Sheng people carrying civilians, had taken so long yet still hadn't caught up, not to mention the heavy losses they'd incurred. What was most outrageous was the report from the 3,000 cavalry at the rear. Their 3,000 men had been scared off by a single refining organ little general and didn't dare to pursue. This was a humiliation of epic proportions. You are all a Kina, Sai Sihe. With such terrain, even a fool could see the ambush. Why did you still chase here? Now scram, pursue them via the main road. While giving orders, Master Amugu himself led 20-some witch god sect followers, riding the best warhorses, and charged into the gorge, fearlessly facing the rain of arrows and falling rocks as he opened the way ahead. Boom! With a palm raised, the rocks above him didn't even hit him, exploding into countless small stones before they could reach within an inch of him. Meridian Passage. At the end of the gorge, Wang Zhai saw everything clearly and shouted, "Retreat, quickly retreat." Alas, it was already too late. With Meridian Passage opening the path, the 20-some witch god sect followers on horseback quickly advanced. Master Amugu, holding a specially made Vajrapestle, found that no one could match him in a fight. They all fell to the pestle, piercing their hearts, with the mechanism inside storing the warm blood that gushed out. In a few breaths' time, 7 or 8 men had fallen off their horses. Meridian Passage, Feng Yang, Zhao Kang, and their companions were all hereditary military households born and raised in Poyang County. They had never left the area, and the highest realm martial artist they had ever seen was at the refining level. When faced with someone akin to a legendary Meridian Passage, they had no idea what to do for the moment. "Run, hurry up and run," Wang Zhai roared as he rushed forward. Master Amugu looked on with contempt, and with a single swing of his pestle was about to strike. To his slight surprise, the opponent managed to block the attack with saber technique that far exceeded his own level, but that was all. The terrible force surged forward, and Wang Zhai's hands were immediately shaken and his mo blade was sent flying. Master Amugu didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. His left hand followed instantly, striking the chest. The other man raised his arms to block, but it was futile. He spat out a mist of blood, flew backward several zhang and crashed to the ground, passing out immediately. Whiz. Just as Master Amugu was about to take the man's life, he noticed movement from the flank. He reached out and caught a willow leaf arrow accurately, crushing it easily. Looking intently, he saw not far away a young general riding a white horse, wielding a big bow. "Is it you?" The young Sheng person who held back 3,000 cavalry surely had to be this individual. "Good, that saves me the trouble of having to find you myself. Take Wang Zhai and leave, I'll lead this one away. Mr. Chen." Zhao Kang and the others looked towards the white horse, all worried. "It's the Meridian Passage. Quit your yapping, just do what he tells you." Feng Yang took advantage of the witch god church master chasing after the white horse to grab Wang Zhai and lead the troops in a rapid retreat. Indeed, that white horse is incredibly fast, it should be able to lose them. Zhao Kang hurriedly followed. A mere refining internal martial artist, standing alone against my 3,000 iron cavalry, I really must see how capable you are. Amugu quickly lost interest in the others, ordering his men to deal with them while he himself sped off in pursuit of the young military officer. This horse. He quickly realizes that the opponent's mount, the white horse, is extraordinary, its speed and endurance far surpassing that of a normal warhorse, entering the rank of an exotic beast, probably worth a fortune. It's mine. The distance between them grew wider. Amugu snorted coldly, leaped into the air, used his own horse as a stepping stone, and jumped more than a dozen yards into the dense forest, taking a shortcut. The white swan horse was not small in size. It was impossible to maintain such speed in the mountains and forests. But if he dismounted, even with light as a feather at his disposal, he still wouldn't be able to outrun the Meridian Passage. Rustle, rustle. Rapid footsteps came from the hillside on the right. The witch-god churchmaster burst forth at such speed that he almost became a blur, closing a large distance with each blink, certain to catch up before reaching open ground. How Kyung-sun, you go first. Chen Sansi simply jumped off the horse, lit the torch carried by the horse with his fire stick, then used it to light the oilcloth-wrapped fire arrow, pulled the bow and quickly loosed arrows at the blur, the speed of his archery equally lightning fast. Impressive archery. Amugu, watching the continuous barrage of arrows, exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "Your horseback shooting skills are genius level. Too bad, you're not one of our grassland people. Don't waste your effort. Even a bow of over 10 stones can't hurt me." He wielded the Vajra pestle in his hand and deflected the arrows with ease, pouncing through the air like a fierce tiger. Clang. The long spear and the Vajra pestle collided. In an instant, Chen Sansi felt an indescribable, terrifying power come from the tip of the gun, roaring up to his arm. The blood of the dragon elephant danced wildly in his body, and from head to toe he turned into a Vajra body. His arms, holding the long spear, even made metallic vibrating sounds. Despite this, he still felt an intense pain sweep over him. The wooden handle of the spear swung wildly like rubber, forcing him to release his grip and let it fall to the ground. Time to die. In the blink of an eye, Amugu was in front of him, thrusting the Vajra pestle straight at his heart. Clang! Another metallic sound rang out, as if a great bell had been struck. For the first time since he began practicing martial arts, he was injured, not because he was weak, but because his opponent was at the Meridian Passage. Meridian Passage, mysterious phenomenon, martial saint. Meaning, the witch god sect follower in front of him was only one major realm away from martial saint. Not bad, you survived 2 of my moves, impressive. While Amugu spoke, he didn't give Chen any chance, bursting forward with astonishing speed to kill again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Sansi planted the torch into the ground and switched his weapon back to the bow and arrows, moving from lighting the arrow to loosing it in one breath. Amugu caught a fire arrow. On his palm, he summoned an invisible, fearsome power, directly snuffing out the flame, and then crushed the iron cage until it was twisted and deformed. Whoosh. Another fire arrow flew towards him. Need to see the coffin before you cry. Amugu, repeating his trick, easily caught the arrow, intending to break it directly, but he felt that this fire arrow seemed a bit odd, a bit hot to the touch. Boom. A red-hot flame burst forth suddenly, instantly turning into a fire dragon several yards high. The witch god churchmaster didn't even have time to scream before he was engulfed by this red flame and then turned into a pile of ash. Chen Sansi took a deep breath, sat down on the ground, and used his breathing skill to control the injuries inside his body. After all, he had to resort to the last measure he wanted to use. He had already prepared a foolproof plan. Even if the arrows were useless, he had already coated the Zhenyu sword with lamp oil, which would cut through anything once lit. Only he was reluctant to do it, planning to use it at the very end. A mortal world sword, likewise, could not withstand the immortal treasure's strange fire. Such a fine sword would be a pity to burn. As for exposing it, he had been paying attention to the other witch god sect followers, knowing that none had followed. Even if they had, there wouldn't be many, only a dozen or so, no different from slaughtering chickens and dogs after killing the High Master of the Meridian Passage. If they didn't follow, that was their luck. Meridian Passage, Chen Sansi saw that the person was able to use a powerful force that was different from the others, probably the power, which could also be attached to the surface of the body or a weapon. I wonder if it can be attached to an arrow. Otherwise, the lethality of archery is a bit insufficient against high-realm martial artists. Even refining internal would take a lot of time. He still preferred the feeling of one arrow, one kill. Now's not the time to ponder this. Chen Sansi hastily ate some pre-prepared healing pills, then got up to scatter Amugu's ashes, making sure not to leave any trace, and then lit a fire, setting ablaze the nearby woods. A fuzzy sensation came across his face. Kyan Zun, seeing that the fight was over, automatically came back to rub against him, as if expressing concern. "The wound's not serious, I'm fine, let's go." Chen Sansi picked up his reed-leaf-long spear, mounted his horse, and galloped away. The next day with the main forces. What? Meridian Passage. Sun Buki, looking at Tang Ryushin, who was as lifeless as a dead pig, widened his eyes. "Where's Sansi? You left him alone to deal with the Meridian Passage expert. He ordered us to rescue Wang Zhai, and he alone lured away the witch god sect expert with the Meridian Passage ability." Zhao Kang and the others also showed worried expressions, but in the army, obedience was of utmost importance. Having decided to acknowledge Chen Sansi as their commander, they had to follow orders, whether they were commanded to face death or to retreat. "I'll go take a look," Sun Buki said as he was about to take his spear and mount his horse. That won't do, Mr. Sun. A group of people hurriedly held him back. Mr. Chen's white swan horse is unbelievably fast. Perhaps he has already shaken them off. If you go like this, you might just end up being a burden. Sun Buki hesitated. I'm fine. Familiar voice and the white horse appeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. How's Wang Zhai? Chen Sansi asked. Is he dead? No. Zhao Kang placed his hand at the base of the neck. He's still breathing, but I don't think he will live much longer. Chen Sansi took out all the medicinal herbs that could heal wounds on his body and handed them over to Wang Zhai's nephews and subordinates to take care of him. Whether he could survive was now up to Wang Zhai's own fate. It was the same old saying. On the battlefield, there is no such thing as an immortal man. Good riddance. Sun Buki cursed with his mouth, but his eyes held no excitement. His impression of the fat man, Tang Ruoshan, stayed back in his early childhood memories when he used to follow him around. Tang didn't mind his naughty pranks and sometimes would even skip martial practice to take him tree climbing, where Tang could climb particularly high, scaring him to the point of wetting his pants. That was until later when his older brother left with him and never returned. Actually, his older sister was right. Sometimes you can't just blame Tang Ruoshan. He was also trying to save his father. If there was someone to blame, it was the emperor. Maps, Chen Sansi asked. What about the pursuing forces? Reporting to Mr. Chen. Zhao Kang replied, the ambush at the gorge will delay them for a while. The civilians at the front are moving faster, and in about 2 more days we should reach the Hong's River. Once we cross the river, we'll be at Huanwen County. It's just, we're running out of time. We're about to enter the plains, and the barbarian cavalry will catch up soon. The force is more than 20,000 strong, and they're likely to bypass the mountains and directly appear here, right in front of the civilians. They're really not planning to spare a single one. 20,000. After continued losses along the way, Chen Sansi now had only about 1,000 usable men left, including Wang Zhai's nephews and subordinates, many of whom were greenhorns. Mr. Chen. As he was devising a strategy, Su Wenkai's voice rang out. He couldn't ride a horse, so he had Zhu Tong ride with him in the back, looking as if he was about to be thrown off at any moment. Mr. Chen, his face was full of ecstatic joy. We're saved, we're saved. What do you mean saved? Chen Sansi asked. Is there military aid? 50,000 troops. Su Wenkai held up his hand. At the very front, a large number of troops are coming from Huanwen County, carrying the banners of the Yuzhu Guards, saying they've come to provide aid to Yunju, and are currently asking the civilians for specific details about the state of Yunju. The Yuzhu garrison soldiers, which included the reserve generals mentioned by Han Cheng, had arrived early. Good, I'll go check it out. Chen Sansi immediately spurred his horse forward, all the way there. All the usable tricks had been spent long ago. From now on, even if Han Xin or Zhuge himself came, they would have to engage in close combat. There was absolutely no second method to delay time. But if indeed 50,000 troops had come to their aid, everyone has a way to live, on an endless wasteland. Tens of thousands of common folks, carrying their belongings, were helping one another move forward. Suddenly the ground began to tremble. Rolling dust clouds rose in the distance. Before long, a dense mass of cavalry came into sight. The hearts of the common people quivered, fearing the barbarians had caught up so quickly, but soon they realized. This wasn't the cavalry of the barbarians, it was the cavalry of the great Sheng dynasty. On the military flag fluttering high, a huge Sheng was depicted, the Sheng of the prosperous era. The generals at the forefront looked imposing, each a young talent. Upon encountering the people, the army slowed down, loosely sending cavalry to approach the crowd. Military lords, the commoners, seeing their saviors, had excitement written all over their faces. They took out what little dry food they had left. Military lords, you must be tired from the journey. Please have something to eat and drink. This cake even has sesame in it. I've never eaten such good cake in my life. You should try it. A young general around 20, majestic in his armor, sat on his horse, gazing down at the commoners in rough linen clothes, his voice devoid of emotion. Where do you come from? To answer the lord, we were led by Mr. Chen out of Yunju, escaping from Poyang. Poyang, where's that? Inding Prefecture. It seems to be under the jurisdiction of Inding Prefecture. The county. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the specific situation in Yunju. What specific situation? What do you mean, military lord? You're talking about the war, right? We don't understand that. It's just that they say there are barbarians everywhere, and there are those chasing us right behind. But now that you military lords are here, we'll be safe. Seeing that he couldn't get much information, the young general gradually lost patience and was about to move on to ask others. Wait, military lord, try this jerky. It was left by the barbarians. It's very fragrant. Stand aside. The young general seemed deaf to their pleas. You can take it with you to eat on the road. Get lost. The young general frowned and used the handle of his weapon to sweep the commoner to the ground. The gaunt man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Why are you hitting people? You, why are you lot disguised as barbarians? Lai Zai was nearby, cursing from afar. Hey, how dare you, slap. It's you scum, you poor wretches, who I'm hitting. The young general raised his hand and with a single whip killed an old man on the spot. He then stirred his chi blood, his voice booming, "You bunch of troublemakers, do you realize you're blocking the path of my advancing army? Move aside quickly. If you get trampled to death, so be it. But if you trip up even one warhorse, can you afford to compensate?" Deathly silence. Tens of thousands of common people simultaneously stopped in their tracks, nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes looking towards the general on horseback, the joy and excitement on their faces vanishing into nothingness, replaced by the resignation they should have been accustomed to. At that moment, they remembered. They were the lowest of the low. Scenes of harmony between the military and the people only happened when it was time to use them as cannon fodder. In this world, perhaps only that Mr. Chen with the surname Chen would say to them, "All who volunteer can follow with the army, and we, the military, will cover your retreat. Military lords, please spare our lives." At this moment, people recalled the fear imprinted in their bones through generations. No longer daring to come a step closer, they scattered like startled animals in all directions, leaving the flattest and easiest path open for the cavalry, bearing the great Sheng flag to pass. Drive Chen Sansi rode Qian Zun straight ahead. When he reached the middle of the common folks column, he noticed something amiss up front. The people seemed to have encountered a deluge or a ferocious beast the originally orderly lines had scattered in disarray, nearly beyond control. What's wrong? The barbarians couldn't have circled to the front so quickly. Chen Sansi sped up and clearly saw several flags being held aloft, all belonging to the great Sheng dynasty, and upon the general's banner, the name of Yuzhu General Jingfu was clearly written. "Where are you deserters coming from?" The young general who had previously whipped and killed several of the commoners came forth. "I see you're wearing armor befitting a general. Yunju is in urgent need. How can you desert?" Chen Sansi didn't even have the chance to speak. "Not killing you deserters will fail to establish the might of the Sheng army," the young general said as he lifted his spear, ready to strike, but someone called out to stop him. "Halt!" Another general on a black horse slowly approached, wielding an azure dragon crescent blade, flanked by many fully armored generals, all young at most in their mid-20s. Princely heir. Yin Hanwen treated the newcomer with great respect. "Isn't this man a deserter who should be executed? Find out the situation in Yunju first." Cao Fan squinted his eyes and asked, "Where do you hail from?" "In Ding Prefecture, Po Yang 1,000 households, Captain Chengxin Chen Sansi." Chen Sansi introduced himself. "So you are that Chen Sansi?" Cao Fan was slightly surprised. His followers exchanged glances, clearly having heard the name before. "Is it you who captured that useless Yuan Xian?" Yin Hanwen asked with interest. "The battle reports say that you were surrounded by thousands of cavalry. With you in the Bone Forger realm, how did you do it?" "Luck, nothing more." Chen Sansi could feel the disdain in their words. He took note of this in his heart, but now was not the time for such pettiness. The priority was to resolve the issue of the pursuing enemy, but the other party simply wouldn't give. "I knew it, no point in asking you." Yin Hanwen scoffed. "Surely you captured him when he was alone, right? The battle reports are probably local officials exaggerating to flatter you. That Yuan Xian is a well-known good-for-nothing. What's so impressive about capturing him? His Majesty actually praised you personally. Why did you flee?" Cao Fan asked sternly. "To my knowledge, Yunju is in a total state of emergency. You've just been awarded a royal decree not long ago. Shouldn't you have defended your city to the death? Why abandon it and run here? We're almost at Yu State's territory past Huanwen County." Chen Sansi felt frustrated. He realized these men were likely high-ranking officials' sons. Their arrogance was normal, but why wouldn't they even give him a chance to speak? "He is not a rooted soldier, nor a deserter." A cold voice spoke up. "Miss Sun." Cao Fan greeted familiarly. "I was wondering why I hadn't seen you in Liangzhu. They only said you went to Yunju with Brother Bu Qi to be a selection officer. I would never have expected you'd go to such a trivial county town." "What was its name?" Princely heir. A pale-faced Sun Li rode up beside her junior brother. "How can you accuse Sansi of desertion without knowing the facts? Don't you realize that if it weren't for him, my junior brother, and tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians would have perished under the barbarians' blades?" "Exactly." Sun Buki also rushed over, recounting the tale of the battle at Po Yang, where 1,000 remnants broke through 6,000 barbarian marauders. "Sun Buki, are you blowing smoke?" Yin Hanwen disbelieved him. "A bone trainer killing a barbarian refining internal. He has the 9-dragon body, no worse than any of you." Sun Buki said discontentedly. "Speak more respectfully, even if what you're saying is true." Yin Hanwen said, "In the end, didn't you still flee the city? There were special reasons for that. Brother Bu Qi, why are you so protective of him? That's favoritism. Abandoning the city and fleeing on your own is a serious crime. Yuan, are you asking for a beating?" "Brother Bu Qi, who can you beat? Enough, quit arguing." Cao Fan gave a bow to the young man. "Could you please inform us of the specific situation inside Yunju borders, especially in Ding, Taining, and Lingfeng prefectures?" Chen Sansi had to prioritize the overall situation. Directly 50 li behind us, there are 3,000 barbarian cavalry, and to the southwest, another 20,000 barbarian marauders. My spy's report indicated that the highest ranking among them is a refining organ commander, with also a divine sect meridian passage expert. I'm not asking about that. Cao Fan shook his head slightly. There's no need to worry about pursuers here not far ahead. Huanwen County has already called in over 30,000 soldiers for defense, plus the natural barrier of the Hong's River. They won't be able to cross it. What I want to ask Brother Chen about is the distribution of barbarian troops within Yunju and the specific combat situations, especially in Nding, Taining, and Lingfeng 3 prefectures. I'll do it. Sun Buki took over the conversation, sharing all they knew about the situation. Oh, Cao Fan gestured, and immediately 2 people spread out a map in front of him. According to this, the situation is that the 3 prefectures are still holding. That makes things easier. Next, we will only need to send 30,000 troops to Nding Prefecture and 20,000 to Taining Prefecture. Once these 2 are relieved, Lingfeng will naturally be saved, and then we can coordinate with the main forces of the Northwest 3 states to retake Yunju territories. That's great. Yin Hanwen showed joy, princely air. Let's quickly report to General Jing so that he assigns some troops for us to command. The selection hasn't officially started yet, and we're about to make a great contribution. Cao Fan nodded, signaling to pack up the map. Brother Chen, now that we've met, come with us. General Jing will assign troops for you to command based on your realm, and you surely wouldn't want to miss the chance to earn military honors. Princely heir Chen Sansi pointed his long spear behind him. Our top priority should be to reorganize our troops and deal with the pursuing forces behind us. HSS, Brother Chen, did you not understand my meaning? Cao Fan raised an eyebrow. Didn't I just say that behind us lies Huanwen County, and if we take the official road from the far north, we won't encounter any barbarian bandits. We can head straight for Nding Prefecture, which is much faster than the path they are taking. Once we get to Nding Prefecture ahead of time and find a terrain that is easy to defend but hard to attack, if they dare to come to the rescue, they'll be on a path to certain death. This is encirclement and relief targeting. If they do not come to the rescue, that would be even better. The siege on Nding Prefecture can be broken with just a snap of a finger, and those people can only retreat to Nding Prefecture and wait for death. Princely heir, there's no need to waste words on him. Yin Hanwen said disdainfully, he comes from a small county town. How could he possibly understand the bigger picture? I know what you're talking about. Chen Sansi made one final effort, but if we don't first repel the pursuing forces from behind, what will become of the tens of thousands of civilians who have fled from Poyang County all the way here? Wouldn't it mean leaving them to be slaughtered? Civilians. Cao Fan was extremely surprised. What civilians? Princely heir, he is most likely referring to these lowly people. Yin Hanwen said with a disgusted face, shouldn't they have stayed in their locality, defending their own cities to the death instead of running out? If they go to other places, wouldn't that just waste the local food supplies? They should be killed, all of them. Oh, you mean these people? Cao Fan, realizing who Chen Sansi was referring to, saw the dirt-covered poor people nearby and had an epiphany. Yes, they are also civilians. Hurry and send someone to tell Huanwen County to send more ferries. As for how many of them can cross the river, the overall situation is what matters. We really can't manage them. One more word could result in a missed opportunity in battle. Miss Sun, Brother Buqi in this. Brother Chen right. We need to hurry and report to General Jing and then set off. If you're not coming with us, you better ride fast and cross the river while there's time. Farewell. After dropping a few words, he led a few people beside him and hurried towards the central army. Princely heir, Sun Li couldn't stop them even if she wanted to. The 50,000-strong army quickly mobilized. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands, they completely ignored them, taking the official road to the far north, and within 2 hours they had all disappeared from sight, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. When the dust settled, it was as if they had never been there. The civilians looked ashen. Mr. Chen, what should we do? Su Wenkai, who had witnessed the whole process, stomped his feet anxiously. How could they not leave a single soldier behind? What should we do now? Chen Sansi silently watched the direction in which the army had vanished, hearing the fearful and uneasy voices of the civilians. He was expressionless. How much longer until we can cross the river? Su Wenkai blurted out, 1 day. Then we will delay for 1 more day. We can't hold them off. Su Wenkai stated firmly, this is a plain, and once the cavalry bursts out of the hills, we will have no tricks left, only to face them head-on. We'll be crushed in an instant, and we can't even hold out for 2 hours. Who said I'm waiting for them to chase us out? Chen Sansi lifted his long spear and enunciated every word, convey my orders. The whole army counterattack. On the east bank of Hong's River, there were a few small rural villages. Having heard that barbarian bandits had entered the land, they had fled early on, seeking refuge across the river in Huanwen County. Under an old willow tree, a stone chessboard left by the villagers remained. In the empty and desolate village, surprisingly, 2 men were playing a game of chess. One appeared to be around 50 years old with a pale, beardless face, wearing a blue scholar's robe, exuding an air of refined elegance. Only his legs were crippled, and he sat in a wooden wheelchair. Across from him sat an old man in a coarse linen garment, with silver hair mixed with black and a goatee, holding a black piece in hand but hesitating to make a move, causing the middle-aged scholar's impatience to show. "Master, please make your move, what's the rush?" The old man spoke angrily. "Are you going to move or not?" The middle-aged scholar immediately closed his mouth. After a long while, he cautiously asked, "Master, are you really not going to do anything about Po Yang County? Our junior brothers and sisters are all there. Where are the extra troops to send over?" The old man furrowed his brows, unnoticeably moved a white piece on the board, countered with a black one, and finally said with satisfaction, "All right, it's your turn." Without much thought, the middle-aged scholar made a move and continued to speak. "What I mean, master, is that you alone could go and bring the junior brothers and sisters back. That should still be fine." "Me go. Great. Will you battle the Wushan sect leader then?" The old man fell into worry again, hesitating over his move. "As for that worthless Buchi and the girl, if some accident really happens, it'll just be time to settle the accounts accumulated over these years. No need to keep living so wretchedly." "Master." A flicker of sympathy passed through the middle-aged scholar's eyes. "After all, our junior brothers and sisters. Children will have their own luck." The old man put down a piece and interrupted, "Don't worry. If they really have the luck to come back alive, I will still prepare a future for them as I said before. Let it be humble, so be it. Master, over the years, you've become somewhat crazed. How are you speaking to your master?" "Master. You lost." The middle-aged scholar decisively placed a piece, securing victory for the white side. "Don't you know to go easy on me?" The old man stood up in a huff. "I think you're trying to make me die of anger." "Master, it's not me, it's His Majesty who won." The middle-aged scholar closed his eyes and let out a long breath. "We've all been deceived. The Northwest 3 states was a ruse. Their real target is Yunju. And now even if we dispatch the troops from U State to relieve them, it will still take at least 7 days. Taking into account 10 days' time, that's enough for them to complete the blood sacrifice. Hee hee." The old man suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly, the ancient voice filled with sorrow. "It seems I won't outlast him. Almost 1,000,000 people in the whole Yunju." The middle-aged scholar's eyes reddened. He banged on the chessboard, his voice trembling in his eyes. "What are his subjects? What are we? And for the last batch of reserve generals from selected point, either they're for personal glory or for the immortal law in your hand, master. How many of them are joining the 8 camps for the sake of the world's common folk, for the people? Is there any hope left for the great Sheng dynasty? Oh, the misery of the Yunju people." "Fourth brother." The old man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. "If within 3 days, we drive them off from the northwest main battlefield, and I hurry over, how many people can I save?" The middle-aged scholar shook his head and sighed. "Apart from the 3 prefectures, there will surely not be a single survivor." Reporting to the supervisor. A figure appeared before the two, kneeling on one knee. "Han Cheng." The middle-aged scholar quickly asked, "How are the junior brother and sister?" "They are safe and sound." Han Cheng, fist in palm, said, "Under the protection of Mr. Chen from Po Yang County, they nearly reached the banks of the Hong's River." "Good." A trace of relief washed over the middle-aged scholar's face. "Quickly, send people to bring them all back. This brother Chen has performed a great service by saving our junior brothers and sisters. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid, can't make it back." Han Cheng hung his head. "There's something you don't know yet, Commander. When Mr. Chen left, he didn't just bring the young masters and ladies, he took more than 30,000 civilians with him, in order to ensure the civilians could safely cross the river. Just now, he led over 1,000 people into an attack against an army of over 20,000 barbarians." "What?" "Shanxi, they're not my father's men. My father's men would never act like this." Sun Buki was afraid the young man in front of him would misunderstand. "That man, surnamed Cao, is the crown prince's heir. The toady next to him is the son of the minister of Ministry of Industry. The Yuzhu army, they are not part of the 8 camps, but rather belong to the left army governor's command, under the control of the Military Affairs Department. In the Northwest 3 states, Yu State, Liang State, and Yan State each have their own commanding general. Although during wartime my father can allocate the distribution of all hands, but he only has authority over their deployment, not their administrative affairs. Only the 8 camps are truly our own people. Even so, in recent years, efforts have been made to decentralize power, appointing provincial governors and trying to transfer people elsewhere. The eldest apprentice brother, too, he's right." Sun Li spoke feebly. "The 8 camps are not the forces of a single region. Although they were initially recruited and assembled in Liang State to fight against the barbarian marauders, they were later moved to wherever the need arose, staying in the southern regions before being sent to the east to fight against Qing country. And then, 3 years ago, it was when the barbarian marauders began to stir again that the 8 camps were readjusted to the northern territory. Chen Sansi understood this practice. To prevent them from becoming too rooted in one state and turning into local tyrants, It's possible that each time they leave, the local supporters of the 8 camps, the family clans and sect officials, also have to suffer a purge. Everything must be under the control of the court. This matched the emperor's style of resorting to despicable methods like poisoning to silence people and kill them. But if it were truly so, could one really tolerate it? Chen Sansi asked himself if he would be able to endure it if he were in that situation. He definitely would not. Why can Supervisor's son endure it, unless he was about to die? Only a man on the verge of death with something left to care for would have no choice but to suffer in silence, although it was merely a conjecture. Chen Sansi felt that only this could make all the logic make sense. Otherwise, if one is among the supreme powers in the human realm, commanding 80,000 elite troops, why endure? What would be the reason to tolerate anything? Beyond this, there was the identity of the people participating in the selected point. Identity so precious. The crown prince's heir, that is nominally the emperor after the next. Would such a person lack resources or cultivation techniques? Why would he run to participate in selected point and become a disciple of Supervisor's son? What could be so tempting? These were not matters to consider at the moment. Counterattack. Soon, the martial arts halls were gathered together, and upon hearing the command issued by the commander, they all looked at each other with puzzlement. Obviously, they were somewhat confused by the meaning of this phrase. Counterattack naturally meant killing the enemy, but their 1,000 or so men going to kill 20,000. Who knows how many among them were in the refining internal realm? How could they counterattack? One day. Chen Sansi spoke firmly. It will take another day before the villagers ahead can start crossing the river. We want to delay for one day. It's not possible on the plain, so we need to enter the mountains to counterattack. Su Wenkai, I give you half an hour to come up with at least 3 blocking points. If you can't find them, I'll chop off your dog head. The rest of you, go and see your families one more time. This might be your last words, so you can choose not to come back. After half an hour, if you choose to come back, be prepared to die. With that said, the others finally understood. Yes, sir. Not a single one raised an objection. All the men gradually dispersed. Junior brother, seeing him, Sun Li asked, aren't you going to talk to Sister Lan? She's in the carriage up ahead. I won't. Chen Sansi took up the old scholar's writing brush and hastily wrote a few words. After sealing the letter, he handed it over. Senior Sister Sun, please help me give this to Sister Lan and then make sure you personally ensure her safety. You're really not going? Sun Li emphasized her question. Chen Sansi shook his head again. He didn't tell Sun Li that he was scared, fearful that after seeing the only relative he had in this world, he wouldn't dare to go and intercept the enemy. Seriously speaking, he himself didn't know how he ended up in this peculiar situation. Perhaps it was because his family was in front of him. Perhaps it was because his subordinates were willing to die for him, driven by a sense of responsibility or something else he just couldn't bear to abandon them. Or perhaps it was because he came from another world. He knows it sounds pretentious, extremely pretentious, but that's simply the truth. If there had to be a motive or logic, it would be that. In Chen Sansi's view, there were no upper-class people or lower-class people, only those who deserved to die and those who didn't. Those who deserved to die, he would kill. Those who didn't deserve to die, he would try his best to help. He also knew that if word of this battle got out, there would certainly be those who accused him of being a hypocrite, of feigning righteousness. But Chen Sansi didn't care. If worst comes to worst, he would pretend for the rest of his life. You all. Chen Sansi looked at the nephews that Wang Zhai had left behind and added their followers, also amounting to around 200 people. Do you also plan to stay behind? Your families aren't up ahead. We won't disgrace General Tang, the crowd exclaimed in unison. Good, Chen Sansi nodded his head. Lastly, there was Sun Buki, who showed no intention of leaving. To blast him away in these circumstances would be an insult. As for Su Wenkai, bereft of relatives or kin long ago, he lay on the ground studying the maps. Half a day later, Yellow Earth Ridge, hurry up, we must intercept them before the Sheng people cross the river. Several witch god sect followers mixed within the troops, uniformly holding vajrapestles used to collect blood. Among them, the refining internal leader took command. Not a single one should remain after the killing. Remember to collect the heart blood promptly. What about Master Amugu? The cavalry commander Balej inquired. Why don't I see him? The more than 20,000 pursuers, everyone above Hua Jin, were all called away to attack in Ding Prefecture. Only a few of them with the skill of refining internal remained, indeed somewhat afraid to command such a large army. The only witch god sect Meridian Passage Master had also disappeared. Master Amugu has gone to pursue a refining organ little general, and his current whereabouts are unknown. He might be waiting for us up ahead, the squad leader urged. Let's speed up, refining organ. Balej found it interesting, using Sheng people's words. This is called using a cleaver to kill a chicken. Master Amugu acts ruthlessly, personally taking action and leaving no roots of survival for the Sheng people. I received a carrier pigeon message, ordering us to collect the heart blood of about 10,000 people as a reserve within 2 days, and then to retreat at top speed without engaging in prolonged warfare and directly leave Yunju. The squad leader stated coldly, "Without that white horse refining organ, there's no more refining organ commanders up front, posing no threat. Only bone training realm remains, so we may pursue as we please. Speedy retreat." Balej pondered retreating from the northwest so soon. A war, especially a decisive battle for life and death, should at least last a year or half a year. Retreating after just over 2 months indicates there was never a real commitment to see it through to the end. We simply follow orders. The witch god sect squad leader reminded, "The Sheng people up ahead are about to cross the river. If we don't speed up, there's a high chance they'll escape successfully, and both you and I will bear grave punishments for failing the mission. Rest assured, after breaking out of the mountain range, we'll catch up within half a day." Hush! As the two spoke, with sounds of chaos and men and horses toppling over, the vanguard suddenly halted. "What's happening, sir? There's an ambush ahead. Traps are everywhere. Move it." Balej personally went to inspect. He saw that the not-so-wide path through the mountain range had been dug full of deep pits, rudimentary traps set within them. Moreover, every passable spot was also blocked by mounds of loose stones. The most troublesome part was the presence of several carts used to transport supplies, stuck in the middle, loaded up with dry wood and kindling, burning fiercely and preventing the vanguard cavalry from passing. Balej wasn't in a hurry and loudly ordered, "Clear the obstacles." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. No sooner had a group of soldiers gone to handle it than a troop of enemy crossbowmen emerged, firing a volley of arrows from the distance. "Child's play," Balej said calmly. "Bring the thick shield bearers from the rear to the front to bear the brunt." Among the more than 20,000 troops, it was impossible for all to be cavalry. The vanguard consisted of 5,000 cavalrymen. The rest were foot soldiers. Infantry with shields defended while others cleared the way. After half an hour, they had cleared the path for travel. However, they hadn't gone far when they encountered similar obstructions, happening 2 or 3 times consecutively, each delaying them by more than half an hour, unbeknownst to them, adding up to half a day. General Balej, the witch god sect squad leader, said anxiously, "We can't keep this up, they are merely delaying time. Do you think I can't see that?" Balej said through gritted teeth, "They're clearly forcing me to lead the troops through a side path, but I don't understand. Unlike the previous canyon, the slopes on both sides here are low, totally unsuitable for an ambush. Even if we oblige and go that way, it will still come down to a direct clash of weapons. Their forces at most number 1,000 people, plus 300 horses. Even if our cavalry can't fully deploy to form an encirclement, it would just cost us some troops and horses to crush them. What are they trying to achieve? General, the situation is urgent. Since you feel there's no ambush on the side path, let's hurry through it," the witch god sect squad leader said, disturbed. "As long as we can move swiftly beyond Yellow Earth Ridge, some loss of troops and horses is acceptable." All right, the barbarians split their forces in two. To save time, all 5,000 cavalrymen took the side path, including Balej, summing up to 5 refining internal practitioners. Balej led at the forefront, advancing cautiously and slowly, racking his brain about the possible ambushes in such terrain. When he reached the fork where they would leave the mountain range, he finally encountered the Sheng army at the end of the side path, on the wide, open ground. There was no ambush here. What lay ahead was merely a formation of no more than 300 cavalrymen and a few hundred foot soldiers. A significant number of them didn't even have their own armor, wearing that stripped from the Zai River tribes instead, and the weapons in their hands were of the grassland make, terribly conspicuous. They simply blocked the exit of the mountain range, ready for battle. At this moment, Balej finally understood why the enemy went to such lengths to push them onto this path. They planned to use their lives to buy as much time as possible for the civilians ahead to cross the river. In Balej's eyes, a trace of admiration flashed, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. Car suspension formation, charge. After Wang Zhai left, Zhao Kang became the only bone forger. He stood in the forefront, holding the He Miao long sword, and roared loudly, "Charge!" Under the incredulous gazes of 5,000 cavalry, a mere 300 enemy cavalry charged without any hesitation. Although their equipment was simple, the cavalry formation they displayed was well organized. As they rushed, they resembled a giant wheel, equipped with sharp blades. "Balej, let me handle this." Another refining organ general from the barbarian tribe stepped forward, also leading his iron cavalry to open up in formation, presenting a Chinese letter-shaped charge, numbering around 300 as well. This was the reason they were forced to take the small path. Encountering on a narrow road negates the advantage in numbers. The barbarian refining organ general took the lead, holding a meteor hammer, ready to smash the Sheng man who was shouting charge. However, just as the two armies were about to clash, Zhao Kang suddenly pulled his horse to a halt, and from behind him charged a white horse, a long spear carrying a terrifying momentum. It arrived in front of them almost in an instant. After the initial shock, the barbarian general immediately swung his meteor hammer. He truly felt he could block the attack, but the next moment, he felt a chill in his heart as a hole was pierced through him. The main general is dead. The barbarian cavalry were panic-stricken. In disarray, they retreated, with over 30 of them slain in succession. Fortunately, the main army was right behind them, preventing a total collapse. They quickly regrouped and rearranged their formation. White Horse refining organ, a spear kills the general. Isn't this the one Master Amugu went to chase? He has come back alive. Balej's pupils trembled. He couldn't help but ask, where is Master Amugu? Killed by Sun Dushi. Chen Sansi's voice boomed. Sun Dushi will lead the Yuju army here within an hour. If you do not surrender now, you have but one path left, the path of death. Sun Xiangzong, Yuju army. Balej forcefully calmed himself. You spout nonsense. How could you send troops here? Because you've already been defeated in the northwest 3 states. Chen Sansi spoke each word distinctly. Otherwise, why do you think we'd dare block your way with just this few men? Defeated. Balej, looking at the opposing side's confident demeanor, felt an unsettling suspicion in his heart. Theoretically, the likelihood of Sun Xiangzong appearing here was minimal, but it couldn't be ruled out that the northwest 3 states might have withdrawn their troops earlier. After all, every transmission of news has its delay, and everyone receives information that is, at best, days old. Perhaps Sun noticed signs of a blood sacrifice and specifically came to check. After all, if not for the presence of someone above the level of Meridian Passage, how could Amugu still be missing? Sun Xiangzong. He has come to Yunju. Why has he come here? Upon hearing this name, the barbarian troops immediately exploded into panic, each one becoming restless and distressed. The supreme strategy of warfare is to attack the enemy's plans and heart. Just like what happened previously in Poyang, half-true, half-false news most effectively terrifies the enemy. Chen Sansi knew that mere words wouldn't deter them for long at this moment, but even delaying for a minute was beneficial. He didn't lead everyone here merely to face death. Mainly, it was to buy time. Once enough time had passed, they would look for a way to break out. What are you panicking for? Still rational, Balej rebuked loudly. Whatever he says, you just believe. If it were really so, would they need to send these defeated remnants to die? Exactly. The other refining organ generals concurred, bluffing at the last gasp. All men, heed my command. Take not a step back, rotate and charge continuously. Whoever kills the White Horse general will be rewarded with 10,000 cattle and sheep and 100 slaves. Charge for me. On a narrow road, no other strategies were left. Car suspension formation, charge. Chen Sansi raised his Lu Yi long spear. Paying attention to several generals in the opposing crowd, he suddenly realized that perhaps there was still a way out. Simple. He just needed to kill all the enemy generals, right? Hong's River. Thousands of civilians finally reached their destination. In front of them was a magnificent, turbid river. Looking across, the mountains on the other side appeared like rows of green eyebrows, beneath which lay a small town, Huanwen County. To reach Huanwen County, they had to cross a river 300 yards wide. Fortunately, at the riverbank crossing, boats had been prepared in advance, along with civilians to manage the ferrying. The people from Poyang lined up and began to board the boats one after the other. How come we don't see Mr. Chen and the others? Soon, something seemed amiss. The Poyang soldiers who had escorted them this far were nowhere to be seen up to now. Cross the river, cross the river. Su Wenkai finally learned to ride a horse. Holding a feather fan, he shouted desperately, why aren't you hurrying to cross the river? Wait until you are almost halfway across, then Mr. Chen and the others can retreat. What? We get halfway across, and only then can Mr. Chen leave? Why? What else could it be? Su Wenkai was so anxious his face and neck turned red. Behind you, there are 20,000 barbarian marauders. Mr. Chen went to counterattack with 1,000 men just to buy you time. 20,000 men. Isn't that almost as many as our entire county? Only at that moment did they realize, recalling their husbands or sons who had suddenly made a special trip home not long ago. The words they spoke might well have been their last. December 16th. On this day, Yunju finally saw snow. The cold wind howled and large snowflakes fluttered down gracefully, painting the world white. Alongside the Hong's River, more than 40,000 people, dragging their families and belongings, supporting the old and carrying the young, wept as they went. Cries filled both banks of the river. Hurry, hurry up. On board a small boat, Sun Li rowed forcefully, not daring to stop for a moment, even though each movement pulled at her wounds, causing intense pain. Sister Lan, don't worry. Once we reach the shore, there is still the guard force. I'll try to see whether I can persuade them to send reinforcements. In fact, she knew it was only psychological comfort. Not to mention, she had no authority to command troops, and even if she could persuade them, the vast majority of troops in Huanwen County had probably been taken away by the Yuju general. Less than a few thousand remained, and they still needed to cross many miles and a river. There wouldn't be enough time. Sun Li truly wanted to turn back immediately to help, but she was injured, and her personal strength was limited. Moreover, having promised to ensure Sister Lan's safety first, she had to do as she said. Gu Xinlan sat on the edge of the boat, holding a note left by her husband. It only contained 5 words. It simply said, just cross the river. Brother, she will definitely come back. Gu Xinlan maintained her composure without crying or fussing, quietly wiping her tears. If he doesn't come back, I will go down there to find him. Where are you all from? In response to the general's question, we are from Poyang County in Yunju. As they neared the shore, a robust voice continuously reverberated. There stood a general on the shore, about 7 feet tall, with a physique as sturdy as a mountain, wearing dark red heavy armor. Holding a heavenly halberd in his hand, he asked everyone he met, "Have you seen a woman in red?" "No." "How many more people are waiting behind you to cross the river?" "Many thousands." "Elder brother, this won't do." Before Master left, he said we must hold our ground in Liangzhu and not leave it by a single step. Stop talking. With such a huge mess in Yunju, and our junior sister Li being there, how could I possibly not go look for her? Elder brother, step aside. The general, wielding the heavenly halberd, leaped powerfully, astonishingly jumping 50 feet out and landing on the surface of the Hong's River like a meteorite from outer space, causing waves several meters high. Then with another leap, he repeated the scene. Boom. Every time he landed, the massive force overturned several nearby small boats, causing tens of people to fall into the water. Sorry everyone, I have an urgent matter. Third brother, hurry and save people and make sure nobody drowns. If anyone does, I will hold you responsible. Elder brother, witnessing this, son Li looked on in disbelief. What are you doing? Junior sister Li, thank goodness, it looked like you are all right. I was about to go to Yunju to look for you. Lu Jai hurriedly strode across the waves and stood on a small boat nearby, looking at the drowned locals with a touch of embarrassment. He said, Junior sister, I can't perform Qinggong, it wasn't intentional. I am going to help them cross the river now. Wait, are you injured, junior sister? Is it serious? Where are you hurt? I'm fine. Sun Li saluted with a fist and spoke with a clear sense of distance. Please, elder brother, help me save someone. Lu Jai looked at the respectfully behaving woman and his expression soured slightly, but he quickly adjusted. Whom does junior sister wish to save? Just say it. An entry-level junior brother. Sun Li pointed across the river with her scabbard. He led over 1,000 people to counterattack against more than 20,000 barbarian marauders to escort our crossing. He definitely won't be able to hold out much longer. I hope elder brother can deploy troops to rescue him. A junior brother. Lu Jai paused. There aren't many troops in Huanwen County. Even if I call them, it'll be too late. I should go myself. Saving him shouldn't be a problem. By the way, have you seen our master, junior sister? Father. Sun Li shook her head, a glint of hope passing through her eyes. Father came. I don't know, he's definitely not in Liangzhu. I'm off. Bang. With just a few leaps, Lu Jai crossed the 300 zhang wide Hong's River and disappeared from the opposite bank in an instant. Yellow Earth Ridge. Plop. Stop him, stop him. Balej watched as another refining organ general was killed by the opponent, his heart filled with terror. Quick, fire the signal arrows, notify the infantry and the other 3,000 cavalry to come here and surround this person, then go after the remaining Sheng people. He couldn't understand they were all refining organ practitioners. Why was no one a match for this man from 3 unions, amidst the crowd? Chen Sansi using the car suspension formation as cover to prevent being surrounded by heavy forces. His long spear and Zhenyu sword, already coated with an unknown amount of the enemy's fresh blood, had only one target, main general. From the very beginning of the engagement, he had noticed. Among those 5,000 cavalry, there seemed to be no Hua Jin or Meridian Passage experts. This meant he had a chance to slay a general. After slaying the general, the enemy army would disperse and they would still have a chance to survive. Alone, it definitely wouldn't be feasible, but he had 200 cavalry and over 700 infantry behind him, able to help him disperse most of the encirclement. That was enough. Stop him. No matter how Balej yelled, the white horse general still charged towards them, unstoppable like a force of nature. He felt the urgency. Wu Lihan that day pined. Let's do it together. We can't let him slay another general. 1,000 men against 5,000, and he had already slain 2 generals. What was even more terrifying was that not only the general was like this, but his remaining soldiers seemed to be fearless. Especially this formation, which rotated like a wheel, from the beginning of its initiation until now, no matter how many were lost, it never broke its ranks. At most, they just reduced the formation's size until later, when too many had died, they actually transformed from one large formation into 20 smaller formations. Even the array soldiers were perfectly coordinated, ready for both attack and defense, and even if many died before their eyes, they wouldn't even blink, immediately replacing the fallen, clearly charging toward death. Sinking formation death will, such frightening combat power and willpower only appeared among the elite of the elite, yet they were clearly just rooted soldiers who fled from an abandoned small county. If it weren't for their weak cultivation, Balej might even think they were the mighty troops of the 8 camps. The morale of the barbarian soldiers noticeably shifted, and since they couldn't form an encirclement here, if the fight continued like this and another main general died, they might indeed be routed. Kill the white horse. Once he dies, these people will be nothing but a disorganized mob. 3 refining organ generals from the barbarian tribe attacked simultaneously. A curved saber, a wolf fang club, and a giant axe. 3 ferocious weapons struck almost at the same time from different directions. They were all refining internal, and all had achieved small success in refining. None were far from the great success of refining. One just beginning to refine organs, facing 3 with small achievements in refining organs. The spear technique of the White Horse General was erratic and wild. Individually they were no match, and even combining their explosive power, they absolutely could not withstand his attacks, particularly when assailed from all sides. Chen Sansi blocked the giant axe with his long spear, then used the sword at his waist to intercept the wolf fang club, and with a bizarre posture, dodged the curved saber aimed at him, forcefully repelling the 2 heavy weapons. In the opening, his long spear turned into a giant python that swallowed the sky, directly lunging at the wielder of the curved saber. Clang! Balej desperately blocked the attacks, knowing in his heart that he would be killed within 3 exchanges, but thankfully he wasn't alone. The other 2 brothers, temporarily repelled, returned to fight, their giant axe and wolf fang club arriving instantly behind their opponent. If he didn't dodge, death was almost certain. If he did dodge, it meant he would have to keep evading endlessly. As long as they could delay him, that was good enough. The White Horse General's subordinates were not afraid to die, but they were not invincible. People were still dying continuously. In just a short time, from the original 1,000 or more, only about 700 remained, and that number was rapidly decreasing. Moreover, after sending the signal, more pursuers would gather here, and soon they'd be facing a mass siege of 20,000, swiftly leading to their complete annihilation. Then the White Horse would also be surrounded by heavy forces, destined to be consumed alive. One word: delay. However, what they did not expect was that Chen Sansi had no intention of dodging. He let the wolf fang club and the giant axe smash down on him with the force of 10,000 jun, emitting a thud like the ringing of a bell. His internal organs vibrated with acute pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but the pace of his spear thrust did not slow down at all, and finally in the 3rd exchange he pierced through Balej's throat. A swift kill. He had no right to delay. Only a swift kill was the path to life. Vajra body. Wu Lihan was greatly shocked. With Balej gone, the pressure to defend drastically decreased. Chen Sansi held a spear in his right hand, a sword in his left, enduring the attacks from dozens of soldiers coming from behind, an uncountable number of blades, spears, axes, and hooks. Before their eyes, he brutally killed the last 2 generals within 10 exchanges, his body drenched in blood like a war god from the heavens. Crash. After killing the enemy main general, he was like a fierce beast unleashed. No one could stop him. Cutting down enemies as if cleaving through vegetables, he killed nearly 200 cavalrymen in a row, eventually instilling fear, horror, and prompting their rout. The remaining 4,000 or so cavalrymen withdrew like the tide, their retreat chaotic with countless warhorses colliding and neighing, tumbling together with the cavalry on their backs, falling to their death. Chen Sansi looked at the remaining 600 or so men, taking the lead on his horse to clear the way forward. Wherever he passed, the dense enemies automatically parted, leaving a path, and still no one dared to pursue him actively. Break through, he shouted until he was hoarse. Judging by the time, it's almost up. At least more than half of the people had successfully crossed the river. As long as they left this place before being enclosed, there was a great chance of crossing the river smoothly. However, it seemed too late, because he could hear, just behind the slope on their flank, at least tens of thousands of infantry taking a shortcut to catch up, and they would block them at the junction ahead. Chen Sansi's injury could still hold up, and with about half of his chi blood left to consume, as long as there were no generals above his level of cultivation, relying on Qian Zun's incredible speed, breaking out was still possible, but he didn't know how many people could remain behind him at that moment. 110 or just himself alone. As he gripped the spear shaft, ready to fight to the death, the pursuer's footsteps stopped almost simultaneously, as if suddenly there was no path ahead or something was blocking them. This allowed them to reach the shores of the Hong's River and begin crossing. They've stopped chasing. Everything came to an abrupt stop, and Chen Sansi felt somewhat incredulous, as if he had been dreaming. Good lad, master, slow down a bit. The middle-aged scholar gripped the handles of the wheelchair tight, his face distorted and deformed by the gale. Slow down, please. Did you just see that? The elderly man in coarse clothing looked relieved. How daring this lad is, a mere practitioner of refining stepping up to block 5,000 men, and he actually held them off, quite reminiscent of my younger days. That's not the key point. Middle-aged scholar nearly fell from the sky several times. The key is he could have escaped on his own, but he chose to resist the army to help those commoners cross the river. Who else in this world would do such a thing nowadays? Old Fourth. The old man's gaze was profound. Can he make it? There's hope. Good hope is all we need. Master, will you make a move? Your lifespan. Just to block them a bit. It's not a big deal. Someone who helps others cross the river deserves to be helped across as well. In the very front of the advancing horde of over 10,000 barbarians, suddenly two figures appeared, blocking the road, an old man in coarse clothing, pushing a wheelchair-bound, disabled scholar. They didn't chase us. Chen Sansi doubted whether he was hallucinating. More than 10,000 foot soldiers, followed perhaps by another 3,000 cavalry. Just like that, they let them cross the river. Boom. A loud noise thundered. Chen Sansi saw from afar, about 20 miles away. It seemed as if someone was thrown into the sky and then fell back down, scattering like beans. Bang! Who is Chen Sansi? Another loud noise followed. It was as if an earth dragon had turned over and the entire riverbank trembled violently. What seemed like a mountain crash landed, and upon closer inspection, turned out to be a general in shining armor. From the look of the armor, it was from the Sheng people. It is I. Chen Sansi dismounted and bowed with his hands clasped, his breath somewhat unsteady. You have already returned. Sister Li was worried in vain. Quickly cross the river, he said. Vijay sized him up and noticed Sun Buki next to him. Younger martial brother, you're here too. How are your injuries? Sun Buki's clothes were already ragged, soaked with blood from head to toe. He used his long spear as a crutch, supporting himself with difficulty, not even taking a glance as he said, It's none of your concern. It's good that you're all right, replied Vijay, who seemed accustomed to this. He turned to look at the black dots in the distant sky, his expression turning stern. Oh no, master. Bang. Yet another leap, shaking heaven and earth. He could leap nearly 100 zhang each time in just a few breaths. He had disappeared from view. Sister Li. If this person was Sun Li's senior martial brother, then the master he mentioned. Sun Dushi. Chen Sansi looked towards where the 10,000 pursuers should have been coming from, his gaze growing more complex. One person to withstand over 10,000 barbarian bandits. Is this really a human? And there was Sun Li's senior martial brother. One leap is over hundreds of zhang. What kind of realm is that? The Meridian Passage realm certainly does not demonstrate such strength, so it must be a mysterious phenomenon, more like the legendary martial saint. In Poyang County, they were like frogs at the bottom of a well, only able to see a mere corner of the vast heavens. Would their future opponents all be at this kind of level? Chen Sansi thought about himself again. Indeed, still far too weak. But it's impractical to aim too high. Set a small goal for now, reach refining internal organs perfection as soon as possible, then move on to Hua Jin. Plop. Old Xing, dog scrap, silly chun, Wuda, finally reaching the riverbank with no pursuers behind them. The brothers could no longer hold on, tumbling down to the ground one after another. The initial 1,000 men had now become only 400. Most of these 400 were utterly exhausted, many collapsing unconscious on the spot. Zhao Kang was covered in blood. Sir, the brothers have all fallen. How do we cross the river? Sir, Mr. Chen. Upon the grand and turbulent surface of the Hong's River, suddenly a few small boats appeared, then dozens, then hundreds, countless simple-clothed figures standing on the boats, waving at them. Let's cross the river. Chen Sansi breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of hundreds, thousands of civilians, these last 400 men could finally lie flat and cross the river. Brother Shi, Gu Xinlin and Sun Li rowed a boat quickly over. How come you're bleeding so much? Gu Xinlin was biting and tearing, ripping off pieces of her dress's sleeves, preparing to use them for emergency bandaging. A minor injury. Chen Sansi's cloth armor was already so tattered that it barely held together, his appearance now worse than a beggar's, blood mixed with grime covering his exterior, indistinguishable whether it was his enemy's or his own. My lady, Mr. Chen here single-handedly killed 5 refiners. Zhao Kang vividly remembered, saying, if it weren't for that, we would all have died at Yellow Earth Ridge. This was too terrifying. He hadn't been practicing martial arts for long. Among those barbarian leaders, at least 2 were at the small achievement in refining internal organs, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Keep in mind, this was during a fierce encirclement. Otherwise, they might not have lasted even 3 rounds. That means Chen Sansi could now take on 5 Xiong Tingchuns. How many? 5. Sun Li also turned pale, hastened to take out a porcelain jar from her bosom, containing scar removal ointment Chen Sansi himself had previously mixed for her. It was very effective for treating external wounds, and she was ready to apply it personally. Sister, what about me? Sun Buki, who followed from beginning to end, was also full of wounds, but seemingly nobody cared about him. Sister, I'm really okay. Chen Sansi had only shallow wounds on his body, merely some cuts and bleeding here and there, which wouldn't take more than a few days to heal, even though it looked rather scary. Fortunately, he relied on his iron bone copper skin trait. An ordinary person would have been minced into pulp by now. His worst injuries were internal. Taking on the Meridian Passage was no joke, and later he was hit by heavy weaponry, slightly damaging his internal organs. But it was no big problem. A few days of rest would be enough for recovery. When Sun Li touched the wounds, she recoiled like she had been electrocuted. Then she handed the ointment to Gu Xinlin. It's better if sister applies the medicine for you. Really, it's not necessary. Let's talk about it after we get back. Chen Sansi lay on the deck, watching the riverbank grow increasingly distant and the fading commotion in the distance. Did they really hold them back? That's no longer my concern. In any case, he had won. It was just that the other prefecture cities, counties, and villages in Yunju, as well as the millions of other civilians and soldiers guarding the borders, were probably not so lucky. So many matters. Chen Sansi had no energy left to think about them. I'm so tired, Sister Lan, I'm going to sleep for a while. In the past 2 months he had hardly slept well. Now, at last, he could rest properly. Capital City, Imperial Palace, it's snowing. Heaven blesses us with auspicious snow. The Emperor is virtuous indeed. Go and report the good news. Vermilion high walls, golden bricks, and sparkling tiles. Snow from the sky blankets everything in white, dressing it all in silver. With this year's belated heavy snow, joy enveloped both inside and outside the Imperial Palace. Master, it's snowing. A dozen eunuchs from the ritual supervision, wearing thick and warm red cloaks, knelt in unison outside the palace gates. Above their heads, the massive plaque bore the gilded characters Longevity Palace. Despite being in the Imperial Palace, there were almost no ostentatious decorations visible. Both the architecture and decor were restrained. The layout seemed more akin to a Taoist temple than a palace. Only those who knew their craft could appreciate that every timber here was worth its weight in gold, and each tile was invaluable. Constructing such a palace must have taken an extraordinary amount of time, labor, and wealth. The eunuchs knelt before the doors, unmoving, quickly becoming covered with ice and snow as if they were sculptures made of ice. Inside the great hall, there was no dragon chair here, only high altars shrouded with layers of cyan gray curtains, barely revealing the silhouettes of figures sitting cross-legged inside, their true faces hidden, only silence pervading as if the hall itself were amidst the frozen lands. Your Majesty, I know you bear the worries of the entire world, but please do not rush and harm your celestial body. A court official in a scarlet robe knelt on the ground, his words earnest. Next to him, an old man sat on a small stool instead of kneeling, speaking slowly. Your Majesty, judging by the time, Mr. Huang should be returning soon. Still silence. A great victory. A great victory in the northwest. A great victory in Yunju. Only when the urgent and clear voices announcing the joyous news entered the hall did the entire Longevity Palace suddenly feel as warm as spring. Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. Long live, forever long live. An old eunuch with youthful features and white hair, dressed in a black uniform, rushed into the hall, exhausted from the journey. He knelt heavily on the ground and performed a deep kowtow. Then, without any further words, he took out a petition and read aloud. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, the 8 camps in Liangzhu greatly defeated the Chuoba clan at Mokyu, annihilating over 30,000 of the enemy, beheading 10 commanders, and capturing innumerable supplies and provisions. As a result, the other 3 nomadic tribes on the grasslands crumbled without a fight, retreating over 300 miles overnight, back into the depths of the grasslands. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, the Yuzhu army arrived in Yunju, and Inding Prefecture was saved from peril. Soon after, Xunwu Camp and Vermilion Bird Camp led the Liangzhu army into the battle, reclaimed the entire territory within 7 days. Behind the curtains, the authoritative voice carried a hint of urgency. What else is there? This is a letter written by hand from the great Khan Chuoba, seeking peace, and he requests your Majesty to read it personally. Mr. Huang knelt on the ground, took out an exquisitely crafted box, and carefully presented it just outside the curtains. A large hand reached out from within the curtains and swiftly snatched the box away. Click. The sound of the box opening echoed. Moments later, for the first time in 20 years, everyone present heard the Emperor burst into laughter, a sign of immense pleasure. Emperor Longqing's voice was exuberant. In this matter, Yan Lang is the chief contributor, but the rest have also made great contributions, and they shall all be rewarded, Master. Mr. Huang stood up with permission, bent at the waist, and said, there is one more small matter that I have not yet fully reported. Speak. Mr. Huang spoke slowly and evenly. Chen Sansi, the Captain Chengxin from Yunju, is still alive. Not only did he survive, but he also rescued tens of thousands of civilians from Poyang County. In the end, to cover the civilians' crossing of the river, he and slightly more than 1,000 men held off 5,000 iron cavalry and even cut down several enemy generals of the same realm, proving himself to be invincible and brave. At the critical moment, Sun Xiangzong took action personally. With a single thrust of his spear, Sun Xiangzong penetrated 1,800 armors and routed nearly 20,000 barbarian bandits. Pierced 1,800 armors. The relatively young official in the crimson robe sneered. Just the mention of his name makes me angry. Your Majesty, I suspect that the deaths of Magistrate Zhu and Magistrate Jai in Po Yang may have been the work of Sun Xiangzong. That Sun fellow is a dying flame in the wind, yet he still dares to play the hero. I think he's grown tired of living. Your Majesty, Mr. Huang lowered his voice. Initially, your sacred edict intended to promote Chen Sansi to a position in the capital city. Now, by a twist of fate, he has ended up in the governor mansion. Your Majesty, should we still reward him or issue another decree for his reassignment? Rewarding him is a certainty, but there's no need to call him back. The voice behind the curtains resumed its untroubled tone. I am very fond of this brave young man. But if Sun Xiangzong is willing to act, it shows he likes the boy too, perhaps enough to pass on his true inheritance. If we were to recall him now, wouldn't we be ruining his opportunity for nothing? Yan Liang, what are your thoughts? In response to your Majesty, Elder Yan spoke with a weighty voice. Considering the last letter from Zhu Yuping, Chen Sansi shows great respect for your Majesty. He accepted everything granted by the imperial decree on the spot. With proper grooming, he may become a useful talent in time. Moreover, princely air cow fan might not be quite to Sun Xiangzong's liking. How about we leave him in the governor mansion for now to see how far he can go? Do as Yan Liang suggests. Besides, the act of helping civilians cross the river should not only be rewarded, but also proclaimed to the whole world. Let the people everywhere see that my servants are all such righteous individuals. Did you just mention that it is snowing? The curtains were lifted, revealing the face of the true dragon. Emperor Longking, though an elderly man with years upon him, surprisingly still had mostly black hair on his head, and he walked with a firm and steady gait. If not for the scent of decay that emitted from him, one could almost believe in his ability to rejuvenate. He went to the entrance of the Longevity Palace and watched the snow fluttering down from the sky, feeling emotional, such an auspicious heavy snow. With this snow, good news has been coming one after another. Well then, with the end of the war, I can finally close off in peace. You may all withdraw. Upon hearing this, almost everyone knelt down at the same time. Congratulations to your Majesty, joyous tidings to your Majesty. After this battle, our great Dasheng Empire shall last for 1,000, a myriad of generations, thriving forevermore, and your Majesty will surely attain immortality. The next time we see your Majesty, we shall likely have to address you as immortal. Emperor Wan Shu, you lot just know how to flatter me. Hurry up and withdraw, don't disturb my meditation. Emperor Longking swept back to his palace with a wave of his sleeve. Huanwen County, inside a residence. A fit young man with his upper body bare was waving a long spear in the courtyard. With the movements of the spear, a tornado composed of snowflakes swirled around him, making the already cold winter day feel even more biting. He wasn't wearing any clothes, yet didn't feel the cold at all. His body was emitting terrifying heat, and the snow melted into water before it could touch his skin, making him seem as if he had just leapt out of an alchemy furnace, radiating intense heat. Streams of hot blood surged from his marrow, furiously churning within his body and tempering his internal organs. Refining organs skill, small achievement stage, quenching internal organs. The human body is a whole. Having reached this stage in martial arts, where sinews, bones, skin, marrow, and blood had all been trained, it was naturally time to temper the internal organs. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's external power, if the internal organs can't withstand it, it's all for naught, just like before. Chen Sansi, having resisted the simultaneous attack of two individuals who also practiced refining organ skill, had blocked it but still suffered internal injuries. Quenching internal organs involved tempering the 4 major and 6 minor organs to further increase the physical body's strength. Bang! Chen Sansi thrust out with his spear, directly shattering the water tank in the middle of the yard. The several feet of ice inside also exploded, turning into ice spurs that pierced in all directions. Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique proficient. Progress 0-1000. Utility, Mysterious Elemental 5 Viscera Body. Mysterious Elemental 5 Viscera, upon great success of the cultivation technique, tempered into the Mysterious Elemental 5 Viscera Body. Great, something else to add to the list. I've truly become a jack of all trades. At least I've finally made a breakthrough. Chen Sansi put away the long spear and exhaled a breath of hot air. It had been 10 days since crossing the river. His wounds had healed, and he had coincidentally made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Besides that, after so much exertion, his various skills had also improved significantly. Tracking and concealment, small achievement. Progress 888-1000. Skill, Horse Control proficient. Progress 309-500. Skill, Commanding Soldiers proficient. Progress 890-1000. Skill, Archery great success. Progress 552,000. Skill, Medical skill, Mortal proficient. Progress 210-1000. Among the many skills, especially horse control and commanding soldiers had been practically in continuous real-life use, thus their progress had increased very quickly, needing only a few more days to make a breakthrough. The battle also had a final outcome. Several days before, the northwest 3 states decided the victor, and the 4 clans of the grassland all retreated. On the Yunju side, after Cao Fan and others brought troops to the rescue, they easily lifted the siege. Additionally, with the involvement of the 8 camps later, they undoubtedly reclaimed the entire territory. But if you cut off the beginning and end, the barbarians' massacre within Yunju lasted for a full 10 days. Yunju 10 days, nearly 1 million commoners, bodies strewn everywhere, wailing ghosts and howling wolves. This was a disastrous defeat, a thorough and complete disaster. Although no land was lost, it was still a massive loss. Just the thought of recovery would probably take over a decade. It's said that the court has ordered the migration of refugees and landless tenant farmers from various states. These poor people would finally be able to have their own land. How ironic. Moreover, it won't be long before the barbarian forces return stronger than before. The logic is simple. If they couldn't reap huge benefits from this 10-day ordeal in Yunju, why would they willingly go along with such a grand scheme orchestrated by the emperor? After all, they too had sacrificed 30,000 troops. Having gained benefits and become stronger, what would the barbarians do? Of course, the attack on Dasheng. In other words, no matter what the emperor is actually up to or what the blood sacrifice is for, judging from the outcome, he's committing treason by colluding with the enemy, and that's without the immortal treasure being found. Otherwise, if the barbarian tribes just need to conserve their strength for 10 or 20 years, building a significant force stronger than Hua Jin, how could we even fight this war? Are we really planning to rely on our population advantage to brute force our way through? Speaking of which, the things they're using for the blood sacrifice, it might be related to the immortal treasure, a complete prescription, a container that can withstand the temperature of abnormal fire, and lamp oil. Only when these 3 things are combined do they truly deserve the immortal in their name. Chen Sansi estimates that the barbarians attacked Poyang County partly to search for the immortal treasure. They just didn't find it, but they will certainly not give up in the future. That being said, if one day he manages to make his way to the barbarian capital, might he be able to gather a complete set? There's actually hope. It's rumored that one of Sun Dushi's greatest lifelong wishes is to delve deep into the grassland, slaughtering the barbarian marauders so they wouldn't dare to make any rash moves again, securing peace for the people in the north. But coming back to the point, why hasn't he done so until now? With the 8 camps and 200,000 troops from the Northwest Army, there are definitely enough soldiers, so it can only be because the highest combat power is not sufficient. Above Marshal Saint, not enough. Chen Sansi, ignorant and uninformed, doesn't know much about the highest combat power of the 4 clans of the barbarians, Yuan, Chuoba, Murong, and Duan. He only knows that the Yuan family has been supported by the witch god sect in recent years. He knows virtually nothing about the other 3 families. The same goes for Su Wenkai. Even if he's capable, he couldn't possibly understand situations far beyond his rank. But the 8 camps must be clear on this. Even Sun Li and Sun Buki might know. It's just that he has never asked. It's not that he's uninterested, it's just that there was no need before. Back then, with only bone training level, what would be the point of asking about the highest combat power on the grassland? Would that not be an act of idle curiosity? But moving forward, it's time to understand it properly. Because of the immortal treasure. Previously, it was the witch god sect sneaking into the central plains in search of the immortal treasure. Next, it'll be a reversal of roles. The lamp oil was stolen from the Chuoba clan, while the blood sacrifice was conducted by the witch god sect, which represents the Yuan family. Chuoba Yuan, these 2 families, they definitely can't escape responsibility. Chen Sansi has now mentally drawn himself a huge pie. Having only lamp oil is indeed a bit shabby. It's like having a set of equipment with only an ignition device and nothing else, although the spiritual grain is still proving very effective. The more it is so, the more curious he is about what could be refined if he had the container and the prescription. Immortal. If there really exists an immortal, where do they live? And why would these things end up in the mortal world? One step at a time, he told himself. Chen Sansi knew he mustn't rush. After surviving life and death for 2 months, things have finally come to a temporary close. The people from Poyang County have also started returning one after another. If they stayed in Huanwen County, they'd only become refugees. There are only 2 outcomes for refugees: either die of starvation or live in incognito as house slaves for the powerful families, losing their freedom forever. By comparison, it's naturally better to return to Poyang. As for Chen Sansi, he naturally will not be returning. In 2 days, he's leaving for Liangzhu to take part in the selection for the 8 camps selected point. Even if he isn't the first choice as a true inheritor, he's confident he can join the inner sect. In the future, he will most likely remain in Liangzhu to join the 8 camps. Why are you secretly training again? Gu Xinlin returned from shopping for supplies and immediately ran up to her husband worriedly when she saw the long spear in his hands. Sister Li said, you've injured your internal organs and you need proper rest. I'm really fine. Chen Sansi put down the long spear and suddenly picked Sister Lan up. If you don't believe me, try for yourself. Don't, you need to rest well. Don't hurt yourself because of this. I'm as sturdy as can be. I am a Vajra body with copper skin and iron bone. How could I be so easily damaged? Chen Sansi thought to himself but didn't say out loud, as he truly dared not demonstrate it. You promised to have a child. Now that the war is over, are you planning to go back on your word? 3 days later, outside Huanwen County, a large group of troops assembled. 3 carriages, along with hundreds of escorting soldiers, formed a grand procession. Halt, what are you doing? We are subordinates of Mr. Chen. I know, so why are you following us? Can we go together? No, at the city gate. Hundreds of soldiers looked at the caravan, unsure of what to do. For Zhao Kang, Wang Li, Zhu Tong, and others, after numerous bloody battles, they had already regarded Chen Sansi as their mainstay. Truly left behind, they would probably not even know what to do each day. Li Qianzong, the one in charge of the escort, refused without hesitation. No means no. Qianzong, can't you make an exception? Chen Sansi personally came forward to plead. I am preparing to go to the 8 camps selected point. Even if I don't rank well in the selected point, I'll still be a low-level general. I'll need some people under me, and I'll continue to use them without taking any soldiers from Liangzhu. Mr. Chen, Li Qianzong said helplessly, it's not that I can't make an exception, but the rules are the rules. They all are soldiers under the flag of the commanding department from Inding Prefecture. Now that the battle is over, they should return to stand by. How can they just leave whenever they want? Wouldn't that create chaos? Qianzong, I remember there are vacancies in the Liangzhu Guard Station, right? Sun Li hurried over upon hearing this. Why not transfer them to the Liangzhu Guard Station? My dear Miss Li, Qianzong gave a bitter smile. Why are you pressing me too? Even if they are transferred, shouldn't there be a procedure? Chen Sansi felt a headache coming on. He knew that the other party was not intentionally making things difficult. It was truly against the rules, but he really couldn't bear to leave behind this group of men. These were the first soldiers he had led. Now they all had sinking formation. Death will on them. If truly left behind, he couldn't bear it. Otherwise. Chen Sansi looked at everyone. You return to Po Yang first and wait for me. I'll strive to get good results at the selected point and then find a way to transfer you. It'll be at most half a year, I promise. I will definitely get you transferred. Everyone exchanged glances. Let them go together. Just as everyone was even preparing for a temporary farewell, an attendant pushing a wooden wheelchair appeared, with a middle-aged scholar in a green robe sitting on it, holding a scroll book in his hand. General Fang, greetings to General Fang. Though clearly a disabled scholar, Li Qianzong and others greeted him respectfully upon seeing him. Fourth brother. Sun Buki's eyes lit up as he rushed forward. You, how come you are here? Fang Qingyun smiled, of course, to take you and Miss Rai home. Where's my father? Sun Buki looked around. Did he come? He came, then left. Fang Qingyun spoke calmly. He is very busy, but this time he actually looked at you in a new light. My father saw me killing enemies. Sun Buki asked eagerly and excitedly, what did Dad say about me? Fang Qingyun said with a smile. Master said, although you're not up to much, you still have a bit of hot blood. Is that it? Sun Buki felt that wasn't really a compliment. Isn't that still not up to much, General Fang? Li Qianzong said with some confusion. You just said you were taking them with you. Isn't that against the rules? I wrote the petition 7 days ago, and I just received a reply today. Qianzong, take a look. Fang Qingyun produced a transfer order. From today onwards, these people are part of the 8 camps, to be temporarily placed under my Azure Dragon camp for duties to be arranged later. 8 camps, Azure Dragon camp. Feng Yang, Zhao Kang, and others exchanged incredulous looks. They were just hoping that they could enter the Liangzhu Guard Station and continue serving under Chen Sansi, but how did they suddenly end up in the 8 camps? Everyone had heard. In the 8 camps, even if one was just doing logistical chores, the ordinary supplemental medicines were plentiful. Doesn't this mean they were like phoenixes rising to the top of the trees? Chen Sansi sincerely gave a fist salute. Chen Sansi remembers this kindness. This person said he had written the petition 7 days ago, which means he had been ready since the day they crossed the river. No need to be polite, younger brother. Fang Qingyun also returned the fist salute with a warm smile. My surname is Fang, given name Qingyun. If you don't mind, just call me elder brother. So you're the phoenix, from a distance. Su Wenkai rushed over excitedly, bowing deeply. My surname is Su, given name Wenkai, styled Wo Long. I have long admired your reputation. Question mark appeared above everyone's heads. What a thick-skinned fellow. Subin stared with wide eyes. Your self-bestowed stylistic name. Can it be the same as one respectfully addressed by others based on prestige? Liu Jinkui hastily shouted, old man, come back here, don't embarrass us. They had finally gotten the chance to go to Liangzhu together, and feared that the old scholar might accidentally offend General Fang, which could result in others dismissing them on a whim. Fang Qingyun looked at the shabby old scholar in front of him, 10 years his senior, not feeling insulted, but instead quite interested. You are Wo Long, and I am Phoenix. It seems to say that our meeting here is a significant destiny. Mr. Fang, Su Wenkai rarely spoke solemnly. Honestly, although I am called Wo Long, I am aware of my shallow talents and virtues and have many areas where I would like to consult with Mr. Fang. Good. Fang Qingyan cheerfully said, after we set off later, you can join me in my carriage. It might turn out to be me asking for your advice. Chen, has everyone arrived? One is still missing. Chen Sansi looked back towards the end of the line. Old six, stop hiding. Fang Qingyan shook his head, come out. Wang Zhai, who had barely recovered from a severe injury, stepped out with his head lowered, his eyes darting around apprehensively. Can I also go? Why not? Fang Qingyan retorted, what do you think kept you alive with such severe injuries? Is it master? Wang Zhai's body trembled, nearly falling to his knees. Is he not angry with me anymore? He's definitely still angry. Who told you to attack the city with the entire Xunwu camp just for the sake of loyalty, leading to so many unnecessary casualties? Fang Qingyan sighed, but that doesn't mean he will cut all ties with you. Follow Brother Sansi for now. When the old man is in a better mood, I'll plead your case. Brother, for your leg. Wang Zhai looked at the lower half of the green-robed scholar, concerned. In Longking 57 years, where were you? I didn't see you for a whole year. They said you were about to break through martial saint. How did you end up like this? Even giving up martial arts for the literati, referred to as what? Phoenix chick. Let's not bring up the past. Fang Qingyan's smile was tinged with bitterness. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Let's go. Li Qianzong waved his hand grandly. The procession of thousands set off mightily. Moreover, since Li Qianzong and others were from the 8 camps, carrying the banners of the 8 camps in the northwest 3 states, no one dared to provoke them, and the way was unobstructed. Chen Sansi did not ride in a carriage. He let Su Bin's wife and sister Lan take the carriage since she had just given birth, and after enduring more than a month of convalescence she was still weak, plus she needed to breastfeed, making it inconvenient to walk with the main group. Speaking of which, Su Bin's daughter turned out to be quite adorable. The name given by Su Wenkai, Su Yuhuan, was indeed a bit familiar. Furthermore, out of gratitude for this period, Su Bin insisted on having Chen Sansi become the godfather to his daughter. Su Bin, you shameless, just like Fatty Wang. Zhao Kang directly cursed, you think this is gratitude, you just want to take advantage of the situation. If Mr. Chen becomes a great general in the future, imagine how high you can climb. Exactly. Shen Qiyuan, covered in bandages, added, really shameless, typical of someone brought out by Wang Zhai. Wang Zhai angrily retorted, damn it, insult me all you want, but why drag me into this? Su Bin turned red with shame, utterly embarrassed. All right, Brother Bin. Chen Sansi readily agreed, I'll be this uncle for you Huan. This, Su Bin, realizing the impropriety, said, sir, never mind. I've already agreed and now you say never mind. Are you taking me for a fool? Chen Sansi joked, that settles it then, now I also have a daughter. Good, good. Su Bin was beaming when Yu Huan learns to talk. I'll teach her to call me godfather first. Without a godfather, she and her mother would have died in the crowd long ago. Thus, the godfather relationship was established. It left the rest green with envy. Feng Yang hurriedly shouted, Mr. Chen, I have a daughter too. Go to hell, Feng Yang, your daughter is too old. She'd be more suited as Mr. Chen's concubine. Get lost, ha 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 ha. The group bantered and laughed, never bothering to count the days they traveled. During these days, Su Wenkai visited Fang Qingyan's carriage at the same time each day, seemingly gaining a lot. Good things. The old scholar was undoubtedly skilled, and he wouldn't fail in critical moments, but limited by his background, there was so much he lacked. With guidance from a general of the 8 camps, his capabilities would surely improve greatly. Speaking of which, this brother Fang really had no airs about him. Just like Sun Li and Sun Buki, anyone personally trained by Supervisor Sun generally wasn't irritating. Wang Zhai. Chen Sansi approached. You mentioned that Brother Fang almost broke through to Martial Saint before. Yes. Wang Zhai nodded. He was the first among our fellow disciples to touch the threshold of Martial Saint, but during the invasion of Nangsu country in Longking 57 years, he disappeared. When he returned, he became like this, truly unfortunate. Now in the 8 camps, it seems only the eldest brother is a Martial Saint, and recently one younger brother also reached the threshold. Chen Sansi asked, in this world, how many Martial Saints are there? 15 years ago, not many, just 3 to 5. Wang Zhai carefully counted and replied, but ever since I left the 8 camps, there's been a surge, and now they say there are dozens of martial saints around the world, not just in the court, but including several major sects. Of course, those above martial saint are still few. My master, he is definitely the strongest. That many more. Chen Sansi temporarily couldn't reach such a high realm, but he also knew that something unusual must be brewing. Longking 57 years. Fang Qingyan returned disabled. That same year, Supervisor Sun broke above martial saint. Martial saints exploded across the world. That year, apart from the annihilation of Xunwu camp, there must have been other significant events. We're almost at Liangzhu. Li Qianzong, riding a horse, spread the news, just a final stretch and everyone can rest. We're finally almost there. Chen Sansi lay on Qianzong's horse's mane, flipping through a book in utter boredom. He himself was not tired. The main issue was constantly traveling without much time for martial arts, which really made him anxious. Cultivation technique, unity spear technique proficient. Progress 168, 1000. Even after such a long time, despite utilizing the white swan horse's swift speed to chase back and forth, the progress had only increased by this small amount. That too under the circumstances of having spiritual grain, otherwise the pace would be even slower. The book that Chen Sansi held was a folk band book, acquired from Fang Qingyun, called Record of Major Sects Under Heaven, which contained records of some major sects and schools throughout the lands. In a small Po Yang county alone, there were the 4 great martial arts schools holding sway. In larger areas, similar organizations existed. They were just not called martial arts halls, but referred to as sects. As Chen Sansi saw it in this world, the sects largely replaced the influential clans and families of worlds where cultivation was not possible, constituting a significant force. Moreover, the history in the record of major sects under heaven was quite different from that in Dasheng Chronicles. In Dasheng Chronicles, the main accounts were about how the grand ancestor Cao Zai was invincible and heroic, and the efforts and hardships of the nation's founders were significant, while the sects were somewhat glossed over. But in Record of Major Sects Under Heaven, the story was different. But Cao Zai was ruthless and ungrateful. Within less than 5 years after his ascension to the throne, he launched a campaign to stifle Jianghu, wiping out the influence of a few largest sects all at once, thereafter suppressing the sects, restricting disciples' numbers, and limiting their cultivation realms. This situation only improved during Yuanan's Renaissance. To this day, every time there is a war, it becomes necessary to dispatch sect disciples to battle, and they have regained some status, albeit limited, and are still under the category of families and clans, and no single sect could prevail on its own. Interestingly, Liangzhu had 2 major sects with martial saints. One was the Tiantong Sword sect, and the other was the Moon-Splitting Mountain Villa. Apart from the ordinary sects, there was a mysterious sect that greatly intrigued Chen Sansi. Seeking Immortal Tower. This tower was profoundly mysterious, with a heritage of thousands of years, but it rarely appeared, even during changes of dynasties. Their sole purpose was to seek immortality, an organization seemingly detached from worldly desires. Next, there was the Witch God sect. It was rumored that thousands of years ago, the Witch God of the Witch God sect had ascended, and his followers aimed to find the path to the immortal realm and continue following the Witch God. Supporting the Yuan family was merely for constructing their own forces to help in their quest to find traces of immortals, coveting the fertile lands of Central Plains, because it was easier to find traces of immortals due to the area being rich in extraordinary talents and spiritual lands. It seems the real upper echelons were all practicing immortality, and Chen Sansi was still practicing martial arts. The disparity between them was as vast as that between the clouds and the mud. Coming to the governor mansion was indeed the right move. Nowadays, there were many martial saints, but those above martial saint were still as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. By joining the governor mansion, if he himself could reach the threshold, it was very likely he could receive guidance. Under the emperor, it was pointless to consider. Just because he didn't carry the surname Cao, his potential was capped. How could the emperor, who was so cautious of Sun Xiangzong, possibly nurture another Chen Sansi? Lastly, the sect record also mentioned a unique martial constitution called the Transformation and Mysterious Body. Individuals with this constitution, before practicing martial arts, showed no difference from ordinary people, but once they started practicing, no matter the cultivation technique, would gradually transform their bodies to be most compatible with the techniques practiced. Those with the Transformation and Mysterious Body, given enough resources, were certain to reach the martial saint realm. Thus, the Transformation and Mysterious Body, along with a few other rare constitutions, were collectively known as the Innate Martial Saint Body. Am I an innate martial saint body? As Chen Sansi read this, his emotions inevitably fluctuated. He indeed did not doubt that he could become a martial saint. After all, with the proficiency panel and spiritual grain, it was merely a question of time. But he had not expected that the changes brought by the panel were not illogical. It turned out to be a transformation and mysterious body. Along the way, Chen Sansi had been worried about the jumbled mix of physiological traits within him, wondering what to do if someone detected it during bone training. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Skill, reading small achievement. Progress 496 800. He closed the book and looked up. At the end of the road ahead, a city gradually emerged on the horizon. The city was small, even smaller than Poyang County, with Dongyi City inscribed in large characters above the city gate. This place was only a dozen or so miles from Liangzhu City, but it was quite strangely besieged by heavy troops. On the military banner, the prominent mark of Black Tortoise Camp was visible. Wang Zhai was taken aback and felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Chen Sansi asked, "What are they doing surrounding this place?" "Mr. Chen is not aware." Li Qianzong spoke in a relaxed tone. During the recent skirmish against the barbarians, due to the shortage of men, temporary help from the disciples of the sects was requested for defending the city. However, this seven absolute sect actually conspired secretly with the barbarians, betraying the nation and planning to collaborate from inside with the enemy to capture Liangzhu. Obviously, that was wishful thinking. When they acted, they were suppressed by General Liu, and later they led 1,500 disciples to hide in Dongyi City. Dongyi City and Westyi City are two garrison cities of Liangzhu City, specifically utilized for stationing troops. There are no civilians, not much grain was stored, and since the conflict had ended, we haven't rushed to deal with them and simply surrounded them for now. Our commander always strategizes to minimize casualties. Chen Sansi nodded. This was indeed true. Even with only about 1,000 men, storming the city would indeed lead to substantial casualties. With little food supply inside, dragging it out would leave only two choices. One, open the gates and surrender. Two, starve to death. Let me give a little heads up to the junior disciple. Fang Qingyun, pushed along by Sun Li, came over and spoke slowly. The Seven Absolute Sect is merely a second-tier sect within Liangzhu. The reason why Master has kept them until now is also to use them as a benchmark for the selected point assessment. We will see the specifics of the assessment when the time comes. Chen Sansi expressed his gratitude. It's not exactly leaking the questions since many people already knew. Telling you just makes things fairer. Fang Qingyun made a gesture of invitation. Could I ask you to step aside for a private word, junior brother? Why not? Chen Sansi dismounted, took the wheelchair from Sun Lei, and pushed it to the woodland beside the road. What advice do you have, senior brother? Here, take this. Fang Qingyun took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve. If you feel unwell within 2 months, mix this with water and drink it. If nothing happens, just discard it and consider it as if nothing happened. Chen Sansi opened the porcelain bottle, which contained black medicinal powder, green blood poison dew antidote. Antidote, of course, Lord Governor's son probably knew the emperor had poisoned him. He had instructed him to act as usual, obviously having prepared this antidote in advance, yet he didn't explicitly say so, and he even said to drink it after 2 months, wondering if the emperor would provide an antidote. If provided, then act as if nothing had happened. Was this meant to avoid directly confronting the emperor? I understand now, Chen Sansi said. He didn't ask further. Right, that's all then. Fang Qingyun said softly, it has been quite a journey, brother. Please push me back, we are about to reach Liangzhu. 10 miles later, a giant city came into view. The city was as high as 6 fathoms, and judging from the wall's thickness, they appeared to be more than 5 fathoms thick, almost endless at first sight, like a massive beast of rock sprawled across the wilderness. It was Liangzhu City, the foremost stronghold of the Northern Territory. Open the gates. After verifying their identities, a team of over 1,000 people entered the city smoothly. Despite being the closest to the barbarian tribes and in a region of constant strife, the bustling inside the city surprised everyone. Passing through the city gates, there were towers and shops everywhere, vendors shouting, people haggling, and the noise of disputes combining into a symphony of life, with streets bustling and people living peacefully. Li Thousand Captain said, your and your lady's accommodations have been arranged by General Fang, and your followers will also be well placed in the areas where the soldiers stay. Please rest assured. Chen Sansi and others bid farewell. Ah, this journey truly wore me out, but at last we are home. Fang Qingyun coughed twice. May I ask Sister Sun Li to push me home? Senior Brother 4, Sun Li spoke with a hint of concern in her voice earlier. I encountered Cao Fan and Yin Hanwen and some others. Why did they all rush from the capital city to Liangzhu for the selected point? Is it really necessary? The last round of closed disciples are all aiming for the special skills in the hands of our master, so of course it is necessary. Fang Qingyun stopped, bought some candied hawthorn on sticks, and handed 1 stick to each of the Sun siblings, not just them, but the crown prince's men too, and even the emperor has sent people to participate in the selected point. Their physique is good and they have the best resources. Some are even nearing the Huajin phase. This selected point might be the most outstanding one of recent years. Nearing Huajin, Sun Li stopped mid-bite and pulled the candied hawthorn away from her mouth. Junior brother has only just mastered refining internal. Can he really compete with them? Stop for a moment. After the wheelchair stopped, Fang Qingyun turned around to face his junior sister and just stared without a word. Senior Brother 4, why are you looking at me like that? Sun Li was puzzled. It's nothing, Fang Qingyun, realizing but not revealing, wore an inscrutable smile. It just feels like you are quite close to this junior brother Chen, worrying about him so soon. Senior brother, just as Sun Buqi had entered the city, he bought a lot of food and toys and hurried to catch up. Cao Fan and the others seemed quite formidable. Perhaps you could help Sansi when the time comes. His skills would certainly make him the top disciple in other years, but what if he doesn't make the cut this year? Wouldn't that be too harsh? What, you think I should show favoritism? Fang Qingyun struck Sun Buqi on the head with a rolled-up scroll. Even if I wanted to, do you think that would be helping Chen? That would be harming him. Take yourself, for example. Although your physique is average, your perceptiveness is excellent. With some effort, you certainly wouldn't fall far behind Cao Fan and his group. Do you know why you're still lingering in the bone training realm? Isn't it because you rely on our master? I still remember when you were a child at the private school. If you lost a fight, you would immediately threaten with, my father is a martial saint, and my senior brother is from the mysterious phenomenon. I'm going to get them to come and smash your whole family. Especially Tang Ruoshan. Every time he actually went and intimidated others, either by smashing stone lions with a palm or uprooting willow trees, not stopping until he made them cry. He completely spoiled you. How could you possibly cultivate diligently? Boring, you managed to bring up something about me and everything. Sun Bu Chi made a quick exit. Hey. Fang Qingyun suddenly remembered something and furrowed his brows. Sister, unless I'm mistaken, junior brother Chen is already married, isn't he? Yes, indeed. Sun Li, unaware of any issue, answered with a clear gaze. Sister Lan is very skilled at needlework. She is virtuous and kind-hearted. This is bad, this is bad. Listening to the endless praises, Fang Qingyun first shouted in alarm and then sighed deeply. Our master will probably be quite upset about this. Senior brother, you're speaking in bits and pieces. What exactly are you talking about? Sun Li considered herself smart. However, today she found her senior brother's words as hard to understand as a riddle. Mr. Chen, this is the place, said Li Qianzong as he stopped in front of a grand residence. General Fang has prepared the house in advance and even arranged for 2 maids. If that's not enough, you can buy 2 more yourself. It would be best to purchase the children from poor families through a broker, better than seeing them sold into brothels, wouldn't you agree? There's something else I need to make clear beforehand. People from the governor mansion must not randomly kill or harm their servants for entertainment. Of course, this is only if they haven't made any mistakes. If they do something wrong, they still have to be punished. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. Now, Mr. Chen, you can settle in here and wait for the notification from the selected point. You might also get some visitors, since those who can participate in the selected point are all outstanding and talented youths from various places. In the future, who knows, you might be a general. Mr. Chen, you'll handle it accordingly. I appreciate it, Li Qianzong. I'll treat you to a drink another day, said Chen Sansi as he clasped his fist in farewell. Li Qianzong had been quite thorough in his explanations, despite the task being a challenging one. We're at the new home now. Chen Sansi finally had time to look at the residence. What a grand home, with 3 courtyards and 3 entryways. In Po-Yang County, only the county magistrate and a few wealthy families could afford such a residence, and truthfully, he didn't even need such a large house. Fortunately, it came with 2 maids, or else Sister Lan would have been worked to death just keeping it clean. We greet the master and the mistress, said 2 maidens, still at the tender age of puberty, as they came forward to welcome and bowed in respect. Chen Sansi waved his hand dismissively. You 2 can go now. I'll call on you if I need something. Master. The 2 maids exchanged a glance and timidly spoke. You haven't given us our names yet. Names? It was then that Chen Sansi remembered that after selling themselves into servitude, they no longer owned their names. He really wasn't good at naming, Sister Lan. I'll leave it to you. All right, I'll do it. Gu Zinlin took the hands of the 2 maids, gently inquired about their family backgrounds, ages, and talents, and finally named one Si Chin and the other Mo Hua. Both had been sold by their parents from a young age, specifically trained to be sold to wealthy households as maids, and they came at a steep price. It seems I don't have any silver to provide for the household. It suddenly dawned on Chen Sansi. He had fought in battles for 2 months without a single coin of silver on him. Luckily, he held the rank of a 6th rank captain and additionally a medal from the rank of 5th rank cavalier, both of which came with stipends. He just wasn't sure where to collect it and would have to ask around later. Master. Mo Hua rushed over, looking somewhat panicked. There is an eunuch outside who says you're needed to receive an imperial decree, and there are a lot of people. An imperial decree. A surge of unpleasant memories flashed through Chen Sansi's mind, but he had no grudges with the emperor, so there was nothing to fear, and most likely, it was some kind of reward. Even if there was some bad news, he had to receive the decree. What choice did he have when his power was so weak? Let's go, said Chen Sansi as he walked out the door. He saw before the entrance to the residence. There were no less than a dozen carriages lined up. Such a grand spectacle attracted hundreds of onlookers. At the front was a eunuch dressed in an exquisite python robe, with a jade belt at his waist, his face pale as paper, his expression somber and his breath steady and long. By his demeanor, he seemed to be trained in the martial arts as well. With a sharp and somewhat piercing voice, the eunuch proclaimed, "The imperial decree has arrived. Captain Chengxin Chen Sansi received the decree. Your servant hears and obeys." Chen Sansi and his family knelt down. As usual, when one's strength is lacking, one must bow their heads, or else it's as good as courting death. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Captain Chengxin Chen Sansi, who has led the people across the Hong's river shore, has moved both heaven and earth. Having heard of it, I am moved to tears. To have such a courageous and benevolent general is indeed my great fortune, as well as the fortune of the great Shang dynasty. Hence you are promoted to the general of martial virtue of the 5th rank and exceptionally appointed as the standard 3rd rank cavalry commander in an honorary capacity, bestowed with 1,000 taels of gold, 50,000 taels of silver, 1,000 rolls of silk, 30 refining organ treasure medicine, and a pot of imperial wine. Take heed of this decree. Who is this person, the new neighbor, leading the people to cross the river? I've heard of this incident. It seems that during Yunju's 10-day crisis, a commander from a small county led tens of thousands of people in an escape. To help the people cross the river, he and his subordinates nearly lost their lives. There's actually an official willing to go to such lengths for the common people. The emperor is indeed a sagacious and enlightened ruler. Exactly, otherwise he wouldn't have bestowed so much. With the gold, the silver, and 1,000 rolls of silk, that's enough for many people's lifetimes of food and clothing combined. So young and already awarded a 3rd rank medal, he's eligible to attend court and see the emperor. This man is sure to be a great leader one day. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Damn it, that old emperor sure knows how to take advantage of my situation, cursed Chen Sansi internally. The old emperor conspired with the enemy and betrayed the country, causing nearly 1 million civilians to be slaughtered in Yunju over 10 days. Now, by giving him this reward, he's trying to garner a good reputation, the epitome of shamelessness. The gifts are too few, give more, much more. Otherwise, it doesn't make up for this meal. Mr. Chen, aren't you inviting me inside to sit? Inquired the chief eunuch from above. Chen Sansi stood up. Please come in, eunuch. Mo Hua, go make some tea. Master, we don't have tea. Mo Hua, who had never seen such a scene, was terrified on her first day at work, facing an imperial decree, with talk of thousands in gold and tens of thousands in silver. It was too frightening, making her shiver all over. Eunuch, I have just moved in, and the house is honestly quite empty. Chen Sansi explained, it may be an imposition to ask you to drink plain water. Master, we don't have plain water either, Si Chin timidly added. We haven't even bought firewood or tea sets for the house yet. Forget it then, I won't go inside. Let's talk here. The great eunuch stopped in front of the main hall and sighed. My surname is Hu, and I'm the supervisor of the military in the Northwest 3 states, overseeing all military affairs. You can simply call me Elder Hu. Chen Sansi inquired, is there anything Elder Hu needs, supervisor? The supervisor was naturally Sun Xiangzong. It must be that this person also holds a high position in the palace. You were just granted the 5th rank title of Flying Cavalry Commander, and now so soon you've been further awarded the 3rd rank title of Light Chariot Commander, far exceeding the medal you should have for your refining organs cultivation. Mr. Hu emphasized with a drag, Mr. Chen, do you understand the implication of this? The heavenly grace of His Majesty, this general will surely hold firmly in his heart, and will not forget it for a moment. Chen Sansi said word by word, not forget it for a moment. Good, you are indeed clever. Mr. Hu waved his hand, signaling his subordinate eunuchs to bring up the imperial wine. Mr. Chen, do not let down the holy intent. Green blood poison dew antidote. Chen Sansi picked up the imperial wine and drank it all in one gulp. Constant poisoning was no solution, because over time the poison would certainly flare up, and it wouldn't do to have slow-acting poison, periodically bestowing some food and drink as gifts. Even a fool would find it odd, and it would only increase the distance between monarch and subject. Better to give the antidote and then bestow great rewards, which could win people's hearts. The means of an emperor to rule over his subjects. Good. Mr. Hu watched him drink the wine and smiled. Mr. Chen, you will next stay at the Governor Mansion's selected point, so rest assured, Mr. Hu. Chen Sansi replied promptly, as a servant, no matter where I am, I will always remember that I am a subject of the great Sheng dynasty, a subject of His Majesty. You are a smart one, I like you. All right, since there's no tea or refreshments, I will take my leave now. Mr. Hu left, satisfied. The others helped move things into the Chen mansion and then dared to depart. As the gates were closed, Chen Sansi immediately took out the refining organ treasure medicine and began to practice. Thousands of gold and silver coins plus 1,000 rolls of silk would indeed suffice for some time, but what was really valuable was the treasure medicine. After reaching above the refining organ stage, the required medicines could basically no longer be gauged by money. The truly precious ingredients were invaluable after all. They demanded extremely harsh requirements for age and growth environment, which is why even Po Yang County was at its resource limit when it came to refining organs. Even in the 8 camps, treasure medicines were not available to just anyone who wished for them. Fortunately, I won't be lacking for the time being. After Chen Sansi verified that the treasure medicine was fine, he swallowed it, and under the powerful force of the medicine, he practiced his spear technique. The combined value, how could it be just thousands of gold? Cultivation technique, unity spear technique mastered. Progress 288 1000. With the addition of spiritual grain, the efficiency of skill improvement was astonishing. Logically, after entering the refining internal organ stage, the speed of cultivation progress was bound to slow down. but he was confident that within 1 month he could break through to refining organ's small achievement. Chen Sansi had originally planned to enter seclusion, but the very next day his residence became bustling. Invitations from scholars, aristocratic families, sects, to officials big and small, a massive amount of invitations were sent to Chen Mansion. Suddenly, the doorstep was as busy as a marketplace, with an endless stream of visitors coming and going. With such a grand display of imperial reward, even though it wasn't in the capital city, it indicated a promising future. It was normal that people wanted to make connections. Chen Sansi did not refuse them. The resources needed for future practice would increase, and one couldn't guarantee when they might be needed from a family. It was just that for the time being, he really couldn't accommodate them all. Shanxi. That afternoon, after Chen Sansi had eaten and was practicing spear in the courtyard, Sun Buki knocked on his door. "Come on, I'm here on their behalf to invite you to the banquet, the Selected Points Banquet. You must go." Selected Points Banquet. Chen Sansi took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, could you tell me about the specific processes involved with Selected Point?" Soon, with Sun Buki's explanation, he roughly understood the process. Selected Point was divided into two main categories: Reserve Military Officer and Reserve Generals. Those who participated in Selected Point were subject to age restrictions. Within the age limit, anyone above refining organs cultivation could participate in the Reserve General's selection. Additionally, each Selected Point would accept 8 intersect disciples, but there was only one true inheritor. There were 5 parts to the assessment: 1. Formation setting, 2. Formation breaking, 3. Battle deployment, that is real combat, 4. Martial arts competition, 5. Root bone, to judge the upper limit and then decide how many resources to allocate based on that limit. The series of assessments was basically equivalent to another martial arts examination process. The difference was that after passing the assessment, one would directly stay in the 8 camps and be taught martial arts by Sun Xiangzong. Shanxi this year is the toughest one. Sun Buki side last time, the ones you saw like Yin Hanwen, Cao Fan, and even Elder Yan's grandson are here, along with the young sect master from the sky-reaching sword sect in Liangzhu, disciples from the moon-splitting mountain villa, and so on. Most of them have reached refining internal organs perfection. And because everyone arrived particularly early this year, the Selected Point will officially start in 10 days. Shanxi, you've just mastered your refining organs skill, haven't you? These opponents are not like the previous ones. Each and every one of them has a special physique. Anywhere in the Jianghu, they could be undefeated at the same stage. It won't be easy for you to win against them across cultivation levels. To Chen Sansi, all these could wait till later. What mattered to him was that there was only one true inheritor. Not only was he the last batch of Selected Point disciples, but also the last true inheritor. Needless to say, what that implied: immortal law. Only by becoming the only true inheritor would there possibly be a chance to touch upon the ways to break through above martial saint. If that's the case, I really must secure the first place. Chen Sansi was aware that the people from the famous families across the whole world definitely were not the same as those from a poor and remote place like Poyang County. Take the blood refining realm, for instance. In Poyang County, most people only reach a large level. He, on the other hand, had his power flowing through his entire body. How could it be the same? Whether it's the royal family or any noble family, no matter how inferior, they wouldn't lack much. Their resources were absolutely sufficient, not to mention, their talents were not poor either. At least one parent in each noble family was a high-realm martial artist, plus with wealthy people having many descendants, each generation could generally produce at least one fairly talented individual, and if lucky, even a genius. Challenging across realms was certainly difficult. Moreover, for those in the refining internal realm, martial artists could experience a special state called blood burst which immensely amplified their abilities. Even transcending one realm might not guarantee a win, let alone he had only achieved a small achievement in his cultivation technique. It was just that time was tight. Once the war broke out, all the selection officers from across the country were summoned in advance, causing the selection to be held much earlier. For him to reach a small achievement in refining internal organs, it would take at least 20 days at the fastest. Unless he could secure more beast meat, particularly exotic beast meat, and find someone to train with him day and night without stopping, maybe he could speed up the process a bit. Oh well, let's go and see first. Chen Sansi, along with Sun Buki, embarked in a carriage. It was his first time entering the city from the county, and he couldn't help but lift the curtain to enjoy the street views. When they passed through the bustling market area, he used his keen eyes to spot a few notices. Among them, 2 in particular caught his attention: a wanted order from the Witch God sect and a eulogy of his leading people across the river. Chen Sansi inquired, "Is the Witch God sect also in Liangzhu City?" "Of course it is." Sun Buki leaned back in his seat, munching on some unknown fruit, and said, "The Witch God sect has been causing chaos for more than just a day or two. They have a presence practically all over the world, and not all of them are barbarians. They have many followers even in the Central Plains, hard to distinguish from their appearance. Lurking in the darkness, they disrupt the peace and stir up trouble everywhere. Just like in 7 Absolute Sect of Dongi City, in my opinion, 8 or 9 out of 10, it's their instigation. Chen Sansi had long heard of the witch god sect causing chaos everywhere. Po Yang County was unaffected before the Immortal treasure incident because it was too insignificant. The place was too small with not enough strategic value that even the witch god sect couldn't be bothered to come. And furthermore, Sun Buki sat upright, seriously stating, the followers in Liangzhu City specifically target martial artists. Initially, they killed those of lower realms more often, but later they even took down those in higher realms. It said during the frontline warfare, even the top disciple of Moon-Splitting Mountain Villa was killed, killing martial artists, Chen Sansi contemplated internally. The witch god sect, while using millions of citizens for a blood sacrifice, dared to kill martial artists. The objects in their hands seemed less like treasures of immortals and more like demonic items, all needing human lives as fuel. But don't worry, Sun Buki added, most of those who died were disciples of sects and people from the Jianghu. They rarely dare to attack people from the 8 camps, and after the war ends, my father really plans to investigate this thoroughly. Initially in Po Yang County, various martial arts halls captured common folks daily to test medicines. Now in Liangzhu, the sects were the targets persecuted by the witch god sect, the matter of Amugu's disappearance. Just mentioning the witch god sect made Chen Sansi involuntarily think of this expert of the Meridian Passage realm. He was somewhat worried. Although he had claimed in front of 5,000 cavalrymen that Amugu was killed by Sun Xiangzong, and due to some misunderstandings, the supervisor did actually make an appearance afterward, but there were still gaps in the story. If Sun Xiangzong had arrived at the scene earlier, there would have been no need for their roadblock, which resulted in heavy casualties. Fortunately, even if the witch god sect suspected him, they wouldn't share that information with the Sheng dynasty. If the old emperor got his hands on the immortal treasure, he wouldn't return it to the barbarians. They could only investigate secretly. Next, he just needed to be more cautious. Moreover, if there truly were other assailants, Chen Sansi, while ensuring his own safety, would try to capture a living person to interrogate thoroughly about the immortal treasure to see if it matched his speculations. Sansi, Sun Buki interrupted his train of thought. His Majesty has declared your merits to the whole world today. Quite a few people will probably seek to make your acquaintance. Chen Sansi nodded. The banquet venue called the Immortal Crane Tower could be considered the 8 treasures building of Liangzhu City, but since it was a state city, the level of luxury there naturally couldn't be compared to a small county town. Even so, today the Immortal Crane Tower was still reserved entirely. The entire street was filled with all kinds of luxurious carriages, showing the high status of the attendees at this event. Sun Buki cleared his throat. Sansi, let me break it down for you. The people here today roughly belong to 3 camps. The first is the emperor's people. The second, the people of the crown prince. The third, people from famous families. Within the famous families, they are further divided according to whom they affiliate with. This was no ordinary banquet, but a complex web of political networking. You can actually discern all this. Chen Sansi admired, noting that birth indeed determined perspective and insight. He indeed needed Sun Buki beside him. Otherwise, if he went in alone, he would be utterly blind, not recognizing anyone or knowing how to react. People from sects can also participate in the selection, Chen Sansi asked. Of course they can. Land consolidation and class solidification were not phenomena exclusive to Po Yang County. The whole great Sheng dynasty was the same. To make the sects cooperate sincerely, it was necessary to provide opportunities. Once in power, their status became even more secure, and this cycle could continue indefinitely without limits. The sects would be like local emperors. During their conversation, the two walked into the Immortal Crane Tower. Upon entering, there was no noise, only the sound of quiet conversations and faintly playing music, with prominent officials coming and going. Not one was a commoner. Even among the selected blades, only a few who had achieved at least small success in refining internal organs were present at the banquet. There were acquaintances. Cao Fan, Yin Hanwen. Congratulations to the princely heir and Mr. Yin for your great achievements in Yunju. Has Brother Bu Qi arrived? Brother Bu Qi, long time no see. Many people came up to Sun Buki with compliments. This person beside you must be Mr. Chen, right? Oh, leading people across the river, known throughout the world. Mr. Chen is so young yet has already caught the emperor's favor. You will definitely rise rapidly. Soon, a large circle had formed around Chen Sansi. Most of them were young offspring of officials. Sun Buki introduced, this is Lu Shuhua, the young sect master of the sky-reaching sword sect, and this is Chu Tianchu of the Lingsu sect. This Immortal Crane Tower belongs to Brother Chu. Brother Lu, Brother Chu. Chen Sansi responded one by one, neither overly humble nor arrogant, feeling no need to ingratiate himself with others, nor offend anyone. Lu Xiuhua is one of your strong competitors, born with the sword heart body, already perfected in refining internal organs, with superb swordsmanship and formidable strength. Sun Buki pointed to a distant place where Zongmen disciples stood with Cao Fan, and whispered, "That's Wen Qiushi from the moon-splitting mountain villa standing over there. He has always been ingratiating himself with the princely heir, and those others too." In fact, looking around inside and outside the Immortal Crane Tower, it was indeed the group around Cao Fan that was the largest, each of them exceedingly respectful towards him. The first thing everyone did upon entering was to offer him a toast, and then they mingled and made connections with others. Sigh. Sun Buki sighed and said, "Now with both the governorship and military supervision secured by the eunuchs, 2 of the 8 camps belong to the crown prince's men. They see that my father is about to retire from the battlefield, and they've started treating us coldly so early. Retire from the battlefield." Chen Sansi thought it probably wasn't that simple. The scene before him increasingly resembled his earlier conjecture. Supervisor Sun won't live much longer. These people were here to divide up the influence of the 8 camps. Supervisor Sun probably allowed this to unfold because he was somehow trying to secure a retreat for his 2 remaining children. Because Chen Sansi hadn't heard of any other true disciple who had broken through to a level above martial saint capable of protecting Supervisor Sun's family. Hypocrite. Yin Hanwen angrily exclaimed, "Princely heir, that man is utterly deceitful. Why did he insist on staying behind to help the civilians cross the river during the battle, if not to gain a reputation through these means? And our holy emperor, benevolent as he is, was actually deceived by him. Yes, princely heir." When Qiushi chimed in, he didn't even come over to offer you a toast. He received a 3rd-ranked title and now thinks too highly of himself. Cao Fan, holding a wine cup, slowly said, "Not only the Grand Emperor, but even my father thinks highly of him, hoping that I could make connections with him. It's really troubling I don't see what a country refiner, even with the 9-dragon body, can do. Yes, princely heir, you have the dragon heart tiger bone, a bodily vessel of an innate martial saint." Yin Hanwen expressed his admiration. "In this selected blade, no one poses a threat to you." "Yes, naturally." Cao Fan spoke calmly. "Father is probably not worried about that. He likely wants to recruit him for our use. I'll get him to come over and offer a toast to the princely heir." When Qiushi said and was about to go over, but the other party took the initiative to come forward. "Greetings to the princely heir." Chen Sansi first saluted, then offered a toast. He hadn't forgotten the disdain and arrogance the other party had shown at the banks of the Hong's River, refusing to even let him speak, instantly branding him as a deserter. However, it was better not to burn bridges in such gatherings, as even if there were minor conflicts later, they wouldn't easily be suspected. Cao Feng's smile was somewhat mocking. "Brother Chen, isn't this toast a bit late? Princely heir, please don't blame me. It's my first time at such a grand event, and I may have been inadvertently discourteous. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Saying this, Chen Sansi downed 3 cups in succession. Impressive tolerance. Only then did Cao Fan appear satisfied. Not all present were children of wealth and power. Some were talented individuals from lesser places and impoverished backgrounds. In previous selected blade events, this gathering would really just have been about making connections. But since it was Sun Xiangzong's last time, and even the Crown Prince's son was involved, the situation became more complex, turning into a political networking event and an opportunity to choose allegiances. Governor Mansion, Crown Prince, and the Yan Party. Grandson of Elder Yan was also present. There were 3 docks to choose from, depending on their own choices. Because of Supervisor Sun's esteemed reputation, half still chose to ally with the Governor Mansion's dock. The rest, sensing the delicate situation, either chose Cao Fan or Elder Yan's grandson. Knowing who would be participating in the selected blade, Chen Sansi no longer felt inclined to stay. No matter what, he would try to compete for the first place. Courting factions was pointless. He put down his wine cup, ready to leave with Sun Buki, when suddenly someone with a resonant and powerful voice holding a wine cup approached, echoing through the hall, "I am Bai Thingjai from Guangling County. Long have I admired General Chen's great reputation." General Chen, leading people across the river, shook the heavens and moved the earth, truly a role model for us martial artists and military men. Here's to you. This person's voice was extremely loud, so much so that almost everyone turned their heads to look. Bai Tingjai stood rigidly in place, looking straight ahead without a sideways glance, waiting for the other party to respond. Where did this man come from, and why does he have no sense of decorum? Judging by his attire, he's from the countryside. After he entered, he should have first proposed a toast to the princely heir and others. To seek an association with Mr. Chen, he should have done so quietly and privately. Shouting out loud like this is the equivalent of paying tribute. However, the problem is, Chen Sansi was a newcomer, his cultivation level wasn't high and he lacked significant backing and therefore had no right to open his own port of call. Wait a minute. When Kyoshi narrowed his eyes and demanded, "The princely heir is standing before you, and you do not offer him a toast first, the princely heir." Bai Tingjai said bluntly, "I do not recognize the princely heir, I only recognize General Chen." Now that Chen Sansi had been titled a fifth-ranked general of martial virtue, he truly was an authentic general. What an idiot. Yin Hanwen said angrily, "Even your Mr. Chen has to offer a toast to the princely heir first. Do you even understand the rules? Brother Bai, quickly offer a toast to the princely heir." Chen Sansi, overwhelmed by the sudden situation, almost didn't react in time. Don't just stand there. He saw at a glance that this young man was a blockhead who entirely lacked an understanding of the rules. This had offended the already proud princely heir. "You are the princely heir. General Chen tells me to offer you a toast." Bai Tingjai once again shocked everyone. Cheers. How could this man be as dim-witted as Zhu Tong? Chen Sansi couldn't bear to watch. Cao Fan, his lips twitching with anger, narrowed his eyes. "What stray dog thinks he's worthy of drinking with me, the princely heir? If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Why insult someone?" Bai Tingjai stared back fiercely. "You want to fight? Get out." Another young master in brocade clothing approached. It was none other than the grandson of the current chief minister, Yan Liang, named Yan Changqing. With a cupped fist salute, he said, "Princely heir, this person is obviously a country bumpkin who doesn't understand decorum. Why lower yourself to his level?" At Chen Sansi's hinting glances, Bai Tingjai finally took his leave with a cupped fist salute. "Yan Changqing, is it your turn to speak?" Cao Fan was unabashedly hostile. "What kind of guts do you have, coming to Liangzhu to compete with me for the selected point?" "The competition for the selected point is a fair one, and moreover, I am here by imperial command." Yan Changqing lowered his head. His words were respectful, yet his tone very calm. "Please do not take offense, princely heir." "Fine, we shall see what happens." Cao Fan sneered, looking at Chen Sansi. "Brother Chen, let me remind you, the Yan father and son are grasshoppers after the autumn. They won't be jumping for long. Choose your side wisely or you'll regret it too late." Sure enough, he was already considering him a member of the Yan party. In fact, even if Yan Changqing hadn't stepped forward to help, it was still impossible to avoid this association. Courtly conflicts were complex. The most obvious were the Yan party and the Gao faction. One could not discuss such things openly, but everyone in the court basically understood that behind the two factions stood the emperor and the crown prince, respectively. Having just received the imperial decree, Chen Sansi naturally appeared to be one of the emperor's men, thus closer to the Yan party. Even if he was 1,000 times unwilling, he had no choice but to get entangled in the factional struggles. Such is the unavoidable nature of serving as an official in the court. Luckily, he wasn't in the capital city, so at least he did not have to engage in daily political maneuvers. Otherwise, he would have to consider carefully which foot to step into the imperial palace with when attending court. Perhaps it was the emperor's intention all along, to split his subordinates into groups for mutual checks and balances, making it easier for the old emperor to maintain control. "Mr. Chen, I was too preoccupied to greet you earlier, my apologies." Yan Changqing, having sent off the princely heir, began speaking leisurely, "But in the future, you really must keep your men in line. It is fortunate that this was a private banquet, for if it were at the court, this person is not my man. You are too courteous, Mr. Chen." "Mr. Yan," Sun Buki interjected, "is there a possibility that Sansi himself might secure the true inheritor's position?" "Oh," Yan Changqing curled his lips, with no disrespect. "It seems that Mr. Chen has only recently begun refining internal, right? The rest of us are at least at the small achievement stage, like me, just one step away from Hua Jin. Not to mention the final round of martial contests. I fear no matter what, that would be an insurmountable barrier. As for me, even though I am nominally inferior to the princely heir, if I make a breakthrough to the great success of refining soon, I might still have a chance to defeat him." This one was also on the verge of achieving great success in refining internal. Chen Sansi could not help but feel a sense of urgency. It seems that he would need to make a breakthrough to small success soon, or else he truly wouldn't stand much chance in securing a victory in the competition. The feast lasted into the late night. As expected, Chen Sansi left early. He inquired Bu Qi, "I recall from records that there are many exotic beasts in the Luotian mountain range near Liang State, correct?" "Yes, I know of a place." Upon hearing about hunting, Sun Buki's expression turned excited. "Are you planning to hunt exotic beasts to enhance your cultivation?" Chen Sansi nodded in affirmation. Medicine had been stacked to the utmost. To increase his pace further, he could only turn to nourishing food. Exotic beasts like treasure medicines were rare resources that one couldn't buy with money. Typically, only martial artists would hunt them, and once they acquired them, they would consume them first. Only the unused parts might be sold off. And many exotic beasts require their effects to be fresh to be of any good. Once they are put on hold for too long, they immediately lose most of their value. After going round in circles, I'm back to my old job. Chen Sansi inquired about the specific situation within the Luotian mountain range. There are quite a few, such as the saber-toothed tiger, whose blood can brew wine that promotes refining internal, and other parts of its body are even more nourishing. However, they are very fierce, and one saber-toothed tiger generally possesses the combat strength of a refining organ martial artist. Sun Buki counted on his fingers. Then there are the giant apes, fierce bears, shadow leopards, and so on, a wide variety with each one being a great supplement but also more dangerous than the last, and they are not easy to find, and you need to be careful when hunting. Don't venture too deep into the mountains. There are many poisonous beasts inside. Poisonous beasts. Chen Sansi asked in confusion, "Tell me more." These poisonous beasts have only started to appear in recent years. Sun Buki stroked his chin and said, "Unlike exotic beasts, poisonous beasts have the combat strength of exotic beasts, but their flesh can't be eaten. Consuming it can damage the internal organs and meridians. Moreover, in the deep mountains, you might even encounter them in swarms, and if you are besieged, not only is it dangerous, but even if you kill them all, you won't gain any benefits, so who would want to waste their effort unnecessarily? And it seems as if poisonous beasts are proliferating like a contagion. There's a region where once a type of old ape that could mimic humans using weapons appeared, and now exhibit all kinds of toxins. It is said that in the very core of the Luotian mountain range, a giant python dwells. Decades ago someone saw it, reputed to be over 50 zhang long and 1 zhang thick. Is this even a snake anymore? Chen Sansi grew more curious about the former topic. Such a sudden emergence of poisonous beasts, has no one looked into it? Of course they have, but they couldn't figure out the reason. Sun Buki shrugged his shoulders. In the end, the matter was dropped, and few people go there anymore. Where there's something abnormal, there's bound to be a demon. Chen Sansi quietly made a note in his heart to pay more attention to it if he had the chance. Ever since he learned that reaching the pinnacle of martial arts could potentially lead one onto the immortal path, he became particularly interested in such matters. There's another thing you don't know. Sun Buki really enjoyed this teacher feeling and spoke at length. After Hua Jin, the weapons you use can no longer be ordinary. You need to use mystical weapons. So-called Hua Jin is transforming chi blood into a surge of force. At this time, it needs to be applied to the weapon. Some weapons can convey the force very well, almost with no loss, while ordinary weapons will greatly weaken the conduction of the force, leading to not being able to fully exert one's power. Your Zhenyu sword is a mystical weapon, but the reed leaf gun won't do. You'll need to change it in the future. Some materials from the exotic beasts on the mountain can be used to forge mystical weapons. However, that's a matter for after you've achieved Hua Jin. It's still far off, I'm just telling you in advance. Force mystical weapons. Chen Sansi pondered. Can this force be applied to bows and arrows? He had long felt that bows and arrows were becoming more and more useless. Killing a refining organ martial artist was extremely difficult, requiring prolonged attrition until the opponent became dizzy and couldn't cope anymore. As a result, he later had to carry a long spear and fight desperately. But if he could apply this force to bows and arrows. Chen Sansi had a lingering memory of the witch god Sek's Meridian Passage expert Amugu's method of attacks didn't need actual skin contact, but were carried out with an invisible force, which must be this force. If he could attach this force to the arrows, wouldn't it mean ranged force strikes? Coupled with an even heavier bow, he might again be able to kill martial artists of the same realm in the bone training realm as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. But Sun Buki's subsequent answer left him greatly disappointed. It won't work. Sun Buki replied, the force is something that bursts forth in a moment, attached to the body or a weapon. Only after mysterious phenomenon and transforming Hua Jing to Gang can it leave the body, but there's no guarantee. After you reach entry level, you can ask my father, he may know. Chen Sansi nodded, knowing that he could only play it by ear. It's better not to aim too high for no. Had to get an exotic beast first and strive to reach a small achievement in refining internal before the official start of the selected point contest. Liangzhu City, this was a true clash of titans. The top forces from all around were present, all for the secrets above Martial Saint. Chen Sansi tentatively asked, Buqi, none of your father's direct disciples have broken through to above Martial Saint. Is it because they lack the talent, or is there another reason? Mostly it's a lack of talent. Sun Buki's mood sank as he said, the eldest senior brother seems to have touched upon the threshold, but my dad has always refrained from teaching him. I don't know why. The guy deserves it in recent years. He's gotten very close with people in the court, helping them to divide my father's power. The eldest senior brother. Chen Sansi recalled the fierce man with the heavenly halberd by the Hong's River, General Chen. Bai Thingzhai, who had earlier been making random gestures of respect in the Immortal Crane Tower, stopped the coachman. Behind him, he carried a broadsword. I'm here to apologize. They said that what I did just now could cause trouble for you. My apologies. Chen Sansi indicated it was fine and without saying much more, instructed the coachman to drive on. Mr. Chen let me follow you. By things I chased after the carriage, running, I admire you, and I've decided to follow you for life. Brother, bye. Chen Sansi said, stop making a fuss. I don't even have a position in Liangzhu right now. What would you do following me? I'll do anything. By things I followed stubbornly, sir. I come from a poor family and have practiced martial arts since I was young, just to find someone worthy of my loyalty. Those dogs in the court won't do. I'm happy to follow you. First, let's start with the selected point. Chen Sansi said, choose the selected point carefully. You may even rank higher than me. Those who could participate in the banquet all possessed outstanding qualifications and realms. Then I will follow you. General, even if you rank lower, it's only temporary, and I believe you will definitely win. Bai Tingjai firmly said, General, I'm sorry about today. I'll catch you an exotic beast later as an apology. Chen Sansi was slightly surprised. You know where to find an exotic beast? Yes. Bai Tingjai said, I've been in Liangzhu for 3 months with no money on me. To improve my cultivation, I could only rely on the mountains after 2 months of exploring. I finally found traces of the exotic beasts a few days ago. That's good. Chen Sansi agreed, come to my residence tomorrow and we'll go up the mountain together. Yes, General. Only then did Bai Tingjai cease following him. What is this, my fanatic fan? Chen Sansi looked at the other's fervent gaze, somewhat unaccustomed. With the trouble at the Hong's River and the old emperor's proclamation to the whole world, he seemed to have truly become a celebrity. It's just that his cultivation realm was too low. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but this year every genius from all over had swarmed to Liangzhu, raising the standards of the selected point by more than double, making it seem somewhat insufficient. Upon returning to his residence, Si Qin and Mo Hua had already arranged everything properly. Chen Sansi only needed to eat and practice martial arts. Cultivation technique, unity spear technique mastered. Progress 423, 1000. Night, naturally, it was time to fulfill the duties of a husband and wife. Early the next morning, Bai Tingjai was waiting at the door, but before they could leave for the mountain to hunt, they were found by Li Qianzong. Both of you, please come with me to the 8 camps first. General Fang will announce the first major task of this assessment. Isn't the selected point starting in 10 days? Mr. Chen will understand once you're there. The 8 camps, unlike the garrison troops, comprised the elite of the elite. The place they resided was naturally not mere tents, but a specially designated area. You could say a city within a city. Along the way, the patrolling soldiers they encountered were all dressed in exquisite armor, wielding fine weapons, and each one full of vigor. One glance was enough to know they possessed extraordinary combat strength. There were several dozens of martial arts arenas, large and small. In the Central Army Martial Arts Arena, Fang Qingyun sat on a high platform, below which the reserve generals for this selected point were gathered. Everyone was given a map of the array. Chen Sansi held the map of the array, easily recognizing it as the 4-door sinking formation. This formation was aligned according to the Bagua. Typically, once deployed, each square's soldiers would interlock, gradually becoming unified, crossing each other regardless of where the enemy was positioned, making them feel completely surrounded. It was a top-tier difficult formation, testing greatly the cooperation and tacit understanding of the soldiers, as well as whether they could maintain it. Gentlemen, Fang Qingyun spoke slowly, his voice clear. Selected point chooses generals who command troops. If a military officer can't even deploy troops and arrange formations, then he will forever only be responsible for charging into the formation, being a mere warrior. So the first assessment of the selected point is deploying the formation. Among you, those who have studied military strategies should have already recognized this formation as the 4-door sinking formation, a top-tier difficult formation. Coming up, Liangzhu's General Zhao will pull a group of troops from his command, all being the elite of the elites from Liangzhu garrison troops. Each of you will be able to personally select troops from them. Afterwards, you have 9 days to arrange and practice the formation. After 9 days, we will conduct the assessment here. At that time, the commander, governor, supervisor, and several generals will come to observe the formation. Whoever trains the smoothest and most solid formation that doesn't disperse in chaos will be victorious. Okay, you may now go to General Zhao to receive your troops. The training starts today. With that, the announcement of the rules was complete. The selected spear generals, one by one, headed towards General Zhao, preparing to go to another martial arts arena to select their troops, deploying the formation. Chen Sansi, having the training soldiers skillfully trait, was confident that even if he was given raw recruits, as long as they had learned pile work, he could train the formation in 9 days to ensure it was smooth. However, he wasn't sure how sturdy the formation would turn out to be, and by what means it would be tested. Compared to that, he trusted his own men more. Those men, they all possessed the sinking formation death will. Thinking this, Chen Sansi stepped forward and asked, General Fang, may I use the troops I brought from Poyang? Oh, of course you can. Fang Qingyun nodded, but you may want to think it over. The rest are using the elites from the Liangzhu Guard, who just recently battled barbarians outside the Great Wall. The people you brought from Po Yang, I'm certain, Chen Sansi declared firmly. Are you certain all of them? Fang Qingyun repeated the question. He had several exchanges and conversations with Mr. Su recently and found him quite agreeable. Indeed, the man possessed considerable talent. It was only a pity that his background limited his perspective, requiring him to relearn much. Nevertheless, given time, Mr. Su would undoubtedly accomplish great things. Adding Tang Ruoshan to that, even if his meridians were damaged, he could still be of use, but as for the others, there was little understanding. I am certain, Chen Sansi's voice boomed. Not far away, General Zhao of Liangzhu glanced over and reminded kindly, young man, my soldiers from Liangzhu may not compare to the 8 camps, but they are all battle-hardened. Please excuse me, General Zhao. Chen Sansi bowed with his hands clasped. I was merely speaking out of habit about my former comrades. There's nothing to excuse, General Zhao said indifferently, I just don't understand. Everyone else desperately selects the elite, yet you search for disadvantages. What's the rationale? Even the simplest protective formation requires 500 men. Do you have enough? Just enough. When Chen Sansi crossed the river, he had just over 400 men, and there was a group responsible for aiding the civilians crossing the river, adding up to just over 500, most of whom were now temporarily assigned as service soldiers in the 8 camps. This was also in accordance with the rules, which general did not have their trusted personal soldiers. Any selected spear general, if they had their subordinates, could pull them into battle. This could even better demonstrate the true level of their leadership. However, the selected spear reserve generals came from throughout the great Shang dynasty's capital and 36 states. A significant portion of them had never fought in wars and had no subordinates, while others were from too far away to call over. Therefore, for fairness in the assessment, those without their own troops could freely choose from the Liangzhu Guard Station. General Fang. Chen Sansi continued, in this selection, I plan to use my original subordinates throughout. If their performance meets the mark, is it possible for them to stay in the 8 camps, promoted to warriors? Of course. Fang Qingyun confirmed their initial assignment to service duties was simply because I was unfamiliar with their specific qualities. If they truly can make it from beginning to end, it proves their quality is no issue, and naturally they can be promoted to warriors. Brother Chen, you're being foolish. Yan Changqing rushed over to intervene. You absolutely mustn't. How could you use the disbanded soldiers you brought from Po Yang County in the selection assessment? If the formation breaks, they'll be eliminated in the first round and end up joining the Deputy General's draft, which would make it hard for them to get a command position again. Po Yang, a mere small county in the countryside. The quality of the garrison soldiers in the rural areas of the great Shang dynasty was something everyone knew about, though they wouldn't say out loud. It was crystal clear in their hearts. In many places, up to half the payroll was fraudulent, and even arrows and weapons had been sold for money. It was only in recent years that Sun Xiangzong moved to Liangzhu and started rectifying the north, gradually reducing the fraudulent payrolls, but the combat effectiveness remained painfully low. Brother Chen. Yan Changqing whispered in his ear, I know you are loyal, but even in consideration of your former subordinates, you should understand one thing. As long as your selected spears achieve a good ranking and you establish your standing in the 8 camps, you can bring them up sooner or later. Mr. Yan, you needn't worry for me. Chen Sansi spoke frankly. I use my old subordinates mainly to save the time needed for acclimation, and I have confidence in them. In fact, Po Yang County was one of the better places. Xiang Tingchen harbored great ambitions, and since assuming the role of households, had always strived to maintain rigorous military discipline despite the inherent corruption. It was not until a great battle later on that a significant change occurred. Forged by fire, those who survived now possessed some real capabilities. This is realizing the advantages of a good reputation. On another side, Yin Hanwen intentionally spoke loudly, to carry through with pretense as decency and righteousness. Aren't you afraid of ruining your own future? Can't help it, hypocrites, they're the best at winning people's hearts. When Kiyoshi chimed in, deliberately for everyone nearby to hear. Actually, I think it's not about pretense. Among the many selected spear generals, there were also many who understood the reality. One relatively slim young man murmured softly that Mr. Chen, who risked his life to ferry the civilians across the river, how could he be pretending? Tang Yink, whose side are you on? Yin Hanwen stared at him, siding with them. Have you gone mad? Tang Yink immediately shut his mouth. Since the Immortal Crane Tower, he had been following Cao Fan and several others, clearly also a young master from the capital. He won't say it, so I will. Bai Thingzhe burst out swearing, you all are hypocrites, yet can't stand to see someone else being noble. What rubbish. And that princely heir, I heard last night that his troops were all transferred from the capital. Why even bother competing? Just let him win already. Hiss, here we go again. Chen Sansi really felt somewhat powerless. Mouths were on other people's faces. What could he do? Cao Fan's people all transferred from the capital. Obviously, regardless of the place, absolute fairness was unachievable. Any reserve general from an impoverished background who could command the elite of Liangzhu was already considered fortunate. Moreover, deploying formations was only the first assessment. There were many more aspects to come. The one with the best overall score would be the true inheritor. "You scoundrel, how dare you offend the princely heir?" Yin Hanwen was livid, ready to draw his weapon on the spot. Princely heir Cao Fan stopped him, not angry, but his voice was ice cold. "You're called Bai Tingjai. I have not changed my name, nor have I changed my surname." Bai Tingjai stood straight, a fine example of not changing one's name or surname. Cao Fan turned his head to look at Chen and Yan, sinisterly said, "Bai Tingjai, you really are a good dog that bites for its master. It's a pity that your master isn't me, and you've also chosen the wrong master. Do you think they can protect you? You don't need to threaten me." Bai Tingjai said fearlessly, "If your highness wants to take action, you can do it now. Enough." Fang Qingyan slowly interjected to stop their argument, his voice still very light, yet it carried an inexplicable authority. "Settle any differences in the competition arena. Anyone who dares to fight privately will be disqualified from the selected spear." The two then ceased. The selected spear generals dispersed. Chen Sansi also met his subordinates he hadn't seen for several days in the martial arts arena temporarily assigned to him. As time had passed, naturally, these people had also improved in their realms. Zhu Tong and Wang Li had just recently begun their bone training. The rest had also each made progress. Rest assured, sir. Everyone was full of confidence. In terms of cultivation, we might not compare, but when it comes to setting up formations and coordinating, who can surpass us? Those standing here have all crawled out from piles of the dead. That's right. No matter the formation, we can learn it the fastest. Wang Zhai made a guarantee. "Sansi, just leave it to me and Su Wenkai. We won't need 9 days. In just 5 days, we can train the 4-gate base formation so it's ready for the battlefield." That was what was said. Of course, Chen Sansi still needed to stay personally and watch until the afternoon, confirming there were no problems before he took up a long spear and arrow and went up the mountain. In the meantime, he had also learned about Bai Tingjai's background. He was from State's Guangling County, his father was a scholar, and he himself loved martial arts. After voluntarily joining the army, he was discovered to be a genuine Vajrabadi. He had also suffered oppression. People wanted to steal his selected spear slot, and he killed them directly, offending many locals. Luckily, the selection officer arrived in Guangling and took him away so he could be unharmed. To this day, Bai Tingjai was an entry-level practitioner of the refining organ skill, absolute genius. His speed of cultivation was nearly as fast as Chen Sansi's. It's just that his interpersonal skills were somewhat reckless. As soon as he arrived, he offended many people. Even if he didn't want to recognize this subordinate, others probably would. This time going hunting in the mountains, Sun Buki and Bai Tingjai were both there. Sun Buki held a bow, with a huge case on his back, not knowing what was inside. Using this chance, Chen Sansi just happened to break through his traceless tracking to see what effects it would have after reaching great success. Who could have thought that hunting skills could also be used in military warfare? "Kai Zun, you're going too. What are you going to do while I hunt?" He looked at the approaching white swan horse, gently patting its head. "You just want to go out and play, don't you? Go ahead, find me at the foothill of the Luotian mountain range before it gets dark." Kai Zun nodded his head, running off joyfully until it vanished without a trace. Sansi, Sun Buki, watching the horse fly off. "There is something off with your horse. It definitely qualifies as an exotic beast." Chen Sansi seized the opportunity to ask, "Are there such things as exotic beast horses?" "Naturally there are," Sun Buki nodded, "but they're extremely rare, and their appearances are also different from ordinary horses. For example, my eldest senior brother's fire horse, which has blood-red eyes and steams with heat all over its body when it runs, coupled with its all-red fur, looks just like it is on fire, hence its name. Your white horse, on the other hand, looks nothing unusual at a glance, so how can it run so fast? It could well be some kind of mutant that you've come across." Chen Sansi had always been curious. No matter how exceptional a treasure horse, traveling 1,000 miles a day is the limit, needing who knows how long to rest before it recovers, and it might even die from exhaustion. But not Kai Zun. Since leaving Po Yang, going all the way to State, it hasn't stopped galloping at full speed. No matter how tired, it just needed to eat some fodder to recover. Moreover, as the skill of horse control improved, Kai Zun's speed continued to increase. As continues, will it eventually start flying? Xiang Tingchen at the beginning did indeed give him a good mount. Now looking at it, the white swan horse was initially hard to tame and unwanted for a reason: its bloodline is different. Ordinary taming methods obviously did not work. Initially, he struggled for a long time before he could subdue Kai Zun, spending more time than on martial arts training. We've arrived. Through the forest ahead lies the first layer mountain of the Luotian mountain range. The Luotian mountain range spans tens of thousands of miles, comprising a total of 66 layers. To find an exotic beast, you'd have to reach beyond the 7th layer mountain. Even for us trained in martial arts, it would take over a day's travel. We'll definitely have to spend the night on the mountain. Son Buki was extremely excited. When I left home, my father knew I was going mountain hunting with you. He not only did not scold me for not carrying out my duties, but also told me to bring this over for you. I was so happy I almost forgot about it. As he spoke, he took off the wooden case from his back, placed it on the ground, and slowly opened it. Inside lay a large bow that hadn't been assembled yet but appeared to be quite old. But Chen Sansi could tell at a glance that the material was extraordinary, like the exotic beast, simply not available in the market, and its draw weight, probably terrifyingly strong. A bow my father used when he was young. Son Buki presented. 50 stones, try stringing it and see. This bow's frame is made from the rare bloodwood that's 1,000 years old, and the bowstring is crafted from a 500-year-old exotic beast tendon mixed with other materials, both extremely hard to find in the marketplace, he said. 50 stone. In terms of pulling force, that's just under 10,000 caddies. For a refining organ martial artist, naturally, it would be possible to draw. Chen Sansi squatted down, assembled the archery equipment with his tools, and after adjusting it in his hand, even the grip, likely made of exotic beast skin, felt comfortable to hold. When he was ready, he slowly drew the bowstring with the help of his chi blood, aimed at a pine tree trunk about 20 centimeters in diameter 200 steps away, and loosed an arrow. Whiz. Bang! The sound of the air tearing whistled past his ears, and in but a moment it pierced through the first tree trunk, then the second, and finally the arrow was caught by the third, leaving glaring transparent holes in the first 2 pine trees. What a shot! The higher the pulling force of the bow, the greater its power, and the faster the speed of the arrow. This 50-stone bow, even for a refining organ martial artist, definitely wouldn't require as much time as when initially confronting Luo Dongquan and others. If the opponent didn't close in swiftly. Within 15 arrows, they'd inevitably reveal a weakness. 15 arrows for him was merely 5 seconds. Chen Sansi was as thrilled as a swordsman who had obtained a peerless sword, much happier than if he'd obtained gold or silver treasures. He bowed with his fists and said, "Brother Buchi, please thank Lord Governor on my behalf." "Why be polite? After all, you did save his son and daughter," said Son Buki. "This is nothing. If it were up to me, he should have just made you his true inheritor straight away. Forget the selection. He's just too rigid, unwilling to break the rules." "Buchi," Chen Sansi asked, "can this bow release Hua Jin power?" "I don't think so," replied Son Buki. "This bow seems to be one my father used many years ago when he was young. Later, he stopped using bows, so although it's precious, it's nothing too impressive. You should just accept it. As for Hua Jin, I asked about it at home for you. My father said that some special materials could temporarily store power, but those can't be bought. You have to collect them yourself." Chen Sansi nodded. "Okay, I'll make a note of that." That meant there was still hope. Of course, for now, this 50-stone bow was more than sufficient. The matter of Hua Jin can wait until after mastering it. The most urgent task was to hurry and capture an exotic beast to quickly enhance his cultivation. Chen Sansi wouldn't assume that because he had saved the governor's children and earned their gratitude, he could just slack off and expect to win. Indeed, this connection would, of course, afford him some preferential treatment in the future. But whether or not he could become a true inheritor still depended on his capabilities. If one lacked the ability, even if taught, they might not necessarily be able to learn. One must first prove they're qualified to have the chance to learn. To the mountain, with the 50-stone big bow in hand, Chen Sansi was in high spirits. The Luotian mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and one could only appreciate its vastness upon entering it. Looking around, it seemed as though the mountains were endless, one layer upon another, without a boundary in sight. Liangzhu had also seen snowfall, albeit just a light dusting, covering the forests with a thin layer, not enough to impede hunting in the mountains. However, the winter reduced the activity of animals outdoors. Although Chen Sansi could take his time searching, the Luotian mountain range was so vast, it begged the question of how long it would take to find anything. "General, please take this path." Bai Thingzhai led the way in front. Chen Sansi and Son Buki followed. Along the way, he continued to hone his skills in tracking and concealing. It had to be said, the Luotian mountain range was indeed teeming with game. Practically every 2 li they walked, there was at least one large animal. "There's a poisonous beast." Son Buki pointed at a pile of rocks 100 paces away and shouted. Following the direction of his finger, they saw a wild wolf. This wolf, twice as large as ordinary wolves, had eyes red as blood as if they might drip with blood at any moment, crouching and feeding on a recently dead deer. "Don't move, nobody move." Son Buki, wielding the 15-stone bow discarded by Chen Sansi, took his aim for a good dozen breaths full of confidence before releasing the bowstring, but the shot terribly missed, veering nearly 10 paces from the target. Bai Thingzhai bluntly remarked, "Mr. Sun, that was pretty poor. Watch out, the beast is coming." Normally, only large animals like tigers or bears would not flee at the sight of humans. Others would definitely run away first. but this wolf, instead of fleeing, charged at them aggressively. "I got this." Sun Buki kept shooting arrows nonstop. When the wild wolf was only about 20 paces away and he hadn't hit with a single arrow, Bai Thingjai was already prepared to draw the broadsword off his back and get ready for action. Hit. Sun Buki, fueled by anger and embarrassment, picked up the long spear, executed the flying snake formation technique, and stabbed the wolf through the heart, finally taking it down with a satisfied heart. He presented the carcass. Chen San, "Look, this is a poisonous beast." Chen Sansi bent down to investigate. Apart from its size, the most distinctive feature of this wolf was its blood-red eyes. Other than that, he couldn't find anything special. "Just look at the eyes," Bai Thingjai said, taking over. "The difference between a poisonous beast and an exotic beast is in the eyes. All these poisonous beasts' eyes are blood red, and they even glow at night. Their meat can't be eaten, it's poisonous. What causes this?" The hunter-born Chen Sansi was truly curious. "I don't know," Bai Thingjai shook his head. "Let's keep going." The group continued to traverse mountains and valleys. Chen Sansi's proficiency in tracking and hiding kept climbing. As he observed his surroundings, they became clearer and clearer. He could see not only hair, but eventually, he even felt that he could see inside the bodies of the creatures around him. A moment of daze. A panel floated up. Tracking and hiding, great success. Progress cannot be further improved. Utility, Qi observation skill. Qi observation skill, observe the Qi of heaven, earth, and humans, making it impossible to hide. In an inexplicable way, Chen Sansi felt a mysterious power flooding into his body, finally converging in his eyes. When he looked at the world again, he saw that everything had a certain Qi. The gray rabbits in the snow, the hawks flying overhead, the black bears hibernating in tree hollows, the ground squirrels hiding in their caves, and so on, including people. This Qi seemed very ethereal on Sun Buki, but very vibrant on Bai Thingjai, and the strongest on himself. Perhaps this has to do with one's cultivation stage. Chen Sansi then looked at the dead wolf and saw that its Qi was markedly different from all other creatures, or P-plate was blood red. Although the color was faint, it carried a strange feeling. What about exotic beasts? What does the Qi of an exotic beast look like? What's the principle behind this Qi observation skill? And why does everyone have a Qi? Even the ground has it. Looking at the ground, Chen Sansi could see a medley of differing Qi. Is the reason why people can cultivate martial arts and break the limits of their bodies related to this Qi. He immediately activated his breathing skill. Indeed, supplemented by pile work, the breathing skill could absorb the mixed Qi between heaven and earth into the body, then use it to transform the body. So that's how it is. The utility of Qi observation skill wasn't limited to this alone. Within a certain range, Chen Sansi could detect the Qi of all living beings, which naturally prevented anyone from hiding and launching a surprise attack, and also enabled him to trace their whereabouts. He truly took tracking and hiding to the extreme. Unfortunately, it couldn't be improved anymore. "Sansi, what are you looking at?" Sun Buki waved his hand in front of him. "Come on, we still have a long way to go." "Right." Chen Sansi came back to his senses and continued on with the two others. On the way, he noticed a flicker of Qi to the right. Given the vastness of the Luotian mountain range, which could sustain countless people, it was only natural that they were not the only ones hunting on the mountain. "It's right ahead." Around dusk, Bai Thingjai stopped. "Recently, I saw a saber-toothed tiger hunting a white deer in this area, but I don't know exactly where its den is. We'll have to look together, I'm afraid. That's enough." Chen Sansi's eyes were sharp like lightning. He saw all the Qi around him within a range of 200 steps, basically immune to any surprise attacks. Besides that, effects like insight and light as a feather that he had before didn't disappear, but instead became stronger. He quickly located the hunting range of the saber-toothed tiger through the traces left by the frightened and fleeing wildlife, leading him to find a not-so-hidden cave. Wait a minute. Chen Sansi crouched down in the nearby jungle. A saber-toothed tiger is different from an ordinary bigworm. It's an extremely fierce exotic beast, whose fighting power is comparable to a refining organ martial artist. As a hunter with professional aptitude, he planned to first lure the saber-toothed tiger out with other prey. "Sir, let me take the lead for you." But unexpectedly, Bai Thingjai took the broadsword from his back and charged headfirst into the tiger's den, unstoppable. Roar. What followed was a roar and the noise of a fight that sent chills down one's spine. This beast is extremely tough. Bai Thingjai emerged frantically from the depths of the cave, his clothes torn to shreds, clearly indicating a close combat with the saber-toothed tiger and that he had managed to resist a few blows with his Vajra body. Roar, another tiger roar, and a massive shadow rushed out of the depths of the cave. What a beast. This exotic beast tiger, by rough estimates, stood 8 feet tall with a body length of 1.5 zhang. Its gaping mouth exposed 2 sharp fangs, resembling 2 long swords sticking out. The claws on its forelimbs were like blades forged from steel, even gleaming with a red light in the sunset. Its sheer size was one thing, but its explosive speed was terrifying, reaching the level of small achievement in refining internal. The tiger could leap over 10 zhang in one bound, and its razor-sharp claws rained down on Bai Thingzhai's back. Crarash. The sound of screeching metal friction echoed as his Vajra body was fully employed. Bai Thingzhai flew several zhang forward and crashed into the jungle. Whiz whiz whiz. Sun Buki desperately shot arrows, and finally, 2 hit their mark, but neither struck a vital point, only further enraging the saber-toothed tiger. Roar, roar, roar. Blinded by rage, the tiger pounced towards its prey from up the slope, descending like an unstoppable war deity from the skies. Boom. Until a cannon-like arrow accurately penetrated its heart. The war deity suddenly fell, crashing straight down from the sky and rolling several times before coming to a stop. A 50-stone bow. Beasts can't compare to humans. If they lack intelligence and don't know to dodge, one arrow is usually enough to spell their imminent death. Indeed powerful. Chen Sansi was taken aback. Even after taking an arrow to the heart, the saber-toothed tiger hadn't died instantly. It lay there struggling to rise, showing a terrifying will to live. Boom, boom, boom. Without hesitation, he quickly shot 2 more arrows to ultimately end the life of the tiger. Excellent archery. Bai Thingzhai stood up covered in dust, full of admiration. To hit a saber-toothed tiger's heart with an arrow at such speed, what level of archery must that be? Within 300 steps, Shanxi can shoot through poplars and willows, incredibly skilled indeed. Seeing nothing strange, Sun Buki said, my archery was personally taught by him. Bai Thingzhai couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Sansi paid no attention to the two, instead walking towards the massive corpse of the saber-toothed tiger, deep in thought. He had seen it clearly just now. The energy on the saber-toothed tiger was a pale blue. How did it absorb such blue energy? The various energies in this world must be related to the immortal trace. Unfortunately, he was unable to understand it at the moment. Probably very few in the world could know. Supervisor Sun, who was above Martial Saint in Realm, might have studied energy and even needed to understand and use different energies to break through above Martial Saint. What kind of energy was in Supervisor Sun's body? So far, Chen Sansi hadn't seen him at all, but it would be soon. During the selected point assessment, not only the supervisors but also the governor, the army supervisors, and many prestigious figures from the Liangzhu army would watch. It said some would even find sons-in-law for their daughters, just like the nobility in the capital city liked to choose sons-in-law from among the top scholars. Mr. Chen, there are still poisonous beasts. Chen Sansi had intended to move the saber-toothed tiger's corpse when Bai Thingzhai's voice rang in his ear again. He also noticed the movement in the eastern woods. It was a small monkey, brown all over except for a tuft of white hair on its head, with blood-red eyes and covered in blood, severely wounded. When it arrived in front of them, it stumbled and fell to the ground, dead. Where did this little creature come from? Bai Thingzhai went over to check. How did it get wounded? Not good, let's go. Sun Buki warned loudly. It's a young soldier monkey. These monkeys imitate humans by using weapons. They are numerous in the Luotian mountains and vary in strength. They have an extremely strong sense of retaliation at critical moments. No matter who kills their young, they will band together for revenge. There's no telling how many martial artists who went hunting in the mountains have been surrounded and killed by them. Later, after these soldier monkeys became poisoned, they became poisonous beasts, and nobody wanted to provoke them anymore. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Before he finished speaking, monkey howls enveloped them from all sides. One by one, the long-armed monkeys were either running or swinging through the treetops. In a few breaths, they densely blocked the way out, each wielding all kinds of weapons, some old, some new, some broken, and some fine. There was no telling how many martial artists who went into the mountains had died at their hands. The leader among them was an old white-haired monkey holding a mo blade. Without exception, all of them had blood-red energy flowing within their bodies. The energy in the old white-haired monkey was the most vigorous. Its strength was probably even a notch higher than the saber-toothed tiger's. Most importantly, it seemed to have judgment and thought. At this moment, it looked at the dead young monkey on the ground, then glared at the people with bared teeth, swinging the blade furiously. Ayo! A countless number of monkeys attacked the group from all directions. Damn it, anywhere else this little monkey could have died. Why did it have to die right in front of us? Sun Buki's face looked grim, and this area isn't a soldier monkey's habitat. How did they get here? What else could it be? It was done intentionally by someone. Chen Sansi noticed a flash of energy and also heard the rustling in the dense forest, but his view was blocked, so he couldn't see who it was. Stronger than my energy. It must be great success of refining. It was them. Princely air. Yin Hanwen hid behind a tree, surreptitiously watching the surrounded group, taking pleasure in their misfortune and saying, "They have disrespected you time and again, especially that Bai fellow. Teach them a lesson." They judged from the direction the few had left that they were heading up the mountain to hunt, so they harbored ulterior motives. Since private feuds weren't allowed within the 8 camps, they decided to take action outside. Moreover, they didn't act directly, but instead exploited the habits of the poisonous beasts. That way, even if something went wrong, no one would be able to link it back to them. Well, that Chen Sansi is a member of the Yan party anyway. There's no need to try to win him over. Cao Fan said gravely, it's no issue if the others die, but Sun Buki is here too. There won't be any trouble, will there? The princely heir can rest assured. Yin Hanwen said, we are watching over here. If there really is any trouble, it isn't too late to go save Sun Buki then. Brother Yin, aren't you being a bit too harsh? With furrowed brows and caution, Tang Yink advised they were disrespectful to the princely heir, but their actions don't warrant death, do they? You Tang, Yin Hanwen scolded in a hushed voice, we are in this together, I'm actually worried. When Kyoshi took over the conversation, saying, are these soldier apes enough to kill them all? Crouching, Yin Hanwen said, who knows? Let's take this opportunity to test what they are capable of. Hey, they watched as the small group began to fight with the soldier apes. Unable to watch any longer, Tang Yink grabbed his sword and ran out shouting, Brother Buqi, I'm coming to help you. Tang, do you want to die? When Kyoshi intended to grab him, but it was already too late. Let him go. He wouldn't dare reveal that it was our plan, Yin Hanwen cursed. His father is just a fence-sitter in the court, and he is no better. We'll deal with him harshly later. It'd be best if he just died here. All three of them were shocked by the scene unfolding before their eyes. Chen Sansi, facing the encirclement of the soldier apes, plucked his bowstring like thunder, and with every arrow shot, a soldier ape fell to the ground. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had shot more than 30 soldier apes. Even the old ape that served as their commander could only block 5 arrows with its weapon before an arrow pierced its head. That bow over 30 power, Cao Fan recognized. How can this man's archery be so outstanding? The princely heir need not worry. The selected point doesn't test archery after all. Archery is of little use to high-realm martial artists. Clenching his fist, Yin Hanwen said, it's just infuriating that we can't rely on these beasts anymore. Then let's get out of here quickly. When Kyoshi grew anxious, if they find out and report us to the governor mansion, Sun Xiangzong won't show any consideration for our status. Let's go, be careful. As they got to their feet to leave, Chen Sansi fired another arrow. On the surface, it seemed aimed at a soldier ape, but in reality, it was directed at them. Bang. The arrow shot through the trunk of the tree and then thunderously pierced through Yin Hanwen's shoulder. Had it been off by just an inch, it would have hit the heart. Ah, shut up. Cao Fan covered his mouth so he couldn't scream, then carried him and left. He did it on purpose. After running for about 2 miles, Yin Hanwen finally couldn't hold back and began to howl, princely heir, he dared to shoot me. If he hadn't been hidden behind the tree, out of the shooter's line of sight, wouldn't he be dead on the spot? What can we do about it? With gritted teeth, Cao Fan said, who suggested this underhanded idea that we can't be seen with. When the selection competition begins, we'll teach him a lesson at the martial arts arena. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the selection. Yin Hanwen screamed incessantly. Before the selection had even started, they were forced to lose one person and couldn't make a claim. They had to swallow this bitter loss in silence. Is it over? Just as Tang Yink had slain a poisonous beast with his sword, he saw the leader, an old ape, pierced by several arrows and collapsing from the tree. The rest of the ordinary soldier apes were wiped out completely. Not a single one escaped. You're lucky to be alive. Chen Sansi watched the direction in which the princely heir and the others had left, his gaze cold as ice. Ever since arriving in Liangzhu, he had tried not to offend anyone, giving proper respect where due and offering toasts when appropriate, thoroughly abiding by the rules. But the trees want to stay quiet while the wind keeps blowing. He just wanted to test quietly, hoping to get a good ranking in selected point, but this group had to come looking just to make trouble for him, and some even harbored the intention of taking their lives. There really was no more patience left. It wasn't just because of Bai Thingzhai, it was also because of Yan Changqing. In the court as an official, what mattered was taking sides. Even if he wished otherwise, he would inevitably be associated with the Yan party to some degree and would naturally be targeted by the other faction. And the higher the office one holds, the more one has to show allegiance. Holding such an office is genuinely unfulfilling. That arrow Chen Sansi had just shot was loosed at random. It hit the target by the sound of it, but what a pity it didn't hit a vital spot, leaving the bastard alive. Things had come to this point, there was no need to keep backing down anymore. After all, in the next selected point, offense would be given anyway. He certainly couldn't abandon the chance for the princely heir's true inheritance just because he feared offending people. And this time, they had attacked first. With the rules of the governor mansion in place, they could only pretend nothing happened outwardly. That arrow, no matter what, has been taken for free. It would have been a waste not to shoot it. Brother Tang, Sun Buki stabbed a soldier ape to death and looked at the newly joined young master. What are you doing here? Nothing. Tang Yink sheathed his sword. I came up to the mountain to hunt, heard some noise and came over to check it out. I saw you were being ambushed by poisonous beasts and wanted to help, but it seems you didn't need me. He was somewhat regretful. This young Mr. Chen's archery was really somewhat exaggerated. He had taken out all those soldier apes so quickly and efficiently. If he had known, he wouldn't have come out to get involved. You came hunting alone. Even by things I sensed something was not right, that princely son or whatever, is he also following along? Is it him who set us up? As he spoke, he carried his knife to look around nearby but failed to find anyone. No, 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 Tang Yink hurriedly explained. It has nothing to do with the princely heir and the others. I really did come up the mountain alone. Brother Tang, what are you afraid of? Sun Buki said through clenched teeth. I will talk to my father when I get back to cancel their selected point qualifications. Bu Qi, you shouldn't make false accusations. Tang Yink's expression became serious, and he spoke loudly. The princely heir and the others really aren't here. I really was just passing by. Since you all are okay, I will take my leave first. After saying that, he turned to leave, and when he passed by Chen Sansi, he stopped to give a fist salute, then quickly disappeared into the woods. He's the son of the Minister of Rights. Sun Buki introduced, Brother Tang is different from the princely heir and the others. He's not a bad person, it's just that being born in the capital city, he couldn't help but be influenced by them, or else his father would also be implicated. Chen Sansi naturally wouldn't care about this. After all, he had stood up and offered them help. Not all children of government officials were of the same stripe. All these were just interludes. The main thing was that the goal of hunting exotic beasts was achieved. The Luotian mountain range did indeed have abundant resources. Just one day up the mountain, and he effortlessly hunted an exotic beast, not like the resource-scarce Tiger Head Mountain, where they had to stir up the whole city searching for a white deer, nearly failing to find it with hundreds of people. It seemed he still couldn't avoid heading up the mountains frequently in the near future. Consider it archery practice. Skill archery great success. Progress 752,000. After achieving great success in tracking and concealment, the Qi observation skill that followed was beyond any earthly technique. What effects could it have after enhancing archery to great success and reaching the next breakthrough? Chen Sansi stood in a high spot, surveying the terrain, observing which mountain peak seemed more likely to be inhabited by exotic beasts, so as to narrow the search scope for his next trip to the mountains. Suddenly, he saw a surge of dense black Qi billowing and raging in the deepest part of the mountain range, as if a black sea was hidden deep in the mountain. Before Chen Sansi had a chance to take a closer look, the black Qi disappeared without a trace, and he couldn't tell if it really vanished or if it was just too far away to see. After all, his Qi observation skill only had a range of about 200 steps, and the direction from which the black Qi emerged was likely the deepest and core area of the Luotian mountain range. Shanxi, that place is off limits. Sun Buki emphasized, beyond 30 layers of mountains, it's the most dangerous place in the whole Luotian mountain range. It's almost entirely filled with poisonous beasts, and some are even more terrifying than martial artists in the profound image realm, nearly like the mythical creatures from legends. Chen Sansi remembered hearing about a giant python that was hundreds of zhang long. Could it be that the black Qi was emitted by the python? Unlikely. That black Qi clearly seemed to emanate from the earth. The black Qi and the blood Qi from the poisonous beast seemed somewhat similar, but it was obviously much more powerful in comparison. The blood Qi seemed like a diluted version of the black Qi. Could the emergence of numerous poisonous beasts in the Luotian mountain range over the last 20 years be a result of being influenced by the black Qi? There are such formidable poisonous beasts. Bai Thingzhai found it hard to believe. After all, the Xuanxiang realm was just a step away from Martial Saint, basically considered elite combat power among humans. There might be even more powerful ones. Sun Buki said seriously, it's best not to rush into the Xuanxiang realm. Besides, there are not many exotic beasts inside. Mostly there are poisonous beasts, from which you can't gain any benefits. It was certainly too peculiar. Chen Sansi fell into deep thought. It seemed the Emperor Longqing's order to plant spiritual grain throughout the country was a matter of the last 20 years or so. Could there be some connection? Otherwise, why hadn't there been talk of tribute before? Considering the increasing number of martial saints and the emergence of existences above martial saints, it sounded like the entire world was undergoing changes. Simply put, their cultivation was too low grade. They weren't on a level that would affect them personally, so they were completely unaware. When all is said and done, still too weak. If he were in existence above martial saints, he'd be qualified to pursue such immortal traces. For now, it was best to focus on cultivating, sort out the selected point matters, and not be overly ambitious. Let's go down the mountain. Chen Sansi came down from the mountain peak, picked up the saber-toothed tiger, and led the two others back through the night. When he asked if they wanted to share some of the meat, they both refused outright. General, how could I have the face to accept? Bai Thingzhai said with guilt, even though I led the way in the end, it was Mr. Chen who found the cave and personally shot the beast. I hardly provided any help. Besides, about the matter with the soldier monkey, it was I who implicated Mr. Chen. If Mr. Chen insists on giving me part of the tiger meat, I'd rather die from a head injury. I've got even less to say, Sun Buki stated. The saber-toothed tiger is a supplement for refining organ martial artists, and I only excel in bone-strengthening skill, so it's useless in my hands. All right then, Chen Sansi didn't insist unnecessarily. He indeed needed the tiger meat to enhance his cultivation. The group accelerated their pace and emerged from the Luotian mountain range after daybreak. Kai Zun was already waiting for a long time. Chen Sansi carried the saber-toothed tiger, mounted his horse, and returned to the estate ahead of schedule. Si Chin and Mo Hua had gotten up early to work. When they came out to open the door, they were frightened by the huge bloodied beast with protruding fangs like swords, scampering to hide far away. In the courtyard, Chen Sansi dissected the saber-toothed tiger with his Zhen Yue sword. Just the heart alone was enough for 2 or 3 meals, not to mention the other highly nutritious parts. For the next half a month, he wouldn't have to worry at all. After eating the half-cooked tiger heart boiled in water, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent rising in his heart. Along with the refining organ treasure medicine and spiritual grain, the potent effects of these 3 elements intertwined within his body, making it feel like it was about to burst open. It was only when he took up his reed-long spear and practiced his spear technique that he gradually felt more at ease. Once he started practicing, he lost track of day and night, tirelessly continuing. For 8 consecutive days, Chen Sansi spent every morning training battle formations in the military camp, practicing martial arts from the afternoon into the late night, sleeping no more than 2 hours a day, eating hastily with a few bites of saber-toothed tiger meat. As long as training didn't kill him, he pushed himself to the limit. With the skill of Qi observation, he could see that during his practice, he continually absorbed the chaotic energy of the world. All kinds of energies were involved, except for the sky-blue energy from within exotic beasts. Moreover, he couldn't control what kind of energy he absorbed. It was more of an indiscriminate collection. Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique expert. Progress 910, 1000. Just a little bit left. As soon as daylight breaks, the selected point examination will officially begin. Luckily, the first day doesn't require combat. By tomorrow or the day after, I'll surely break through to small achievement. Skill, commanding soldiers small achievement. Progress 0, 2000. Utility mainstay, training soldiers skillfully. How can it be said I have no clothes? How can it be said I have no clothes? On the battlefield, soldiers share a life and death unity morale greatly increases. Formations are executed to their ultimate potential. Overall combat power increases by more than 30%. Unity in life and death, combat power increases by 30%. Don't underestimate 30%. It could compensate for a disparity in realms to some extent. On the actual battlefield, the effects would likely be shockingly significant, not to mention that his troops could hold formation till death. Chen Sansi was fully confident about the first battle formation assessment. No matter how the competition went, he definitely wouldn't be eliminated. Even if he didn't secure the champion leader position, he would at least be Class A. Old Su has improved again, Chen Sansi marveled. Even just leaving things as they were, proficiency was rapidly improving lately. He heard that the old scholar had been working tirelessly for the assessments lately. Who would have thought he'd discover such talent in Poyang County? Leaving aside other uses, the fact that idle proficiency could enhance his skill in commanding soldiers made it incomparable to others. Brother Shi Guzinlin personally dressed him, then along with Si Chin and Mo Hua, they saw him off, almost as if they were family seeing off someone to a college entrance examination. In fact, the selected point was akin to martial examination. After 5 days of assessments, it would determine how many resources each person could receive, how fast one will be promoted, and most importantly, whether one will secure the top position and become the final true disciple of Sun Xiangzong. Once outside the Chen mansion, Chen Sansi whistled, and Kai Zun arrived in response. He mounted his horse and galloped straight to the 8 camps. In recent days, the city has been under martial law, with wanted posters plastered everywhere. It is said that many high-realm martial artists from the sects have died. Overnight, Tongshuan sect and Luoxia manor of Liangzhu's 7 major sects each lost 5 or 6 true disciples, in addition to several dozen intersect disciples, including one talented individual with the Bear Gang's mighty physique. With such a commotion, astonishingly, not a single eyewitness has come forward. After their deaths, each of their heart blood was taken, naturally leading to the assumption that it was the work of the witch god sect. That shouldn't be the case. Chen Sansi was puzzled. To invade the depths of 2 sects at the same time and kill so many indicates that the witch god sect must be a group, not an individual. But this is Liangzhou, home to the 8 camps and Sun Xiangzong. For a large number of witch god sect followers to hide, there must be a haven for them. It's impossible that they could be forever elusive. Even Xiang Tingchen was able to find clues from the Golden Bell Temple previously. It doesn't make sense, unless the witch god sect has some special method. Chen Sansi wasn't just speculating aimlessly. Once he took up his post at the 8 camps, he was highly likely to participate in hunting down the witch god sect. And he was eager to learn from the higher-ranking witch god sect followers about the whereabouts of the immortal treasure equipment, as well as the purpose of the previous blood sacrifice, and of what use it was to kill martial artists. The black chi in the mountains. Could it be related to the witch god sect? Sigh. Lost in thoughts, Chen Sansi reached the entrance of the garrisoned inner city and dismounted his horse. Kaian Zun went off to play on his own steed. Just like a house dog let loose outside that reliably returns home for meals, except that he could be called back at any moment, ensuring there was always a horse to ride when needed. Within the military city at the martial arts arena, the selected spear generals had mostly arrived, including Cao Fan, Yin Hanwen, and others. However, Fang Qingyun announced that Yin Hanwen had given up on the selected point examination and forfeited by default. Brother Yin. Chen Sansi slapped Yin Hanwen's shoulder. Why did you withdraw from the examination? Ah. Yin Hanwen screamed in agony, his face contorting, almost collapsing to the ground. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Ah, Chen Sansi looked surprised. I'm truly sorry. I was not aware that Brother Yin was injured. No wonder you gave up the selected point. What happened? Could it have been the work of the witch god sect followers? Yin Hanwen, sweating from the pain, said through gritted teeth, exactly on my way back from the tavern to my residence a few days ago, I encountered a group of witch god sect followers and got stabbed by a sword. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop them. So Brother Yin, you are the only eyewitness. Chen Sansi asked, did you see where they went? The entire city is hunting for the witch god sect now. If they can be found, it would be a great accomplishment. Haha, no such luck, Yin Hanwen said cynically. Their Qinggong was exceptional. They disappeared in the blink of an eye and I couldn't catch up with them. So it is. Brother Yin, take good care of your injuries. Chen Sansi bowed and turned to leave. It seemed that Yin Hanwen was the one he had hit. With a transparent hole through his shoulder and even a piece of bone missing, it would take a long time to heal, even with treasure medicine. Princely air. Yin Hanwen's voice was distorted from the pain. Did you see that? He's so arrogant. It was your idea. If you're injured, just bear with it. Cao Fan's expression was emotionless, but don't worry, Hanwen, I'll avenge you. He shot you with one arrow, and I'll at least cut off one of his arms, cripple him for sure. Yin Hanwen said resentfully, that man is adept at the refining organ skill. Who knows where he got the guts to fight back? During the competition, Princely Air, you can take him down within 5 rounds. Do you even need the Princely Air? I'll cripple him if I come across him. When Kyoshi said disdainfully, actually, he might not even get through the first round of the formation. There's no need for us to act personally. True, Yin Hanwen sneered, leading a bunch of ragtag troops from the backwoods. No matter how they train, they're still just that. No matter how exquisite the formation, it will scatter at the first charge, crumble at the first kill. I heard the supervisor cherishes his soldiers like his own children. Could this move be just to perform for the Lord Governor? This kid is indeed scheming. Knowing his humble origins and that his talent is good but not supreme, to secure a good future, he must catch the attention of those above. First, he earned His Majesty's favor by leading civilians across the river, and now he seeks to prove he is loyal and compassionate towards his old comrades to win over the supervisor. Quite the strategist he is. You're overthinking. The supervisor may appreciate loyal and compassionate individuals, true, but if he drags a bunch of useless trash onto the field, couldn't Sun Dushi see through his showmanship? It will only backfire. Exactly at the end of the day, it's the ability to lead soldiers that's being tested. Let him be falsely benevolent, we'll just wait and enjoy the farce. The supporters of the various princely heirs were all talking at once, but it was Cao Fan himself who spoke up gravely, perhaps not. When Kyoshi asked with suspicion, what do you mean by that, princely heir? I've had someone observe how his soldiers train. Cao Fan spoke calmly. Those soldiers who escaped from a small county in Yunju, under the command of an old man, practice the formation very solidly and smoothly. Despite coming from a small place, they've all been through life and death struggles. They're not as weak as you all say. In this first test, in my opinion, he should have no issue. The capital city has specifically sent a message saying if there is a chance, he could make contact with Chen Sansi and see if he can be drawn to our side. Initially, he found it odd that, despite the rarity of the 9-dragon body, it certainly wasn't non-existent, so why deign to please a country bumpkin? It was not until a few days ago that Cao Fan, having witnessed Chen Sansi's archery skills atop a mountain, had a change of heart. Later, after personally witnessing his troop training, he found Chen indeed has a way with training soldiers, indicating that the man truly possessed exceptional qualities. Though lacking in cultivation now, he could one day become a formidable general, but still, it was a pity. The man clearly had no intention of pledging loyalty. Let's set Yan Changqing aside for now. This kid actually dared to contend with him for the title of champion leader in the selected point. Cao Fan could see from his eyes a determination to win at all costs, which was nothing short of audacious and foolhardy. Sun Xiangzong had wielded power for many years. Now, just as he was nearing his end, how could he allow the immortal law, surpassing even the martial saint, to fall into hands outside the Cao family? This alone warranted death for the Chen named. Fortunately, while the man had some abilities, his realm was too low. Up till now, he was still proficient in the refining organ skill, and even if he could break through to a small achievement soon, there was no way he could match someone who had achieved refining internal organs perfection. Of course, it would be best to incapacitate him before the martial arts competition segment commenced, for receiving the imperial edict meant if he took matters into his own hands, it might displease Grandpa. Cao Fan had already made arrangements. Even if Chen made it past the first obstacle of formation, he would fall at the second, breaking through the formation. Princely heir truly has the aura of a general. When Kyoshi hastily agreed, this is called knowing both your enemies and yourself, a guaranteed victory in every battle. Exactly. A group of people started to flatter again. Brother Yin. Tang Yink made his way to the front. Are your injuries all right? Scram. Yin Hanwen sneered. If it weren't for you exposing yourself, how would I have taken that arrow? After the selected point is over, you'll see what's coming to you back in the capital city. Brother Wen. Yesterday Brother Yao. Regardless of whom Tang Yink spoke to, he was either snubbed or outright ignored. Chen Sansi noticed this scene. Simply because he had spoken on his behalf, he was now ostracized, likely making the upcoming competition even tougher. Hey, Bai Thingjai approached Tang Yink, who was standing alone in a corner, ignored by everyone. Why do you keep trying to appease those who mistreat you? You might as well join us and follow General Chen surely. You can carve out a great career with us. Thingjai, stop inciting him here. Mr. Chen, please, I didn't help much. Tang Yink sighed, and Mr. Chen need not worry about me. I came to the selected point only for experience and have no desire to contend for the title. If I face the princely heir and his ilk in the martial arts stage, I will concede defeat. But Mr. Chen, you should be careful. Just this morning, I saw someone speaking with the person in charge of the second phase. Well, just be careful. With that, he stood up and took his leave. The second phase, breaking through the formation. Before Chen Sansi could speculate further, the martial arts arena reverberated with the sound of trumpets and war drums, announcing the official start of the selected point examination. Generals, Fang Qingyun, seated high above, began in a leisurely manner, his clear voice echoing throughout the martial arts arena. The selected point begins, the first major item, formation. Next, we will call your names in sequence. When a general's name is called, please lead your subordinates to another closed martial arts arena 5 miles away, where the official assessment will take place. The standard is to see whose formation withstands actual combat the best. Supervisor Sun Dushi, Governor Liu, and Hu Jianjun will serve as the chief examiners, personally adjudicating the scores and grading them from 1st to 4th tier. After all assessments are completed, we will determine the ranking based on the overall scores to decide the champion leader of this selected point. Besides that, the green-robed scholar continued humorously. With a smile, representatives from Yu State, Liangzhu, and Yan State, including various distinguished officials, will observe this selected point. Many among them have eligible daughters, so gentlemen, perform well and don't miss the opportunity to become highly desirable sons-in-law. With these words, the atmosphere in the martial arts arena relaxed considerably. Among them, several brilliant generals from humble or ordinary backgrounds all tensed up, clearly prepared to seize this chance to turn their fortunes. What use is mere combat prowess? Mingling in society involves power, a background. This is even more true for governmental officers employed at the court. All right, let's begin. Once Fang Qingyun concluded the opening ceremony, he was wheeled away by a soldier. Li Qianzong, holding a register, then called out, Qu Yongping, present, depart. The young general led his 500 subordinates directly towards the north, their marching formation crisp and orderly. In a closed martial arts arena 5 miles away, surrounded by walls 30 feet high, outsiders could not see inside, hence, they had no way of knowing specifically how the formation was tested. Even after the assessment concluded, they would not return the same way but would exit from another, and security measures were well implemented, ensuring that the details remained confidential until the final results were announced. The enclosed martial arts arena. Atop the tall city walls, several pavilions were built, the smaller ones on each side shielded by curtains, housing the families of officials who came to watch. In the central and most prominent pavilion sat the 3 chief examiners of this selected point selection, Sun Xiangzong, Governor Liu, and Mr. Hu. Behind them were various officials like governors and generals from different states, with the least being magistrates, creating a gathering solely of high-ranking officials who also served as overseers of the examination. Since this was an unorthodox martial examination, it was naturally not possible to let Sun Xiangzong make all the decisions alone. Many people were needed to witness the process to ensure fairness, while making the generals participating in the selected point aware that they were soldiers of the court, not soldiers of the Sun family. This rule had been established only about 10 years ago. Before that, Sun Xiangzong did indeed have the final say. Sun Dushi. Mr. Liu put down the teacup in his hand, started with a smile. There are quite a few talented young people this time, several of whom need only a little nurturing to surely become great generals in the future. Indeed, Sun Xiangzong, dressed in coarse linen, half closed his eyes, leaning back in the Taishi chair. It is also the last time this old man will take disciples. I hope it brings some surprises. Mr. Liu. Mr. Hu's voice was shrill, and his hand holding the teapot posed with his finger curled. Who are you eyeing this time? Naturally, the young master. Mr. Liu confidently said, the crown prince has a dragon heart tiger bone, wields an azure dragon crescent blade bestowed by his majesty himself, and has achieved refining organ perfection. He's just one step away from Hua Jinthai's competition's champion leader is none but him. If Sun Dushi could take the young master as his closed-door disciple, who knows, he might even become the dragon master in the future. Mr. Liu is perhaps too hasty. Mr. Hu expressed a differing opinion, slowly mentioning a few names. I think Elder Yan's grandson Yan Changqing is a good choice just yesterday. He too broke through to refining organ perfection. As for Root Bone, he's certainly destined to become a martial saint with his Qilin body, and in the capital city, many call him the Qilin child. Moreover, there's Lu Xiuhua, young sect master of the sky-reaching sword sect from Liangzhu, who naturally possesses a sword heart and is destined to become a sword saint one day. There are also Wen Qiushi from Moon-Splitting Mountain Villa, Wen Shaoyang, young sect master of Luoyang sect from capital city, Fei Yuliang from Yu State, Jai Sishu from Yan State, all are highly competitive contenders. With so many outstanding talents, Mr. Liu, have you not seen them? He. Mr. Liu laughed. Though there are many talents, only 2 or 3 are destined to achieve the martial saint realm. Mr. Hu, do not forget, the final test of Root Bone is also part of the overall assessment and carries considerable weight. An A class in the Root Bone test is equivalent to 2 A classes in the other assessments. After all, the champion leader of the selected point will receive the best nurturing treatment from the court, involving the consumption of countless precious medicinal ingredients naturally. We must select a general with the highest potential. Some physiques show amazing cultivation speed in the early stages, but once they reach the meridian passage or profound image realm, their progress drastically slows or even becomes stagnant, making further breakthroughs impossible. For instance, Fei Yuliang from Yu State with his heavenly gang body will advance into the profound image realm more rapidly than his peers, but he has no hope of reaching the martial saint realm in his lifetime, let alone surpass it. Such individuals are fine to nurture as generals, but if they truly win the competition, they are not worth the full effort in nurturing. Hence, the importance of the Root Bone test is very high. Of course, the body of martial saint is not found every year. In past years, having a heavenly gang body was definitely considered as top-tier Root Bone, but who would have thought that this year, being the last selected point and Sun Xiangzong's final closed-door disciple, it would attract truly genuine talents from all over the world, raising the level of selected point more than twice over. I fear that even the real martial examination would not come close to the difficulty of this selected point. Even so, Mr. Hu insisted Yan Changqing, Lu Xiuhua, and Jai Sishu could also become martial saints. That's it. With an aged yet robust voice, Sun Xiangzong asked, is that all you think highly of? Who else do you think could be added? Supervisor Sun. Stroking his beard, Governor Liu said, those who have achieved refining organ perfection are just these few others are good, but far from winning the championship. Tapping on the armrest of his chair, Sun Xiangzong spoke indifferently. In my opinion, these rules need to be changed. Having a body of martial saint isn't very useful. I have 3 disciples who were so-called innate martial saints, and only one became a martial saint. The other 2 might be stuck in the profound image realm for many years. Apart from Root Bone, insight is also necessary. What Supervisor Sun said makes sense. The supervisor is, as always, very critical. But these rules are perhaps not so easily changed. Standing behind, Fang Qingyun, who had just ascended the city walls, asked Bu Qi, if I remember correctly, Chen is of the 9-dragon body, right? Right, my sister saw with her own eyes when he trained the 9-dragon living veins. Could there be any mistake? With a troubled slap to his forehead, Sun Buki sighed, Shanxi is going to suffer a great loss. With enough resources, the minimum level for a 9-dragon body is the profound image realm, which is that of a general, but its limit is also profound image. In previous years, obtaining a Class A rating with 9-dragon body wouldn't have been a problem, but this year there are so many with the innate martial saint body, swarming all at once to participate in selected point, making a 9-dragon body seem less valuable. Probably like Wen Kyoshi and the others, he'll end up with a Class B, which is such a drag. Fourth senior brother, could you think of some way to help? That is a tricky issue. Fang Qingyan instructed his subordinates, go get all the books about martial body from my room. Sun Buki seemed surprised by his senior brother's response. Fourth senior brother, it seems you really want Shanxi to win too. It's not just me who wants him to win. Fang Qingyan looked towards the shabbily dressed old man at the front and said, it's him, the old man. My father. Sun Buki was even more thrilled. He hadn't expected his father to fancy Shanxi to such an extent. Fang Qingyan sighed deeply. It's a pity that rules are rules. With Governor Liu and Mr. Hu here, along with officials from the 3 states watching, it's difficult even for my master to favor anyone. I'll check first. As long as there has been one 9-dragon body that broke through to Martial Saint over the past millennia, it can barely be considered a Class A root bone, he said. Only he knew. Whether Chen could win the championship in this selected point wasn't simply about being the last closed-door disciple, but about a situation that could influence not just the 8 camps, but potentially the entire trajectory of the world's major strategies. This game involved 8 deaths, 1 disablement, and 1 survivor. Whether it was death, survival, or disablement depended entirely on how far this disciple from Poyang County could go. Train the last batch of disciples well, and Supervisor's son can retire to enjoy the years of his life. Mr. Hu said in a drawn-out tone, our household is truly envious. Indeed, Governor Liu added, Mr. Sun has worked hard for the court all his life, and he should rest well. The heavy responsibility of the Northern Territory's border defense and the 8 camps will be taken up by us juniors on behalf of the court. Sun Xiangzong lifted his teacup, skimming the froth off the tea, without speaking. Supervisor's son. Governor Liu leaned forward. Nansu country has had frequent exchanges with the barbarian envoys recently, stirring trouble. The main and deputy generals of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird camps will likely need to assist Prince Zhen Nan after the selected point concludes. The southern border needs such talented generals. What's the rush? Sun Xiangzong drank his tea unhurriedly. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Supervisor's son, what do you mean? Governor Liu, clearly not expecting such a response, said solemnly, we had an agreement before. Times change. Sun Xiangzong removed the tea from the brim of his cup. Even if someone like Governor Liu stayed behind in Yunju 10 days ago, with the 8 camps present, it would be barely enough to keep an eye on the Northern Territory. But after 10 days, I fear it won't suffice. Even if barely, hearing himself described in such terms, Governor Liu maintained a smile. Then what do you suggest, Supervisor's son? Within 10 days in Yunju, they conducted a blood sacrifice with unclear intent. Both of you should be well aware of this. The longer we delay, the more likely the barbarians will grow stronger, until they are completely uncontrollable, Sun Xiangzong said lightly. Before I retire, I must at least annihilate 2 barbarian tribes to ensure that for 50 years no one dares to invade on a large scale. My disciples still need to stay and assist me. I'm afraid they can't be transferred away in a short time. Moreover, I need to expand the army. From 8 camps to 12 camps, the total military force should be expanded to over 150,000. The funds, grain, and medicinal materials required have all been calculated by me, and I hope the court can cooperate. Expand the camps. Governor Liu and Mr. Hu were both taken aback before almost simultaneously saying, Supervisor's son, it's a major decision, not something you can determine with a single word. Sun Xiangzong reached into his chest, slowly pulling out a letter he had written. I have prepared the petition. Please trouble Mr. Hu to deliver it to His Majesty. His Majesty should grant his approval after reading it. What's there to be agitated about? I am a man on the brink of death, merely hoping to do something for the people before I pass away. Once I'm gone, let alone 12 camps, even if there are 20, aren't they all His Majesty's, the courts? Or are you worried that I might rebel? Supervisor's son, your words are too harsh. Who in the world would doubt your loyalty to the court? Mr. Hu took care of the letter, this confidential letter. I will deliver to His Majesty as soon as possible. That's settled. Sun Xiangzong reclined again in the Grandmaster chair, squinting his eyes. Let's watch the selected point. Yes. Governor Liu nodded deeply. If His Majesty really approves Supervisor Sun's petition, these young people will be the core force of the new 4 camps. Dang. Li Qianzong sounded the battle drum. Enter. Buzz. The wooden doors of the martial arts arena opened. The first candidate for the selected spear generals, Qiu Yangping, began his assessment. Soon after, the 3 examiners discussed and gave a rating 2nd class. The formation was smooth, but he took too long to recover from the initial surprise attack. Even though he eventually stabilized the formation without crumbling, 2nd class is the highest he can achieve. Next, Jai Sishu. Next, Chen Sansi. Chen Sansi. Governor Liu remarked, isn't that the young general who escorted the civilians across the river? Exactly. Mr. Hu said, Mr. Chen is favored by His Majesty, exceptionally promoted to 3rd rank honor. If he further establishes military achievements, a title of nobility awaits him. I've spent half my life in officialdom and am now just a second-rank governor with the title of an upright senior minister. For him to achieve third rank at such a young age, he indeed has a limitless. Governor Liu lamented, "It's just a pity he doesn't know how to stay clean and has already gotten mixed up with young Master Yan. He will inevitably be tainted by corruption and end up in disgrace." "Mr. Liu, mind your words," Mr. Hu retorted. "Elder Yan is held in high esteem. How could you describe him as a treacherous official in your words? Isn't he?" Governor Liu snorted. 30 years ago, the capital city purged. 20 years ago, the flood caused by dike demolition. 15 years ago. In short, how many loyal ministers have died because of the Yan party? They were lawless because they once carried out reforms and won the emperor's trust. Is he not a treacherous official? And about the fall of Anding Prefecture's Great Wall, General Li Yuan, who was in charge of the Great Wall, wasn't he once Yan Liang's student? It's very likely that he betrayed the country. If you don't have evidence, how can Mr. Liu make such accusations? Those of us in the palace dare not gossip, or we wouldn't survive 3 days. Mr. Hu sneered. Whether Elder Yan is loyal or not, it is for the wise emperor to judge. As for you, Mr. Liu, I really want to remind you, the current emperor is pursuing the way of immortality, and who knows, he might ascend one day. You and Mr. Gao frequently contact the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace. I wonder what you're scheming. Don't forget, whether it is Elder Yan, Mr. Gao, or the Crown Prince, they are all servants of the emperor. No need for Mr. Hu's reminder. Mr. Liu snorted. Our loyalty to the emperor is clear for all to see. Issue each of them a knife. Sun Xiangzong suddenly spoke. Yes, master. A general with a bear's back and a tiger's waist, clad in armor despite a bald head with scars from ring incisions, and a huge Buddha bead necklace around his neck, complied. He pulled out 2 bright blades from the belts of 2 soldiers behind him and threw them in front of the quarreling pair. Mr. Sun. Governor Liu exclaimed in shock. What do you mean by this? Women's gossip. The bald general grumbled. Your arguing has almost put my master to sleep. If you truly can't stand each other, roll down there and settle it with life and death. Oh, I forgot, Mr. Hu doesn't even have that thing. You, Mr. Hu's face turned green with rage, pointing with his orchid fingers at the other party. General Meng, you dare insult me. Meng Guangxin was not the least bit afraid. Noticing the expressionless Sun Xiangzong, they finally dared not quarrel any longer, with each of them quieting down to watch the next contest at the selected spear. Brother Chen, it's fine to take a B grade 2. Yan Changqing consoled. Once I win the selected spear and secure my footing, I will promote you a great deal. Chen Sansi wasted no words and led his men onwards. The martial arts arena was a large enclosed space, easily accommodating tens of thousands of people. Moreover, several hundred people sat on the walls above, watching the selected spear contest, each with a powerful energy within. With his keen eyesight, Chen Sansi spotted Mr. Hu and the 2 people beside him with just a glance. One wore a crimson official robe adorned with pheasant patches, and the other, an old man in coarse linen. From where they sat, it was clear they were the chief examiner's man in the red robe was naturally Governor Liu, and the old man in linen was likely Sun Dushi, Sun Xiangzong. It was unexpected that the great supervisor, whose reputation was formidable, would be so unremarkable in appearance. Not only that, the energy flowing within him was also unique. In all the practitioners present, the energy was transparent, differing only in thickness, like Mr. Hu's energy being extremely dense, almost materialized, and Governor Liu wasn't far behind, not to mention the bald monk-like general and the other generals. But the energy in Sun Xiangzong's body was green, unlike anyone else's. It was somewhat similar to the pale blue energy within exotic beasts, but deeper. It was more fitting to describe it as green. Above martial saint, indeed extraordinary. Even the method of cultivation was completely different from that of ordinary martial artists. But, looking around the world, Chen Sansi couldn't find this Qingshuan energy anywhere. Could it be cultivated rather than absorbed, or is it only discoverable at a certain level of attainment? Clang. Li Qianzong stood on the high platform and announced, "Selected spear generals, please ascend the platform and command your subordinates from above. Do not participate personally in the battle. The assessment will start after 2 sticks of incense." Forming an array was naturally about commanding ability. If one took charge of everything personally, it would not make one a general but a mere commoner. Chen Sansi climbed onto the high platform and noticed traces on the ground, including bloodstains. It seemed that indeed someone could die during the drill, which was understandable. Without the threat of real death, the true combat effectiveness of the soldiers could not be tested. It was just uncertain how it would be done. Roar. His ears twitched to a low growl from within the walls. I see. Chen Sansi nodded to Su Wenkai among the crowd, signaling that they could begin. Form the array. Su Wenkai unfurled his feather fan. Over 500 men arranged themselves into a simple defensive 4 gates formation with incredible speed. Once the official assessment begins, a squad of our own cavalry will charge to break through the formation. They might cause injuries, but they will definitely not take your lives, rest assured, Li Qianzong announced loudly. Your task is very simple. There is only one, and that is to maintain the formation. They wouldn't take lives, perhaps not. Clearly, this was a test of the ability to respond to sudden attacks, to see how they would react to unforeseen circumstances on the battlefield and what the outcome would be. However, Chen Sansi was confident in his subordinates and saw no need to break the rules by giving an advance warning. These aren't soldiers from the Liangzhu Guard, are they? Governor Liu Zhongxian, assisting the supervisor in controlling the army of 3 states, naturally could tell at a glance. Indeed they are. Mr. Hu was also surprised. Whose soldiers are they? General Zhao, also in the audience, replied, they are the rooted soldiers who fled from Poyang County. Rooted soldiers. Liu Zhongxian couldn't help but chuckle. What is Mr. Chen's intention with this? How could Mr. Chen be made to use rooted soldiers? Mr. Hu glared behind him, his shrill voice cold and piercing. General Zhao, Mr. Chen is a general conferred by His Majesty. Is someone daring to target him, denying him troops? Mr. Hu Zhao would never do such a thing. General Zhao responded. Mr. Chen insisted on using his old troops. Many can attest to that, and there's no need for the 2 esteemed gentlemen to underestimate them. It's said that these country soldiers have been trained exceptionally well. Oh, Mr. Hu said with interest. Mr. Chen is preparing to showcase his command skills to everyone. Don't throw a rock only to have it land on your own foot. Liu Zhongxian watched with anticipation. Sun Xiangzong still didn't speak, just watching quietly. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums sounded. The martial arts arena was like a large coliseum, and with the sound of the drums, the 8 gates of the coliseum opened simultaneously. From each gate came 20 cavalry, heading straight towards the 4 gates' defensive formation. The formation centered around Wang Zhai started operating. With no obstructions, it resisted the cavalry's repeated charges without showing any signs of disorder. After 4 charges, the cavalry gradually left the arena. That's it, Zhao Kang said incredulously, it's over. Don't let your guard down, maintain the formation, and do not disperse. Su Wenkai, who was at the very heart of the formation, shouted loudly, if anyone makes a mistake before the examiner announces the end, they will be dealt with by military law when we return. Definitely it can't be this simple. Wang Zhai murmured to himself. Having been in the 8 camps for many years, he naturally knew the range of difficulty for these assessments. Even though the specific methods of assessment changed every year, they wouldn't be this easy. Roar. Indeed, just as the last cavalryman left, sudden strange beastly roars echoed from all directions. Then, one after another, wild beasts like wolves, tigers, leopards, and jackals rushed out of the gates. Their sizes were much larger than normal, their eyes blood red as if dripping with blood, their fangs as sharp as blades, dripping with thick saliva. It was unclear how long they had not eaten, but now, seeing fresh flesh, they crazily pounced towards the people in the center of the martial arts arena. In everyone's eyes, it was an unavoidable beast tide. Most critical was that these ferocious beasts were too strange. Their abnormal sizes and blood-red eyes were just like the demon beasts of legend. Could it be that they are all exotic beasts? Most people who had just arrived in Liangzhu had never heard the term poisonous beast. The first thing that came to their minds was exotic beast. Any ferocious beast that turned into an exotic beast would have its combat power skyrocket. Such exotic beasts would terrify ordinary people to the point of urinating themselves. Especially since the cavalry charges had given everyone the illusion that no one would be harmed, the huge contrast inevitably caused panic. Once panicked, blood would be seen, and when added together, the formation could easily collapse. They're just beasts, hold your ground and kill, Wang Zhai roared as he brandished his sword at the very front. The flag officers responsible for command waved their array flags skillfully, manipulating the formation to maximize the strategic advantage of the 4-door containment formation. They split the more than 400 wild beasts apart. Even though the number of people appeared similar to that of the poisonous beasts, they firmly trapped them, as if their numbers were several times greater. The power of these poisonous beasts was incredibly terrifying. Especially a few poisonous beast-transformed tigers, whose strength could match that of a martial artist in the bone training realm. They immediately flipped over several soldiers, but the formation, far from being disorderly, was quickly filled whenever there was a gap, airtight. Some soldiers, in order to avoid errors, even used their bodies to resist physically to buy an extra second or 2 for the formation to recover. What intense battling will, it was merely an evaluation, yet they fought with the resolve of a life and death battle. It seemed everyone was unafraid of death, determined to maintain the formation for the greater good until the end. Sinking formation death while overlaying how can they be without clothes, this beast tide hadn't even brought out the soldiers' full strength. Beasts are ultimately just beasts, soon bewildered by shield after shield, followed by a sky-covering storm of spears and arrows. The martial arts arena turned essentially into a slaughterhouse. If it continued like this, it wouldn't be long before many poisonous beasts would be cleanly annihilated. Stop, Li Qianzong hurriedly sounded the gong, dispersed the formation. We need to keep these poisonous beasts for the next part of the assessment. Don't kill them all. Boom. Several deputy generals in the Meridian Passage realm emerged, completely driving the poisonous beasts from the arena. In fact, they had been covertly watching all along, not allowing any soldier to die at the jaws of the poisonous beasts at most. Some were seriously injured and would intervene at critical moments to rescue. Of course, their intervention meant potentially disturbing the formation, but the group of men in front of them needed no such help. It was a sudden incident at first. A few were injured, and then the situation was quickly stabilized, passing the test beautifully. Truly worthy of the men who crossed the river together. Mr. Hu exclaimed, "Supervisor Sun, have you seen? Facing just an assessment, these men disregarded life and death as if they were on a real battlefield. If they really were on the field of battle, they would surely be invincible, far stronger than the Liangzhu soldiers commanded by several generals up front." The assessment was currently more than halfway done. Roughly 40% of the people secured Class A ratings. In reality, the difficulty of the beast tide wasn't great. It wouldn't truly slaughter the soldiers. As long as one could stabilize the four-door containment formation, passing was entirely doable. But in many soldiers' minds, this was just an assessment and not a real battlefield. Even getting injured seemed unworthy, let alone sacrificing their lives, naturally leading to panic. Whether one could follow military commands as steadfast as a mountain, that was also a big test for the leaders commanding soldiers. All three main examiners took note. Commanding this formation was actually an old scholar in the very middle, a scholar commanding a battle formation. In the 8 camps, there was currently only one Fang Qingyun. This also implicitly showed that Chen Sanxi's command ability over military tactics was supremely excellent. This Mr. Chen is truly capable. General Zhao couldn't help but admire. It's just a pity that his talents are not enough. Otherwise, he would also be a strong competitor for the position of true inheritor. To become a main general in the future would also be quite good. Uncontested, the 3 main examiners gave a Class A assessment. Injured soldiers carried away to receive the best treatment. The others left under command. Master. Fang Qingyun approached the old man pushing a wooden wheel. "Did you see Lao Liu? These years he has indeed become much steadier. Falling to the bone training realm and being a minor 1,000 captain in the county household, yet managing to be down to earth is certainly not easy." The first selected point challenge swiftly concluded, and the results were subsequently announced. Chen Sanxi was, without a doubt, Class A. Besides him, Cao Fan from the Imperial Army naturally also attained a Class A, as did Lu Shuhua, and there were others. There were also a few whose cultivation was decent, but their leadership in commanding troops was too poor, such as Jai Sishu from Yan State, who possessed the body of innate martial saint, yet in this round merely secured a Class C result, effectively eliminating half of the candidates. He really guessed it right when Kyoshi listened to the announced results in surprise that Chen Gai truly managed to obtain a Class A in this round. What's the use of that? Yin Hanwen's wounds burst open, his complexion deathly pale. It's not as if this is the only challenge to be assessed. Cao Fan looked towards the martial arts arena, which was already being prepared for the second challenge, his gaze dark and foreboding. After resting for half an hour, the second selected point challenge, breaching the formation, ensued. Li Qianzong called out with a raised voice, declaring the rules. Next, 40,000 troops will be drawn from the 8 camps and deployed to set up a simplified 9-palace-8 diagram formation in the martial arts arena. Your aim is to enter the formation and break out in the shortest time possible. Has the sheer number of troops startled you? Don't be afraid, this round primarily tests how you respond when surrounded by heavy forces, whether you can arrange troops in a formation, and whether you can solve the formation to find a way to survive. The soldiers in the formation will mainly aim to capture you alive rather than take your life, and due to the large number of people, the highest cultivation within the formation will merely be bone-forging perfection. There will be no one of the same refining internal realm as you. All you need to do is find the hidden way out of the formation to break through. Those who rush out of the 9-palace-8 diagram formation within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn will be considered Class A. The following will drop 1 rank for every additional half an incense stick they take. If you're captured alive, you will be directly eliminated from the assessment for main general and may join the assessment for deputy general next door. Of course, there is no need to feel disheartened. Whether through a moment of sudden insight or through meritorious deeds in the future, you still have the opportunity to become a main general in your own right. The formation is now ready like before. I will call names to begin the challenge through the formation. Kui Yongping. Formation with tremendous momentum unfolded before everyone's eyes. Banners flailed wildly, drums reverberated through the heavens. If one were to look down from a high platform, it was clear that this formation was like a live 8 diagram pattern in motion. The rushing soldiers within it subtly conformed to the natural order of the universe, faintly capable of enhancing the soldiers' combat abilities. What a marvelous formation. Only a marvelous formation could yield such an effect. This time, the examination was not held in a closed environment, and everyone could watch the assessment process of the previous selected spear general. Because the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation was a living entity, constantly changing, let alone the fact that onlookers were not allowed to stand at a high vantage point. From a horizontal perspective, one could only see the first few rows, and with an 8-foot-tall mystical iron shield blocking the view tightly, it was impossible to clearly make out what was happening deep inside. Prolonged observation could instead impart a sensation of oppression. Once again taking the lead, Kui Yongping charged into the formation on horseback. About half an incense stick's time later, the result came through. Kui Yongping, captured alive, eliminated. After that, 8 others entered the fray one after another. With half of them being eliminated and the highest grade amongst the rest being only Class B, there wasn't even a single Class A. This caused considerable alarm and trepidation among the candidates. Even Jai Sishu from Yan State, with a body of innate martial saint, only obtained a Class B. It's as if the formation consumes people once inside, one cannot get out. Last year's selected spear exam wasn't this formation, was it? Why is it so difficult this year? Even Lu Xiuhua, Cao Fan, and Yan Chengqing, those geniuses who were favored to win the competition, were all extremely tense. This was a formation for 40,000 people, and although it required only containment and not combat, it still presented an absolutely terrifying level of difficulty. Chen Sansi, who had been well prepared, walked to the front. This is the horse, this is the weapon. This stage of the formation challenge was a race against time. The better the horse, the greater the natural advantage one had. Some from noble and generals' families might even have a batch of exotic beast warhorses. To ensure fairness, everyone was prohibited from riding their own warhorses, and instead they were issued horses by the 8 camps. The horse allocated to Chen Sansi was a black one, far inferior to Qian Zun, but still considered an excellent warhorse. After checking that there were no problems, he received an unsharpened reed-leaf-long spear. Everyone's information had already been recorded, and the weapon they used was a matter of public record. The reason for issuing unsharpened weapons was twofold: to increase difficulty and to prevent the selected spear generals from getting bloodthirsty. These geniuses could easily kill 200 or 300 people if given the chance. After all, this was only an assessment. Casualties were hard to avoid, but it wouldn't do to completely disregard the lives of one's own people. Even in the previous formation challenge, there were experts at the Meridian Passage stage overseeing everything to prevent too many casualties. Therefore, this stage used blunted weapons to minimize injuries, reminding generals to show mercy with their subordinates. The Zhenyu sword couldn't be brought in either. Besides, such mystical weapons were the domain of Hua Jin warriors, and their use would have introduced an element of unfairness. Chen Sansi didn't really care after breaking through to refining internal. He hadn't had time to practice either swordsmanship or saber technique. Even if he brought them along, it wouldn't make much difference. He confirmed there were no issues with the horse, and on the surface, the weapon seemed unproblematic too, but without live combat, he couldn't be sure if there were hidden defects, and he had no time to test it. Above the desk, the sandalwood incense used to measure time had been lit. Every second that followed was precious. Time waits for no one. Begin. Go. Chen Sansi spurred his horse into the battle formation, a man and his horse vanishing like they were diving into the maw of a gigantic beast, disappearing from sight. The 9 Palace 8 diagram formation, also known as the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, was a formation invented over 1,000 years ago, lost for over 900 years, until Fang Qingyun successfully restored it and brought it into practical use just over a decade ago. It was during that time that he earned his reputation as Phoenix. This formation was enigmatic and incredibly complex, and even if one understood the layout of the 9 Palace 8 diagram, they still had to discern the true from the false. It was normal for several generals to be captured at the front. Luckily, Chen Sansi had mastered this formation long ago. If it were truly just an exercise, he believed he could break out of the encirclement quickly, definitely in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. It's just that. With his exceptional senses, how could he not notice the princely heir Cao Fan's constant, sinister gaze on him? Plus, Tang Yink had warned him beforehand, so he was well aware he might encounter trouble in this stage. But until it actually happened, even if he spoke up, how could it be verified without the other party confessing? Well then, my path has always been fraught with challenges. Chen Sansi gripped the reed-leaf-long spear in his hand, resolute and fearless. If someone really means to trouble me, even a weapon without an edge can kill. After the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation was restored, it gradually fell into the hands of the common folk. When Chen Sansi had free time, he and Su Wenkai had studied it together and were thoroughly familiar with it. It was only because they did not have enough soldiers that they could not set it up. In real combat, there was no such thing as a life gate. The life gate would be heavily guarded, turning it into the actual death gate, making the entire formation impenetrable, unless one relied on brute force to break down the formation until it collapsed on its own. But since it was an exercise, and one that required racing against time, there would certainly be a life gate, testing the main general's understanding of military formations and their personal adaptive capabilities. Once inside the battle formation, one would be attacked by countless axes, halberds, hooks, and forks from all directions, aimed mostly at the warhorses beneath them. Under these circumstances, losing a warhorse was akin to having one's legs broken, and one would soon be surrounded by heavy troops, unable to escape. However, the soldiers within the 8-diagram formation bore no real malice and preferred to capture alive if possible, or else just to delay time. Stick of incense, or about half an hour, was needed to break through the formation of 40,000 men. Just walking across would take an unknown length of time, not to mention that these array soldiers were all elites from the 8 camps. Even if the generals above the refining internal level were eliminated, leaving behind only those at the bone training level, it would be impossible to force one's way through. One had to find the life gate. Northwest Kiang Palace, 5 elements belonging to gold, open the gate. While Chen Sansi continually parried attacks from every direction, he quickly determined his position in the sea of people and soon found the only path to life. To his left was one of the 3 deadly gates, the injury gate, which appeared to have weak forces but would trap anyone who entered, preventing their escape. To his right was the surprise gate, combining reality and illusion, likely hiding a death gate behind it. Only directly ahead was the rest gate, the only Jaimin in sight, yet it was blocked by an 8-foot-tall mystical iron shield looking impregnable. A bluff, go, Chen Sansi shouted, and the long spear in his hand, unsharpened, smashed down like a siege giant hammer, flipping the shield and the heavy armor soldier holding it into the air. He burst through the tight encirclement as if opening a large door, and man and horse alike surged through like fish returning to the ocean, unhindered and charging forward. Good. Above the city walls, the officials watched the 9-palace 8-diagram formation on the ground from a godlike perspective, applauding and cheering. Mr. Chen is incredible. General Zhao praised sincerely up to this point. He is the fastest to have found the direction of the life gate. Even Jai Sishu, with the body of innate martial saint, made several mistakes before finding the right path, leading to only a Class B result in the end. Mr. Hu also admired him greatly. After General Fang broke through the 9-palace 8-diagram formation, even I studied it for a full 3 years before I understood it. Mr. Chen has only been enlisted for a short time, and not only does his martial arts prowess nearly rival the geniuses of the capital city, but he also possesses such substantial military strategy strength. Impassable. Sun Xiangzong slightly raised the corners of his mouth, returned to his seat, and continued to drink tea while watching. Not bad at all. Meng Guangxin stretched his neck, old forth. Whatever formation you've come up with, in my eyes, it looks like a bunch of circles spinning around. This kid did well, broke it in an instant. Otherwise, how do you think he managed to defeat 6,000 barbarians with just over 1,000 remaining soldiers? Fang Qingyan was not surprised at all then. Leading those 1,000 wounded soldiers, he escorted tens of thousands of civilians across the river. It's impossible with brute strength alone. He also needed comprehension and flexible application of military tactics. I also know military tactics. Meng Guangxin touched his bald head. It's not as complicated as you say. If we can fight, we fight. If we can't, we run. No need to look any further for the first to reach Class A in the breakthrough exercise. Sun Buki declared the victory outright. Apart from the chief examiner, the invigilating officers, and the officials, the ladies who came for the show didn't understand the intricacies, but could see that this young general was the only one who wasn't trapped after entering the battle formation. Sun Lei, this is the Chen Sansi you were talking about, right? Several daughters of high-ranking officials were engrossed in the scene from behind a curtain. Sun Li was among them. Today she did not wear clothes suitable for fighting, but a white gauze stand collar jacket that revealed a light pink lining, a Kong Mansion floriated skirt on the lower body, and her hair pinned up, even softening the heroic spirit in her eyebrows and eyes. Yes, Sun Li answered faintly, that's him. He's really impressive, but I heard his qualifications are not enough, her friend said. This time, the champion will be one of Cao Fan, Yan Changqing, or Lu Shuhua. By the way, Sun Li, hasn't your father ever considered a marriage alliance with the imperial family? Though they were ladies, being from high-ranking official families, they were exposed to some degree of court politics. To these people, the best way for the Sun family to descend from power safely was to become part of the imperial family. No. Sun Li replied calmly. There indeed had been no such thing. Not only had she never entertained the idea, but her father had also never had such intentions and didn't follow other high-ranking families in arranging political marriages generation after generation. Moreover, the Sun family's situation was unique. Mere marriage alliances could not resolve their issues. This was not her concern. All she could do was practice her swordplay and strive to become stronger. I'm going back. With that thought, Sun Li could no longer sit still and stood up to leave. Just then a cry of alarm came from the front. How did this general's weapon break? Those watching the battle from atop the city walls clearly hadn't expected the sudden turn of events. The young general in the thick of the formation saw his long spear break after smashing through several shields. What was left was just a wooden rod, devoid of its spear tip. His spear has broken. Don't let him seize another weapon. Within the battlefield, the soldiers of the 8 camps relayed signals to one another. Did Cao Fan have a hand in this? Chen Sansi looked at the broken spear, somewhat mentally prepared, yet he felt the game was not over. There might be other traps, otherwise the impact would be negligible. Without a spear tip, spear technique simply turns into stick skill, and without even a stick, it falls back to empty-handed combat. This is why the spear is called the king of weapons, difficult to master. He originally wanted to try seizing another spear from someone, but the soldiers of the 8 camps were well prepared and kept retreating, giving him no chance to succeed even briefly. If he stopped specifically to seize a weapon, even a delay of 3 to 5 seconds could allow pursuers to catch up to him. The 9 Palace 8 diagram formation is not a fixed formation, but one that changes, which is what truly makes it formidable. The safe path tread just a second ago could turn into a deadly trap the next. At this point, as long as he broke through the dew gate up ahead, he would be unobstructed all the way to the life gate and thoroughly pass this challenge. With most of the sandalwood incense already burnt, he could not afford to waste time here. After all, there were no martial artists beyond the refining organ level in the entire grand formation, and the soldiers attacked only the horses, not the men, showing no intent to kill, which almost guaranteed that no one could stop him. To him, it was merely a maze made of men, and a very simple maze at that. Charge! Chen Sansi paid no heed and plunged into the battle formation of the dew gate, formed by cavalrymen with long sabers. Bang! The stick in his hand seemed to merge with his body, and although it was made of wood, it struck down men and horses like steel, not even giving the edge of a saber the chance to meet it head-on. The final wave, hum. As Chen Sansi charged towards the final wave of men with caution, the unexpected inevitably happened. Several cavalrymen wielding long sabers surged from both sides, striving with all their might to stop him from crossing the last defense. The dew gate was naturally fierce and equally balanced. It was normal for it to be challenging. What felt wrong to Chen Sansi was that refining organ levels were hidden here. It was agreed that the highest level within the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation was bone training, so why were there refining organ levels? And these men, they carried a murderous intent, not coming to capture him alive. They not only attacked his horse, but also aimed for his throat, heart, and other vulnerable spots with sneak attacks. Bang! Chen Sansi brought down his stick in a mighty split, crushing a cavalryman along with his helmet, and he shouted, "Refining organs, are you breaking the rules now? Bullshit." "I am merely bone training," a one-eyed general retorted while swinging his long saber, casting trailing images. At least, there were 4 martial artists with a small achievement in refining organs. Moreover, they were quite cunning, not using the explosive speed characteristic of refining organs, but relying solely on potent chi blood, making it difficult for the examiners on the city walls to discern anything with the naked eye. Only those who truly engaged in combat could immediately sense that something was amiss. Moreover, with many high-realm martial artists in the 8 camps, even achieving small success in refining organs might not necessarily secure a position as a 1,000 captain. The examiners on the city walls held such high positions, and not all of them had photographic memory. They likely did not recognize them. It was an extremely insidious tactic. Even if it did not kill him, it could delay him considerably, allowing the cavalry following him to surround him completely. At worst, he would end up eliminated. Despite clearly looking down on him as a master of the refining organs skill, they still designed obstacles for him. It was truly a case of strategically despising the enemy while tactically valuing them, indeed a talent of military leadership. Unfortunately, small achievement in refining organs couldn't stop him. Moreover, he wasn't planning to leave. The purpose of this assault course is not to kill our own, but since you've broken the rules, you're naturally no longer considered as our own. Chen Sansi's face showed no emotion. His tone is still as a dead pond. "I give you 2 choices, either confess voluntarily or die here. What evidence do you have that we've broken the rules?" The one-eyed general sneered. They planned to switch back to the original person before the next evaluation began, unbeknownst to anyone. As for death, the one-eyed general said contemptuously, "Our realms are similar. You don't even have a gun tip. Who can you kill? Who said you can't kill without a gun tip?" As his words fell, a spear, now just a wooden shaft, fiercely pierced through the throat of the one-eyed general. It was so fast that nobody saw clearly when the stick was thrust. Better show your skills of small success in refining organs, or you might get a few more breaths. Another refining organ general was stabbed through the throat. The remaining 2 refining organ generals were shocked and horrified, and no longer held back, bursting forth with the speed they should possess, slashing toward their opponent from both sides, but they quickly realized that even with all their might, they were no match. In Chen Sansi's hands, the spear lacked a tip, just the sticky dark red blood, which, in the eyes of the 2 refining organ generals, resembled a madly flailing blood-red python, instilling fear in their hearts. The Unity spear technique unstoppable. The 2 thought about fleeing, but there was no chance, their throats pierced one after another by the blood-colored python, falling from their horses into pools of blood where their hearts ceased to beat. With the leader dead, his subordinates panicked and fled, but were surrounded by the 8 camped soldiers who had watched the entire proceedings. They had nowhere to run, allowing Chen Sansi to start a massacre. This general, if they really broke the rules, they deserved to die. We just need to leave one alive to find out what happened later. Why has he started a massacre? Atop the city wall. Governor Liu, watching the bloody scene unfold, said, "Those people clearly couldn't stop him. Why didn't he just break through the formation and end his examination instead of staying to kill? Are you pretending to be confused, or are you truly confused?" Mr. Hu coldly said, "Didn't you realize that the strength shown by those people before they died was that of refining organs? Who has such audacity to tamper within selected point? It's absolutely outrageous. It really is refining organs." Even Sun Buki noticed, with refining organs mixed inside. Fourth senior brother, what's going on? The spear technique is not bad. Sun Xiangzong's expression remained unchanged, but his voice made everyone present feel as if they were choking, as if someone was grasping their throats. "I truly am useless now. They are beginning to bully me for my deafness and blindness. Fifth junior brother, go down and investigate who did it and bring them here." Outside the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation, no matter what was happening in the core of the formation, the selected spear generals at the forefront could neither see nor hear it. They only knew that the sandalwood incense was burning incessantly and was about to burn out. Class B, Zhao Kang and others looked on from a distance, even more anxious than if they were the ones being assessed. An anomaly indicates the presence of demons. Su Wenkai, flicking his feather fan, said, "I and Mr. Chen have already thoroughly studied the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation. By calculation, it should have ended by now. The fact that he hasn't come out yet means there's definitely an accident. Let's wait and see. Why hasn't General Chen come out yet? Bai Thingzhai wanted to climb higher to see what was happening inside, but was blocked by weapons. Please abide by the rules, General, or your qualification will be revoked." Tang Yink sat on a stone pier, drawing with his sword on the ground. "Brother, Bai Thingzhai came over. Last time I saw you murmuring a bunch to General Chen. Do you know something? Share with me. It's nothing." Tang Yink avoided the question. Mr. Chen is capable. He won't die, won't die. Even Bai Thingzhai, as simple-minded as he was, could tell something was off. Normally, one wouldn't die in the formation trial. To say so meant there was a problem. That's it. Yin Hanwen looked at the nearly burnt-out first stick of sandalwood incense. "Even I can break the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation. I thought this kid was something special, but he fell at the second hurdle. When Kyoshi followed up, he still couldn't escape the palm of the princely heir." Cao Fan said nothing, merely waiting silently for the result to be announced. Class B, that wasn't enough. He hoped if not death, then at least crippling, so the man would stop being an eyesore, flitting about before his eyes. Moreover, today's arrangement was foolproof, as he had a martial saint helping him with a greater scheme in store regarding the layout of the 8 camps. Buzz. Suddenly, a sound of heavy weapons cleaving the air resounded beside them. Cao Fan's eyebrows knitted together as he picked up his azure dragon crescent blade. He saw Bai Thingzhai raising his broadsword and coming at them. "What princely air? I'll slaughter you, truly a well-biting hound." Cao Fan had heard his father say, there were loyal ministers in the world who could be unimaginably faithful to their masters, and securing such talented generals was indeed a great fortune. It seemed there really were such people. Unfortunately, they were not his. "What are you doing?" Cao Fan said gravely, "Attacking the princely heir for no reason. Do you want to have your entire clan executed?" Bai Thingzhai stated bluntly, "Tell me, was it you who sabotaged the formation?" "Ridiculous." Cao Fan scoffed. "Chen's own incompetence at breaking out of the formation has nothing to do with me. Why are you biting me without reason?" He didn't need to lift a finger himself. Bai Thingzhai was already blocked at every turn. Knowing he could not get close, Bai Thingzhai shouted to Thousand Captain Li at the side, "My lord, there's definitely something wrong with the formation." He was not just speculating without cause. That Tang Yink was clearly aware of the inside story, he just hadn't revealed it. "Without evidence, you dare to create a disturbance." Thousand Captain Li frowned. "If there truly is a problem, the chief examiners will deal with it justly. There's no need for you to shout and scream here. Seize him, and after the examination is over, decide whether to revoke his selected spear qualification. Russell. Several generals who had attained refining internal organs perfection, responsible for maintaining order in the examination field, stepped forward and pinned Bai Thingjai firmly to the ground. Thousand Captain Li turned to look at the sandalwood incense on the table, sighed inwardly, and estimated it was also Class B, noting that the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation devised by General Fang really was difficult to break. The assessment is over. Chen Sansi, Class A. A loud voice rang out alongside the gong. At the same time, the incense on the table coincidentally extinguished. The first Class A, the previously eliminated selected spear generals, who had received a Class B, all showed an incredulous expression. Generals like Qu Yongping and Zai Sishu even thought that Class B was the highest grade attainable in this assessment, because the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation was just too difficult. It's easy to theorize about strategies on paper. They all knew how the formation worked, but when they genuinely entered the vast formation of 40,000 men, they immediately became headless flies. With concepts like the 9 Palace, the 6 gates, the 6 instruments, and the 3 oddities, although clear in their minds, they became confused, unable to discern anything on the field. That rural general, whose skills were even inferior to theirs, somehow scored Class A, showing his profound understanding of military tactics and his extraordinary adaptability on the spot. Class A. The moment before, those like Yin Hanwen who had been reveling in another's misfortune were suddenly petrified. Especially Cao Fan, who wasn't even fully confident about securing Class A himself, let alone considering the obstacles he had set up inside the formation, even tampering with the weapons. Truly capable indeed. He had a measure of respect in his heart. If this person wasn't so intent on competing for the title of champion leader and wasn't unwilling to ally with him, he indeed would have been a talent to utilize. Fortunately, you may have passed the hurdle, but your dog won't. He approached the soldiers maintaining order. Thousand Captain Li, you've seen it. Mr. Chen passed smoothly. There's nothing unfair about this examination. This clearly shows he's deliberately disrupting order. Why not revoke his selected spear qualification promptly and then take him away for questioning? Bang. Bloody severed head fell from the sky, landing in front of everyone. Chen Sansi appeared empty-handed. Thousand Captain Li, Bai Thingjia was not talking nonsense. Someone indeed tampered with the formation. Please do not punish him. Thousand Captain, we can testify General Chen speaks the truth. The soldiers who witnessed the entire process also came over, speaking in unison. The people at the Du Gate were replaced, including several refining internals, and they were aiming to kill. Bring them here. Several refining internal leaders had died, and the soldiers under them were not spared either, having been beaten half to death by the soldiers of the Azure Dragon Camp and Vermilion Bird Camp before being dragged over. These degenerates really tarnished the reputation of the 8 camps. The soldiers were filled with righteous indignation. Thousand Captain Li, please report to the chief examiners that this matter must be thoroughly investigated and severely punished. Before they could report it, a Meridian Passage Deputy General came over and announced selected point examination suspended. Until it is clear who has committed favoritism and fraud, no one is allowed to leave. Examination suspended, investigation underway. In just 2 sentences, like thunder crashing down upon their hearts. Favoritism and fraud, so someone really dared to cheat in the selected point. Who would have such audacity? Princely heir. Looking at the formation set up on the high platform, Yin Hanwen started to panic. Damn, the supervisor seems to be serious about investigating. This could spell trouble. When Kyashi was equally nervous, Princely heir, this won't affect us moving forward, will it? When did I ever say that I tampered with the selected point? Why are you two panicking for no reason? How will you be able to fight wars with such little courage? Cao Fan was particularly calm. Don't worry, they won't find anything on me, and if anyone ends up in trouble, it will be Sun Xiangzong himself. He emphasized his words especially at the end. Yin Hanwen and Wen Qiashi exchanged looks, finding his statement somewhat unbelievable. Sun Xiangzong in trouble. Who could cause trouble for such a renowned elder? He's old. Though only in his 20s, Cao Fan exuded a sense of being old and calculating. Targeting Chen Sansi is the goal but not the whole purpose. Do you think I am foolish to attract trouble during the selected point, unnecessarily complicating things for myself? This scheme was also meant for Sun Xiangzong. By merely agreeing to investigate, it's like jumping into a pit, sacrificing his reputation and jeopardizing his late career. Just watch. As someone of high status, Cao Fan wouldn't really be such a reckless heir, risking everything to take down a competitor who posed no significant threat. In this selected point, they had 2 main objectives. First, to obtain after victory the method to exceed the martial saint from Sun Xiangzong. Second, to infiltrate further into the 8 camps and dilute the power of the Sun family, damaging his own reputation. Yin Hanwen, also from a high-ranking family, caught on quickly and realized the ingenuity. Princely heir, your plan is brilliant. It seems we are in for quite a show today. The others continued to whisper among themselves. What exactly happened? Such things have never happened since the inception of the selected point. Tampering in the selected point is equivalent to cheating in the imperial examinations. It's a capital offense. No one would escape. That's what's said, but it's not so simple. Those daring to cheat in the selected point must hold terrifyingly high positions. If that's the case, what will be the end of it? The crowd was buzzing with various opinions, having no precedent. They also did not know what the outcome would be. If the person involved holds too high a position, would they really be executed? If not, wouldn't the credibility of the selected point plummet in the future? But then again, this selected point seemed to be the last personally selected by the supervisor. With almost everyone having heard rumors of the supervisor retiring to his hometown, coupled with the recent concessions in power, there was even a saying, is the old elephant sect still able to feed himself? So would today's incident just be overlooked? Who would want to offend a formidable figure just before retirement? No matter who it is, they must be executed if found out. Bai Tingjai was as straightforward as ever otherwise. I'd rather not participate in such a selected point. He hadn't attended the military examination 2 years ago, opting for the selected point instead because it was said to be fair. It had indeed been so up until now. Even the mounts and weapons of everyone were ensured to be roughly the same, but to create such an issue at a critical moment, it wasn't just him. Warriors from all over came flocking, largely drawn by the reputation of Sun Xiangzong. This time, if a suitable solution is not found, it might dishearten warriors everywhere. This is getting big. Tang Yink had just heaved a sigh of relief, but his anxiety resurfaced. In his view, stopping here was the best outcome. Since everyone had already safely passed and were rated Class A, causing no substantial impact, it would be best to let things settle quietly. Continuing to stir the pot might not only bring no benefits but could also turn ugly. After all, the cheating involved the crown prince, a future sovereign, and the supporters aiding his actions could hold significant status within the 8 camps. It could even jeopardize the late career of the supervisor. Why bother? Sigh. This brother Chen, doesn't he know how to yield? In fact, Chen Sansi was more than accommodating. Nearly prostrating himself, the other party wouldn't be satisfied until he acted like a dog. But what could he do? Really become a dog? If he continued to yield, would the other party let him go? No, they would only escalate things. Moreover, those refining internals before dying had demonstrated their true strength, likely witnessed by the examiners, who would probably handle it even without a report. Even if he could endure, it seemed the soldiers of the Azure Dragon camp couldn't, as they took the initiative to eliminate those responsible without being asked, taking the lead to complain. Something was amiss. Chen Sansi noticed that after the examiners announced the suspension of the selected point, Cao Fan's face showed no sign of panic, as if he had everything under control. He glanced at the 2 people beside Supervisor Sun, perceiving the subtlety of the situation. A situation within a situation, and was it a blatant plot against Supervisor Sun, under the watchful eyes of the public? 3 main examiners, surrounded by armored soldiers, arrived at the martial arts arena's high platform, seated themselves, and began to arrange for personnel to investigate, with Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger's main generals joining the inquiry. Gentlemen. Sun Xiangzong stared ahead, his face expressing the indescribable. Do you also think that the investigation should be public and conducted in front of everyone? Investigate, we must investigate thoroughly. Mr. Hu angrily said. What audacity! Mr. Chen is a general personally appointed by the emperor. To dare to act so brazenly, it's utterly lawless. Governor Liu added, Mr. Hu is right, we need to clarify this. All right then. Supervisor Sun sighed. I was saying, let's quickly finish the investigation and not delay selected points time. I never expected you 2 to have such an upright side, insisting on making me investigate in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Naturally. Governor Liu, with an air of an incorruptible judge, said, if we don't clarify, it will be hard to calm people's hearts. Yes, Supervisor Sun. Mr. Hu continued, after 2 years, when the selected point is held again, it will be presided over by us. If a scandal about selected point leaks out now, it won't be good for either of us. I hope the supervisor can set a final example for us. I am relieved you think this way. Sun Xiangzong, like an old man waiting for death in the sun at the village gate, said weakly, all right, then let's do it as you both wish. Investigate publicly and resolve it on the spot. Very well, I agree. Just moments ago, Governor Liu and Mr. Hu, who were hurling insults and nearly coming to blows, had suddenly united. The atmosphere was a bit subtle. 4th brother. Bu Qi felt something was off. Shouldn't this matter be resolved quickly? The culprits caught swiftly to continue the selected point. Why make such a big scene? Because, Fang Qingyun said softly, they want to make it impossible for our master to step down. Since their arrival in Liangzhu, the court had appointed a governor and a supervisor, also switching the commanders of 3 of the 8 camps to court-affiliated people. What was the purpose? Nothing but to divide and ultimately control the 8 camps. but to truly achieve this, substantial prestige was needed. Not only did the prestige of the governor and the supervisor of the army need to be significant, but they also had to weaken Supervisor Sun's prestige. Only through this relative decrease and increase could further power be seized. Unconsciously, whether this case of corruption could be well managed had become pivotal, significantly impacting the eight camps' future influence. Clearly, the instigator behind the scenes held a very high position. Under the gaze of thousands, should Sun Xiangzong fail to manage this situation well, his already declining prestige due to his age would further diminish, leading to an irretrievable loss of power. Following that, even if there were indeed an expansion of the army, the supervisor, the army's supervisor, and the governor, possibly along with more people, would share authority, no longer dictated by any single person. Once Sun Xiangzong retired and returned to his hometown, the transition would be smooth with absolutely no turmoil, and the eight camps would legitimately become the elite of the court. Buqi was shocked. What should we do then? Is my dad really going along with them, becoming truly senile? Even his own son felt unconfident. Over the years, the old man had allowed them to share power without a word, and recently had even agreed to transfer the last few brothers, fully preparing to retire from military life. Watch, Buqi, you've been protected too well from childhood, making you indolent and naive. I hope today's events will motivate you. Fang Qingyun said nothing more. I've been named to go investigate the case. Buqi looked utterly perplexed. He tried to seek advice from other brothers, but soon discovered that his second and seventh brothers, who had been nearby just moments ago, had vanished without a trace, leaving only his fifth brother Meng Guangxin still present. After an hour, 30-some officers and soldiers were escorted beneath the high platform, kneeling down. Master, Governor Liu, Mr. Hu. Fang Qingyun, sitting in a wheelchair, greeted with a bow. The overall situation has been clearly investigated. These men were temporarily drafted to cooperate with the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation. Each of the 8 camps had more than 10,000 men, but the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation required at least 40,000 to be deployed, naturally necessitating the drafting of additional personnel from each camp to handle parts of the formation. Among them, the refining organ generals hidden within Du Gate, each 100 captain, were responsible for commanding and arranging their actions, currently presided over by 1,000 Captain Zhu Zhengdao. These people, Fang Qingyun paused briefly before continuing, are all from Cloud Camp, under the direct command of General Ning Chengquan, Cloud Camp of the 8 camps. Currently there were 2 martial saints, one being Supervisor Sun's eldest disciple, Lu Jai, and the other was Ning Chengquan, appointed by the Emperor as martial arts top scholar 30 years ago. Originally serving as the main general in the Emperor's personal army outside the capital, Ning Chengquan was transferred to Liangzhu 3 years ago to take command of Cloud Camp and Sky Wolf Camp. When it comes to individual combat prowess, he was among the top 3 in the entire state of Liangzhu. On the surface, Governor Liu and Mr. Hu seemed dispatched by the court to oversee Sun Xiangzong, but in reality, Ning Chengquan was the true hand controlling military power. His authority was even greater than the sum of those two. Moreover, Ning Chengquan was skilled at training soldiers, having swept out all those who were dissatisfied, from deputy generals to commanders, within just half a year of taking office. Over the years, his reputation had soared, wholly comparable to that of Jai. Rumors were circulating everywhere. Once Supervisor Sun retired, it was either Jai or Ning Chengquan who would take over as supervisor, and since the latter was the martial arts top scholar directly appointed by the Emperor, the likelihood was even greater. Nobody among the 10,000 could have imagined that the mess from nepotism would originate from the Cloud Camp. According to the official rules, this kind of incident, even the main general of the Cloud Camp would be implicated. But would a man soon to retire really dare to move against his successor? No, it wasn't about daring or not, it was simply impossible. Since this was the Emperor's man, even if he were to be punished, it could only be a symbolic punishment, not a severe one. Yet if this matter was taken up only to be lightly set down, what that implied went without saying. Sun Xiangzong's prestige would be completely lost, and even if he regretted declining to retire, he would have no choice but to do so. Good move. Chen Sansi immediately guessed the intentions of this group. This game wasn't laid out by Cao Fan, but by the Crown Prince and the Emperor, who had combined forces. He was just one part of it. Or rather, because of his appearance, the plan had been slightly hastened. Even if he had not brought the issue to light today, these people would find other ways to force Sun Xiangzong off the stage. If the supervisor pretended to be deaf and mute, he would lose control over Liangzhu even more. Supervisor Sun looked at the soldiers kneeling before him and slowly said, "Where is Ning Chengquan? Here at your command." Ning Chengquan answered, stepping forward and folding his hands in salute. "I was completely unaware of this matter. Please feel free to question and deal with them as you see fit, Supervisor." Zhu Zhengdao. Sun Xiangzong asked calmly, "Tell me, why did you do this? No need to say more." Zhu Jiangdao resolutely said, I did it, kill or dismember me. I leave it to the supervisor to decide. Young man, don't rush. The coarse-clothed supervisor's son did not seem to be interrogating a criminal, but instead appeared like a friendly old man chatting. There's always a reason for everything. Do you have a grudge with that young man named Chen, or were you instructed by someone or perhaps coerced? Speak clearly and you might not face death. Zhu Jiangdao simply turned his face away as if he hadn't heard, closing his mouth and remaining silent. How about you? Supervisor's son then turned his gaze to others. Do you have nothing to say either? Silence. 30 or so people, all remaining silent. Rubbish. Mr. Hu rebuked. The commander is speaking to you. Didn't you hear him? Speak up. Do you all want to die? Speak out and maybe you'll find a way to live. The silence persisted. The entire martial arts arena was dead quiet. Sun Xiangzong, the nominal highest military commander of Liangzhu and the founder of the 8 camps, found himself unable at that moment to even utter a word. The 30 or so kneeling people, all ready to die generously, showed not a trace of fear on their faces nor any sign of respect. How audacious. Meng Guangxin burst into fury, picking up a crescent moon spade and rushing down. Have you tired of living, daring to show such disrespect to my master? Old 5. Fang Qingyan held him back, giving a sign with his eyes not to act rashly. Although he hesitated, he eventually suppressed his anger. The other direct disciples also had extremely grim expressions on their faces. Being ignored by the troops was a blow to prestige more severe than losing a battle. These men were all carefully selected. Sun Buki remembered. They were originally brought from the capital city by Ning Changqun. Of course they don't listen to my father. Isn't this just making my father look bad? In contrast, Sun Xiangzong's expression remained unchanged. No one wants to speak. Supervisor, don't blame us. Ning Changqun spoke up. They have been with me for a long time, only recognizing my orders and not responding to others. Let me do the questioning. When the supervisor asks you a question, you answer. As expected, as soon as he spoke, responses started coming immediately. Response to General Ning. Zhu Jiangdao kneeling on the ground, his voice booming like a bell. We recently had a quarrel with that Mr. Chen and found him displeasing, so we wanted to stop him from breaking through the ranks and ruin his future. Just for that. Ning Changqun surveyed the others, asking sharply, is what he said true? Response to General Ning, indeed so. Ning Changqun spoke with great authority. I ask you again, what kind of punishment do such actions deserve? Death penalty. We wish to atone with our deaths. Well said, you deserve to be killed. Crack. Ning Changqun raised the mountain opening axe and chopped off Zhu Jiangdao's head. Just before his death, Zhu Jiangdao didn't even blink, even proffering his neck for execution. With a single glance, a team of his subordinates came over, handing each kneeling soldier a Liangzhu standard yan feather knife. What are you waiting for? Do you all need me to act personally? No need to trouble the general. The soldiers hesitated not a bit as they picked up the yan feather knives, and as if they had practiced countless times before, their motions harmoniously and uniformly slit their own throats, committing suicide. Blood gushed forth, and 30 or so men simultaneously fell, a pool of blood coalescing on the ground. What a command presence. At this moment, easily more than 10,000 people witnessed the scene. What kind of command presence must a commander have that allows for orders to be followed so faithfully, to die without even blinking, utterly akin to the legendary dead soldiers? All present were shocked and pale. What kind of commander could train such a force with willpower, an army composed entirely of dead soldiers? Even a housewife could understand the kind of combat power they possessed. Only the young Sun Xiangzong could have led his troops to such lengths. Yes, the young Sun Xiangzong, but now he had aged. 100,000 people witnessed it. Sun Xiangzong's commands were useless, but those of Ning Changqun were effective. It truly was like the new waves of the Yangtze River pushing the old waves, one generation with its own heroes. Without a doubt, Ning Changqun was the new Sun Xiangzong, alas. The observers were not only the countless soldiers, but also the high-ranking officials from the northwest 3 states and even the capital city. None of them could do anything but shake their heads and sigh, lamenting the lateness of a hero. They didn't care whether the accusations against Chen Sansi were true or false. They only knew Sun Xiangzong was indeed about to retire, an irresistible trend that could not be stopped. Supervisor. Ning Changqun turned around, cupped his hands, and said, I have dealt with everything. When he spoke, he referred to himself as I instead of this commander. Throughout the handling of the entire situation, he hadn't asked the supervisor for a single piece of advice. It was a one-man show. Whatever he wanted, he did. How preposterous. I will go and slaughter him. Meng Guangxin nearly crushed his back teeth and was once again stopped by Fang Qingyan. Master, please say something. Meng Guangxin urged frantically. Sun Xiangzong, however, was very leisurely, leaning on the taishi chair, rhythmically tapping the armrest, just quietly watching, like an old man immersed in watching a play in a theater, without saying a word. He. Governor Liu clapped his hands excitedly. Look at the style of this General Ning, quite reminiscent of the young supervisor's son. Indeed, Mr. Hu echoed, the Lord Governor can retire in peace. With General Ning in the northern, who fears the barbarous thieves, if the expansion of the army and warfare commence next, our house could completely have General Ning serve as his deputy to effectively assist the Lord Governor. Your Highness, brilliant. Yin Hanwen and others finally saw clearly. With only the lives of some 1,000 captains and 100 captains, such great effect was created. Cao Fan revealed a confident smile. After today, the morale of the 8 camps would automatically crumble by half, reducing their troubles significantly. When his prestige collapses after he wins the selected point, Sun Xiangzong would have to willingly hand over the magic skill above Martial Saint. Everything in the world would eventually belong to the Cao family, so very good. I also think letting General Ning be the deputy is an excellent idea. He can sharpen his skills while also helping share the Lord Commander's worries, said Governor Liu, feigning a stance. What does the supervisor think, however? Just when everyone thought this matter had basically concluded, the long silent Sun Xiangzong finally spoke up again. Good, very good thunderstrike tactics. Sun Xiangzong still rhythmically tapped on the armrest, speaking unhurriedly. Yet Ning Chengqun, it seems I never ordered their execution, did I? After all, they are undoubtedly deserving of death. Ning Chengqun confidently said, I am taking care of it for the Lord Governor. There's no harm in that, General Ning. Fang Qingyun, pushing his wheelchair forward, slowly said, your actions don't seem like sharing concerns, but rather like someone who is in a hurry, afraid of accidents and rushing to silence people by killing them. General Fang, Ning Chengqun was taken aback. What do you mean by that? No meaning. Fang Qingyun's voice was cold. Even if it's not about silencing people, killing so many soldiers without the commander's consent, what should be the punishment? Moreover, if all of them served under you, General Ning, and if they were all sentenced to death, shouldn't the commander bear some responsibility? Ning Chengqun retorted, I said I had no idea. Whether you were aware or not isn't for you to decide. Fang Qingyun shouted, Old Qi, bring the man forth. At the same time as the words fell, 2 generals were escorting a deputy general into view. This person was Shen Chang, Ning Chengqun's deputy. Shen Chang, covered in blood, knelt on the ground. It was Ning Chengqun who ordered, and then I arranged it. What? The entire room was in uproar. Had Ning Chengqun truly killed all those people just to cover up his tracks? The respect he had just begun to garner collapsed entirely. Shen Changyu, Ning Chengqun had not anticipated this scene, but he quickly responded, General Fang, we have no grievances or grudges. Why would you conspire with this despicable person to frame me? That board targeting a minor refining organ general participating in the selected point. If it were really me, would my men willingly go to their deaths? That's because Shen Chang, was severely injured. He had confined the families of those men, promising wealth and status if things went well and threatening extermination if they failed. That's why those men were willing to die. Nonsense. Ning Chengqun was furiously thunderous. Are we supposed to believe you just because you say so? Well said, no evidence. The general known as Old Qi waved his hand. Bring everyone here. Russell. A group of armored soldiers, accompanied by a group of family members, came forward. Everyone, seeing the bodies on the ground, burst into loud wails. Fang Qingyun narrowed his eyes. What else do you have to deny? Ning Chengqun, you've put on quite a show. I haven't seen such an exciting performance for a long time. Sun Xiangzong spoke evenly, but tampering with the selected point and killing soldiers without orders, both are capital offenses. His tone and voice sounded no different from before, yet Ning Chengqun felt an inexplicable pressure. Slander. Supervisor, Fang Qingyun is slandering me. He shouted to his family members, tell everyone, have I ever placed you under house arrest? Speak up. Woo woo woo. No, General Ning has never threatened us. The crowd kept crying, adamantly denying, clearly not daring to provoke the other party. Supervisor, I haven't lied, right? Ning Chengqun said, these brothers' wives would never say a bad word about me. I definitely haven't caused turmoil within selected point. As for those under my command, it is indeed true that I did not supervise them well. Am I not willing to accept punishment? Confinement, military caning, I'll take it. He looked at the scene before him, knowing that the trap they had painstakingly prepared for so long had probably been discovered earlier. Otherwise, how could they have gathered all the family members in such a short time? What do the two of you think should be done? Sun Xiangzong looked toward the two beside him, waiting for a response. Supervisor, Governor Liu hastened to say, this matter is no small issue, and those family members haven't identified anyone either. We can interrogate them in detail after going back. There's no need to rush to conclusions. That's right, Sun Dushi. Mr. Hu stood up and said, there's no need to be hasty. We can deal with this matter privately and slowly. Although it was completely unexpected that Sun had been prepared, they could still win. Even if everything about today's incident were exposed, it wouldn't matter. So what if everyone knew Ning Chengqun was the mastermind behind it all? Keep the matter quiet. At most, they would have to reassign Ning Chengqun elsewhere. Let the matter fade away, still able to undermine Sun Xiangzong's authority, proving that he could no longer ensure the clear distinction of rewards and punishments. What else could he manage in terms of military control? You both said it in front of so many people that today a resolution must be reached. How can you have second thoughts now? Sun Xiangzong stated indifferently, execute him. Not only Ning Chengquan himself, but even the others were shocked. The matter hadn't been fully verified. And they were going to execute someone. This was no ordinary person, this was the martial arts top scholar, the martial saint. The order given, Meng Guangxin, Old Tu, Old Qi, and a few generals eagerly gathered around. They had been unable to bear it any longer and were finally seeing their moment come. You can't kill him. Governor Liu's attitude became firm. Supervisor Sun, lacking proper supervision at most warrants demotion. How can you demand his life directly? Exactly. With the situation as it was, Mr. Hu similarly spoke, his voice carrying a threat. Mr. Sun, General Ning isn't someone you can just decide to execute on a whim. However, no matter what they said, the three main generals who received the order didn't stop in their tracks, even gripping their weapons in hand already. In the distance, there was the figure of another martial saint, Jai Lu, silently appearing with a heavenly halberd in hand. Governor Liu and Mr. Hu realized this was real. They were going to kill him. Ridiculous. How many years, how many resources does it take for the court to nurture a martial saint? Not to mention a loyal, obedient martial saint. Supervisor Sun, you've gone mad. Governor Liu accused, you kill people indiscriminately without any evidence. Are you not afraid that the emperor will find out? This is the main general dispatched by the imperial army, Sun Xiangzong. Ning Chengquan brazenly tore off the pretense. Without sufficient evidence, you really have the guts to kill me. Do you know who I am? I am the martial arts top scholar personally appointed by the emperor in the 42nd year of Longking. I am one of the few martial saints in the world. What gives you the right to kill me? Martial saint. Sun Xiangzong's finger tapping on the armrest abruptly stopped. In front of the tens of thousands, the old man couldn't help but laugh, causing everyone to be taken aback, somewhat at a loss, until the laughter came to an abrupt end. Top scholar, what is that worth? When Sun Xiangzong spoke again, he no longer sounded like a common old man from the neighborhood. Each word he uttered was laden with nearly a century of bloodshed. Each word carried the commanding authority of one who had led numerous soldiers and looked down upon the world. The tens of thousands present found themselves simultaneously struggling to breathe. And what is a martial saint worth? Ning Chengquan swallowed his saliva repeatedly to relieve the pressure in his heart. They all knew that Sun Xiangzong was not long for this world, but even so, this man on his deathbed had left him, a human martial saint with a mind completely blank, bluffing. Sun Xiangzong. After extreme fear came the urge for self-preservation, mustering all his strength. Ning Chengquan grasped the mountain opening axe. If I remember correctly, it has been over a decade since you have personally made a move, right? It was all right for you to look down on martial saints in the past, but now, can you truly still defeat a martial saint? Or should I say, are you even qualified to be a martial saint? Yes, in everyone's memory. The last time Sun Xiangzong took action was 15 years ago. Over these 15 years, he had never shown his hand in front of others again. All anyone knew was that he was aging more and more, like a candle in the wind. Boom. Ning Chengquan's aura soared, and a terrifying force almost materializing around his body. The bodies of the soldiers who had committed suicide at his feet were pulverized under this power. Martial saint, I want to see how much strength you have left. Meng Guangxin, Old Tu, Old Qi, and others were not martial saints, but just at the profound image realm, and they were all repelled dozens of feet away by this force emanating from the martial saint. And the eldest disciple holding the heavenly halberd was still on his way here. Ning Chengquan arrived in front of Sun Xiangzong in an instant, and the mountain-opening giant axe in his hand cleaved down like a heavenly god, shattering the stone platform. Countless armored soldiers were sent flying. Governor Liu and Mr. Hu rapidly retreated to escape the place, as if the power to split heaven and earth would have the entire military camp, would split Liangzhu City in two. 100 meters around were engulfed by the gale. Everyone's ears rang incessantly. Their insides felt as if they could be smashed at any moment, and most were too late even to think of fleeing. Until the old man in coarse hemp clothing had, at some point, produced a silver dragon in his hand. Then the trees settled and the wind ceased, and all returned to calm. No one saw clearly what had happened. They only knew that the entire body of Martial Saint Ning Chengquan was gone, surely devoured completely by that silver dragon, with only several segments of limbs mixed with flesh falling like rain, yet blocked by an invisible barrier around the old man's body. His coarse hemp clothing remained unstained. Amidst the flying blood and flesh, he appeared like an immortal who had descended from the heavens, majestic and impeccable. At that moment, tens of thousands simultaneously recalled what the name Sun Xiangzong meant, remembered Supervisor Sun who had once single-handedly broken over 2,000 armors, remembered the Minister of War who died in the Imperial Palace, right under the Emperor's watch in the 57th year of Longking. That minister was also a martial saint, that's right. He had grown old, but he was still alive. as long as he lived for another moment. He would always be that figure who struck awe across the world, that figure who for 40 years made countless barbarians tremble and not dare to encroach on the border, the peerless gun saint of the human realm, Sun Xiangzong. A sudden incident that only lasted an instant was like a bolt of lightning on a clear day after it ended. The sky remained cloudless. If not for the several pools of blood and flesh on the ground proving that something had happened, the tens of thousands of people would probably wonder if it was an illusion. Martial Saint, the Martial Saint, not to mention in Liangzhu, even in the entire world, he counted as a formidable force. In front of this nearly 100-year-old elder, to not even be a match, or to be precise, not even lasting one round or qualifying as an enemy was like crushing an ant. Despite not taking action for over a decade, despite being seen by everyone as a flickering candle in the wind, waiting for the day to be buried in peace, when Sun Xiangzong unleashed his thunderous strike at this moment, it was akin to a resounding bell toll in everyone's hearts, leaving them shaken and unable to calm down for a long time. Majestic, Supervisor Majestic. Within the military city, following a prolonged silence as if time had stopped, and after the shock, someone shouted a voice in the crowd that hadn't been heard in 10 years. The supervisor's divine might, hurrah, 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 hurrah. This moment, 100,000 elite armored soldiers knelt in unison, their voices booming like thunder, reverberating through the entirety of Liangzhu city. This day, the aged Sun Xiangzong, by taking a martial saint's life, picked up the prestige he had once deliberately put aside and effortlessly reclaimed it. The court had intended to seize power with today's arrangement. And wasn't it also Sun Xiangzong making counter moves against the plan? From this day onwards, the rumor in the streets that old Xiangzong is senile, but can he still eat, will probably change to old Xiangzong is senile, but is he plotting something? The supervisor's divine might. The cheering grew louder and louder and did not stop for half an hour. Some of the older soldiers even cried with joy, eventually breaking down into weeping. Some of them had followed Sun Xiangzong since their youth. Now in their 40s or 50s, they had essentially followed him their whole lives. Until these recent years of silence, everyone had watched with their own eyes as the supervisor grew increasingly frail, managing military affairs less and less, as if he would leave them at any moment. It's no wonder everyone thought so. The reality was just so. If it had been before, how could Sun Dushi have allowed the existence of governors or military supervisors around him, let alone handing over 3 of the 8 great camps so easily? Doing so, wasn't he telling everyone that he was ready to retire and return home? Many could see that today's farce was deliberately making things difficult for the supervisor. If Sun Xiangzong didn't retaliate, raising his hand high only to let it fall gently, then they would have completely lost hope. But now, the soldiers realized that the supervisor was still the supervisor. These years, the supervisor was just taking a rest. Now that he has rested well, he is back. Under the influence of this atmosphere, officials from the Northwest 3 states, as well as the capital city, were nearly kneeling along with the rest, only to realize at the last moment that they weren't under Sun Xiangzong's jurisdiction, nearly committing a grave sin of overstepping their bounds. Ruined, Cao Fan's heart sank. The trap they had meticulously designed turned out to be a pit they had dug for themselves. Although Sun Xiangzong's prestige had declined over the years, this incident caused it to soar back up, and now for the court to try and take over the 8 camps, the trouble would be enormous, not to mention they would ultimately have to look at the old man's face. Is this even human? Yin Hanwen and Wen Qiushi, among others, were still immersed in the brief confrontation. The martial saint that was the martial saint. They didn't even see what happened and ended up as minced meat. No wonder so many martial arts geniuses from all over the world came to compete in Selected Point. Who wouldn't want to learn from such a person? That is the true martial arts saint. In Cao Fan's eyes, there was an intense yearning. To emerge victorious in Selected Point, he was determined to win. Blue energy. While the tens of thousands were shocked, Chen Sansi, through the Qi observation skill, noticed what set apart the martial saint from those above him. He witnessed with his own eyes. When Sun Dushi made his move, the energy that surged within him was the distinct Qingxuan energy, strikingly different from everyone else's. No wonder the martial saint couldn't even withstand one move. They were fighting from different sources of power. How could one compete? Moreover, Chen Sansi paid attention to that long spear, although it was just for a fleeting moment. That brief glimpse made him feel admiration for a weapon for the first time, far surpassing the Zhenyu sword, and even felt that there wasn't a second spear of the same quality in the human realm. Besides, where did the weapon come from? He was certain that the supervisor had not carried any weapons, and nobody had delivered one at the time, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Chen Sansi looked more carefully. Even though Sun Xiangzong's clothes were patched up, only the bright silver thumb ring on his right thumb seemed to be of considerable value, an immortal item perhaps. Sun Xiangzong. Liu Zhongxian called out his name. You've got some nerve. General Ning is the court-appointed upper pillar country. You, what right do you have to kill him? Supervisor, you're rather reckless in your actions. Mr. Hu regained his senses, pointing out with lingering fear, aren't you afraid of the court's punishment? The petition for my crime was written in advance and has already been given to Mr. Hu. Just hand it over to His Majesty and I will take whatever punishment comes. In the blink of an eye, Sun Xiangzong had reverted to the appearance of an elderly man from the village entrance. He turned with a slight hunch in his back. Forth, you weren't hurt, were you? Teacher worries too much. Fang Qingyun appeared calm. Was the petition already written? Mr. Hu took out the petition that the supervisor had handed to him before the start of selected point. Inside it talked about expanding the forces. Could it be that killing Ning Chengqun was also written in advance? What if today's events hadn't occurred? Ning Chengqun might die before the petition even reaches the capital city. Governor Liu and Mr. Hu exchanged glances, their minds drafting countless impeaching memorials. What on earth is Sun Xiangzong up to? All these years, this old thing has always cooperated in ceding power, but today he suddenly pulled this stunt. What is he really trying to do? Is he having second thoughts? Gentleman Sun Xiangzong turned his gaze back to them and began to speak slowly. This old man is actually helping you. If Ning Chengqun's chaos within selected point isn't dealt with seriously, how will you take over in the future? Neither Governor Liu nor Mr. Hu knew how to respond. Does this mean there are no second thoughts? To kill Ning Chengqun is to establish authority, to prepare for the upcoming battle against the barbarians. But isn't the cost too great, Marshal Saint? Supervisor Sun, Governor Liu mustered his courage and said, even if Ning Chengqun dies, someone from the capital city will still be sent to take over Cloud Camp and Sky Wolf Camp, and the military expansion and personnel arrangements should still be managed by the court and the Ministry of War. Oh, this old man has never refused you. There is no need to raise your voice so loudly. Sun Xiangzong hissed a breath and suddenly seemed to remember something. Mr. Liu, Mr. Hu, what do you think? Could Ning Chengqun have been under someone else's instruction? The atmosphere that had just begun to relax immediately dropped to freezing point again. Mr. Hu leaped up, gliding over the water like a dragonfly, landing 100 feet away before hurriedly saying, I know nothing. Even if there were, it has nothing to do with me. The imperial edict from Mr. Chen was still announced by me. How could I possibly harm him? He indeed had no involvement, but he could guess it was arranged by people on the crown prince's side. Mr. Hu, your Qinggong is quite impressive. Sun Xiangzong complimented, then looked towards Governor Liu. Mr. Liu, what do you think? Does Ning Chengqun have someone behind him? This official doesn't know. Liu Zhongxian's voice trembled as he also wanted to quickly distance himself, but as he turned, he saw Meng Guangxin and 2 other generals blocking his way. Supervisor, I really don't know, 8 or 9 out of 10, it was Ning Chengqun's own idea. He's a martial saint, why would he need anyone else to manipulate him? He spoke incoherently, only to see the old man slowly walking towards him. Sun Xiangzong, what are you doing? It really has nothing to do with this official. After I go back, I can continue to help you investigate, help you clear this up. You don't come any closer, don't be rash. Panic, fear, and guilt, a mix of emotions, became the driving force for self-preservation. Bang. Facing the large hand approaching from Supervisor Sun, Liu Zhongxian felt as if he saw a giant death character. His protective gang chi burst forth, his crimson official robe billowed, his official hat flew off, and even his hair stood on end as the marble floor beneath him shattered. He mustered all his strength to face the impending crisis. But his protective gang chi was as fragile as paper in front of that aged hand, not to mention blocking it. It couldn't even slow it down. I really don't know, Liu Zhongxian stubbornly persisted, his eyes bloodshot, his voice even carrying a hint of a sob. Memories of his life flashed through his mind, how he practiced martial arts, started his career, gained recognition, climbed step by step to his current position as a second-rank official, and his family still in the capital city. Finally, the hand landed, unstoppable. At the last moment, Governor Liu felt as if his heart was ash. He withdrew his protective gang chi, closed his eyes, and waited for death to come. However, when the hand landed on his shoulder, nothing happened. It merely patted him gently twice as a calm, old voice sounded by his ear. Why so agitated, Mr. Liu? I did not say it had anything to do with you. Leaving behind that single remark, Sun Xiangzong walked away with his hands behind his back, his steps slow until he vanished from everyone's view. On the high platform, the second-rank official, having reached the Xuanxiang realm, expected to break through to Martial Saint within the next few years, and entrusted with high hopes by the court, likely to take over the governance of Liangzhu in the future, Governor Liu Zhongxian stood there disheveled and extremely discomfited, motionless for a long time, his gaze blankly staring ahead as if he had lost his senses. What a coward. Meng Guangxin scoffed, all these years strutting about, claiming to be some kind of hero. Thump, Governor Liu collapsed to the ground, gasping for air in great heaves. Finished. From a distance, Cao Fan couldn't bear to watch. The governor will be replaced. It's as good as being dead. What's the point of restraint in controlling the military forces now? Someone come and take Mr. Liu down to rest properly. Fang Qingyan remained to oversee the situation, gentlemen. Although the person has been killed and the incident was sudden, there's still a great deal of matters to deal with, so selected point has to be suspended for 1 day. Those who haven't had their exams can go back and prepare well. Think about how to break the formation. You may all disperse now. Under the urging of the armored soldiers, people finally started to recover from the events and gradually dispersed. Bu Qi. After most of the crowd had left, Fang Qingyan spoke to him alone. Do you understand now? I understand. Sun Buki nodded firmly. These people are trying to take my father's military authority. They lost and they lost miserably. But why not continue the investigation? Why wasn't this Governor Liu killed? Is there still a need to investigate? Fang Qingyan smiled. Who did it was clear from the start. In doing things, one must know when to advance and when to retreat. As long as the goal is achieved, it is a win. Sometimes, being too ruthless can backfire. Killing Ning Chengquan was not an issue. Continuing to kill was equivalent to declaring war on the court. After all, the 8 camps currently didn't qualify to turn against the court, and regaining prestige would count as a great accomplishment. From now on, no matter how the court arranged people to come over, they wouldn't be able to easily seize power, and certainly not to undermine. I've been displeased with them for a long time, especially that Ning Chengquan. No matter where he goes, he always carries an imposing manner. I heard that during the barbarian thief fight a while ago, he even took the liberty of deploying troops, not complying with the overall arrangement. Though he achieved a meritorious deed, it was obviously a power grab. Sun Buki stroked his chin. But brother, why didn't my father do this earlier? Why wait until now? Nothing in this world remains constant. Fang Qingyan patiently explained. In doing anything, one must decide based on the changing situation. In 10 days in Yunju, the barbarian matter can no longer be postponed. Besides, there are also reasons concerning Chen Shanxi. Sun Buki asked in surprise, is it also related to him? Yes. Fang Qingyan didn't elaborate further and instead asked, all right, you've seen what you needed to see. Brother asks you, what have you learned from today's play? My father is truly incredible. Sun Buki pondered for a while and gave his answer. For a split second, Fang Qingyan almost fully recovered, leaping up to punch someone. Congratulations to the Lord, the first class A. When leaving the scene, many people came to offer congratulations. Chen Shanxi wasn't too happy. He was already more than 90% confident about the first 2 tests. The actual combat was uncertain. The martial contest was the toughest part. He had to break through to refining Organ's small success as soon as possible. Luckily, with this disturbance, selected point was paused for 2 days, which was enough time. He arrived outside Military City, where Qian Zun was already waiting early. Along the way, Chen Shanxi also reminisced about today's events. Actually, no matter how openly or covertly one struggles, in the end, nothing escapes one law. Only the true strong can win the game. Supervisor Sun clearly intended to use the life of the martial saint to establish authority. Firstly, this required truly crushing the power of the martial saint. That spear, it was truly shocking and astonishing. No wonder the people of the world were desperate to compete for this inheritance. Moreover, Chen Shanxi was also curious about something. The old emperor himself was also cultivating. Surely he made some achievements, possibly even being evenly matched with Sun Xiangzong, which had allowed them to maintain this standstill for many years. Otherwise, even if only one side had a clear advantage, it wouldn't have led to the current embarrassing situation. But suppose the old emperor also had a method of breaking through above the martial saint. Why wouldn't he directly teach it to his sons and grandsons, and instead let them learn from Sun Xiangzong? Unless the method of the emperor was only usable by himself, while Sun Xiangzong's methods, while not numerous, could at least be used by a specific section of people. The third major question, going into battle, that is, actual combat. Chen Shanxi recalled passing through Eastern Yi City when he came to Liangzhu, not knowing exactly how he would be assessed, but making sure to hasten his cultivation was certainly right. When he got home, he found that a guest had arrived, his goddaughter Su Yuhuan. The Tong family took their daughter to pray at the Taoist temple outside the south gate of Liangzhu City. Since the soldiers' residences were in the north of the city, it was too far to go back and forth, and after everything was done, they settled down in the relatively closer Chen mansion. The triple entry courtyard was vacant anyway, and considering the kinship, there was no issue with a prolonged stay. Yuhuan, come let Godfather hold you. Chen Shanxi stretched out his arms and held the little girl, who could only ying in his arms. Brother, don't scare the child. Gu Xinlan was about to snatch the child. You go wash up first. Chen Shanxi realized he had just killed many people, and his body and face were covered in blood. Surprisingly, the little girl wasn't scared at all and even giggled while pawing at his face. Gu Xinlan then relaxed. Chen Shanxi said, Sister Lan, in a few days you take some gold and find some masters to make a golden lock for Yuhuan. I, as her godfather, haven't given her a gift yet. He was now somewhat of a wealthy household himself, with plenty of gold and silver. For the Lord to be willing to be her godfather is already too high for our family, to have the Lord also spending. Tong family was at a loss for words. I really hope my husband can vie for some merit to be useful to the Lord. Brother Bin is quite good, Chen Shanchi said. In today's assessment, he was very steady and helped me a lot. Qualification, after all, defines the upper limit. Didn't mean much for the soldiers. After joining the 8 camps, the regular volume of supplemental medicine was enough to ensure fast advancement in their realms. Su Bin wouldn't take long to achieve bone training. It's just a pity that not many had the potential to grow to a certain height, unless, using spiritual grain or coupling it with the corresponding equipment, sinking formation death will, If Chen Shanchi truly needed to nurture high-level military officers, naturally, he would prioritize training this group of loyal brothers who came from Po Yang. But for now, using spiritual grain was still too risky, especially after seeing the supervisor's power. Let's wait some more, at least until he wasn't afraid of others coming to him. Chen Shanchi teased the little girl, while the 2 women chatted in the courtyard. Xinlan, the masters at Xia Yun Temple are so powerful, praying with them really brings blessings. Is that so? Yes, ever since we had Yuhyun, I've been very tired every day. Today, after going to Xia Yun Temple, I felt refreshed and at ease. That's impressive. Xia Yun Temple is the most popular place for incense in Liangzhu, not just us. Even high officials and martial masters from major sects like going there. Today I even met one, supposedly the manor master of the moon-splitting mountain villa, a martial saint, very powerful indeed. Tong family looked over at Mr. Chen in the distance and whispered in a voice audible only to the 2 of them, Xinlan, aren't you also planning to have a child with the general? Yes, Xinlan replied with a slight blush on her cheeks. There hasn't been any news yet. In her heart, she fretted. Half a year had passed since the wedding, and although they were active, there was still no sign of pregnancy. She was beginning to worry that there might be something wrong with her, wondering what she would do if she couldn't have children. Next time, come with me to Xia Yun Temple, sister-in-law Tong said, holding her hand. There are quite a few people there praying for children. I've heard it's very effective. Once you and General Chen have a child, he or she could keep you Huan company. Oh, and you should bring General Chen along. I heard it works even better. Sure, Xinlan agreed. Chen Sansi joined the conversation. He didn't want to listen, but his exceptional hearing made it impossible to ignore the conversation, as all of them were in the same courtyard. However, it will have to be in a few days. I'm currently busy with the selected point matters. We can go after that ends. I'll go with you, Sister Lan and sister-in-law Tong. Chen Sansi also seemed interested. The entire city of Liangzhu was visiting the Taoist temple, especially since even martial saints were there. Even though he witnessed a martial saint being defeated in an instant today, he did not think less of the martial saints. After all, they were among the greatest combatants in the world. It was only that Sun Xiangzong was exceptionally powerful, not that the martial saint was weak. Sister-in-law Tong, Chen Sansi asked curiously, you go there to pray for safety, but what do martial artists pray for? Well, Tong family recalled carefully, they also pray for safety. They pray for safety too. Chen Sansi grew even more curious and felt something strange. Martial artists, who rely on their own skills for safety, why would they need to pray to gods and worship Buddha? If someone said that Xia Yun Temple was a major sect that possessed a martial saint, that might make sense. But when he came to Liangzhu, he memorized the details of the sects, and not only did Xia Yun Temple not rank as a martial saint level, but it probably couldn't even be listed among the second-rate sects, likely falling even behind the third-rate. What was there to worship? Either it's truly divine, or there's something ghostly. With this in mind, Chen Sansi couldn't possibly allow Sister Lan to go alone. The back courtyard of the 3 Archway House was where Chen Sansi practiced his martial arts, undisturbed even when there were visitors. After filling his belly, he started practicing martial arts, spiritual grain, treasure medicine, and beast meat. With the combination of these 3 enhancements, his cultivation progressed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Chen Sansi once again reached a critical point for a breakthrough. The Unity Spear technique, derived from merging 3 kinds of spear techniques, had reached its peak in his hands, being quick, fierce, and enduring. Possessing any one of these traits could secure a martial artist a place in the world of martial arts, but he possessed all. Moreover, the amalgamation of these 3 traits subtly evolved into a wild forcethas was the power of the spear. Every weapon has its power. Only by mastering this power could one possibly become a grandmaster. Otherwise, it's just a dead set of moves that, when faces a martial artist of the same physique and realm, would offer no advantage. Crossing realms in combat, spear technique was also a crucial element. Chen Sansi's long spear whistled through the air, seemingly transforming into a fierce python at one moment. As he practiced, even the birds flying overhead were startled into falling, and the young osmanthus trees in the courtyard swayed unceasingly, as if they might break at any moment in the fierce wind. Suddenly his heart began to beat wildly, surpassing the limits any normal human could endure. But this was not a sign of physical trouble, but rather a sign of breakthrough. The heart, being the most powerful among the organs, is also a crucial foundation for the body's strength. All blood is supplied to every part of the body through the heart. The stronger the heart, the more powerful the burst of strength. Thump, thump, thump. With the heart pumping, the blood of the dragon and elephant within Chen Sansi enhanced further, nearly doubling his speed, reaction, and strength. Refining internal organs, small success, heart burning. Cultivation technique, unity spear technique, small achievement. Progress 0 2000. Utilities, Xuan Yuan 5 organs body, Qilin heart. Qilin heart, one of the Xuan Yuan 5 organs, combined with 7 apertures, exquisite, exceptional combat talent, guaranteed to decipher the opponent's combat routines within 30 rounds. Qilin heart. Chen Sansi had recently caught up on many books and gained an understanding of various martial arts physiques, no longer as ignorant as before. The Qilin body is also considered as a body of martial saint. Moreover, it is the only physique that enhances the perceptiveness in learning martial arts, not just physical enhancement. Elder Yan's grandson, Yan Chengqing, has this physique. Among them, the most crucial Qilin heart, now isolated by the proficiency panel and integrated into his body, also reacted with the reading skill 7 apertures, exquisite, guaranteed to decipher an opponent's combat routines within 30 rounds. What a concept this is. That is to say, regardless of the realm, as long as he can last 30 rounds, he can find an opponent's weaknesses and break them. Holding on for the enduring Chen Sansi has never been an issue. Of course, the premise is that the gap in realm isn't too vast. If he were to fight Supervisor Sun now, that would naturally be futile, but facing someone at great success or perfection of refining internal. Everyone knows the difference between small success and perfection in refining is immense. Because heart burning is just an immature form of blood explosion, after achieving refining internal organs perfection, an immature form fighting a complete form obviously spells what need not be said. Previously, Chen Sansi truly lacked full confidence. Now, possessing Qilin heart, he does have a few more chances of winning, but still dares not underestimate his opponents, as those individuals are genuine geniuses. Their physiques, cultivation techniques, and the medicines used are all of the highest quality, unlike any opponent he has faced before. Anyway, no matter the odds of victory, there was no more time. A few days later would be the 3rd round of combat, immediately followed by the 4th round of live action, and then the 5th round of bone feeling, with all assessments being completed in one go. All he could do was to make human efforts and listen to heaven's will. Besides, the selected spear assessment continued yesterday afternoon, and by today, the results of the breakout challenge were out. Only a few people like Lu Shuhua, Cao Fan, and Yan Chengqing achieved Class A, and all barely made it, with the first piece of sandalwood nearly burned through. These were the real opponents for the upcoming rounds. Master, have you finished training? Si Chin had been squatting outside the door early and only peeked inside after hearing no movement. With permission, she entered carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Madam personally stewed this tonic soup, instructing me to make sure Master drinks it. Ever since they decided they wanted a child, Gu Xinlin went out to buy supplemental medicine which they drank at every meal. This medicine was mainly for health preservation and had no significant side effects. Tell Madam that if she replenishes me anymore, I'm afraid she won't be able to bear it. Never mind, I'll go tell her myself. Chen Sansi poured out the medicine and went straight to the main bedroom in the front courtyard. Military City. Over the past few days, all traces of the cheating scandal had been thoroughly wiped clean, and everything in the martial arts arena was as usual. Only one examiner was missing. Recently, Governor Liu fell ill and has not been seen, even writing a petition request to resign his post, refusing to continue no matter what. It was said that the court had already temporarily transferred a martial saint from the neighboring state to take over as the new governor. As for Ning Chengquin's death, no one mentioned it at all anymore. The court also did not deliver any punishment to Sun Xiangzong, and it seemed the matter had indeed been dropped. Li Qianzong, once everyone had arrived, loudly announced the content of the 3rd round. Generals, I suppose many of you have noticed the situation at Dongyi City upon arrival. Indeed, that is your 3rd major topic. Go to battle, slay the enemy. The assessment is very simple. The traitors in Dongyi City will attempt a breakout tonight, and whoever slays more enemies will score better. Slaying 400 or more is Class A, 300 is Class B. A bone training equals 40 people, refining internal equals 100, and you needn't worry about higher ranks. Did everyone get that? Good, you have 2 hours to prepare, and in 2 hours we depart, slaying the enemy. Chen Sansi had thought the assessment would test who could lead troops to take down the city, but the content was so straightforward, frankly just a comparison of headcounts. Upon reflection, it made sense. With so many selected spear generals, issues such as how many troops each person got, who attacked the city first, and what to do about heavy casualties during the siege were problems, and only a blunt test like this could be relatively fair. He picked up a big bow with a 50-stone draw weight. 2 hours later, everyone gathered, and under the leadership of several camp deputies, they left the city. At this moment, Dongyi City was tightly surrounded by a seemingly impenetrable force of 50,000 troops, with 10,000 from the Xunwu camp, and the rest were Liangzhu Guard soldiers. Commanding both Xunwu and Flying Hero camps, the only martial saint among the supervisor's disciples, once considered to be the successor, General Jai was also here. Sun Xiangzong, get lost, atop the city walls. A middle-aged man wielding a long blade cursed with intense emotion, I wish to eat your flesh and sleep on your hide, to ensure your lineage ends with you, that you die a gruesome death. If you have the guts, come out and fight me to the death. Keeping us trapped in the city while you hide like a coward, what kind of hero are you? You hate the supervisor that much. Even from a distance, Chen Sansi could feel the overwhelming hatred. This man is the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, Zhang Huimin, at the Meridian Passage Realm. Li Qianzong explained, when the 8 camps were first reassigned to Liangzhu 5 years ago, the northwest border was really in bad shape, with countless corrupt officials, and there were daily occurrences of despicable acts. The sect disciples walked the streets, snatching away anyone's wife or daughter they found attractive, even barging into households at night, right in front of the husbands. After the supervisor reformed the military, he sent out several thousand men to sweep through several Northern Territory states over 3 years, from the state to the county government, executing every found criminal, which made them restrain themselves a bit. Zhang Huimin didn't personally commit any egregious acts, but his offspring were extremely unruly. They committed all sorts of atrocities and were undoubtedly guilty. Naturally, they couldn't escape their fate. Mr. Zhang has borne a grudge ever since, and during a recent battle with the barbarians, he took the opportunity to betray us, trying to get his revenge in this way. In Chen Sansi's memory, there was an impression of such matters before the supervisor arrived. The entire Northern Territory was indeed utterly lawless, with daylight murders. As long as one had solid connections, the county government wouldn't bother much, and if the bribery was generous enough, they might even falsely accuse the victims, leading to their total ruin. General Liu, we can begin now. Upon the selected spear general's arrival, General Jai nodded at his subordinates. The deputy general, understanding the signal, immediately began relaying orders. Soon after, all troops except for 3,000 from the Flying Heroes, stationed outside the west city gate of Dongyi City, withdrew, seemingly leaving Dongyi's traders only one way to flee. When besieging, a path of retreat must be open. An assault would cause unnecessary casualties, and forcing them out was the best method for the assessment. Besides, they were bound to come out. Because they had been cut off from supplies in the city for half a month and probably even devoured any bit of goddess earth, staying trapped would lead to cannibalism. Rather than remaining, it was better to take a risk in breaking out even. If only 1 or 2 managed to escape, there was hope. I am the assistant general of Xunwu camp. My surname is Guan, first name Jiazeng, and I will be your chief proctor for the upcoming exam. Guan Jiazeng's booming voice explained the rules in greater detail. Once the people from the city come out, my brothers will charge and kill the enemy, and you need to join them. There will be no courtesies extended to you, so you will need to demonstrate your own skills. Seize as many opportunities as you can, as there will be people keeping count for you. Have you got it? 2 li behind them, 10 cloud towers, each 8 zhang tall, had been built from wood, with counters standing on each one. Do we still have to fight for it? The selected spear generals looked at each other in dismay. There were only a total of 1,500 disciples inside the city, but outside there were a whopping 3,000 soldiers from the Flying Hero camp, all eager and rubbing their hands, clearly not planning to give them any chances. To be classified as Class A, one had to kill 400. Even though high-realm martial artists could fight off many, the Flying Hero camp also had many generals capable of killing high-realm martial artists. It was akin to snatching food from the mouth of a tiger, an extremely difficult task. According to Guan Jiazeng's arrangements, everyone stood arrayed about 300 paces outside the West City Gate, deliberately leaving a space for the breakout, waiting for the people inside the city to come out. The selected spear generals stood at the very front, focusing intently on the city gate, ready to rush forward and fight for kills the moment their foes appeared, fearing they wouldn't meet the required numbers, and they waited for a full 3 hours. From the afternoon until the sky darkened into night, the people inside weren't fools. They could clearly see that this was a setup for a death trap. Naturally, they hesitated, and there was still no movement by midnight. Many of the selected spear generals had grown so weary of waiting that they set down their weapons, sat down, and closed their eyes to rest. Could it be that they have all starved to death? Bai Thingzhai was anxious enough to want to attack the city. Buzz. Just when everyone thought they might have to wait for 2 or 3 days, at midnight, the city gate finally swung open. The West City Gate was a smaller gate, allowing only 4 people to come out shoulder to shoulder. Break out, brothers, break out. At first, the noise and footsteps were chaotic, but finally, the first batch of disciples from the 7 Absolute sect rushed out. Good, they're coming. The selected spear generals spirited up, just waiting for the 7 Absolute sect disciples to reach the front of their ranks for close-quarter combat, and then they would valiantly engage the enemy, competing for the number of kills. Swoosh. However, as soon as the first 7 Absolute sect disciple appeared, he was greeted by an armor-piercing arrow that shot straight through his face, killing him instantly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Then the second, the third. The city gate was narrow from the start, with sect disciples nearly tumbling down one after another before even stepping out fully, and the bodies quickly piled up into a mound, with none able to make it out. It seemed like there was an entire team of crossbowmen blocking the gate. What was this about? Weren't they supposed to fight the enemy? Why were archers blocking the way instead? Everyone turned their heads to look. There were no crossbowmen, just a young general dressed in dark cyan robes continuously pulling back a giant bow as tall as a person. His hands held countless arrows, pulling the string so rapidly that afterimages were seen, and with each release a life was claimed. Chen Sansi, Cao Fan was furious, and he too picked up his bow and arrow to shoot. Archery was something anyone could use. In fact, many had brought their own, already having thought of the good strategy of competing for numbers with ranged attacks. But, to leave escape space for the people inside the city and lure them out, they were standing over 300 paces out, the minglers within the military. It's absolutely impossible to say that there's no archery skill at all. There are quite a few who are proficient in archery, but to hit a target from 70 or 80 steps away is considered pretty good. But to hit the bullseye from over 300 steps every single time, what kind of sorcery is this? And the speed of shooting arrows in the blink of an eye, there are 2 or 3 arrows fired, completely blocking the West City Gate so that not a single person can escape. There's no chance for anyone else. General Chen is mighty. By things I shouted loudly, Divine Arrow, Divine Arrow. Are you an idiot? He's also your competition. I'm going to follow General Chen sooner or later. What's the big deal? Damn it. Cao Fan and Lu Shuhua's archery skills were also not bad, and they were both using bows around 20 stones and draw weight, but they couldn't shoot accurately, such a long distance. Hitting the target with one of 5 or 6 arrows would be considered not bad. Chen Sansi had already killed dozens of people before their very eyes. They could no longer care about their pride and had to detach from the military formation and rush to within about 100 steps. Even then, they simply couldn't compare. Drawing the bow, placing the arrow, aiming dose and all of that take time. But damn it, that Chen guy doesn't seem to need any. 157, 158. Chen Sansi silently counted in his heart, his hands never stopping. Most of these people were bone training, blood refining, and occasionally there were those just entering the refining internal realm. But because the space was so narrow and they could not dodge or block, even wearing the armor from inside the city, they would die within 3 arrows with no chance to emerge. Before the real fight had even started, he had already gathered a third of the Class A standard. But as expected, the enemy would have to change their strategy. They couldn't just keep sending people to their deaths. Indeed. The city gate quieted down, and when people appeared again, they were already holding mystical iron shields. The shields on all 4 sides pushed forward like a mountain of iron, quickly advancing. Clang, clang, clang. No matter how powerful the big bow was, it was still not enough to pierce through those thick steel shields. Once the shields were firmly established at the city gate, many disciples from the sect surged out, scattering and running off in all directions, only to be stopped by the soldiers of Flying Hero Camp. The real fighting had begun, but this didn't affect Chen Sansi's harvesting speed at all. He found a high spot, and almost every arrow he released claimed a life. The others joined the chaotic battle, struggling to compete with the flying heroes for enemy kills, exerting much effort and risking encounters with high-realm martial artists. Most importantly, their efficiency was extremely low, 399, 400. Chen Sansi deliberately selected martial artists of bone training and refining internal realm for the greatest gain, so it didn't take long for him to become the first one to meet the Class A assessment target. Just as he was preparing to continue, he suddenly sensed an anomaly. Through his Qi observation skill, he saw a dense swarm of Qi, varying in strength among the people. But within the multitude of Qi, one was extremely unique. It was not because it was very strong, but because it was different. Black and red, poisonous beast, similar to the Qi within a poisonous beast, but it seemed even darker in color. How could the Qi of a poisonous beast appear inside a martial artist?